Welcome and good morning, Riftbounders. We are live for the Lille Regional Qualifier, everyone's favorite time of the year. It is regional time. I am Plus, and with me we have fantastic people today, not just throughout the entire day, but especially this morning. We have Bandit and BMU joining us for starting off today's show. How are you fellas doing this good morning?
We're doing spectacular. I mean, it's a weekend filled with Riftbound, filled with people trying to innovate the scene all over again. Honestly, it's a whole new game in Lille.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. I'm doing fantastic. And you're right, Bandit. This is Riftbound 2.5 set. It's like a small TFT update. The champions are kind of switched around a little bit, what we all know and we all love. What's everyone's predictions? What's the top 8 looking like in your view, Plus?
Might as well get right into it. I mean, to start off the show, it is always right to get a little bit of predictions rolling to see who are we anticipated to do so well. And then we could talk about just overall, what are some good decks we expect to do and make pretty deep runs today or / tomorrow, because that's actually going to be Top Cut. But I guess I'll start off. I will have to keep it super straightforward. I know she's not the queen of the meta, but slowly has become the queen of the meta after the Chinese national. I have to go with good old faithful Aurelia, guys. Aurelia will be my pick to take down today's entire, or not today's, but this weekend's entire regional. I just still think she's decently strong, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see her not make it all the way, though. But that's my pick for now. What about you, Bandit?
First of all, Plus, you've never been so wrong in your life. I'm so sorry. There is one big old trap right now, and you fell right into it. Okay. Eyes open, straight into the Aurelia trap. More on that later. No, just pulling your leg. To me, I think it's gonna be back to basics for this one. Kai'Sa.
Okay.
Power has never truly gone down. Competition got better, and right now the competition got a whole lot worse.
Yeah, for sure. What do I say here? Like, the thing is, right? So I've been like permanently
if you say
online.
Aurelia, I will
morning.
make fun of you.
No. So I've been permanently online this morning, and there's so many like charts going around about the pre-regional qualifier tournament. It turns out Rumble had a better win rate than Kai'Sa yesterday. All I'm saying is Rumble top 8.
I don't know about all that, but okay. But wait, what's your real prediction to take it all the way?
I'm sorry, it's Draven. I'm sorry. I know nobody wants to hear that, but look, Draven is still a meta menace. Everyone kind of knee-jerked overreacted to the bans, and don't get me wrong, they really, really hurt him. But it's still a good deck. You still get to draw cards just for playing the game. You've got things like Ferris in there. You've got Rebukes. Like, we've all seen how powerful that card can be, especially when it's played for free. There's Vex Tech in there. There's all sorts of things in there. Draven, I'm sorry, is taking this one as well.
And to add on to that, honestly, I feel that people are really underselling how reliable Draven still is. And end of the day, we are playing a regional qualifier, a 2-day tournament. You need to have a high floor. Even your worst game has to be good enough to beat your opponent, and Draven gets it done consistently. Draven might be dead, but long live the Draven.
I couldn't agree more. I think Draven, maybe not so much right now in Lille, but to start off this 2.5 meta was slightly being slept on, but little by little people realized, wait a minute, they completely murdered the miracle variants of and detonate variants of Draven, but the mid-range Draven style, all they really took away was the Reaver's Row. So what happened with Draven is they allowed them to even dive deeper into mid-range. Now they're going full set of spinning axes. Now they're going full sets of Ferris Forerunner. Now you're forced to deal with the mech instead of just simply pushing him back. And then they're even adding little things like Gus I've been seeing in some of the lists recently. So they kind of hold the early game tempo. And then once they get rolling, which I believe some newer battlefield selections due to the champion lately has been like Arena's greatest. Have any of you guys seen something like that? Because I think Dravens are starting to lean that way, just slightly more aggressive, to get that champion online a little bit sooner, because now it's the good old set 1 champion, right? You get might equal to your lore, or not your lore. I freaking saw the world champ lore con. I'm not calling this game lore. Your points, guys.
Yeah, you look. Go ahead,
Sorry
BM,
about that. Oh, I was going to say, so I played Skirmish a couple of weeks ago. There's a few really, really good mid-range Draven players there picking up Gusts and just using Gust like an early fight or flight. Because essentially it is, right? It gets rid of a free might unit, but it actually has a worse effect. It goes back to your hand. You then need to pay energy to replay that. And you know what? The 5-cost 1 power champion that you mentioned that gains might, was really popular in set 1, but because the set 2 Draven was just so good, like a 4-drop with no power cost, that got the limelight. Now that isn't an option. This old Draven is actually really powerful, and when you get to like 4, 5, 6 points in this game, it becomes incredibly hard to deal with, and that's what people are kind of using. They're using the Gust to kind of move early units, get those combat wins because Gust is reaction. And then just dropping that Draven when they've got like 4 points. A 7 might unit is really, really hard to interact with. If you combine that with things like Ferris Forerunner, where like, yeah, you crack it and it gets 2 mechs back, Draven's still really powerful. And as I said, it still has rebukes, it still has stack decks, it still has all that lovely purple stuff. And it wouldn't surprise me seeing variants of this Draven going right into set 3 next month when that comes out. But yeah, I think Gust Draven is going to be really, really powerful today.
Right.
And of course, BMU is completely right. But to play devil's advocate, the bans have touched Draven in such a way that there are now windows of opportunity where you can start to punish that Draven play a little more aggressively. So, and to me, that is really in that early game. And we see some variants that are really going hard on the aggression side of Draven and have the champion to push you over the finish line, right? A fairly efficient play if you do already have a fair few points. On the other side, we see a Frankenstein amalgamation be created where Ezreals are being played, where Fizzes are being played, and they are trying to leverage that chaos edge a little bit more. However, the over-reliance, or, well, maybe not over-reliance, but the anchoring points of Kaisers and the anchoring points of Forerunners has become more critical. If you lose a Kaiser in the early game, you are hurting, and you are hurting bad.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good shakeup. I'm glad they took the extreme measure. Not a lot of games were willing to ban that many cards that quickly in that amount either. And you know what? People were saying like, oh, how dare the designers, do bans this early? They'll never do bans. It'll kill the game. And in fact, I found, especially in like local skirmishes, it reignited the game. We were seeing legends that we hadn't seen for ages and be genuinely competitive. It wasn't just Draven versus Aurelia in the finals. There was some Tempo Ezreals in there. There was some Fioras in there. We've seen some Teemos. We even seen a set. And I haven't seen a set since set 1.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I think it really was a good decision. It felt a little bit awkward, as you were saying, to do a ban within the lifespan of 4 or 5 months, I believe, for Riftbound, but I think it was an appropriately warranted ban, so I can definitely respect it. Hopefully we don't have a ban like every set, if the audience or the community kind of responds in certain ways. I hope they don't take that every single time. But I do say Draven did get a little bit carried away. I don't think the miracle package was ever intended to kind of be a thing in Riftbound. So as you mentioned, I think it was for the greater good, and it looks like these guys are looking to get started rather soon. But to piggyback a little bit what Bandit was saying, Ezreal maybe still sticking around despite Callshot getting a hit, despite not having the dream. What battlefields? Well, Ezreal in general took a good hit, but I don't know if you guys saw, but the world champ, or not the world champ, the Bologna regional champion still decided to bring Ezreal to Lille, which I thought was really interesting. Do you think there's some merit to Ezreal for Lille today, guys?
I will say every time Alan brings a deck to a regional qualifier, you will pay attention to that. He has proven his merits already before, not only on the largest stages in Europe, but locally as well, online as well. So there is no doubt that whatever deck he is playing has the power to dominate. However, can lightning strike twice, especially when some of that thunder has been bottled?
Right. You know, I was talking to my brother about it, and he's been testing a lot because we're going to Atlanta just 1 week from today, right? So we're kind of testing here and there, and he's been testing a whole lot more than I. And I told him, hey, Alan's on Ezreal, and he told me straight up, he said, all right, this is going to be the first top 8 he doesn't make, which I thought was a bold statement, but it's Alan. So maybe, just maybe, he will find a way. Maybe we're the ones missing something, and Ezreal actually can keep up with the top tier dogs, but leave it to Alan to let us know. I'm pretty sure they will have him on the feature match one of these rounds in the day number 1. But what about you, BMU? How are you feeling about him, or maybe any other legends you think could come out of nowhere today?
So I'm a big fan of Alan ZQ. I'm a big fan of his style of play. He's an incredible player. And for me, there's 2 types of player that make a top 8, right? One is just overall amazing players like Alan, like, you know, Colin Kaiser, like your Prismats, etc., etc. All these great players that have got a massive background in the TCGs, do really well. And then players that have got really, really good decks as well. Those are the types of players that can sneak into top 8s. Alan is both. Ezreal did take a hit, but my God, is it still a good deck? I've seen this version that he's running. It's a bit more tempo-y. It's got a few early game units. It still has the ability to draw through a lot of your deck, and it still has the ability to control the game really well with that blue-purple combination. Will Ezreal make a top 8? I think one will. And if that one's going to make it, it's going to be Alan. Let's be honest.
I think
BMU, I'm going to have to push back on that. I think that there will be not a single player in top 8 that will have a great deck and not a great pilot. You are not making it into top 8 if you're not a master at playing your deck. I think getting through, 13 rounds is simply too many to kind of luck your way into, or fortunately stumble your way into. There can be absolutely no doubt that the top of any regional qualifier is the creme de la creme.
Oh, yeah. You know, to top things off, Bandit and BMU, it looks like round 1 is right about to get started. So the first round of the Lille Regional Qualifier is among us. BMU and Bandit, if you guys are ready, I can send you over to the feature match table. It looks like you got a nice familiar one, but a good one nonetheless. A good old Lucian versus Aurelia.
And honestly, that is exactly where you want to be. You want to ease into change, not too much at the same time, especially looking at the target audience of any TCG. You don't want to spring too much change upon these players. We got to ease into it like a warm bath. What about you, BMU?
Yeah, so I'm loving this at the moment. So it's Lucian versus Aurelia. Lucian's been getting a lot of attention, especially changes to like Relentless Pursuit, especially changes to the Fight or Flight and the Reaver's Row that really sort of kept Lucian down. It's a familiar matchup, but it's not Draven versus Aurelia round 1. It's not Aurelia versus Kaiser round 1. So we've got a little bit of a treat here. But I noticed Lucian's deck list, and there's no Ferris Forerunners in the Lucian. Now, I know Lucian's a bit more aggro, a bit more on the lower curve, but Ferris is just such a good card. Why would you not have at least 2 in there at all times?
It is a powerhouse that will not be seen on Lucian's side. Players are getting ready, and we can get started on the 2 days leading up to the ultimate conclusion of European Spiritforged era in Riftbound. We are in a Grand Palais in Lille. Over 2,000 players looking to take that number 1 spot, battling out for the medal. Legends, 8 rounds ready to go, and we are about to get underway. Familiar faces all around.
Yeah, I don't know how you do this as well. You know you've got to make your way through like 2,000 other people to win this tournament. And who's up first on camera? Well, unfortunately, it's me. Like, how do you deal with the nerves, like being first into this round? You're a little bit cold, you're a little bit rusty, and you've got to play on camera knowing that every mistake will be highlighted by a rabid chat. How do you do it, Bandit?
Step by step, play by play. I just kind of let everything melt away. behind you. Try and stay in that eye of the storm where the noise dies down a bit, where the winds aren't pulling as hard. And as we are getting set up, sculpting our starting hands, I think it's right around time we dive into a bit more of the specifics in this matchups. I had a very strong opinion on where Aurelia is situated in this meta, and let me walk you through it. Even though you seem to be on my side here, to me, Aurelia revels in options. The combination of colors makes her very flexible. However, so many draw has been removed from her pool that there is now an over-reliance on a handful of cards. And if those get murdered, which they get, it's Riftbound. Your units are going to die. You are left so exposed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Aurelia is a very much protect the queen deck. Most everything else in there is to keep that card alive and get some card draw. Because you're right, without Dreaming Tree, she does kind of suffer a little bit from, you know, dead hands. But the unfortunate thing, well, the fortunate thing for Aurelia players is her hand is just so scary. Most players, if they've got 2 cards in hand, you're like, oh, what's the most she can do? If Aurelia's got 2 cards in hand, suddenly she's 15 might. You know, it's a very scary scenario to run into sometimes.
And those Aurelia hands tend to multiply rather sooner than later. If they do get those shepherds to stick on the battlefield, you are in for a world of hurt. The first gears are already hitting the field. Meanwhile, Aurelia is developing some units to contest these early battlefields, and you're not too sad when a lonely Poro hits the dirt all by himself. I mean, I am sad, but
no, I agree. And obviously Lucian doing Lucian things, Lucian straight out with the Weapon Master as well. He's going to be zipping in and out of these battlefields. Interesting choice from the Aurelia as your Targon's Peak is your blind first pick. That's not normal, is it? It's usually Zorn.
It is usually Zorn, and it kind of makes me like, are you... I mean, because you have to select your battlefields at the very start, maybe you are saving up the more blindable battlefield for those positions where you know what you're up against truly. Because even though you did mention Lucian a bit more on the aggro side, there are a lot of more of these mid-range kind of plays in the Lucian decks built in, where like in a singular play around, let's say like turn 5 or 6, you can get a whole lot done by moving in and out, getting rid of units, abusing that assault to the absolute maximum. Or are you facing a more aggro list? It's a more cautious approach, and I actually kind of like that in this situation.
That's really interesting. The Aurelia player just hard bargained for 4. The sabotage. He was like, I do not want you knowing what's in my hand, and he's willing to pay 4 runes for that. Like, he knew the Poro was going to die. I don't think he really cared. I think protecting his hand integrity there and knowledge was way more important than that Poro staying alive.
I have to agree. I mean, when you are setting yourself up in the way that you are, and Aurelia is so dependent on those showdowns going her way, the element of surprise is everything in these situations.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, it looks like the Aurelia player did miss the Targon's trigger as well. So I'm starting to think that maybe these are just kind of like, oh, hey, there's a regional down the road from me. Let's join in. You know, maybe not the best quality of player we might see. So, you know, let's see how this game plays out. But right now, Lucian doing the best he can, which is building up lots of might in the background. He's going to score some early points. Aurelia putting down some gear, ready for that queen to drop next turn and cause chaos.
Yeah, ready for the queen to drop. However, time is starting to become a little more pressing when you're looking down the barrel of a Kai'Sa and a Lucian, especially if you are investing a little more. Luckily, keeping up some of that energy to maybe thwart some of these expeditions venturing out onto these battlefields. However, you are a little open, and you're opening the door to a deck that loves to get its foot stuck in it and never let you close it ever again.
Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, both people are kind of looking a little bit nervous right now. That might be, you know, first match jitters and stuff like that. And again, this Aurelia deck's a little bit strange. Targon's Peak to open. We see some seals in there. I mean, it's not massively crazy, but just a little bit on the unusual side. So I'm hoping to see some fireworks here. And there we have it, the sword. This is an absolute crazy bit of gear. basically now your conquer effects are hold effects and your hold effects are conquer effects. And we can see how bad that can be with Lucian, with a Trinity Force. And there is the combo, and
baby.
he has it. It's going to cause absolute chaos. And the way he showed the Aurelia player, the sword as well, and it was just like, oh, hey, do you know about this? I'm sure he must do, right?
Allow me to introduce my two henchmen, the Trinity Force and the spear itself. Skyfall coming down upon your head. I hope you have brought an umbrella, because you are in for a world of trouble. And now you are looking up against 4 points already. And if you do not address this issue immediately, which is quite tricky, as it is sitting in the base, a little safer, you are in trouble, because the speed with which this combo can get games locked up is staggering.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just sort of peeking the Aurelia's hand there. I don't see a charm. Charm can be completely invaluable right now. I do see a ride the wind, so maybe he can catch the Lucian off guard at some point. But you're right, Bandit. The timer has now just run a lot shorter. What was, potentially 3 or 4 turns to mess around is now something like 2 turns.
Yeah, and when the fuse has been shortened by this much, you have to start getting a little more aggressive, a little more desperate, some people would call it, but looking for those lower percentage pay, riskier but for higher payoffs, because even though there is a heck of a combo laying on the field, it did cost them quite some runes. So now is the time to strike. They do have 4 cards in hand, our Lucian players still, but they will be bringing the fight to Kai'Sa.
Yeah, exactly. And now Kai'Sa, you don't stand a chance. There's 1 or 2 things you can do as Orange, obviously, in these combat tricks, punch first, but it's such a big rune investment as well. And when you've got Lucian there, you just kind of want him to do things. So he's going to activate Forge of Fluff, tap for the ready for the Aurelia, probably attach that Boots of Swiftness to ready Aurelia and travel across the other battlefields. Aurelia can start scoring a lot of points very quickly, but the tempo is definitely in the favor of the Lucian, I would say, Bandit.
Yeah, you are racing, and sure, you have the fastest racing bike on the grid. That is all and well, but you're facing off against a Formula 1 car here. Like, this Lucian is not playing by the rules that you are playing by, because he will get more than 2 victory points in a single round. So trying to swim against that tide will leave you on the bottom of the sea. And I will say, I think it's very interesting that despite 2 energy being ready and available, Lucian is not choosing to invest that, to kind of hold off, maybe take some more resource away from the Aurelia. That could be quite telling of what is remaining in his hand.
Yeah, exactly. If there is another sabotage in the hand of Lucian, then it could get really dicey. If there's a thing like a Brynhir Thunder Song, it can get very dicey. Aurelia does have, obviously, the Guardian Angel, so she's not going to die even by combat. But if that Lucian can start zipping around, he can score, potentially 4 points next turn if he can get to both battlefields. It's crazy.
If he can, and look at, we actually do get a good shot at the Aurelia's hand. Defy sitting in there, Flash being loaded into the chamber. So even though Aurelia might be able to keep her own pieces quite safe, will that be enough to weather the storm that is coming? Because this storm is wielding.
You can't defy it. Don't defy it. Don't defy it. That's such a play mistake. He's lucky he's not going to get punished for it. But if there's a relentless pursuit in there, you just lose the game. That's it. You just lose the game if you defy that sabotage and there's a relentless pursuit. That is crazy.
It is
absolutely crazy.
Low percentage play. I think you can label it like that. But do you just have to accept, like, right, if he has the card, I'ma lose anyway, regardless of what's coming out?
Is that Gem Jammer? It is. He can gank.
He can get ganking, and that might spell trouble in a big way.
I think you just Brynhir, kill the Aurelia, right? You don't have enough runes for everything. So I think you actually might go Forge and then go back and then just go try and stop me, bro. Like that's what I would kind of go for here. Because there's no point really playing the Bryn, clearing. Do you want to clear the GA from the Aurelia? I'm not sure.
To me, it comes down to this. Do we want to give more opportunities towards the Aurelia to get back into this game? Right? On the one hand, we don't have to force it right now. We don't have to overexert ourselves. But giving too much room to the Aurelia to draw her answers, to draw that snowballing potential, to maybe get rid of your Lucians, that might spell trouble, because re-equipping all that equipment is going to be a pain in the behind.
It is indeed. And talking about equipment, one more coming down. That Lucian is terrifying. That Lucian's like a General Grievous, you know what I mean? He's got 4 weapons ready to come at you. Like, what do you do in that situation? Like, Lucian's scary enough just with his guns. Never mind having 4 daggers behind him as well.
Yeah, never bring a knife to a gunfight unless you're Lucian, because you can bring both.
Bring lots of knives to gunfights.
In addition to my several guns.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Aurelia is going to get a bit of bad news here. Like, you can't contest this unless you've got a charm, unless you've got like a Defiant Dance and a Ride the Wind. What? Wow, that is even scarier.
There is so much might on that single unit. Now, imagining rebuking that. We know for a fact that Aurelia currently doesn't have access to that, but they are threatening a whole bunch. And even getting the charm right now is not going to get the job done for you.
No, he does manage to take a stack deck off the top. So that is going to let him search for a few answers. But right now, this hand is not looking like one that you can contest the solution with. You are absolutely right. He needs to see a rebuke, and he needs to see it now.
It is ticking. It will slide over to get the ball rolling just a little bit more, but you need to start digging. You are looking at the very end of your first game, and dig we shall. Let's take a look at the top 3 cards. Is this deck stacked?
Oh, no.
And
no.
Is not looking very fruitful of a search. And
yeah, I think that was a charm, but charm's kind of useless right now. It was a charm.
You'd love to see charm, but that is a whole lot of might on Lucian. This basket is overflowing with eggs.
11. 13 plus 5 assault, because he would be the attacker. So Aurelia's got to get over 18 if my math is correct.
That is a lot of might. That is a lot of might on a single boy that's not called Ornn or Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean, you can do some fancy things with it. I mean, yeah, you can pump it with a discipline, hope to draw like a Defiant Dance. You could ride the wind across to sort of select and ready her again, giving her another couple of points. I can't quite do the math in my head right now, but I don't think she can get to 18 with the current hand that he has.
No, because there's so much protection in there to kind of secure your position when you're ahead already. Ride the wind coming through. Yeah, there's a single discipline. But will it be enough? Is the question you have to ask yourself right now. We are starting to pump up this Aurelia, because it simply comes down to this. If you sit on your hands knowing that, oh, this is not enough currently, you're going to go out anyway. Might as well shoot for the stars.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to do what I thought he was going to do, which is discipline, choose, draw, choose and ready. So Aurelia gets another +2. So she's going to be on 10, 11, 13 currently, if math is mathing correctly. Still not quite able to get over that. But let's see what he's going to do. He's going to flash her back to choose her again, I think.
And look at our Lucian player here, Yannick, going through the motion, being like,
he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the assault on Lucian. He doesn't understand the assault. Oh, that's brutal. That was 13 to 13. Oh, no. No, Bandit. No, not like this.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely a way to go down. Lucian strikes willingly, hungry for that game 1 victory.
Wait. Has he got enough runes to flash her back and move her back in so Lucian wouldn't have the assault? But doesn't he then score and win?
Yeah, that is kind of my issue. There is our very first game going down the drain. A valuable lesson being learned by Adib on Aurelia. A rough awakening, and Lucian takes game number 1.
No, that is a horrible way to lose your first game on stream. You know your friendship group is clipping that. You know you're never going to live that one down. And I bet right now his WhatsApp group is just blowing up with Lucian's ability.
Yeah, it is honestly, it's still kind of a banger conclusion to game number 1, even though it is a bit of a misstep that ends up costing the neck of our Aurelia. It does kind of go to show that when you are not getting those cards out consistently, or you're not hitting the Shepherd, these are some of the shortcomings. They were drawing mostly just their more defensive spells, and this is the pain that causes for them.
Yeah, it's the thing is with Aurelia, like you need those Defiant Dances in that mid game. You need them ready to go. Like the amount of might swing that a Defiant Dance can introduce to the game is really, really good. I'm just looking at the sideboard now for Aurelia. He doesn't have any mainboard rebukes, which is very interesting deck choice. There's a couple of gusts, which usually I would say is very good against Lucian, but as soon as he gets any form of gear on, that's irrelevant. Factory Recall's probably going to do some good, just to get rid of some of those gear options back to the hand, make him replay it. But at the end of the day, if it's just being replayed, it just slows him down for half a turn. It doesn't really affect that much. My bet is this Aurelia player is a local. He's wandered in. He's thought he tries his luck. Or it could just be first round nerves, Bandit. What did you make of the play so far?
Honestly, I think it's kind of irrelevant what the background is here. He is on the feature table. He is looking to get it done. And I think despite from what we're seeing here still, I think some lessons can be taken from this to expose some of these extra gaps in Aurelia's line of play. And let me walk you through that.
How it does.
And to me, it really boils down to the curve is so low. You are really needing to fuel your engine constantly. You're burning through cards like no one else can. And if you are not recouping some of those investments, either in points or in cards back in your hand, you're in for trouble. You're in for limited options, and those end up hurting even more.
Yeah, exactly right. And as Plus pointed out in the chat as well, no Adaptatrons in the sideboard is kind of crazy. They would go super hard into this matchups. But we know from previous regionals, sometimes the deck lists are a bit wonky at the start. So there might be Adaptatrons, but so far we haven't seen them. Until it comes down on the board, Bandit, we can't make those acknowledgements.
Yeah, not just yet. And I mean, in general, I will say maybe that was just a bunch of unlucky draws, right? Because I don't think we saw a single Blade Dance. Did we not see a single rebuke? You said he wasn't main decking it.
Well, according to the graphic, according to the graphic, it was 2 rebukes in the sideboard, but we definitely didn't see one in that game. That's for sure.
Yeah, is he running the third? Might be a bit overly aggressive. However, we have seen reverse sweeps occur more and more often. And now knowing that you're up against that more traditional style of Lucian play, you can start to weather against it. And I will say those factory recalls can kind of gunk up those gears for Lucian, make it grind, and maybe even come to a halt.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it was a bit of an awkward first game. I don't think, as you're right, I don't think Aurelia got the draws that they needed. Defiant Dance, obviously, just the kingpin of that deck. Just the amount of value that can generate was crazy. We didn't see rebukes. Again, he might not have been running them, but we didn't see them. And so it's a bit of an awkward game. Game 2 might tell a different story. Obviously, I imagine Aurelia is going to go first. I'll be interested to see the battlefield choice because Targon's Peak is generally not your blind first. It shall go second for various reasons where Aurelia can get really big really quickly and start scoring points. But my God, was that a demonstration of how nasty Lucian can get if you let him build up those gears.
Yeah, I think it really felt like that stars aligning scenario, right? Where you get the combo off, you get to dip in and out of those battlefields all over the place. You were constantly putting pressure on the hand of Aurelia with those sabotages that had to be addressed, making free way for whatever you'd like to play next. Can Adib recover? Can Aurelia show us that she is a true contender for that European Crown, or is it the Gunslinger, the Purifier himself, taking it in a clean 2-0? Our players are getting ready. And walk me through this Lucian battlefield choices, right? It's not revealed just yet, but what are you wielding in game number 2?
It's a very good question. I'm not really familiar with Lucian. I've got a friend that plays it, but it looks like it is going to be Sunken Temple going second? Double Sunken Temple. Double Sunken Temple. I mean, going first Sunken Temple makes a lot of sense for Aurelia. Going second Sunken Temple actually makes a lot of sense as well, because you can just put that Lucian, and with the assault changes, any equipment on Lucian will now get him into that Sunken Temple range, so he can start drawing cards. I actually like both these choices. If both of them work, we're going to see a lot of cards drawn in this game, and it looks like Aurelia has missed their 2-drop, which is very, very sad.
It is sad to see, and I think I will give the edge to Lucian when it comes to drawing cards, because the curve is a little higher. I feel the cards are a little more impactful in Lucian, and with 1 or 2 draws, I feel like Lucian can get more done than an Aurelia can get done, because the chances of you drawing a Flash, a Gust, something in that, like a more low curve, low impact spell, is so much higher.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things, like Lucian's always going to have the best turn 2 play for his deck ready in there. We do see an Akshan in the hand of the Lucian player. Yeah. Now, Akshan is terrifying. When you play Aurelia, if anyone doesn't know this, when you play Aurelia, you should actually side out all your GAs against a possible Akshan, because when the Akshan robs a GA off you, it is absolutely devastating.
It is a betrayal that is unmatched, honestly. And I'm not sure if how many of you are actually playing the game, but you can just, whenever you see him played, in my head, he goes, and that is, yoink. My mental is gone. My mental is shot after that.
Yeah, it's just one of those things he drops, and then I'm just like, yoink, I'll be having that, thank you. There's no better feeling an Akshan in a spinning axe off a Draven, because you know they're losing it every single time. There's no way to recover that. We do see the Stellarcorn being dropped by the Aurelia player. Stellarcorn, one of the best cards in the game right now. Every time it moves, you can draw. And if we know Aurelia, that thing can move about. In fact, sometimes I've played a Stellarcorn, smashed loads of equipment on it, and just drawn cards every single turn. Didn't even bother playing my Aurelia. It's that powerful.
And that is the power card in Aurelia. When you don't address this threat immediately, things can get out of hand really quickly, because it enables that weenie play, all those low-cost spells that usually put such pressure on the cards in hand, no longer an issue, as we also see Find Your Center come through. So more drawing, more ramping. This really is kind of, it feels like it sways a little bit from a more traditional Aurelia, trying to reinvent what it's all about.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique Aurelia deck. I don't know if it's like better or worse than the traditional one, but it's definitely a slightly different. It looks like we're having a bit of technical issue. It looks like someone's dropped a rune, which is, there we go. It's back. It's fine. It's all good. They're looking under the table. Bit of nerves, bit of handshaking, runes going down. But Stellarcorn does move into that Sunken Temple. So this is where the value can really come in here. Because obviously, as it moves, it draws a card. As you conquer, you can tap one to draw a card. And if there's anything good about TCGs, the more cards you draw, it's probably better for you.
And it is really all about that, even more so in Aurelia, because she can't go without. It's the lifeblood of that deck. So getting the ball going early will help out in such a big way. And the beautiful thing about a draw deck is when you start drawing cards, even if you lose your draw, you've probably drawn more draw cards by then.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, like with Aurelia drawing cards, like the more cards she has in her hand, like if you're playing against an Aurelia and they've got like 5 cards in hand and 6 runes up, you know you can't have a combat. You just can't. It's just not going to work. You're not going to be able to do much. But it looks like the Lucian's hand is also increasing inside, and the quality of cards in that Lucian's hand that I keep peeking. Punch first, Trinity Forces, First Mates, Relentless Pursuits. Lucian has it all right now, and he's just going to nip in, nip out, score points, keep ahead of that tempo. But if he lets this Stellarcorn just start moving and drawing, it's going to get really bad really quick for him.
And that is kind of what surprises me, maybe just a tad, because I feel like you really have to start pressuring this Stellarcorn.
There you go.
Never mind.
There's the pressure. Yoink. That is devastating. But wouldn't you play that first and then move the Lucian in for like the easiest like kill of your life? Or was he afraid of the Defiant Dance? I suppose you would be, wouldn't you? You'd always play around Defiant Dance.
You have to be ready for that worst case scenario. And dipping in and out.
Not so fast. That's a good play.
Boo. Still gets the body out, so it's only a band-aid solution. But pressure, yes. The pressure, not just yet. And it will be sticking around just that little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Not so fast in the ability of the action there. Really, really good use of that card, keeping those runes open. I don't know if he played around it or if it's just happened to have it, but keeping that Stellarcorn. Going to score a couple of points here, draw a couple of cards. Lucian definitely losing a bit of tempo with that play. But you're right, he does get a body out. It's still a 4-might body. He still has plenty of gear to make that bigger. But the Aurelia is just going to start drawing and drawing and drawing. And it might just give them the options that they need in future.
Yeah, here's the thing. I feel you have to address the openings in an Aurelia deck when they show themselves. Early game is by far the weakest element of Aurelia's game plan. And I think some decisiveness in that part, seeing if you can whittle down that Shepherd before it become a real trouble, because here the problems are starting to mount. Aurelia is getting such efficient trades in. A 1 energy, 1 power might to get rid of the Akshan altogether. This can snowball into so much worse potential. Luckily, Lucian still has plenty of cards in hand.
Why are you unguarding the Stellarcorn? Have you got another charm? Oh, to target, to draw, to get him off a battlefield?
I see the fight. I don't.
Oh,
there's a lot of cards.
There we go. There's another charm. Yeah, that was the only answer there. The charm. But we do see a punch first. I don't think he's going to bother using it. No, Lucian dies, and Aurelia has just taken over all the tempo lead right now. And if they move the Stellarcorn back, it keeps it safe, and they get to draw another card.
And this is where things start to go from worse to even worse somehow, as the economy of this Lucian is decimated. There's too many cards in hand to really making use of, with only 4, soon to be 6 energy at your disposal. And it means that Aurelia gets another turn, probably even 2, where the Shepherd has a reign of terror, will be flooding that hand. And this is why people fear the Queen Aurelia from Ionia, laying down Ionian law.
Yeah, Aurelia is terrifying. But do you know what's more terrifying? Something just as strong that moves and draws cards. Stellarcorn Herder is a problem, and is going to continue to be a problem for many sets, I believe. And yeah, what a powerful card that is. And as I mentioned at the start of this game, like, sometimes you don't need the Queen. Sometimes the Herder is just as strong.
Yeah, get her lackey to do the work. Let the let the feudalism be at play here. Come on, servant.
I'm resting for game 3 here. Like, you go do your thing. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna draw a card. I'm gonna conquer. Off that conquer, I'm gonna draw another card, because that's just how it works. And this is a really good setup for Aurelia here. This could easily be thrown back into a game 3, but let's not count Lucian out just yet. Plenty of gear in the hand. He's going to be able to have the Bone Shiver there, the Hex Drinker. Is that Hex Drinker or Doran's? I can never remember the two. One of the two. Anyway, lots and lots of cards in hand, lots of might boosts. And Aurelia isn't out the woods just yet. She is looking very strong, but it's not a slam dunk just yet.
Not just yet. If that Shepherd goes down, you might be in some trouble, because that hand, do you spot any units? I am not seeing a whole lot of units. Yeah, you have Aurelia at your disposal still, but here are those factory recalls gunking up the gears of our Lucian player, slowing him down even more. I mean, not sure if you had to slow down a crawling man, but it does feel good.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like, look, it's a guy crawling in the desert needing water, and you just stamp on his hands. It's not good. But the Stellarcorn here getting rode the wind across. They're going to score another point, draw another card, and probably draw another card off the Sunken, and then probably move back to base and be perfectly safe and just doing Stellarcorn things. Still not seeing any Defiant Dances. When you're halfway through your deck as Aurelia and you haven't seen a Defiant Dance, that hurts, but I don't think he needs it this game. Oh, there we go. I mean, just as I say that.
I mean, it shows up, but what he got instead, I mean, the rebuke coming through. So we already talked about how Lucian's rune economy is under major pressure. And especially if you have to start re-equipping all those equipments, you're already rid of the Lucian. There's not a lot of extra weapon master availability coming through. So if you go through all the effort and the cost of equipping all your swords and your shields and your boots and your helmets and your eyelash extenders, and then it gets rebuked immediately again, you are down and out for the count. And at this point, I feel like as the Lucian, you are just playing for information. See how much information you can get from this Aurelia deck, because even as we are seeing some death throws, as a dashing first mate will be trying to conquer a little bit more, we have seen this Aurelia be odd and play a little differently in some unique card selections. And the more info you can get, the more prepared you are for that final game 3, if it will come that far.
You know it's a good sign when your opponent picks up your signature spell and doesn't know what it does. You know that's a good sign. So yeah, he's probably feeling pretty confident when his opponent picks stuff like that up. He does have enough for a Defy. Is he going to Defy? He is. That just kills everything. I wouldn't be surprised to see a scoop here. But no, he has a second Relentless Pursuit in hand anyway. So the plan is going to come together. He is going to get a bit of ramp off that. He is going to score some points. Aurelia is on 5 points, so Lucian has one more turn to set up. And using the Relentless Pursuit and the Sunken Temple to draw cards and attain that is probably the best use of your runes right now. Set up for a big turn, possibly knock the impact off of the Aurelia. But when Aurelia is in the champ zone, when he has that many cards in hand, it's going to be very, very difficult. The only thing going for Lucian right now is the fact that his opponent is only on 5 rooms.
And as an opponent that's down and out for the count, you can get back up on your feet. And Lucian is sort of keeping up with the tempo set by Aurelia. I mean, not in the resource department, not even close. However, if there is a misplay, if there is a stumble from our Aurelia, this Lucian is ready to strike.
Yeah, that is the 9th card that Stellarcorn Herder has drawn in 3 turns. Is just wild. How did that survive that ban wave, honestly?
Here's the thing. You know how it works with sheep, right? After one crosses the dam, all will follow, and all these little cards are being shepherded right into the pen of Aurelia's hand. One more. All right, all the sheep, all the cards, come on in. All the cards are welcome. That's mighty inclusive of you, Aurelia. Love to see it. Now, can we put up a last stand? Brynir will be making her entrance. It will shut down just for a little bit, and that's a lot of energy still open. Can we punish this Stellarcorn Herder? Can we get the job done?
The thing is, right, he could have just he can't play cards. Does he know what Brynir does? Like, wouldn't you just react with the Defiant straight away off the Brynir trigger? I don't think he knows what Brynir does.
You would suspect that a little bit. And that is the general of a one-man army going into the bin. And when you have not a single unit to your body, this is what we were talking about. Lucian has kept up in pace. Can't win right now, but can equal if he wants to.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, right? Aurelia comes down next turn and she clears up absolutely everything.
Thanks for spoiling it,
just,
DMU.
You could have just look, right? Everyone's got eyes, Bandit, right? they can see this. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's a slam dunk. I think there has to be a defiant dance, and it has to go through, and punch first has to not work, and things like that. But there is a punch first in hand, and I think not reacting to that Bryn here trigger with a defiant dance might have cost the Aurelia the game. I can't quite work out what the might is going to be, but it's going to be very close.
It's going to be very, very tight. And despite the fact that that hand of Aurelia is absolutely loaded, you shouldn't forget that there's still that rebuke available. And a punch first is nice and dandy.
You can't play Defiant Dance and the Aurelia and everything else. I think the Aurelia is going to have to slow down here. I think they're going to have to set up for a turn and play properly. But that not reacting to that trigger with a Defiant Dance might have cost them the game.
It's gonna be revealed rather soon, because even if you do address the first mate, that Brynir is still lying in wait. And 5 might is nothing to sneeze at. And even if you do get rid of the first mate, all those equipments will simply trickle down to those remaining.
Yeah, I don't know, like it just feels really horrible. Like the Aurelia almost felt like it was in an unlosable position. And the Lucian has managed to swing back that game. Like, do you just rebuke the first mate away? But then he just attaches everything back to the Bryn here, and you've got the same problem in a different wrapper.
Here is the thing. Lucian can't win on his turn. He's sitting on 5 points. We'll go up to 6, can go up to 7 if all things go well. You are guaranteed another turn if there are no extra Spear Trinity 4's shenanigans.
Wait.
Now, Rebuke has been invested.
Wait.
I'm waiting. Still waiting.
Isn't putting first mate back in the hand such a bad idea? Because now he's got something that can move.
I'll have to see if it will be allowed to continue. It is a large investment, and it needs to get a lot of work done. He has to start threatening the game right here.
Yeah, so can he, Horo, attach the boots, ready again, gank across for the win? Does the Poro win the game here?
That is what we are looking for. The finish line is inches away from us. We can smell what it will taste like. But
he had it all along. Why was he find your centering? What was he looking for? He had it all along, Bandit. This game is... My hands are in the air. I don't know what's going on right now.
Just some slow rolling. Wait, did he pass? What's going on? He passed.
Bandit,
okay.
Take it away. I'm going to have to walk around my room for a second. Take it away, please. Let the chat know what's going on.
Here's the thing. I always try and stick to the positives. I really do. I try and always find the positives in things, the silver lining to break through. It's pretty hard to find the silver lining in this. I'm not going to lie. It is a valiant effort, and we might be looking at Lucian clawing back what looked like an impossible mountain to overcome. But when he is standing at the top, if he can reach there, the feeling of euphoria cannot be matched. Sabotage will clear out the way. Defiant Dance gets met with the bin. And this is why you should play Sabotage, people. You will hear me repeat myself over and over and over and over and over again. But the value of Sabotage cannot be understated. A single body ready for Lucian. But you know there's that first mate. If you can get the spear on, that will be 2 points, please.
Yeah, I feel this has gone really, really, really badly for the Aurelia. Trinity Force is going to go on. I know, like, look, Aurelia has a big play next turn. They have plenty of things that can buff the Aurelia. They have a boots waiting. All they need is one conquer, and then a conquer on a free side, which is going to happen right now. Judges are intervening just that little bit. I'm not sure what's going on, just making sure he's paid the attachment properly. But that is a big, scary Bryn here with that amount of equipment on.
And they're not.
I don't know what the
just
question
yet.
is. I don't know what the question. Yeah, they've recycled 3 runes, which is absolutely fine.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd rather have a judge intervene to make sure we're doing absolutely nothing wrong. There has been some comments before about, hey, it's important to double check things are going up to regulations, and if there is no wrongdoing spotted, I think we can just continue our match.
Yeah, we do see a challenge in the hand as well, so they can kind of eliminate the. Though it's not really worthwhile killing that Poro, because your main problem is the fact that this Aurelia is going to come down. The only thing that could really benefit him is if he plays the Aurelia and then he moves the Poro to create an action step, in which case the Bryn here can challenge the Aurelia and remove the threat. And judging by the decisions made by the Aurelia, they might make that play mistake. And that is a play mistake, giving your opponent action windows when you're not ready for them.
You have to be clean. You have to be
Absolutely.
detail-oriented. You can only bring the very highest level of play to a regional qualifier and expect to make it further and further in still. Our first conquer has been set out. We have 3 energy left still. And remember, there is that first mate. The challenge will come through, and that kind of confirms that we are not threatening a win this game now, aren't we, BMU?
No, I mean, we're not looking as Bryn here, as Lucian, we're not looking to win this turn, but we are looking to win. Eliminating the Poro, I feel, isn't the right decision here, because you kind of want him to make that mistake of the play window when the Aurelia's there, and if he doesn't, you can still remove the Poro next turn anyway. I kind of get it, like, remove as many options as you can, but you've seen the hand through the sabotage. You know he's got Ride the Winds. You know he's got On Guard. You know he's got Defiant Dances. You know he can do all these nasty things. But that Bryn here is what? 7, 9, 11 might? Unless is there another gear under there that I can't see? Possibly
There's
13 might. 3
There's
gears,
3
yeah,
gears.
yeah. So he's 11. He's 11 might. He's 11 might. We know there's a punch first in hand as well.
By the way,
so this could get really
they're
nasty.
keeping track of it on the battlefield. You can see how much might they are representing onto the battlefield. Actually, a very neat feature.
Oh, I didn't even look down there, Bandit.
Yeah, it's
You
updated.
are
It's
a
new.
genius, my friend.
I
You
will
are
take
a
that credit.
genius. Absolute genius. I don't look down. I look at the game board. I don't look at the scores. Who cares? But
My
no,
eyes are up
that is
here,
very-
BMU.
Exactly. My eyes are on the game, man. No, 11 might. No, you're absolutely right, Bandit. Good catch. Great interface as well, guys. Big clap to the production there. That's incredible.
Yeah, that and they're actually updating it pretty quickly as well. From what I've been seeing throughout the game, I would have loved to see one in the base as well. Maybe I've missed that, but hey.
Well,
this
there's
is a
two
step in the
mic
right
counters
direction.
there.
Oh, hey,
So
casters.
yeah, hello, cast. And there's 2 might counters there, so maybe one is base might as well. But right now we have a showdown. We have 6 right now for the Aurelia. With the On Guard, it's going to go up to 9.
Yeah, and we are off to
9
the
into
races.
11.
This showdown might as well decide the entirety of this game, if not this match. And the chambers of Aurelia are locked and loaded. Iron Guard coming through. But can you win a race against a deck that plays punch first?
That's not the
Defy
right might.
this, you casual.
That's not the right might, casters. Okay. The mics are going mental, Bandit. I'm trying to keep track of them now, and the mics are going absolutely mental. That is not. Oh, and then the defy. No, you can't
that
defy
is-
a punch first. You can't defy a punch
I
first.
meant that sarcastically. I wasn't. All right,
The
that
Arena
is
isn't on 14, right?
after the blade dance and the thing. Oh, GG being called. But the
Yeah,
outcome of
Defy-
this
yeah.
match. Did that defy just go through?
No, the discipline off the back of that boosting the Aurelia
Gotcha.
over the punch first. So it is going to go into a game 3. That was really sloppy. That was really sloppy. But
Clutching victory from
Aurelia,
the jaws
yeah.
of defeat, from the jaws of victory.
yeah. That was. Oh, this is my game for sure. My Stellarcon's drawn 11 cards. I haven't played my Aurelia yet, and I'm 6 points up. How can I possibly lose from this position? Well, he definitely tried.
He
Bandit.
didn't. He didn't. So all is well that ends well. So Exactly according to plan, Aurelia got a proper early lead with that Shepherd. Question marks, win game 2. That is what the summary will say. That is what the history books will tell us. And to me, I feel the Lucian made a proper effort to claw that game back, tried to pounce on every opening left by Aurelia, but getting a little bit distracted by that lonely Poro, looked a little too snack-like. And the moment Lucian loses his, moves his eyes off of the ball, it slips away from him. We're in a 1-1 state, and now you're going to have to start looking at these timers as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I just can't believe these sideboard graphics are correct. Like, as an Aurelia player, why would you Targon's Peak first round? Why would you not have Sneaky Deckhands? And why would you not have Adaptatrons?
Right.
That seems like
I'm going to interrupt you here. You get one more. You get one more criticism of the sideboard. It's no more sideboard criticism.
I just don't understand. I can't either. I'm stupid and he's playing 4D chess, or he's just making some bad sideboarding decisions here.
I think the plays speak for themselves here, and that is more color commentary that we could ever provide. However, this is our very first round, and honestly, I like people that are going to these bigger events, say, you know what? I want to get the experiences under my belt. I'm here for a whole weekend event, and I'm going to experience all of it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? If there was a regional, a mile away from my house and I'd never played this game before, I might just go and have a go as well, to be fair. Probably not a $500 a ticket or whatever it might have been, but, you are going to sort of attract those people every now and again. There was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Regional not too far from me, a big one, and I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh! In 10 years, and part of me was just going to turn up with some meta deck and just go, and then I realized the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are absolutely insane, so I'd never even try. But there we go. There's possibilities.
There is possibilities, and now the Warrens are coming out, but they're not on the side of Aurelia. She is fielding a Rockfell Path, and that feels like a real curveball coming through here. Units can't be played here. It feels like a great battlefield to be playing in the Unleashed meta, but she's covering all bases.
Choices have been made, and again, I'm going to save my one criticism of choices for another more important matchup, Bandit. This is in a weird game. This has been a great first game. This is what Regionals is all about. Crazy, you think we're going to see some meta decks. It's not quite there. It's somewhere around. It's meta adjacent decks, shall we say?
And to me, this really goes to show regional qualifiers are not only for the sweaty tryhards who put in over 300 hours online, right? This is an event that you can have fun at regardless of skill, regardless of how many games you have played. I welcome it personally, but we are off once more. And I think this is very interesting because it look. Oh no, I miscounted just that little.
Yeah, I thought for a second that Lucian decided to go second. There, I was like, "What is going on in this game? This is crazy." But no, we joined a turn late, and we see
look at your screen.
Yeah,
Deja vu is it's happening again, and this is tricky because now there's already extra bodies. This Aurelia is off to a stellar start. Pardon the pun. Actually, don't pardon the pun. Enjoy my puns. They're a treasure.
Absolutely enjoy it. And the pun is ever more present when the Stellarcorn is involved. What a card that is. And Lucian moving into the Rockfall. And it gets gusted. This is the tech choice I said about, hey, it can work really well. But what we saw just come down in the background is Aurelia's worst nightmare. It's an untargetable camel, Bandit. What do you do against this?
Yeah, and I think that is the real tricky issue here because that is not just one hump to get over, BMU.
Hey, the second pun in 2 turns, Bandit. He's on fire. He's on fire.
Dude, don't get me started because I will be on a roll. Now, this does not address the issue of the Stellarcorn Herder. It actually has slowed down the Lucian turn just a little bit in the victory points department, and now the pressure has to remain tight, has to remain on point. First draws coming through. More card filtering following soon after on that Zons trigger.
He's reading the camel. He's reading the camel.
Oh, did you see his face? Did you see his
That's
reaction?
not
Like, that
good.
is some... That is...
That is right. Why are you okay? I mean, sure. Extra draws and stuff like that. That camel is going to become a very, very big problem. I can't quite see who's ahead in this game at the moment, Bandit. I'm feeling Aurelia just because of the card draw, but that camel is going to be hard to deal with.
That camel's going to be hard to deal with, except for in combat. And I do feel that Aurelia decks... Ooh, this is now a big opening. Fully tapped out Aurelia. Can they make use of that? Because challenges are a thing in Lucian decks.
I running a naked Aurelia here. I know, pardon the
greedy.
The description, but yeah, it's really worrying. You know, he runs challenges. There could be a falling star in the sideboard. Don't get me wrong. I know he's going to pay a lot of runes for that, but yeah, just putting that Aurelia down raw with no protection is terrifying. And we're going to see the camel get equipped with some weapons here, and it's going to be a pack camel. I think it's going to be carrying all the Trinity forces, all the Hex Drinkers, and it's going to get really, really, really hard to interact with.
Trying to walk down the Silk Road is this camel currently. Now, you do have to take into account we are up against the clock. So as a solution, you have to kind of keep up with the pacing set by the Aurelia, who is off to a unexpectedly swift start. They have to keep up, or this game might just be lost before it can come to a true conclusion. And that is the priority you have to be setting. Getting those 2 points in is pivotal.
Yeah, exactly. And just look, the camel doing amazing things here. Relentless Pursuit, just scooting it all about the battlefield. We do see a Bryn here in hand as well. So if the situation arises where, you know, the camel can just go in and take an Aurelia, like if he doesn't have a GA ready, he doesn't have anything to save that Aurelia, it's going to get really, really messy. And there's no interaction here with the camel. So the only thing you can do is buff your own units. And don't get me wrong, buffs into Aurelia are really, really good, but you want those Defiant Dances. You want the options of rebukes, and they just don't exist in this game.
Not for the camel itself. It is tricky right now because this Stelacorn Herder is still going unaddressed, and you can see how it is translating into proper advantages now that the rune reserves are starting to pile up, and they can really start making full use of all of those cards in hand. This spells out real trouble because they are ahead in the race. However, Lucian does have that tendency to kind of break what is possible in a game with that Spear Force combo.
Yeah, I think he's honestly considering a charm, and I don't think he realizes. It looks like he's considering the charm, but he might not be. It just might be the way he's holding his cards. But yeah, it's really weird.
I think he binned the charm.
No, there's a charm there. Third card in, I can see it. Yeah, so I would have binned the charm personally. Like, it's pretty useless in this matchup.
He did bin the charm.
Oh, there's another one then. There's another one.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a really awkward situation. Like I've played this matchup as Aurelia before, and trying to interact with the camel, especially with like Trinity forces and things like that.
Oh, this is so such bad news. He is passing with all his energy up, but the Bryn here is sitting in hand, is it not?
Yeah, it is, but I don't think he's going to pass right now. I think he was trying to think if he wanted to choose the Aurelia to move it back to keep it safe, but no, he has passed all of his energy up. He knows he can't. The only thing he can do is discipline. And I did see a Relentless Pursuit in the hand of Lucian, so this camel is going to do some zipping. It's not a slow camel. It's a very speedy camel that's going to get across to all of your battlefields.
Will go through. He's just clearing out the way, making sure that it is truly clear for a possible devastating...
You chuck the discipline. You chuck the discipline. That's the only thing that can interact right now. You just chuck it, and he's got no options. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I suppose you can play around discipline. No, that's the right choice. Well done, Lucian. I agree.
Oh, man. And you know that every second you are taking to make these informed decisions is making it worse.
Oh, it's a second sabotage anyway. He just played his second sabotage, I think.
Oh, but does that close the door on a Brinier play? He might be. Is that 6 or 7? Is it 6 or 5 energy that he has remaining?
1, 2, 3, 7,
Six.
I think.
7.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 7. And you
All
said
right,
that is don't highlight it. Bandit, you said the
that
thing.
is definitely within the margins. I might just hold that against you.
Oh no!
That feels. He's throwing down the gauntlet, trying to overtake the Aurelia in points, in pressure, but battling against a fully kitted out Aurelia feels like swimming up a mountain.
Yeah, this is there's one thing more scary than a camel with a sword, and that's a camel with a Trinity Force and a sword, and the challenge being dropped as well. This is devastating for the Aurelia player. I'm not sure if there's anything really you can do. Defiant Dance. What are you Defiant Dancing though? Like your own Stelicorn? Yeah. That's the only thing you can do here to try and save the Aurelia, but then the camel is just gonna walk in and do some horrible stuff anyway.
It is picking between a bad and a worse choice. The lines of play are definitely straying from what we have expected coming in through the gate, but they're not done just yet. I mean, the sheer amount of points that Aurelia is up currently is comfortable, but you are playing against a deck that doesn't play by the rules.
Absolutely not playing by the rules. The rules of the game says if you've got a unit, I can target it. The camel says no, you can't. And yeah, it's going to be pretty devastating as to what's happening here. Relentless Pursuit is going to allow him to move and equip, and this Aurelia is only on 8 might, and as far as I can tell, that camel is bigger than 8 right now, and there's no way to interact with it. The only thing you can do right now is ride the wind, try to score yourself an extra point and save the Aurelia, but it's still not going to be big enough to survive on the other side either.
Tail tucked between his legs, but you do get the filter a little more. You do get that draw, you do get that discard. Ride the Wind will be played, and Tail tucked between her legs will be scurrying away to pseudo safety.
Yeah, pseudo safety is the right thing here. So Aurelia is going to go to 9 might. What's the camel on at the moment? Is that 11? I believe
it's displayed as 11.
Yeah, because of obviously the assault, right?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, so he
it is definitely due to the assault on the from the.
Yes, so he has to finish the combat showdown here. Then obviously that moves back. Then this showdown starts. So Aurelia is going to score a point off the Zorn. He's going to be able to discard and draw. Why are you readying the Aurelia? Oh, because of Ride the Wind. It should be ready already, right?
Yeah, that is definitely it's transpiring here.
Yeah. So the Aurelia is going to it's going to be on 9 might. That's definitely the truth there. He needs to discard, get rid of the charm, draw into a rebuke, and that is useless right now.
Yeah, that is definitely not what you wanted to see there. And even though they're sitting on a comfy 6 victory points, this camel is looking to thwart any of your game plan, any of your expectations, any of your hope of winning as they are coming in.
Do you rebuke your own Aurelia? Do you rebuke your own Aurelia? Oh, he doesn't have the purple runes. I don't think he can.
I don't think he can either. I don't sure what's hiding underneath that hand, but that looks like a single Chaos rune because he did have to recycle one for the Ride the Wind.
Yeah, that is that's painful. The camel running in there, scoring a couple of points because of that combo. Stelicorn coming down, that's your only saving grace right now, but the clock is ticking, and it's ticking very quickly for the Aurelia player. And Bandit, don't forget that these players, this is round 1, so these players do not have a bye. So that tells me they did not win a skirmish.
They probably haven't, or maybe they did, and they just can't. They couldn't wait to get mixed in the action. That is a true competitor.
I'm gonna give up my advantage I worked really hard for, and I'm just gonna slug it out here and run into some random decks. And,
have you ever watched Survivor? And they have that immunity token, and they give it to someone else?
Yeah,
that is kind of the bravery that would be shown here. But as the last grains of sand are sliding away through the hourglass, you are reminded of where camels are comfortable most, and that is rolling around in the desert, making it their own. And a Stellacorn herder will be reminded that camels are not true cattle.
No, exactly. And to be fair, if he had drawn an on guard, he can win the game from here, by the way. Just to let you know, if he'd have drew an on guard, he could have possibly won the game.
Should have drawn a little smarter there, Aurelia. why are you drawing all these useless cards?
Exactly.
That's always my advice for beginners. You know, when you're going to draw a bad card, instead draw a good one.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. And Akshan going to come down, and that's going to steal the yoink of the Guardian Angel, but it's game over. And I don't think that Lucian player can quite believe his luck.
Well, I feel that despite all the tumultuous events we had to go through, there is a clear and the deserved winner after this round number 1 at the feature table. They are reminiscing the memories they've made along the way. And I think we are looking to get into our backup match, if that is still up and running.
I would imagine, yeah. So
I mean,
last EU regionals they did that, didn't they? They staggered the matches, so we had like one recording as one was playing live, and then they sort of like staggered them through the day. So generally, you get 2 games per round, shall I say? So we could get another feature match very, very quickly. But chat, what did you think of that game? It was a bit sloppy, it was a bit messy, and I'm sure the level of play will increase as the day goes on. Bandit, did you enjoy yourself? Was that a good game?
All right. So what are we looking to take from a game? I can look at a game and be very entertained. I was very entertained that game. I will not be using it as a case study in my skirmish preparations. I think that is very clear. But sometimes competing is just about going through it all. What about you, Plus?
It was a good game, as you mentioned, quite entertaining, but yeah, a good amount of misplays, more so on the Aurelia side. Not to say he was a completely new player, but doesn't look like he has too many reps as you would expect if you're going into a regional type event. But either way, it was just simply round number 1, so we couldn't really expect too much regardless. But GG's well played to the Lucian player, getting it done with the camel in that game number 3. You love to see it. And I believe both games from Lucian were won with the infamous 1-2 combo, right? You have the Trinity Force locked in, you have the Skyfall of why is it escaping me? Arion, Skyfall Arion, Spirit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have that 1-2 perfect combo, and then you score so many points so fast. I believe in that game it was 4 points in one turn to get him up to from 2 to 6, and then close things out from 6 to 8. So yeah, it's just so powerful, which I did predict, I believe, a tournament or 2 ago. I'm calling at least one Lucian in top 8. What about you guys? Do you think that's a little bit craziness or understandable?
Plus, I think we're not playing by the same rules anymore. You're calling out predictions from weeks ago. You're here every week. You made every prediction there is.
I think I just said it last week, last weekly on our event. I think I said in Lille we're gonna have a Lucian top 8. That's what I was getting at.
Oh shit, my bad. Safe, you're safe. I withdraw my complaint.
You know what? If there's going to be a deck that comes out of nowhere for this 2.5 meta, it's going to be Lucian. We saw that, it can be powerful. We did see some questionable decisions, but did you see how quickly he played that camel on that 5 rune turn? Just bang, and it's just like, right, now I'm winning. As soon as that camel comes down against a deck like Aurelia, against a deck like Kaiser, it is so strong.
I agree with you there. There is definitely potential, but if we're talking about true dark horses to make a proper run, I think currently Rek'Sai is a little better situated for the meta, where cards like the Hidden Blade, where cards like Call the Weak are so devastating for the most meta decks out there. Thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to highlight something as well. So this is interesting. So thank you very much to Challenger TCG guys and the Manch for posting this. We do have a little bit of a breakdown of what decks are being played. It looks like the most popular deck is Aurelia, Draven, and Kaiser. There's a shock. But Victor and Master Yi in the top 6 decks played as well.
Yeah, Victor is set up for a great competitive result currently. It was really struggling into the matchup against Draven. That has been alleviated somewhat. The power of order is clearly there. Like I said, Hidden Blades with the Call of the Week situated into Aurelia, which is so prevalent. Wonderful matchup. One of the hardest matchups to get through. The only thing it really struggles against is those Kai'Sa matchups, which have so many efficient answers to chew through the many, many threats a Victor has. But still, despite that, I feel for the same reason that Rek'Sai is situated well, because it punishes slower decks and it can kind of overwhelm very quickly. Many decks are not really geared towards addressing 5-8 units on your opponent's field.
Do you know what's really interesting, guys? Yeah, Plus is dragging it up right now. We have a new worst represented deck. It's not Garen. It's not Renata. Do you want to take a guess? It's quite shocking.
No way. It's Bandit's old school favorite.
Nope, not Volibear. It's a deck you would never expect to be at the bottom.
That is so very surprising. I will be very rude. That I was not expecting that to come through at all, especially because Sivir has been putting up some results here and there, but heavily reliant on those stacked deck, maybe hurting still from those bans.
It
yeah, Miracle Sivir was the deck,
sense, right? Because Sivir, the most prominent Sivir was Miracle Sivir, right? It was when Randy premiered it out in the Chinese meta, or the Chinese regionals, I should say. And I mean, there was a different variant. There was the Aurora variant, but both of them essentially got hit, right? The Aurora package, especially with purple with Aurora, Fight or Flight was a really good tool for them, as well as call shots to make it more reliable and consistent to actually hit those dazzling Auroras. So that one took a little peg down. And then Miracle Sivir, we know how drastically of an impact those call shot bans did impact it. So it makes sense, but to be outweighed by Garen and Renata is unexpected. That's an easy metal card. Those 16 players, like, that is the easiest composition. I would be happy to see that as a Sivir player, but you're probably not going to be too happy throughout the day because you're not winning too many games, I would imagine.
What if they all lose plus? They all go 0x.
Mm-hmm.
We do have an interview at the moment. I don't know if you want to put that on screen plus and we can listen in.
Yep, let's listen in.
You have that comeback potential against some decks that start out really fast, where you have like chances to come back.
He's a League player, that's why he plays Lucian. He plays Lucian in League, apparently.
It's awesome to hear that you actually played like League of Legends so much and you have so much association with a legend that it transfers to Riftbound. That's a really cool story. But I wanted to ask you, since Lucian now is actually way stronger in the metagame than it was before the bans, what do you feel like is your best matchup and worst matchup coming into this tournament?
That's a pretty good question, actually. I'm not sure what my best matchup is. I feel like everything is winnable, actually. I think most matchups are winnable if you hit the right stuff, can sabotage like out your counter stuff. It really depends on the sideboards, to be honest, because a lot of people are sideboarding against Aurelia and stuff, and that hits me as well a lot, to be honest.
Correct.
Aurelia is probably one of my worst matchups. Really depends if they hit like the Adaptatron thing that destroys my gear. If they have that on curve, I don't do much, right?
So what was in your head when you were playing against here in the first round? What is in your head? How was your mindset when coming into this match?
I was like, great, I'm on stream and I can play against my worst matchup. Was like, man, this is gonna be fun. But no, that's not really my mindset. I was like, hey, it's gonna be fun, man. Just playing my game. And it worked. It was a close game. It was really fun. The opponent was a nice guy.
That's awesome to hear.
So it was awesome.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
awesome.
I mean, you
Thank
can
you
tell
very
right
much
there.
for
from
the
round one,
interview.
we're not pulling any
Congrats
punches.
again
Straight to the
round
meta
one win.
questions.
It's
Come
literally
on,
like, can't you see
lay
the
your
meta
deck
right
bare.
now?
So very happy to have you here. And we're gonna
Can't you see the
throw
meta right now?
fun.
Please announce to the world how to beat your deck, please.
Yeah, exactly. No, to be fair, like he did say, like, look, the Adaptatron absolutely shuts me down, and we were both saying that in the Cast Bandit as well. Like the Adaptatrons into Lucians are just so strong, but for whatever reason, the Aurelia just like, hey, I don't really need to run these in this case, so he didn't, and it might have cost him the game, but who knows? But great play. And I love to see people going like, do you know what? I really like Lucian, therefore I'm going to play Lucian. And that's a really cool thing to see.
That is really something that is, I feel, not really utilized or maximized in other TCGs. And people have connections to their legends. People are like, no, but I've spent so many hours already, either in League or in Legends of Runeterra, to be like, no, I'm gonna stay true to what it does. And that is, to me, really what it means to be a fan of something, sticking by their side, whether they are good or bad. All layers of players represented in Lille.
Yeah, exactly. And I wish I had the sort of mental fortitude, because I was a Vi jungle main for ages, and then when they announced Vi for set 3, I was like, yes. And then I realized it was red yellow, which I hate the color combination of, and it's not that strong. And I'm like, it's gonna be like, I'm gonna win a skirmish and then I'm gonna play a fun deck, and Vi's gonna be my fun deck, I think.
Oh, you know what that makes you, BMU? It makes you a fake fan. Sorry,
absolutely. It makes me a meta slave, a deck cruxer. All these slurs against bad TCG players. I get them all. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. It is, right? But funny enough, Lucian ends up being a good deck regardless if it's your favorite League of Legends. Weirdly enough, I honestly expected a little bit more Lucians in today's regional. Only 51 players decided to bring him into today's event. And then if we look at the higher end, 50 is like right around closer to the bottom, because 200. And I was talking this about Manch, who provided us this list. Apparently none, that the number 185 is players that haven't been accounted for or no show. So they came in and submitted a paper list, or they just didn't show up to the event. So there's 185 players that we don't know exactly what they brought to the event, or they just literally didn't show up to the event. So we'll find out. I think Manch told us the list will be updated as we go throughout the event. So we'll keep you guys at home updated. And for anyone that's just joining in and waking up bright and early, good morning and welcome on in, guys. We are headed, I believe, into a backup match for round number 1. We don't know exactly when, but should be rather shortly, as we just got done with the first round. It was a Lucian versus an Aurelia matchup. I would hope they give us a little bit of spicier matchups, at least in day number 1. I like what Bandit was saying. I would be happy to see something like a Rek'Sai, because I think it is a little bit of a dark horse. But speaking of dark horses, is that your dark horse, Bandit? Like Rek'Sai for today's event, or anything else in mind?
It was up till yesterday. And I had a talk with our good friend Silent Knight, and he sold me on mid-range Master Yi.
Okay.
And
It's
even
good
though
deck.
that is not really reaching the heights that it might be able to reach when Unleashed is coming out, but the way he walked me through it, I was kind of getting sold on it, especially with Fight or Flight being out there and still a lot of other decks that try to bully around Master Yi. We have kind of forgotten the powerhouse that Master Yi was in Origins. Nothing has really changed in that regard. Actually, the consistency that you can acquire on a regional qualifier is almost unmatched. So to me, Master Yi, it was a dark horse, and I am actually kind of surprised to see it take the 5th or maybe even 4th spot of most played Legend.
Yeah, talking to Master Yi as well, like just like Lucian, it's got one of those abilities that you just forget about, and it can cost you some serious games. At +2 when defending alone is devastating, and sometimes you just run into it, and sometimes you just don't have it. It is terrifying. It's going to get worse in Unleashed as well. You see like Master Yi, and your brain's going to be like, oh, it's XP Yi, and then like the +2. Oh, okay, never mind, I'll lose then.
You know, that's actually one of the big winners, I want to say, from the ban list, because one of the easiest ways to interact with Master Yi, instead of having to deal with them head on by, dealing with the +2, as BMU mentioned, you just simply go ahead and push it back to base with that Fight or Flight. But now you have to do it the good old fashioned way, or dare I say the hard way, just straight up and go ahead and try to fight it when you can. And then you end up running straight into something like a punch first. So that's why I think Master Yi is positioned to do quite well in this event. I said I'm looking to see a Lucian in top 8. I think there will be a Master Yi in top 8 as well. He did good in Houston. This is obviously a new meta, the 2.5 meta. I do think he's positioned to be super, super good so far. I like that you brought that up, Bandit.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, and why it has overtaken my spot for Rek'Sai is the fact that Yi abuses those slower decks in the same way that Rek'Sai does it as well. But instead of putting pressure on and kind of putting a whole lot of your cards on the table already, Yi has so much efficient ramp. Getting extra runes in and replacing them in hand with those draw effects. Find your center, only a prime example. And that is something that comes to hard to match in that mid game when you are facing those tasty Fae folk, and when you are facing down the Volibears. Take your pick of what big threats you have laying out there. It's tough to match, and you can't fight or flight them away anymore. Thank the Lord.
No, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yi was a big winner of those bans. Another good winner is Fiora as well. Like, again, similar situation to Yi, where, you know, if you can just push their units around to fight or flights, you kind of win the game. Interesting to see as many Rek'Sais. Now, I've heard a lot of things about Rek'Sai. I've not really played her, but the amount of value you can get from her signature spells and her conquer ability can really sort of show up. And it looks like Rek'Sai is another winner from those meta lists. Have you bumped into this yet at all, Plus or Bandit?
I think Rek'Sai was always doing decently well, even in the old meta, but now it just got a little bit stronger because you just have a slower game, and Rek'Sai tends to be a more aggressive style deck. We've seen two builds, right? It's like the recurrent Phoenix build, the more split down the middle, red and yellow, and then there's the mono yellow, almost full on just swarm with the actual Under Titan in the main deck, so you could play it a little bit like Grand Strategy. I, to be honest, don't know which version is better, but I feel like the one that's found more success, at least recently, has been the one leaning more towards that mono order domain. So I'm curious to see what Rek'Sai will be performing in today's event, because I think he's strong. Similar to how Victor got a nice little boost, I think Rek'Sai also got that big boost from the bans.
And here is something that I'd like to tack on to, because I've actually spent some time discussing and talking with some prime Rek'Sai players, not only in the Runes of Rift community, but outside of that as well. And the popular opinion boils down to, even though the fact that the more Phoenix and recurring heavy side of the deck is a lot of fun to play, it's not as reliable. And it's a little more swingy. Meanwhile, fully dedicating yourself to overwhelming your opponent in that early game makes you so strong. And the fact that the field is so heavily built upon Irelia and Dravens, which are now very reliant on the Kai'Sas, on the Forerunners, which are all dealt with so swiftly with a Call of the Week, with a Hidden Blade, makes Rek'Sai in a prime position to strike. However, if you can't get it done, when you enter the late game, you're in for a ringing. You are being shown all sides of the corner, and you will be facing Victors. You will be facing Ezreals. And the fact that the Thousand-Tailed Watcher and the Bellows Breath absolutely wrecks your day is painful.
It is. Real quick, it looks like they're doing another interview. Do you guys recognize this player?
Yamato.
Go ahead and turn it up one more time.
It's Yamato Cannon, man. Pro league player, pro coach.
I figured he was a pro. Let's listen in what he has to say.
Yamato
everyone,
Cannon,
like, if I
what a
make a
boss.
mistake, I learn something new. Everyone helps each other. There's no, fierceness in that. I wonder if now with the regional qualifier, the competition is more fierce and more intense, and that's not going to happen. But luckily, I have made enough mistakes that hopefully I don't need to make them here.
I mean, we hope so for you. But yeah, speaking about the people, I would really like to highlight the fact that, yeah, people are very helpful. They try to help you as much as they can. So if you do not play yet Riftbound, do not hesitate, because the game is very welcoming. Speaking about Riftbound, by the way, which one is your favorite champion?
Ooh, this is going to be bad, because in the first set, I played Kai'Sa.
I have strong
People
opinion.
didn't like me. Then I played Miracle Draven, so people liked me even less. Luckily, it's banned, But now I'm back to Kaiser because that's what I'm experienced with. I'm a big fan of Kaiser. My favorite champions aren't out yet, but
Unreal.
I love the Kaiser. It's just the art is perfect.
This man
and, it
embodies
fits my playstyle, which is
Azir,
to
Emperor
really,
of
really
Shurima,
annoy
like
people,
nobody else. He
by
says it,
removing all of the creatures and,
I am laying on the
let them
floor.
play
He's not
nothing
playing
at all.
Azir.
Unless they have deflect.
This is
Irelia.
yeah, exactly. I'm an Irelia player, so I've got a very
It's so
good
good
matchup,
to
to be honest.
see
We might
league
do some
pros
games
and
later on.
coaches and
But
stuff
yeah,
coming
I
into
think that
Riftbound.
Kai'Sa is very,
Like
very
I am
cool to
of
play.
the
I
fact
really
that if
enjoyed
they
doing
if like
set one as well.
T1
Do you
get a
think that
Riftbound team,
he's well
it's over.
positioned
It's the
right
biggest
now
card game in the
meta
world.
game?
I would say yes. I feel like the meta is very.
I mean, that would be quite something.
because
That would be
I
quite
have a
something.
bad matchup into
To see,
Irelia. Irelia
if I
has a
had to
bad
have
matchup into,
esports
like, the
orgs really
Victor.
run
I have a good
those
matchup into the Victor,
side branches the
and
way
then,
they have
I
and
think
see it in
terms of the
Counter-Strike and
Kai'Sa
shit,
deck, there's not a lot
I'd be
of
down for that.
flexibility, because there's a lot
Absolutely.
of cards that you have to have. I have a unique take on the Kai'Sa deck, and hopefully I can show that off and use it to my advantage. And if not, I'll just look stupid, but that's a part of making decks.
Between us, there are only the two of us. Which one is this special tech?
It's not super special. Like I play a very, very.
It's between the two of
heavy,
us, as it's
deck in terms
broadcast
of,
everyone live.
Icos cards. I play 3 Time Warps. I play 3 First Forerunners, 3 Watches, of course. And then to make sure that I don't break my hand, I play Get Excited.
Oh!
So that's a card that people are not ready for.
Write that
I can
down,
do
write
10
that down,
damage
write that down.
swings.
Yeah,
with Promise
write it
Day,
down.
6 damage,
Quick.
and Draven players, their spinning axes can't save them, you know. So
Absolutely. I mean, Get Excited is such a good card, to be honest.
yeah,
Being
yeah.
able to just blow up some very big units is so strong.
Yes, sir.
Because this is kind of some of the problems for Kai'Sa, to be honest. Sometimes you just can't get those units out of the battlefield. So this is a very good take. By the way, you mentioned Time Warp. This is a very scary card, to be honest. You always have to play around those cards.
Yes, sir.
During the Set 3, because Set 3 Unleashed has been announced, is there a specific champion that you would like to play?
So since I played so boring decks, meaning like the best ones in set 1 and 2, I am going to a sealed event in my local TCG store, and hopefully what I draw, what I pull, is going to be what is showing my path forward. But if I got to choose, I would hope to play maybe Pike, Jhin, Ivern. On paper, they seem like the weaker decks right now, but I'm hoping
calling for
that
an Aurora
Riot
ban,
bans,
come on.
Aurora, so we don't have to run into the Elder Dragon
Oh,
Auroras.
yeah. Elder Dragon is absolutely scary.
Yes,
You
sir.
mentioned Ivern, and I've got the feeling that Ivern, I mean, a lot of people like the champion, but they don't really like the legend, to be honest.
yeah.
What is it that you really like about the champion?
Honestly, it's just how goofy he is in the game. You know, he's just walking around like he has this swag walk about him, you know, and just says the goofiest things. He doesn't harm the creatures.
True.
He has tokens, cats and dogs, and I love animals, so it's as simple as that. But I do think that the deck will probably be weak, especially against Aurora. I don't think you have any removal, so might be cooked.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard, but maybe the birds will help you on this one. I don't
Yes.
know, maybe the birds on the cat as well. To talk about the champions a little bit more, of course, there are a lot of champions in League of Legends, and some of them are not in the game yet. Most of them are not in the game yet. Which one would you really like to see in the game in the next sets?
Honestly, I'm just kind of, you know, I love Arcane, so I just want to see the
Yeah.
Arcane heroes. I'm a big fan of Jace, how he plays in the game. I liked his arc in Arcane too. So I kind of just want a Jace, or I want the Heimerdinger legend. I want something that maybe with the XP system that eventually like you build towards something where eventually you like make insane big units because you have progress to that point. Something like tech-wise in, of course, Piltover. That's something that I would want to see. Otherwise, I'm quite happy. I love Kai'Sa. I love Ahri. I hope it becomes stronger. And other than that, I'm quite happy, yeah.
I mean, that looks pretty nice, to be honest. That looked pretty nice to me. Finally, some last words for you. Do you think that you're gonna win it all? Do you feel confident during this event? Because, yeah, you told me that you were getting smoked during the last events, but you learned.
I
and
love
you
the
learned
idea
by
of like
making some
league pros and
mistakes.
stuff
You made
getting
a lot of
involved.
mistakes,
That's
as
so
you
good
just
for the
said.
game.
So maybe you learned a lot as well.
I hope that my advantage is that I have a steady hand, because I think people are gonna come here and be nervous, and I don't think I will be, because I'm ready to lose. But in terms of how I will do, I'll be so happy if I make top 128. If I make top 64, you'll see me do a little dance next to my table. We'll see how it goes today in the pre-regional qualifier. I'm hoping to score some tickets to get a metal card early, you know, one of the waifu cards. Kaiser, Ari would be nice. Bring it home, you know?
Oh yeah, I think that you can get it. You can get those cards. I have a 100% confidence in you and
Appreciate
yourself
that.
and your ability to do it.
Thank you.
We're gonna follow your journey throughout the tournament
Okay.
anyway and see how you do.
Sounds good.
Thanks a lot for your presence. Thanks a
My
lot for
pleasure.
joining us.
I
We'll be
mean,
back in
absolute
2 weeks.
icon. Absolute icon in the scene.
Yeah.
Was there from the very, very start as a player, as you
Literally.
said, as a coach later on. I mean, even in the highest major leagues, made a big impact, but also in the ERLs, making a change. And you can say what you want about him, but he has performed on every stage in Europe, and he has gotten results in most of them.
Yeah, I mean, very well regarded player, very well known player and coach as well. Yeah, as I said, the more people coming into this from the other Riot franchises, it can only be good. Like Lothar, like mainly known for Valorant, now taking up the mantle of Riftbound. But we've done a lot of chatting, we've done a lot of listening, and I'm just looking at the screen right now. We have a Lux playing. The lady herself is going to be getting a game in on stream, which is brilliant.
Against Rek'Sai. And funny enough, guys, for those that keep up with a little bit of online Riftbound, is Marshall, guys, the owner of Riftbound Report.
It is Marshall, yeah, I had a feeling.
awesome, prominent community member, runs the community server, actually, playing Rek'Sai versus Lux, and it looks like this is our backup match. So, did you guys need a little bit of a break, by the way? Because we didn't really do that, unless you guys want to jump into this game already.
No, we did. I want to see Lux play.
This is our backup match, not our round.
Because their records were 0-0.
Yeah,
it has to be then. Guess to cover our transition. And, well, I think it is to get a good idea to get a showing for what is being played here. We see the battering rams in the Rek'Sai, we see the Forerunners, and that is as furious as it gets with Anoxus Hopeful. But you'll see that there's not a lot of Fury power costs in this list. So keep your eyes out, especially Luxes, who, let's be real, tend to kind of sit quietly throughout the early game, can get in some real trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the one-off battering ram is an interesting choice. I get it, because you don't want to see that when you don't have a lot of cards to play. I get that. It's a great addition for just like 5 random might just coming down. The battlefield seem a very standard choice, and I'm interesting to see Marshall, because he has been speaking up the Rek'Sai. If you've watched any of his streams recently, as well, he's gone hard on Rek'Sai. So I really hope this is going to be a good matchup, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm curious, are we going to hop in at the very start of this? Looks like it. I wonder if we can actually finish the entire series, but without further ado, hands are being shook, and we can get into things. And I am seeing a round 2 being labeled in bottom left. So let's figure that out. That might just be a layout thing. We'll try and get some clarity on that when it hits us. But as you can see, this is already a kind of awful start for Rek'Sai, as 8 victory points will no longer be enough.
No, exactly. And Rek'Sai, if we know, wants to get to 8 as quick as possible. And you know what, Bandit? It doesn't even matter what round it is. It's the start of the best of 3. We get to see a Lux versus a Rek'Sai. 2 decks that have kind of emerged that little bit stronger since that meta shakeup that we mentioned. And turn 1 Rek'Sai coming down. What a card that can be. Assault, free might, and just plays into the deck archetype very, very well.
Yeah, and if we can trust the reporting of the men, she has been on top of the ball from the very start. It does look like we are entering round number 2. Let's see what we can get done. This means that a Lux is facing off against a Rek'Sai. If they can find the upset in this one, that would be massive, especially in game number 1. They get to go from the play, but Rek'Sai is already finding their pace. Let the conquering begin, BMU.
Yeah, exactly right. But if there's one thing about Lux, the longer the game goes on, the more oppressive that she is, leaning into her legend ability that lets her replace those high cost spells, leaning into a champion ability that lets the cost reduction of those high cost spells come down as well. And if Rek'Sai can run out of steam, Lux is the one to be able to help that happen.
And I am trying to figure out real quick if Lux was playing that Thousand Tailed Watcher combo. As I get confirmation
they
on that.
absolutely will. They absolutely will.
I see 1,000 Tailed Watcher in the main deck, 3 Bellows Breath. So they do have to dig quite a bit. Now, Lux is quite adept at finding the cards that she needs, but is also playing 3 Cold Weeks, which is pretty much useless against Rek'Sai.
I wouldn't say useless. Like, it is expensive to kind of remove stuff, especially when they've got 3 units on board. But, you know, when it comes down to like a singularity drop-in and then a cold a week, it can make a big difference. But the Ferris straight onto the Trifarian War Camp. Name a better combo in this game right now, Bandit. I don't think you can.
No, it is nightmarish. And also, our second battlefield will be put under pressure. Now, that will be answered. First unit getting rid of, but the replacements are here and the tempo is set. 2 points already, a third one coming through, also needing some removal, and this energy is becoming quite efficient under Lux's management.
Yeah, Lux plays a lot like the old school blue Magic decks, which is like, hey, I'm gonna leave all my mana up for your turn, come at me. And when you got 2 Wages of Pain, just clearing 2 units is really good. But Rek'Sai still with a commanding tempo lead, but Lux doesn't need units. They just need to slow you down that little bit, and then you don't have any steam left for later on in the game. So as I said, Bandit, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Lux. And look at the hand on Marshall here. 2 Void Rushes and an Under Titan. That's a scary hand.
Indeed, and I think the most important part to point out here is Rek'Sai is a very momentum-based deck. If they can get Conquering, it won't stop raining hits. And a Cold a Week being played, no cost at all for Lux, who plays little to no units herself. Hidden Blade will restock the hand of our Rek'Sai. 2 tokens running out.
Okay, yeah, good use of the Hidden Blade there, getting 2 tokens, saving one of them from the Cold of the Week, essentially, which is a great use. Drew some cards as well. You know, as I said, versus Lux, you want to draw as many cards as you can, and you want to keep as many units on the board as you possibly can. But look, Lux is just passing again with 6 runes available, and it's going to get very messy. Those Cold a Week is absolutely useless in the Rek'Sai's hand. He's going to delve with the Void Rush, hoping to pick up something very, very nice off the top, but it is a bit of a gamble. You can make this as consistent as possible, but it is still a gamble.
A bit of a gamble. Early on in the game, you are trying to play the odds as best as you can, and Noxus Hopeful, a little too pricey without that Legion ability, will be put down regardless, but they have to start Conquering, how risky it may be.
Yeah, they have to start getting some points on the board. They have to threaten, you know, the game-winning point from fairly early on. Looks like that is going to go through on the Aspirant's Climb. And again, Rek'Sai doing Rek'Sai things, delving for some answers. And it's going to get down to what you can find out of these delves.
Yeah, and currently the bin is pretty full. If you do want to make the investment into the Matron, it is exactly what will be happening here. That is another body, bringing out another body. And this is what you need as a Rek'Sai, to chain together these productive turns, these multiplicative turns.
I completely agree, Bandit. I think it's the best thing you can possibly do. Drag under, gonna clear the Trifarian War Camp there. Great use of runes and getting to draw and everything from the Lux ability. The thing that scares me right now is an Imperial Decree and a Bellows on that back line, and suddenly all the tempo from Rek'Sai has completely vanished if that happens.
Yeah, it's not just the Thousand-Tailed Watcher that can wreak havoc upon the entirety of a Rek'Sai's baseline. And look how efficient these spells have been with minimal power cost. This is what you are facing up against as a Rek'Sai. And despite your plentiful units on board, you might not be feeling too easy.
Cole the Weak going to come down. He's going to clear the token. Still plenty of runes available. Look at the hand size on Lux. That's incredible right now. It's going to do a lot of work. Yordle to draw, get some units on. Lux finally saying, you know what? It's time for me to kind of score some points here, I think. And the Yordle is the perfect way to do that.
Yeah, an annoying unit to really start clearing out off in the early game with combat alone. Trifarian War Camp is also an attractive prospect if you do manage to stack up just that little itty bit. Now another taking care of some of the seals, putting the economy of Rek'Sai under pressure early on in the game. That can ripple throughout way more than you'd expect.
Yeah, and the Garbage Grabber coming down as well. Not a card that we see very often. I love the salvage just kind of going, you know what? I want to draw a card. I may as well kill a seal while I'm doing it. Garbage Grabber, able to recycle from the trash and draw one. That's going to stop the Lux burning out. Because as we know, Lux just loves to draw cards. And that's what this card does.
I like this new tech because for me, this has been flying under the radar pretty much the entirety of Spiritforged. We have seen it pop up here and there on some weeklies over at Runes and Rift, but it didn't really get a foothold in the meta. And also, for Lux, the bans have been giving more breathing room as another Void Charge is coming through. We will spin the wheel again. Battering Ram, not what you want to see. However, our second hit is luckily a more productive one.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously, with the Void Rush, the Battering Ram does go into hand. So if he's got a few, tricks up his sleeves, a few cards he can play this turn, that Battering Ram can definitely come down for free, and that's going to add a ton of might to that backline. Look at this wall of units right now. This man is playing TFT. That bench is absolutely full.
And that is his third play, right? You get the Surge, you get the play, you get the Sin Zhao through. That is already, if you can play another one, that will be a 1 energy Battering Ram if this is allowed to go through. There you have it, with 1 energy left. What an absolute army has amassed here.
There is an army, but I feel like an Imperial Decree with a repeated Bellows Breath just absolutely wins him the game. Is it a possibility? It definitely is. He's building up for it. Has he got it in hand? Because if he does, I think Marshall is going to be very, very, very sad.
Now, the answers are there, but you cannot live in fear, especially not as an aggro deck. You have to put it out there. Make the giant heap that you can and say, overcome this.
He's trying to work out if he drew for turn. I don't think he did. No, he didn't.
Glance towards the judges. Will be drawing for turn.
If we see the Imperial come down, I think Marshall's going to be sad. I don't think it's in hand. Show us your hand. I can see the Bellows, I think. Oh, he has an Imperial. I can see the Imperial, but no Bellows.
I feel if you had the combo, you wouldn't be slow rolling your opponent like this.
No, I think if you had it, it's got to be the best value option, surely. He can garbage grab.
Yeah, he's mulling over his. Okay, yeah.
Did he have it? He must have it. He must have it.
I might have seen a sliver of the Bellows.
And
here it comes. Well, you wouldn't play an Imperial Decree if you did not have
the
jab knockout.
Oh,
let's see.
No. Oh no.
Keep your eyes on the cam of Marshall as devastation is about to hit home base.
I mean, he had to know it was coming, right? 1, 2, 3, yeah, 1, 2, yeah. And then he can run the Yordle and then kill that as well. And that hurts. That really, really hurts.
He is keeping his cool. I will commend him on that. There is, of course, a 5-point lead currently. But this is devastation as all that remains is dust in the wind.
Yeah, completely annihilating the tempo of the Rek'Sai. But let's not forget, Lux is on 0 points. Marshall, the Rek'Sai, is on 5. It is a 9-point game, so it's going to be a little bit slower than normal. But he's still ahead in terms of points. It's whether or not he's got the hand to replay all of that might.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, and it will be tougher still. However, the battlefields are open. Lux is stepped out. Can Rek'Sai get the ball rolling again? There is surprisingly limited accelerated potential coming through in Rek'Sai's deck, so you will have to keep your eyes out just that little bit. A first retreat is enacted. Let's see where it takes us from here. The Matron is great at repopulating that board.
Absolutely. Xin Zhao coming down because there are 2 units. He is going to be ready, so that's going to score him another point on the war camp as well.
And another Rek'Sai trigger.
Indeed. Another Rek'Sai trigger, allowing that dog. Or possibly the Void Rush. What do you play here?
I feel like you might have to settle
Gamble?
for the units, because in your hand, it kind of depends. A Void Rush can give you more, but we need security right now. More threats to keep overwhelming. We're not building for the future. We're working on the here and now.
Yeah, exactly right. It's kind of like, look, you're 7 points. You're threatening lethal. Next turn, there's 4 units in the backline. A combo of the Imperial Decree Bellows has gone off. And it looks like Marshall, even though he took a devastating hit, he did have enough to replay and threaten lethal next turn.
And it's up to Lux. Can you do it again? Can you land another proper gut punch that leaves your opponent gasping for air? There are some units on the board to start threatening. However, these Xin Zhaos on the objective, they can prove a little tricky.
Wow, he has the Jace combo. He's got the Singularity. And usually I'd be like, oh my God, that's the best combo in the game. But right now it's not the card you want to see. You need to stop 2 units getting on battlefields next turn. And it's going to be very, very difficult to do that.
And despite the Aspirant's climb, you can see that Lux is being put to the test. And this is that relentless pressure that Rek'Sai embodies like nobody on the Rift can. Bounding it for some rifts. Can she get the job done?
Yeah, what do you target here with a Singularity? Yeah, it has to be the backline, right? Like, you can clear the Xin Zhao if you get a little bit lucky here, and I just don't think he's going to have it. No game, that's it. Absolutely it. Marshall played that perfectly. That was really, really well played by the Rek'Sai.
Wow. Recovering from such a massive blow. See the smirk upon his face. He is satisfied with himself. And how can you blame him? He was up against it and overcame it regardless. This is what a Dark Horse looks like.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. And you know what? I've seen him all over Twitter this week. I've seen him on his Twitch feed just showing us what that Rek'Sai can do. But now Lux knows it's against an aggro Rek'Sai deck. Like, they're not mainboarding for that matchup, I don't believe. They'll probably be mainboarding for the Aurelia, for the Victor,
Definitely.
for the Draven. So do we see some interesting choices coming out of Lux here? Can he swing it back in his favor? I think game 2 is going to be a lot closer, but if Marshall plays as well as he did, it's going to be very, very difficult. We do see 2 extra battering rams, 2 Brynhirs in the side as well. I like those choices.
Yeah, there is choices aplenty. So not only the Lux gear leveling up that deck with an extra 1,000-tailed Watcher, you will have to assume, but answered in kind on Rek'Sai's side. And don't forget, Lux was on the play there. So if this does go to a game 3, that will be Rek'Sai starting us off. And that is exactly the last thing you want to give an aggro deck. Not there just yet. Marshall will be going on second. Decks being shuffled. And even though things were going rather well for Lalo here, it was not enough. Will these, I will be honest, minor changes that we've seen in the sideboard be enough to overcome the threats presented, BMU?
It's gonna be tough. Like, he knows what he's up against now. The chances of him playing into Lux's as Rek'Sai is probably quite low. To be honest with you, like, it's probably not a matchup you've practiced. You get the theory, you get the blue-yellow, you know how to deal with Victors. It's a very similar matchup. I don't doubt Marshall knows how to take this on. But yeah, going second into a control deck sometimes can be really difficult But if there's one deck that can do it and can do it quickly, it's Rek'Sai. Don't forget, this is going to be an 8-point game as well, Bandit. So it's going to be a lot easier for Rek'Sai to get those winning points.
It was exactly my point. Like, it was really stacked against him. And he's not even playing in the Chaos domain, yet is still facing a stacked deck. Overcame it nonetheless. And you are getting why he is so cool, calm, and collected as we are getting ready for our game number 2. Trofean Warcomp is out. And from a perspective of Lux, because I think you can talk us through that a little better than you can through Rek'Sai. Is that a correct assumption?
Both I'm familiar with, to be fair. So yeah, it's
walk me through the choices here.
So going second as the Rek'Sai, you're probably going to pick up Veil Temple, I would imagine. And the Lux. Oh, okay. The battlefields are completely wrong. We've got Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, but why the hell not?
There we go. All the theory crafting out the window. Is Rek'Sai going Arena's? Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense versus Lux, right? Usually, you'd only go Arena's Greatest if you're going first. But versus Lux, it doesn't matter.
No.
Actually makes
really.
a lot of sense.
I kind of like it. I'm just kind of stunned by the curveball that we were thrown through the graphics. However, we will recover swiftly. Once again, Rek'Sai coming through on the draw. We'll be able to get a seal out that will be closing the door on any Rek'Sai play. But regardless, we can come through. We'll be floating it. Will the queen herself make an appearance? Not just yet. The token spawn has started.
The best turn 1 play for Rek'Sai going second is this exact play. You get so much might on the board. You get 5 might and a seal for basically tapping 2 runes. It's the best play for Rek'Sai. He's going to be able to start putting pressure on the Lux as well. When the Lux is on 4 runes, you kind of feel a little bit safer. Like Cole the Weak is now longer like devastating. Wages of Pain, you can only play 1, so you know you're going to get something somewhere. But he is going to go onto the Void Gate. That opens up some more opportunities for some devastating spells.
It is exactly what the Rek'Sai needs to get the ball rolling. The seals will keep those runes nice and cozy, protected. And if we do cross that threshold where the Rek'Sai starts to become truly overwhelming, look, these tokens are not going to stop on common, and they don't stop coming. And they don't stop coming. Yeah.
Stop coming. Yeah. We're all familiar, Bandit. We're all familiar. Oh, God, we're going to get clipped and memes on some of these things that we've been saying, but that's fine. It spreads the love of the Runes and Rift channel. We're all enjoying Riftbound here. We're all super nerds, and it's all good. Zin's Out coming down. We're talking about devastating tempo, and Zin's Out is one of those.
My God. I am, and this is me reading into it, but we are starting to see some nerves on the face of Laudo. Call it focus, call it nerd, call it whatever you want, but that guy is not sitting comfortably currently. And who would when you're facing an absolute deluge of units on the other side of the battlefield?
Yeah, Rek'Sai proper channeling the Yugi Moto here. Heart of the cards. Zin's Out off the top. Vanguard Canton and Seal turn 2 or turn 1 for him. And the Arena's Greatest, making this game even shorter. If there is a ideal scenario in a regional qualifier, Marshall is experiencing it right now, and the Lux is gonna struggle, I think, to regain some tempo here.
And while Lux is mulling over her options, we'll be letting this one slide for the moment. Let's take a step back and see how Rek'Sai plays in a grand tournament like this. Aggro decks usually have faster games, and it's a little easier on the mind. I'm just going to say what it is. Because you either lose early or win early. All right? I'm not saying it's easy, but making a control deck work, every option is impactful because it ripples through more and more and more. And look, he's unbothered. He's like, yeah, well, I have 1 energy up and I don't really care.
Why would you not use your gold for the singularity? Interesting choice. But
Lola might be a dragon.
Yeah, I mean the thing, yeah, it might be dragon. The thing is, right? So you know it's bad when you've just singularity'd 2 free might units, and then your opponent's just going to score anyway. Like he's going to get 2 points this turn anyway. He's going to go on 5. Yes, he is on the odd point curve, and is that another Zinzao off the top? Oh my God,
sure
Marshall! You need to save some of this luck for later.
But will there be a later? Right. Saving for later means you'll die saving, right? Is that a saying that translates well? First, recruits are hitting these battlefields, and it's 3 lines of play. This Lux is tapped out. The gates are open. Come on in, and the hits keep rolling through.
It's definitely looking worse and worse for the Lux. Like you don't, if you can't win a slow game where you get the Bellows Decree combo with that much value, how do you win a game where it's now 7 points instead of 9? And you know, Marshall's drawing and playing exceptionally well. You've just been forced to use a singularity that early, and we do see some nice combo. Oh, the Vanguard Armories are just not going to have the momentum. We do see the Imperial Decree that might slow him down just that little bit, but Marshall's going to go to 7 points, and this is just going to be absolutely an uphill. I wouldn't even say uphill. This is an up mountain climb right now for the Lux.
Yeah, in your sandals. And you didn't bring any water.
200 kilos, and you've been walking for 7 days, and you know it's really
there's a loop
really hard
in the mountain.
Exactly. Yeah.
With that.
There's
However,
also a very angry gorilla, and you know it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
However, there is a tiny speck of hope, maybe, because I did see a 1,000 Tilt Watcher. I did see a Bellow's Breath, but will it come in time? Because he might just simply not have the energy ready.
Yeah, it's tough. And do you just Hidden Blade the recruit here, draw 2, or no? He's just going to put them both to the bottom. I thought he might want some more cards in his hand, but I guess threatening the hold point is much better value at the moment.
And his hand is not empty at all. Like 3 cards in a Rek'Sai deck can go a long, long way. And cards in hand are nice and all, but Rek'Sai doesn't need that to really keep the engine chugging along. As long as they can keep conquering, they will be happy peppy, which surprises me a little more, because sometimes clearing out that battlefield might be a little spicy, but make it difficult for your opponent with only a single unit there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not the worst case scenario for Lux. We're saying, you know, how much of a struggle it is, and I think, you know, he does have
What is
answers.
the worst case scenario, BMU? This looks pretty poor.
2 more Ferrises on each battlefield? I don't know.
Fair. No, you got me. You got me. I set the bar too low.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd. Like there's options for Lux, is what I'm saying. There's not a lot of them, but there are options.
There are options, but they have to come sooner rather than later. The slightest misstep will spell out doom, will be the game and match for Rek'Sai, who has been hyped up by me mostly.
Yes.
And I am excited to see it come to fruition in that little bit. And to me, I like it when we see new iterations come through. And even though Zinzao has been a absolute mainstay in Rek'Sai decks, I feel it hasn't gotten the love in other deck lists. So I'm loving the spotlight that Zin is claiming right now.
Yeah, I think the option you have is like, I don't know if he's got an Imperial. I don't know if he's got the Bellows. I know he's got the Watcher. He doesn't have enough to accelerate the Watcher, which is really bad. I believe. He does 8. Yes. Yeah. So he does have exactly enough to accelerate the Watcher. And I think that's what's about to happen.
Yeah, and I believe we did see the Bellows, but he might not have enough for that.
He's got the Lux, hasn't he? So the Lux can add some energy.
Will be.
How do you play this? Yeah. So Lux is gonna Bellows.
Once again, keeping the gold ready, though.
Okay, one gold dies. Yeah, so it has to be a repeated Bellows here. Where do you target it? So obviously backline for sure. And then one on the hidden card, so you don't get hidden bladed. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely the right choices here. And then Watcher can full board clear. The Zins are gonna die as well. But we know Rek'Sai can rebuild a board very, very quickly.
And that Hidden Blade restocks the hand. It makes it so that Rek'Sai is losing with grace, is losing on its own terms. And I like to include this over from some other card games where sometimes winning looks like losing the minimum. And currently, Rek'Sai is losing the minimum. And they only need that one extra point. There's only a single watcher. Lux is tapped out. Can they get accelerated through? Because don't forget, Rek'Sai does open the gate to some accelerated plays if allowed. And with an empty board, we know that Colder Weeks are a thing. Did he sideboard out all of them?
Yeah, exactly. Rek'Sai has a lot of options to accelerate. It has a lot of options to like just clear a battlefield with 0 interaction. The last turn kind of confused me as well. Like, you would always play, if the intention was Bellows Watcher, always play Bellows first, by the way, because it doesn't really matter. Under Titan's going to come down as well.
Extra energy.
That is scary. That is very scary.
And this Legion is cheap.
I don't think he has the cards right now to clear this, but I don't think Rek'Sai can lose from this spot. I just honestly don't.
Really is all up to them now. This Legion, this Noxus Hopeful is getting his Legion trigger with Rek'Sai already being played. So that is a real cheap one. And don't forget, it has Accelerate due to the fact that it was played with Rek'Sai.
Does he know that?
I feel like Marshall should know that.
Because it is tapped, right?
It is looking very tapped to me. But that unit is definitely accelerated since it wasn't played from hand.
Yeah, you wouldn't have the ability to fight the Watcher here anyway. But as we were saying, like Rek'Sai's ability to replay a board is terrifying. That's a lot of might already.
And look how the problems are stacking up right now for Rek'Sai. And meanwhile, like in game 1, Lux had a plethora of runes, an absolute abundance, opulent Demacian standards of runes. This time, not so much. And look, there's only a singular mind rune available. He's shaking no already. The writing might be on the wall as Rek'Sai is looking to stampede her way through a 2-0 start of the regional qualifier.
Yeah, and that's a fist bump there. Marshall looking very, very happy. Very well played from the Rek'Sai player there. I think they played that absolutely perfectly. It looked like they overcommitted. It looked so many times like they overcommitted with all the backline, knowing that the Bellows Decree combo was there, knowing that the Bellows Watcher combo was there. But Marshall playing that deck phenomenally, having the options to replay all that might. Very, very well played. 2-0 for the Rek'Sai player.
And deservedly so. And this is what I love, because Rek'Sai kind of breaks the mold. In a lot of matchups, we say you have to be prepared to deal with the worst play at all times. You always got to account for the fact that they have it. But when you're playing an aggro deck, you can't afford that luxury. You are not playing control and held back and starting to pace yourself. You are all out slamming. Not mindless, mind you, but you are always put on the gas pedal to the metal. And they are embracing a attitude of make them have it. Yeah, that play would be devastating. Do you have it? And if you have it, let me try again in the next few turns. But when they don't have it, it is game over.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, what were your thoughts on that game? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was awesome to see a fellow friend / content creator, Marshall, taking it down. Not just in one, not a full set, just in a 2-0 way. So really impressive by him. And just like Bandit was saying, even if you have the answers, there's just no end to the amount of units that comes down from these Rek'Sai decks. I mean, I think he played it so perfectly because one of the downsides of Rek'Sai is the lack of card advantage towards the mid to late game, right? But making sure you had those hidden blades on your own units, replenishing your hand ever so slightly, but just enough to guarantee you have enough cards in hand / enough units to keep on pushing the pace and never letting your opponent breathe whatsoever, it felt like in both of those games. And I like the inclusion. I don't know if this is newer, but I don't remember the original Rek'Sais, like the Phoenix Rek'Sais play it too much, but Spectral Matron does a little bit of that as well. It allows you to play cards that aren't necessarily in your hand, bring those insiles back, and they often at times come in ready, looking ready to conquer as soon as they come down. So really good stuff. I think we said it earlier in the regional. Rek'Sai is a pretty good contender. We might be seeing a couple more Rek'Sais make really impressive runs. We'll see though, because I think Marshall could be one of those Rek'Sai players.
He's definitely well versed, and if it is not now, it might not be for a while, because with the set 3, with Unleashed looming in the shadows, it's not like Rek'Sai is not leveling up a whole lot in the next set. So if they were to get a major result, it is either in Lille or in Atlanta. After that, they might have to take a step back.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. What do you guys want to see on stream next? So we've seen a Lucian, an Aurelia, a Lux, and a Rek'Sai. Looks like they are dividing the games up just that little bit. Can we see a mid-range E? I'd love to see a mid-range E this early.
That would be fun. I'm wondering, since that game finished, because we didn't get a backup match for round number 1, and it was confirmed that was indeed round number 2. Which brings me to the point I was going to make. Are we just watching this tournament full on live? Or you guys think at one point we're going to start getting pre-recorded matches? Because it seems pretty live to me. Right, but there is one backup match if you guys want to take down the very last one. I don't know if it's game 1 or 2. But okay, it looks like at least game 2, because look at the timers, 44 minutes still left.
Yeah, and the Darius has a point. So this is game number 2. Darius taking game number 1. It is a Darius versus a Yasuo. Oh my god, Bandit.
I love a canon matchup. I just do. I can't get enough of it. It plays nice in my head. The stories write themselves. And to kind of address what we are maybe left squandering with, if there is a backup match, but your first match goes to all 3, it might be ready to move on. Not moving on just yet is the match right in front of us. Darius, a deck we haven't talked about a lot because, in my opinion, is overshadowed by Rek'Sai. Let's see how they will be approaching game number 2 as they are already at a lead.
Yeah, so it looks like game number 2, Yasuo
Blistering
on the play.
Speed, by the way.
Yeah, very, very quick game. We're going to have to keep up with this one. Very, very sharpish. Arena's Greatest versus Seat of Power. So 2 very, very different game styles from these 2 decks. Looks like turn 1, they did manage to drop the Treasure Hunter, but almost the best turn 1 in the game for Darius is the Noxus coming straight down.
Coming onto the battlefield straight forward. Now, Yasuo is... Honestly, to me, this really feels like the second best choices in both of these color combinations, right?
Yes.
Where with Yasuo, you'd be expecting Aurelia, and in Darius, you'd be expecting Rek'Sai. But this is where shenanigans are really start to come afoot.
Yasuo missed the Arena's Greatest trigger. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, Bandit. No, Bandit. No.
A moment of silence for our fallen brethren.
That's the word. That's just basically giving your opponent a free point. It's your whole deck plan to kind of get that rolling. But there we are. We live and we learn. Stellarcorn Herder going to allow Yasuo to do some cool little combat tricks, I think.
Watch him win it anyway. Now that is a power move. Let's see if history repeats itself and if Darius can get a 2-0 sweep through. The board is looking a little meager right now, but when you are facing a Stellarcorn Herder, those meager board states are easily translated into full grips of hands. I am curious to see where the accent will be laid by our Yasuo, because I'm not expecting a watered-down version of Aurelia.
No, absolutely not. I think it's going to be the movement-based effects of the Yasuo, so lots of ride the winds, things like that to move units around. Stellarcorn going to get some good value, but the hand doesn't look too nice for the Yasuo player. I can see the Tide Turner in there. I can see the Spellsvonger. So you can do some really, really neat tricks with the Stellarcorn to draw like a lot of cards. And using the Yasuo to push the Stellarcorn around to draw more. But right now, I think you are on a little bit of a ticker, because the Arena's Greatest obviously going in favor of your opponent, and just a lot of might sitting there with the Darius as well.
Did you see what is sitting in that champion corner, by the way? That is
Yeah, it's
Yasuo Windrider.
the Windrider. Yeah, it's the one that moves and scores points. So with
That
the
is
Stealth
interesting.
Stronger,
You don't see that very often.
no, generally you do go with the attack trigger one because it is generally better. But if you're running Salesfonger, that means every 3 movements you score 2 points instead of 1. So when you've got a lot of movement abilities like Ride the Winds with the Yasuo Legend, you can gain a lot of points without actually having to interact with your opponent at all. So it could be an interesting combination here. But once battlefields get set up, it becomes very hard to do what you want to do.
And I do think it is interesting to point out here that if both battlefields have to be manned, so to speak, the limit is quite stark for a Darius, right? There's no Lucian shenanigans who can be, oh, I'm going to score 4 points in a single turn because reasons. And if you have to spread yourself out a little more thin, Yasuo can pick the battles that he would like to take. And he is not necessarily limited to that 2-point limit. And, well, spreading yourself out thinly might not be a problem when you have access to 9 bodies.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's not going to spread himself out too thinly. Yeah, you have lots of shenanigans with 2 yellow runes up. We have hidden blades to stop any sort of game plan of the Yasuo. Yes, there is a hard bargain in hand, but it depends on how you want to play it. But look at this, just stacking up battlefields, keeping a nice strong bench, and we've gone super slow-mo for this. For some reason, this is really dramatic. And a buff coming down. Bandit, I don't know if that's on your side as well, but this is really
the most dramatic buff I've ever seen, I will say. That is some real Noxus charades that we're witnessing right now. We will be speeding up just that little bit. This is how it looks like to enter the Matrix, everyone. That is, because we saw runes everywhere, 1s and 0s floating past our head, and now it's back to the Windrider himself. Stellacorn needs to get drawing. They are not out of it just yet. They are keeping up rather all right, and with Arena's favorite open, you are opening the door to keep your Yasuo up to tempo as we see some friendly assistance coming through.
Yeah, I kind of tend to do that with my opponents as well. Just like, hey, you forgot to restand your legend, because I'm not going to be like, even at a regional, I won't be like, oh no, it was untapped, therefore you don't get the ability. Like, Arena's greatest, I fully get. Like, you missed the trigger, that's the rules. If you didn't untap something like halfway through a turn, like, yeah, we'll let him have it. You know, it's not the worst thing. Not wanting to see 2 defies and a hard bargain off the top of that stack deck against the Darius for sure.
No, not really. I mean, might be nice to have a single one on hand for a potential hidden blade that is surely lying in wait somewhere in the 40 of Darius, but currently not the answers we are looking for. Walk me through it, BMU. What are we looking for as a Yasuo right now?
We're looking for some way to clear this battlefield, and I don't think with Yasuo as he is right now has that ability. We've got some charms to kind of push some stuff back. We've got some tide turners to like draw some more cards, but ideally we want to be getting that Yasuo down. We want to get the Spellstronger on him, and we want to start moving him about. But we've got to be very, very careful, because yellow has a lot of ways of just getting rid of stuff in the backline, and the tide turner is going to come down, draw that extra card, so he's still looking for some options, and I'm not sure what he wants to find. Discipline, was that another charm? That was a discipline. Discipline helps. Like discipline. Yeah, discipline definitely helps, because you can obviously discipline Fizz and then get like a lot of might on something.
But to me, I'm just kind of worried. How are there even options to address so many bodies in chaos or in mind calm?
There isn't. But there's a lot of might in the back line. Cole the Weeks, things like that. A hidden blade is just devastating when you get this Yasuo combo working, because you kind of want it to work, and as soon as it kind of gets shut down by a hidden blade, it really hurts. So you've got to keep defies, you've got to keep hard bargains, but you've also got to now establish a board presence, which is going to get worse and worse.
And that is really the problem, because as the Yasuo is being kept on their chain, having to tread carefully, even though it's not May yet, Darius is already playing Unleashed.
Yeah, exactly. I think we might be getting a bit of delay because of the lag. So I don't know if Plush, you can whack open your screen for the rest of this game and we'll view from there. Yeah, so we're just going to get production to switch over the feeds. Oh, okay.
Just as we are gunning down, I feel like Darius is currently set up rather nicely, but credit where credit's due. Our Yasuo has been keeping up with the tempo, and the longer these turns last, it doesn't feel that bad yet, but the real blows still have to come, because that Stellacorn Herder is sitting mighty exposed, and when a Yasuo is fully tapped out, you know that the gates are open.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely for sure. So I'm watching Plus's screen now, so he should be live. The commentary shouldn't be any delayed. Stellacorn running into the battlefield, going to claim the victory, but now you've got a lone Stellacorn sitting there. You're tapped out. Yes, you've got a hidden card on the arena's greatest, but look how much might is in the backline for this Darius player.
Hey. I mean, that feels a bit overkill. There wasn't... Oh, but it will trigger the hidden being played. That Brinier is ultimate luxury when you know that the chances are quite minimal. It could be a hidden blade. It wasn't, but now you know for certain. Full information for the Darius. He can do wherever he wants, and it won't be much longer till real war, real devastation is hitting Noxian and Ionian foreheads.
Yeah, exactly. Titan are there being revealed from hidden because of the Brynhir pressure. Look at the backline. This is absolutely devastating. I don't think the Darius can even imagine losing from this position right now. Darius swinging into the arena's greatest, going to claim some points there. The Vanguard captain going to easily clean up the Titan. He's also going to get a nice little draw from the seat of power, going up to 6 points. If Yasuo is going to do something, he needs to do it now. And he's on a very, very low rune count bandit.
It's not looking good. Might as well be facing a singed, because that is the amount of pain that is about to be inflicted upon Ionian fanboys left and right. And this is the beauty of it. Because you have... Oh, now this surprises me a little bit. We are looking to be gearing up towards more of a hold rather than lay in wait, keep your units safe, and strike on your own turn. Because I was about to say, with full information, you only have to invest the minimum. Keep everything in your bases and let your opponent conquer that. If they don't, you're gonna win regardless. Why invest more into this holding position, BMU?
It's just simply to shut down the Yasuo. So it means that he has to invest runes into buffing that Yasuo so it can move between those battlefields to score points with the Spellsvunger. And as I said, he just does not have the rune count to do everything that he wants to do. And he doesn't have the time to set up for next turn. So Yasuo is going to be in a very, very tough position. When someone starts looking through their trash on their turn at the start, you know it doesn't feel good. You know you're in a really good position. And the look on Sanan's face now, just staring down his opponent's hand, watching him do the math. And right now the math is saying you lose this round 2.
It's not looking good. It looks like Arcanthus is caught between a rock and a hard place. And is a discipline simply going to be enough? It might extend the inevitable. Just that little bit, but what can you do otherwise except try your darndest to make it as far as you can? You have to start somewhere, and it might as well be here.
Yeah, I do like the Fizz to regain the discipline. That's going to push it up to 5 might here. But what do you do? How do you clear like the 10 might on the arena's greatest? That's the issue that you've got right now. Yes, you can charm things away, but they just crack back. And unless you've got something big and scary that can hold these battlefields with 4 runes, which we know he doesn't, it's going to be very, very tough to win from here.
Yeah, delaying the inevitable indeed. And honestly, as a person who loves to live in denial, I like that place. But the problems do catch up to you after a little bit. And as we are mulling over our options, the curtain surely will be falling soon in this second round. But you can't say that he gave it his all and made sure that there was absolutely no sneaky way out.
Yeah, he
GG
absolutely.
called. That's all she
Yeah,
wrote.
yeah. He absolutely gave it his all. He was still searching for the answers. They just were not available. Missing the arena's greatest trigger as well is horrible. And I assume you're a few seconds ahead, Bandit, because I'm still watching him claw through his deck. The handshake goes out, and GG was indeed called. Although we've seen the writing on the wall very early on in that game, I feel.
Yeah, the moment we entered, it was looking like an uphill battle, to say the least. And I think from the game itself, we can't make up a whole lot. But I do want to spend some time on that Darius build we saw. It didn't face a lot of opposition. I'll be very honest with you on that one. But how do you feel it compares to a Rek'Sai build?
I think Rek'Sai just does everything better in those colors, to be honest with you. Like, not to say like Darius doesn't deserve the play, because it's very, very similar in what you do. Plus, you've got that really strong Darius in your champion slot. But I think Rek'Sai overall is just a better deck, and we see that by the representation of the
but
the
why?
legends as well.
Walk me through like what is it specifically that Darius? Why can't it match those elements that Rek'Sai brings to the table?
Yeah, so obviously you've got the Rek'Sai champion that can come out a lot earlier. It can be accelerated on your turn 2 to basically take over any battlefield. Then you've got the delve effect of the Rek'Sai as well. So obviously the red yellow Darius just doesn't have a lot of card draw. That's why we see things like Feet of Power to kind of overcompensate that. Whereas the delve with the void rushes of the Rek'Sai just mean you're constantly filling that hand. And we see Marshall take advantage of it, where he could just lay out 20 might in a single turn through just a few cards. So in my opinion, Rek'Sai just does what red yellow wants to do better. Don't get me wrong, as I said, Darius has a position, but the card draw is going to catch up with you pretty quickly.
I think it's exactly that.
But no.
Shame on me, shame on me. I always do that, guys, because I'm
We
muted
had
in
you.
the
We had you.
background, so these guys can hear me, but you guys can't hear me. What I was
Yeah.
saying is I completely agreed with BMU that the reason, or the primary reason why Rek'Sai is decently stronger than Darius is because that card advantage, as you guys pointed out. But I was giving credit to Darius because you don't have to run particular cards like Rek'Sai does. Sometimes they run the Underling, sometimes they run Under Titan, as we saw Marshall run in game number 1. It gives you a little bit more space to play with the deck building, so you tend to have a little bit higher quality cards sometimes. And maybe chat can help me out now. The card that you play for 2 that we saw for Darius, any unit you play this turn enters with a buff, and you draw 1 on top of that. I think that card alone gives Darius a good little edge. Let me look it up now while I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I can't remember the name of that card.
I second it, and I feel that especially when you are playing on a regional qualifier, we've talked about it before, but the tenacity that Rek'Sai brings to the table, they really embody those pest-like qualities where you are trying to squash them, but in true cartoon fashion, they go like flat and then they like spring back up again, and they are starting crawling all over those battlefields rather quickly. I think that is a trait that makes dealing with Rek'Sai such a pain, because one answer is not enough, as we just saw Marshall prove in the flesh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just crazy, like how good red yellow is on paper, and we haven't seen it consistently win. But I think with the bans into these purple cards, we're going to see an emergence. And all I'm saying is get your card market and your TCG player accounts ready, because if Rek'Sai wins, those Seals of Rage, those Void Rushes, and potentially those Phoenixes are going to go through the roof. So it should be interesting. This is a nice statistic, actually. The Battlefield meta game, Targon's Peak being the #1 battlefield choice. That's really interesting.
That is pretty cool. Second by Sunken Temple and then Zone Warren. So a little Aurelia favored because I think that, I mean, that goes to show you how many Aurelias came out into today's event. And then second of those are like Victor / Draven and Kaiser, of course. So it does make a little bit of sense. But Targon's Peak being the number 1 is a very interesting statistic.
Well, I think not just the Aurelius, right? But when you look at Victor, I feel like Victors would be pretty happy playing that if they can't get their grubby little hands on the war camps, for instance. I'm not fully up to date though with the absolute preference.
Yeah, you're right. The battlefield meta is kind of a little bit irrelevant because if you've got like 200 Aurelias and 200 Dravens, the top 6 battlefields are basically going to be them.
Exactly.
We do see the Varmore's layers sneaking in there with the Victor as well. Arena's Greatest making a little bit of a comeback as well, which is interesting for those sort of shorter games. But yeah, this has been a great opening to the regional, Bandit. What do you think of those games?
I have been enjoying it a lot. And honestly, from my wish list, we actually ticked off a lot of the toys that I was looking forward to. I think the few decks that we're still holding our breath for is Victor and Master Yi. I was really looking forward to, and I'm so sad that we didn't get to cast a Draven Mirror matchup. I think that was my personal favorite from previous iterations. But sure, hey, base not over yet.
I'm sure the top 8 will be full of Draven mirror matches, Bandit. No. And we've all got you to thank for that if that comes true. So make sure you @ Bandit on Twitter and let him know how much you love the Draven mirror matches that he wants to see.
Right, those were some good games. As Bandit said, we kind of got a good little range of legends to start off these first 2 rounds of today's Lille Regional Qualifier. But yeah, I believe Bandit and BMU were locked in for those first 2 rounds. So
sure,
they didn't run that much over. They're doing pretty good, right? Despite being live, I don't think they're too far behind. I've been impressed so far.
Yeah, I've been very surprised, and I think it's kind of like an echo from Bologna as well, where schedule felt pretty tight as well. Not a lot of downtime. Like I had all these talking points prepared that I'm gonna have to save for tomorrow. Jeez.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's right. But I'll go ahead and let you guys sign off. But before we do, whoever wants to start us off, let us know where we could catch you guys a little bit down the road. Of course, we will be seeing these guys back here tomorrow. But if you guys want to let them know in the meantime where they could catch you, I think now would be perfect because we don't know when the next round. Sometimes it creeps up on us.
Yeah, certainly. So yeah, as Plus mentioned, we are back tomorrow to cast some more Riftbound further into the tournament. So the level of play is going to shoot up. But you can find me on X or Twitter, whatever you want to refer to it as, SC Button Me Up, on YouTube and Twitch as BMU Casts. And if you do go look at my Twitter, I have been making a Riftbound companion app. I am looking for testers. It is going very, very well. All your statistics and everything. So if you want to prepare for these regionals, this is a good way to get better at it. That's me. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. And again, massive thanks to Runes of Rift for putting this on and letting me cast as well. Bandit, over to you, my friend.
Oh man, I mean, it's kind of hard to top that. I mean, if you really want to stay up to date, you can check out Caster Bandit on both YouTube and on Twitter. And lastly, I also want to shout out BMU's Riftlight Stats app. Get on there. It is pure gold, not only for regional qualifiers, for local play. It's a goldmine of statistics. And if you want to improve not only at your deck, but understand the game on a deeper level, truly break it down to the elements at play, you need to get involved. And the more people get on board, the more valuable the data gets. So get on there, and we will see you around tomorrow.
All right, really guys, stellar job. As always, we'll catch them a bit tomorrow. But for now, I'll let you guys go and enjoy the rest of your days. Thank you, Bandit. Thank you, BMU.
Thank you, Plus. Good luck today, buddy.
All right, guys, bear with me. I'll go ahead and ping and try to bring in our next lineup of casters. I believe you guys know him. One has been in chat, or maybe both have been in chat. Funny enough, EK and Mange will be joining the party to cover round 3. But first, let's get a little word from our other friend here, Marshall. Let's see what he has to say.
I'm doing really well. just did my game on stream, 2-0'd it against the Lux. I'm feeling very confident today. Yeah, the game went perfect on stream. I'm just hoping I can continue that going throughout the day.
Yeah, when I saw that you were playing Rek'Sai, and that's absolutely insane because this legend, some players saw that it might be able to win it all. So why exactly did you choose this deck and did you pick this legend?
So I played Darius in Bologna and I went 5-3 and I figured out that the deck was struggling in some of the areas and Rek'Sai fixed those areas, mainly the draw. Rek'Sai giving you that extra card with the legend trigger just helps you with your hand, you can find the cards you're looking for. But yeah, overall, Rek'Sai is performing very well for me. I want to skirmish on Sunday. So yeah, I'm just hoping that I can do better, maybe go 6-2, maybe make 8-2 tomorrow, so we'll see.
AK, welcome on in.
It's going very well for you. Did you hesitate
How are we
with
doing
all
today?
the legends?
Good,
or
just
was
give me
it a
one
straight
second. Let's finish
choice
this
for
interview
Rek'Sai?
here, and then
Because I played Darius
did you join the
last,
camera
regional
thing?
Qualifier, it was potentially that I was going to
Yeah,
play
doing
Darius,
so right
but
now.
after testing
Perfect.
Rek'Sai and with the games, how the games were going, I was quite happy with the list, and I was just like, no, I'm going to stick with Rek'Sai. I'm not going to look at anyone else. It has a really good matchup into Aurelia, which is the most brought deck, I think, most brought deck for today. So I'm hoping that I find a lot of Aurelias, and then I should make it quite far.
Is there a particular hard matchup for you?
Yeah, I don't want to see any Kaisers. If I see a Kaiser, they can ruin my day. There is quite a lot of Kaisers about. I'm just hoping that I fall into the more Aurelias than Kaisers, but it's not unwinnable for me.
Okay, so it's not unwinnable. That is the most important because some players sometimes they pick a deck and I mean there is an unwinnable matchup, and when they are paired up against this deck, that is so hard. So unfortunately for you, you're not in that situation. We're gonna hope that it's gonna go well for you. But speaking more about the venue itself, how do you think the atmosphere is right now?
Well, it's the biggest regional qualifier, I believe, so there's a lot of people about. With just short of 2,000 people playing in the event. There's a lot of people. It's very loud when everyone's finished with their games. But yeah, atmosphere is really good. The atmospheres here are always really good. So yeah, I'm just hoping that everyone has a fun time and that they try and win and do the best that they can.
I mean, yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense. And I can see on your face that you're taking a lot of pleasure. We can see right behind us that there are a lot of players and all of them are ready to try to win it all. You're doing great for now. We are going to wish you that it's still going great throughout the whole day. Maybe we'll take some news about your Rek'Sai strategy. But for now, we are going to go back on stage.
I love this guy. He reminds me of someone, but I can't put my finger on it. I don't know if it's his accent or his mannerisms. He reminds me of someone I used to know, but he's a cool dude, and Marshall's even a cooler dude. But yeah, I think he has a good point. Rek'Sai has a good matchup against Aurelia, but suffers quite bigly against something like a Kaiser. But guys, welcome on in, Ike. I believe I set up your camera, and then the Mange will be joining in very shortly as well. Ike, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself. I know you were here in chat. How are you feeling today?
Hello. It's nice to join one of these tournaments, at that nice old time of 2 p.m. instead of 12 a.m. So welcome to the European time zones. My name's Ek from the UAE. I just love playing me some Riftbound, love playing me some green-orange. Hoping to see some Master Yeast today, maybe some Jacks. Not so many Jacks from what I know of, but excited to see what we have in store today.
Right, Jack's taking a little bit of a hit with the not being able to flicker those equipments anymore. But, we did some caster predictions at the beginning of the tournament. Since you're just joining the commentary just now, let's go ahead and throw that same question over to you, Ek. What is going to be your overall prediction for who's going to claim the crown over there in Lille? Who do you got?
Ooh. See, I think definitely it's between the big four, which is Aurelia, Kai'Sa, Draven, Yi, and depending on how the matchups can go, any one of them can take it. But you know what? We haven't had a big set one breakout. Yi, globally, we had some in China, but no big wins from him. So I want to see Yi finally get his first tournament, and I hope we get it today.
That could be fun. I think, as we said before, Master Yi's positioned quite well. Might suffer thinking about it a little bit against the likes of Rek'Sai potentially. All those Call of the Weeks might be the only thing that can truly stop those camels from coming down, or staying around, I should say. But real quick, I think Mange is in here as well. Let's go ahead and bring him in here. Mange, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you perfectly.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good, good, good.
doing
Welcome
great.
on in. How are we feeling about Leo overall? It's not too late. I would imagine a similar time for you as EK.
Yeah, yeah. I'm an hour earlier.
Nice.
Yeah. And yeah, it's looking interesting. Like, I still think Draven's probably gonna win this one. Maybe not as an interesting choice, but it's at least a lot closer. There's a lot more interesting decks. There's a lot, the matchup spread is a lot closer than it was last time around. So that's exciting.
Do you think it's still going to be as dominant, heavy Draven favored like when we get closer to the
No.
top end, or is just you just think he's just the strongest overall? Like we're just going to see like one or two Dravens in the top cut, but that Draven's going to take it all the way, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's gonna take all the way. I don't think it's like it used to be. Draven's clearly the best deck, and it wasn't even close. Now I think it's close. It's good, but it's not by far the best deck. It's just a very good deck that has very solid matchups. But there's a lot of decks that can beat it, and not like before. I'm like, yeah, if you say you can beat Draven, I think you're coping. No, I do think some decks legitimately can have good matchups into Draven now.
There we go. So we got quite the spread over here at Runes and Rift. I believe that's 2 votes for Draven. Mange and BMU have decided to place their bets on Draven. Bandit earlier said Kai'Sa. I said Aurelia, and then EK said Master Yi. You guys let us know as at home, who do you guys believe will be taking it at the end of this weekend? I mean, we will get our answer. How we feel about some of those decks that we don't get to see too much often? Decks like Azir, decks like maybe Set, maybe Fiora. Do you think they have a chance of getting into something like a top 8? I could let EK go at it.
I am actually a huge advocator for the dark horse that is yellow in this format. Victor, Rek'Sai, Fiora. One of these 3 decks will make it a top 8. Honestly, I can see one of these decks making it to the finals.
Wow.
We know Victor has a pretty. I think the yellow decks do have a pretty good matchup into Aurelia, and we see that Aurelia is the most popular deck on field right now. So I could see just one of these yellow decks making it all the way.
What is surprising to me is initially I would have agreed with you that Aurelia does have the bad matchup. However, just looking at like the matchups, like the results from yesterday, from like it was only look. I'm gonna preface this. It's only 5 rounds. It was a pre-regional. It's not the full event. However, Rek'Sai had a 33% win rate into Aurelia,
Wow.
and in 50 matches or something like that. It wasn't like they played 10 times, and Aurelia into Victor. I'll give you the exact number. Aurelia into Victor. Aurelia actually won more games. She was like 51%.
I saw
I'm like,
that.
like
Interesting, right?
I'm like, yeah, I was surprised. Let me find the exact number. It is 36 into 35. So that's it's only 71 games. It's not the biggest sample size, but it is a significant enough sample size to say I'm like, oh, this matchup isn't as lopsided as most people think it is. I'm like, I thought it was a lot more favorite towards the Victor, to be honest. That's what I thought. But
I think it has a bit to do with some adjustment Aurelia players have made as of recent. They know that Call of the Week can be just so disastrous to your game plan of just protect the queen, so they decided to put in a couple more units sprinkled in. I've even go as far as saying I think I've seen a good amount of Desert Call recently. Have you guys been seeing that? That way, just from one card, you can play out 2 units essentially. Basically, a bit of sacrificial units in those matchups, like Rek'Sai, like the Victor matchups. How do you feel about those kind of adjustments from Aurelia? Do you think that's warranted, or I mean, is it enough? I want to say.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what people here are playing, but it's definitely one of it's good against Call of the Week. It helps you score early. Like these Aurelia usually struggles against people getting to 6, and then they play Bryn here, or they get to 6 and they play Imperial Decree, and then like you don't really have answers to that. Like you might have Infinite Might, but there's still or you have your protections, but you're still going to get recalled to base, and then they're going to score to 8. So these early units that help her score, help her like maintain point tempo, are all like, pretty relevant. Whether Desert Call is the best one, I'm not sure, but I definitely understand the idea behind it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to add, like, I feel like we've definitely seen. I know Yi definitely runs Desert Call now. I think some of the green orange decks do run it.
Yeah.
Definitely, we do see some more treasure hunters, some more tide turners, right, from Aurelius, because we're trying to dodge these Call of the Weeks, these targeted like removal, trying to get that early tempo. But one thing that I love seeing from this now is that because we see these increased numbers of 2-drops, we do see Draven now running more gusts. Same thing with I think Ezreal too, right? So it's kind of this cool like adaptation between like the decks. Aurelia tries to beat yellow. Now they kind of do worse into Draven. So it's actually, I kind of really like the place where we're at right now in the meta.
I love this in card games. I love this in card games when, a slight adjustment here means a slight adjustment to the deck that beats this deck, which means a slight adjustment to this. And then you just have this ever-evolving meta where it's like, oh, I'm trying to beat this and trying to beat this. And like players who actually put in the time, who are actually like really invested and know what the meta is going to be like, are vastly rewarded into like a big open field like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we were talking about it before. I think the person that wins today is just hands down the most versed, most practiced player, because it does come down, of course, card games, it is a TCG. There's a good amount of factor of the RNG in there, but it does also reside heavily on your skill and how well you know your matchup / how well can you kind of place your bets where you need to place them and, get the job done when it matters most. And I think that's what we're going to see from the champion today. Maybe it's a familiar face we've seen in the past, something like Randy. I believe Randy's playing maybe Aurelia. He played at the pre-regional yesterday, but I know Prisma is out there. Of course, our Bologna champion, Alan, is out there. Mo or Ike, any of you guys' friends / names you guys know that is out there in Lille?
Yeah, I have my guys, the Challenger TCG guys.
Right.
They're all like close friends. I think a lot of them are on Draven and like a mix of like some Aurelia and Victor. So it's like, I think also there's also like Anton, who won like the best Billionaire, who won the best stuff on E. I think he's just running back E again.
Nice.
So maybe he's gonna win it. And yeah, like I'm excited. I want to see some more interesting matchups, especially in these early rounds.
I mean, I'll be honest, me personally, I haven't been to a regional, so I don't have those popular names, but I do know we have one of UAE's own, I think probably Aurelia. Cristiano, if you're out there listening, you better not drop. You better not drop day one. We need to see you on day 2. Maybe catch you on a stream. But yeah, hope to see it. Right?
Putting some pressure on him. But that could be fun. But yeah, Challengers TCG always represented. We're more than likely going to see him in a day 2 position. And Villemere on Master Yi, I believe, I don't know, he didn't win Best of Yi last, right? I remember it was Daniel got Best of Yi in Houston. He was runner-up to the finals, Diwali.
Yeah, and Villemere won it in Vegas.
That's what it was? Okay, so yeah, they hold 2 Master Yi's. So maybe EK is onto something with Master Yi taking it down. We'll see in this newer / 2.5 meta as we keep going back to. But as we get into this game real quick, just to piggyback off this Master Yi talk, what in your eyes, EK, separates Master Yi from the rest of the decks currently? Because you have him as your pick to take it all the way. Do you feel like he has a strong matchup into pretty much everything, or how do you see it?
So I think with Yi, right, there's 3 main ways of playing him, right? You have Aurora, you have the mid-range, and you have the little transformation package. So I think everyone knows Aurora by this point. You beat the fair decks that can't really handle with your might, but you lose to yellow. But I feel like my deck to look at, I think that's the deck that I have most experience with, is that mid-range. With the removal of Fight or Flight, your opponents are forced to fight you more and more. And I feel like with Yi, you already have a decent matchup into Kai'Sa, right? Because you have the Defy that's also fast. It's always been like a decent matchup for the Yi player. But specifically into Aurelia, one way to beat Aurelia, I feel, is to kind of force them to use buffs when they really like using a Defiant Dance when you only needed a +1 or a +2, right? And having the +2 from defense from Yi kind of just forces the Aurelia player to just, oh, you want to try and conquer this turn against my 3 my Solar Poro? You have to use a buff card. And slowly but surely, once you keep doing that, you kind of get rid of their draws and their buff. That they do have a lot of buffs, but it does kind of run out, and you get to a point where you starved out the Aurelia, which is where you want to be, and you can't get a lot of wins from that, especially with a card like the Rune Runner too. Rune Runner being such a good card in these matchups. Sometimes just winning you games on the spot against like yellow decks or blue-yellow decks. I mean, we don't have Kai'Sa's Vultures to beat it, but again, it's one of the hardest cards to beat right now. Yeah. So I think it does have, again, the cards have to line up, but when they do, it's one of the best decks in the format, I feel.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because it's essentially a little free on guard every single time you're defending alone, so you're trying to match that. Aurelia has got a lot of tools to kind of match that, but as you pointed out, eventually you do run out of cards, as Master Yi's legend ability is every single turn. And real quick, I believe if you mean event public ! Bracket, guys, you should be able to see the bracket over on your side. I updated that, I believe, a round or two ago now. So I don't know. I think that does show you the highest placing players so far, which we'll probably bring that up maybe after this round. But I guess since we're about minutes away from getting started into round 3, Mo, who would you like to spectate for this round number 3, or not spectate but cast in this round number 3?
Like I'd say I want a big name. Like I know it's early in the rounds, but give me like one of the challenger TCG guys. I wanna do I wanna critique their gameplay. Call them out.
What about you, Kay? Who do you want to see? It doesn't have to be named, but legend wise, would you like to see the Yi we're talking about, or anything else?
Honestly, I feel like I want to see Azir, and I want to see the new Ezreal tempo list. I think that one's a very fun one to go for.
Yeah, that would be a cool match.
That would be cool. Honestly, I haven't been able to see too much gameplay from Ezreal. Is there a little bit of method to the madness of Ezreal players bringing it out to regional? And I'm specifically pointing out Alan, because he's feeling confident. I do think he could win the best of Ezreal, but is Ezreal the deck to take it all the way with? Because a player like him, he doesn't just want to come to these events to compete. He wants to come to these events and win it all, right? So is it a deck that can take it to the crown?
I think so. Like it depends on like how the decks have evolved. Like I haven't seen like the newest list, but like the deck is kind of inherently powerful, and there's also in card games in general, like there's something very good of just playing something that people are not expecting, that don't know how to play well with. You play people once in these tournaments. They don't have time to adjust your strategies. So sometimes when they don't know the optimal lines you're taking, you're playing something that's off meta, especially something like Ezreal that's changed a lot since the called shot ban and the scrap heap ban. It's like people don't know exactly what you're doing, so they lose percentage points in the matchup just because like they don't know what you're doing. So I think that gives somebody like Alan, who has hundreds of if not thousands of games against every other deck, a big edge. Other than that, he's a really good player.
Right. Yeah, that should be fun. Ideally, we would get a nice little Ezreal matchup. I'm kind of smelling a Victor coming on stream somewhat soon, so we might get a little eyes on Victor since we haven't seen him so far. But other than that, I've been pretty ecstatic about the matchup so far. So hopefully they keep things rolling as we're slowly but surely approaching this round number 3. But keep in mind, guys, unlike Bologna and Vegas, it looks like this event is live today. I wonder what the decision was, because I didn't mind it too much. Like they were doing the past kind of pre-recorded matches, having a lot less downtime. But it kind of gives us some good little opportunity to kind of discuss about things. It looks like we have a little bit of an interview with a potential pro player. Do you guys recognize PL?
I do not
say that I do.
Let's go ahead and listen in, because sometimes the interviews are pretty interesting.
French event on the French home, French territory. Does it feel special for you?
It's pretty cool to have a French event in France, particularly because often American game think like Europe is like one big country. So you have to travel to a lot of different places to play those kind of big events. But I know that Lille is a particularly cherished city to host events, especially in this place, the Grand Palais. So it's not the first time I've been here to play such big events, but the first time for Riftbound. So it's always a pleasure.
So of course, yeah, for the people who don't know you yet, you played a lot of TCGs before. You've got a huge background around the TCGs. But speaking about Riftbound specifically, what is different and what do you like
So
about
maybe a pro
Riftbound,
TCG
especially
player?
about the venue and about the game?
I think maybe
The
some
game is
local.
really exciting to
Yu-Gi-Oh?
play.
Or Yu-Gi-Oh player,
it
maybe.
takes a
Mhm.
lot of mechanics.
Just
that
cash it. This guy's
exist
a go.
in
It's
different
interviewer.
games with a
Right.
twist, particularly
Yeah.
the rune and the champion unit, the legend. It's a really good mix to experience. Even if you played a lot of different TCGs, I think I
I'm trying to see
experienced,
if chat
all the other
gives
TCG
any hints
before.
if they know,
So,
but I don't see anything about it.
I
Doesn't
particularly
seem like
enjoy
anybody's like
Riftbound for
willing
this,
to at least
and
give that info.
concerning
you know.
this event, it's
don't
like
leak this
really
guy's
chill.
strats,
like
man.
You can do
No, I just want to know
the
who
main
he
event,
is. I want to know
which is really
like what game
competitive.
he's known for.
You can try to win metal cards. You can try to win a metal card and the events. I'm not trying to do any of those. I'm just trying to have fun this weekend, so no pressure. And yeah.
I mean, yeah, you were talking about having fun, and I think this is the most important part about Riftbound. Yeah, of course, you can compete at a higher level, but you can also just enjoy yourself, just chill. And to chill, which deck did you choose?
I choose to play Victor. I played Victor since set 1, but I often thought like maybe I should switch deck to experience different gameplay. And
Yeah, I'm not sure Victor's a chill deck for your opponent.
Still a pretty good deck, mid, I think. Then the ban occurred like a few weeks ago. Victor became more popular, so I was like, why change? Just keep playing the same deck, and I hope it will carry me for this tournament.
I mean, it actually makes a lot of sense. Victor is one of the best decks right now, and it might probably win the event. Speaking about winning the event, you said that you are not gonna win it, even if we just wish it for you, but which deck is gonna win it all?
I think Kaisa or Irelia is pretty, or the best deck actually. Draven are still a good deck, but they lost so much cards. They can't really compete with Irelia, who lost also some cards, but not that much. Who benefits from Draven going lower on the field. So I think, yeah, Kaisa, because it can win like every weird matchup because of the metal card chaser, or Irelia because it has a good proactive plan against a lot of decks too.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, actually. Thanks a lot for your insight. That was really cool having you here on stage. And for you at home, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back real soon.
Something that I think a lot of people make a mistake, which I think we had a tournament that corrected that thought process, is people automatically assume a deck is dead when it's targeted by a ban list. Obviously, it's much weaker, but people assume decks are way worse than they actually are, and they overcorrect. I'm like, oh, this deck went from the best format to it's unplayable. It's nobody should play it. When in reality, it's probably somewhere in the middle, where where I think Draven probably landed, and I think Draven's win his win rate, not his win rate, his representation was saved a bit from the New Zealand tournament that happened right after the ban list and had 6 top 8. People are like, oh, okay, it's actually a real deck. I think before that, maybe it was people would have played a lot less because they think Draven is dead without actually putting in the effort and trying to see if it's actually dead, and just take the lazy way out and just assume, oh yeah, it's dead. It got banned. It's not good.
Yeah, that was like everyone's initial impression of the bans. Like, Draven is unplayable, But I think we're going to find out here in Leo that he's definitely still a decently good contender. If not, as you pointed out, Mo, it may be enough to take it all the way. I wouldn't be too surprised to see it. It's just going to have to be a really good player to take it all the way, because I feel like he does have a tougher time against things like Kai'Sa, against things like Victor, probably a hard time. But Draven's still a good legend nonetheless. And it looks like we got a little bit of answer. It looks like PL as a previous Magic the Gathering player. So maybe not a pro, or maybe a pro player. I would imagine they're interviewing people that haven't played. They're somewhere in the realm of being like professional players. I was almost thinking One Piece or Yu-Gi-Oh, but MTG makes sense too. A lot of good MTG players in Riftbound.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of MTG players coming in from, I think the same kind of rune system and kind of stacks. I do want to say, especially with Draven, I feel like Draven did go from like a Z tier, like S plus tier deck to just an S tier deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a drop, right? But it's still an S tier deck, right? So we can't. If you don't respect the deck, it will catch you. I think some people will kind of just forget about it. I think that's probably the case with a lot of the purple decks that we see, especially Sivir having the lowest amount of representation.
Yeah, I was
than
surprised.
Renato. I was like, what?
I was surprised. Yeah,
So
that felt super surprising. Yeah, like
is it
lower
almost
than
unplayable, or you just think it's a little bit coincidental that just a lot of players didn't have too much faith on Sivir, or did she really just take a huge hit where she's just not anywhere close to where she used to be? So much so that Renata, Garen, I believe those are the only two legends above Sivir. Maybe not. Maybe doesn't sell for a lot. Metal card. I don't know why Sivir was the bottom.
Yeah, I think it's just like the obvious choices, kind of like both the Aurora version and the Miracle version relied heavily on the called shots. So maybe people just didn't have like, oh, this is the obvious way to build her, and didn't want to spend time on it. And sometimes it's just kind of, let's say, a bit of randomness. Like, I bet in Atlanta, Silver's gonna be like we're gonna go from like 16 players on Silver to like 40.
Right.
People it's gonna flip to the other side. We're like, oh, actually, a lot of people are gonna go play Silver now.
I guess it's like the metal card chase too, because like some people might be going, oh, Silver's like a decently popular champ. This could be like 50 people. I'm not gonna run in with Silver Ray and struggle for it. And then so many people think about it like that, and then turns out no one's playing Silver at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's what happened with Garen once in like the Chinese, like I remember that, the challenges. Like, it went from like one tournament. I bet people are like, oh, I don't want to go for Garen. A lot of people are gonna go for Garen because it's the easy choice. And then Garen ended up having 0 players. and then the one after that, Garen was like the 6th or the 7th most played champion. Garen was the 7th most played champion. It was like people just overcorrect very hard.
And real quick, guys, it looks like they're showing us the representation of single individual cards. Rebuke taking it at the top of the list. 41% card presence among all the decks, which makes sense. You take away Fight or Flight, Fair's Forerunners roaming around the meta. Rebuke, an excellent card. Hard Bargain. Oh no, it's going from left to right. Speaking of why you run the Rebuke, is Fair's Forerunner, which makes a whole lot of sense. I like Hard Bargain. It almost tells me it's almost heavily weighed on just the Aurelia players, maybe mainboarding Hard Bargain for those Rek'Sai players, for those Imperial Decree decks, because I think I've been seeing that adjustment as well from Aurelia players myself.
Yeah. It is like I'm a fan of Hard Bargain. I always like at least maybe one in the main deck, a couple in the side deck. It's just it beats so many things.
Especially the Imperial Decree. I mean, if you're against Victor and they're pushing out these Xinjiaos, the greatest, arena's greatest, getting to 6 points as fast as possible, and they just play Imperial's Decree, you kind of just go GG on the spot, right? So having a kind of answer in purple, Hard Bargain, because that's usually their entire turn, just playing Hard Bargain, playing Imperial Decree. I don't know. Your only other counter is Windwall, but like that's
and like you're not playing
really
Windwall,
expensive. Yeah, that's expensive. That's not being seen.
And like Aurelia is such a power hungry deck already. It's not like like Master Yi. Like sometimes they had the Windwalls and they can afford it. You just can't afford this. And well, of course, Master Yi doesn't have access to Hard Bargain. But like So just having this thing where it's like, yeah, I can keep this mana up, I can bluff the pump spells or the thing, and it's not, you know, giving your opponent the time. Look, I have a counter spell. No, it could just be I'm keeping up my buff spells. So it's I do like it a lot.
Right, we saw that fourth card, that fourth place go to Ride the Wind. Of course, the Aurelia players now going for almost a full set of Ride the Winds these days. But I do think as well, Dravens have been leaning slightly more into Ride the Wind as well. Mo, how do you feel about that? Do you see a lot of Dravens on your end as well kind of adapt to Ride the Winds in the mains?
Yeah, like I do like at least like one or two. I like one was like kind of before it used to be like 0 to 1 for the main deck.
Right.
Now I think it's like two. I think is about the rough average, I'd say. Just because it's like, yeah, you know, you need ways to score points on your opponent's turn. You don't have your guaranteed Draven on 4, which is always gonna scare them. So I think it's a solid card. Like a lot of, and you know, purple is a very good color. So
right. I think that's what's catching a lot of players off guard when they play against Draven. They're like, when they see like one energy on a Draven, they're like, oh, Draven can't do anything. But it looks like we got another little interview as I believe round 3 setting up behind him. Let's see, because he looks to be maybe on the production side of things. Let's go ahead and listen in.
All the crew cast from OTP and from France. So Xoxo, Aureus and Kachuz, my man, it's a pleasure to be here. It's incredible. So many people, so many production value. I mean, I'm so happy to be here and see the real barcode. For real, you're real. You exist, man.
Am I real? Am I real? No, that's so nice to have you with your smile. You smiling is absolutely incredible, and you being here is a chance for us as well. But for now, the players are getting ready, so why don't we just go over the game?
Oh, they didn't say anything. It was just production. All right, guys. It looks like round 3 should be starting pretty soon. As the commentator mentioned that they are setting up. We didn't get any little glimpse at the potential legends, so we could only speculate for now. But if it's anything like the first 2 opening rounds, it should be a nice little banger of a matchup. And I think I could make a really good educated guess on the player on the left. If you guys recognize them, that's the best of metal Azir legend back to back Bologna and Vegas. I think you guys are in store for an Azir matchup, guys.
This is gonna be interesting. Azir definitely one of the dark horses going into this. I think pretty strong. You have
we called this.
We called this. Wait, this is exactly what we wanted. Hold on. We're in for cinema. This is gonna be.
Hey,
cinema.
they're listening.
Yeah, they're listening in. They're saying, "Wait, you guys want Azir? You guys want Ezreal? Let's go ahead and give them exactly what we want. You guys are in for a treat." Mange and EK, I'll go ahead and throw it over to the feature table as you guys take it away for this round number 3 of the Lille Regional Qualifier. It should be a good matchup.
All right. Let's see. So, like, who do you think? Who are you rooting for here?
I mean, like these are 2 decks that you just don't really see going up against each other, right? And I mean, Azir, well known for being one of the strongest attacking like decks. You know, like this guy's all offense, kind of weak on the defense. But then Ezreal, I mean, is it the tempo aggressive version? That might be able to beat Azir going under his tempo curve, because I know Azir takes some time to get set up. But if it's the control version, I think Azir might have this one, maybe.
Yeah, it's like, you know, something that I've always liked about Azir is like, yeah, let's say they kill your units. At some point, you're gonna play the Arise and just get everything back. And Azir is really good against might-based removal, just because, you know, not Azir specifically, might, like just equipment is really good against might-based removal, just because you keep sticking it, you know, thing. And like, you know, the blue, you know, the singularities, the bellows breaths are all gonna be the might-based removal. You know, the frigid touches technically, and you can't really gust stuff that has a BF sword on it. Something that had just equipped the brutalizer, you can't really gust that. However, let's see. Okay, it does seem to be a more tempo versus. I mean, it's only one singularity. It's only one singularity, and like there's a sprite call there. I'd say it's like, yeah, like this is why sometimes, you know, labels are a bit, let's say, kind of arbitrary.
Like yeah, we agree with you.
Yeah.
Is that Arcane Shift at 1? Is that something you agree with?
Yeah, I can see. It's like, I mean, it depends really on your version. Like, I can definitely see it being a 1. Like, without, I mean, the deck does kind of like, you know, before it used to be like, oh, I'm gonna play 3 seals, you know, some amount of scrap heaps if you want to play that, and you know, just like the 3-drop Ezreal and just like go through your whole deck. But maybe now it's like, yeah, I don't have as many triggers. You don't have. I'm not sure. Like, but you know, Arcane Shift does struggle a bit from the fact that sometimes it's you don't have a target for it. You can't. You know, sometimes you want to kill something, but you don't have a target. Sometimes you want to get the flicker effect, but your opponent doesn't. You know, if they're keeping track, sometimes they're not going to keep a unit at a battlefield. They're going to keep it back. And you're like, oh, I kind of want to replay this. But yeah, Arcane Shift is obviously very good in Ezreal. You know, just replaying like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, accelerating back again, Bellow's Breath. Those are all great combos. But yeah,
what you want to see. Missing out your turn 1 gear, turn 1 draw. Maybe we have a Sacred Shears and not wanting to play it turn 1, but this is kind of
like,
slow.
Yeah, you'd never play the Sacred Shears, I think, but like just not getting the turn 1 play feels really bad. It feels really bad. Like they only have 6 now. I think next set they're gonna get another one. They're gonna get like, I'm not sure how good it is, but like, you know, there's the green one that cares about like
the XP.
No, it gives Hunt. That's a 2-drop. The green one. It looks like Master Yi's sword, I think.
Yeah.
That one it's just a 1-drop. Like my thought process of it is in his ear is like it's a weapon I can play on turn 1. You know that, that's it.
And I feel like one thing I want to add is that this Trifarian War Camp is kind of gonna give us a lot of get a lot of use out of it, because usually a Sand Soldier token with Brutalizer is something we'd be able to gust, but if you go into that battlefield right there, that's not something we can actually interact with.
Here's just thinking about like if he wants to equip it next turn or not. I'll just like keep it ready.
Right.
Yeah, but I like what you said makes sense, because now you know it goes in there and it's instantly a 4. Your opponent does not have time to react to it and they can't gust it. But let's see here, like your opponent playing this. I'm trying to think about like what else is in Rocklow's hand. I don't think we have too much information, but other than you know him not having the early plays,
the Dorans,
yeah. Like one thing that's going to be at least in Azir's favor is there's no thermal beams. There's no like mass removal for these things. So if the game does go longer, it might favor the Azir just on the fact that he will eventually have this ever looming threat of something's gonna come in and bring in like a million might. Did you see if the Ezreal had hard bargains? I don't think he did, right?
No, I couldn't tell. We do have the Mind Splitters. That's probably got to come out. Trying to get one of these or rises.
Yeah,
we do run 3.
That's solid. Like I'm gonna scroll back a bit on the stream. Let's see if I can like go look at the list. So so he did have 2 Mind Splitters and 1 hard bargain.
Right. And we do see the Defy from the side of Azir. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. And we do have an Arise in hand. So we do have a decent kind of matchup going in here.
Yeah, and like, problem is like, can you ever attack into this battlefield? Like, well, I guess if you have the Defy, but even with the Defy, he probably has another thing. Like, I'm guessing he has maybe like a Frigid Touch and the Gust. No, well, Gust doesn't do anything. So Frigid Touch and like Wages is not good enough. Like Wages is good enough if he goes to Void Gate, but even then it's 4. Huh.
I mean, you have the Discipline, you have the Defy, so you can't just kind of go in here and say, you know what, start using your like cards on this one at this battlefield, because you are making him keep up for. We see a
so yeah, there's Wages. Yeah, it could be Wages Stupefy, right?
Stupefy
it doesn't look like it.
You have it?
I think I see Gust, Thousand-Tailed. I think he's just happy with this, right? Like. Yeah, and then there's a Bellows. I don't see anything other than that.
Yeah, maybe if you have a weight, maybe draw into it. Really kind of early to use this Discipline, I feel.
It's 3-3. Like, you're going to use it anyway.
Might as well. Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, I thought it was a 4 for some reason. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
No, yeah. If it'll be a 3/3 after the stupefy. I mean, so like
Right,
why let it
yeah.
resolve?
Yeah.
Like see what you get if you want to do anything. Are we like? Oh, stack deck. Yes, stack deck makes sense.
Right. I think I'm trying to just kind of dig for this extra, maybe one more like simplify, try and get this Ezreal trigger, get some draws.
Yeah,
Oh, we
like
have wages. I think wages is decent.
yeah,
It's
but
also
2 mana. It's only 2 mana. Like we don't have the mana for it. We could like I don't think we're like. Of course, you could technically bellows, but you're never bellowing
I don't
this.
think you ever.
Yeah, you never
I think you
bellows
just
this.
take
It's
it
just
once.
yeah, you just take it. You just gotta take it. Like
Now you do have Fizz. That's Fizz, wages, and Bellows Breath. Keeping the
I
wages.
mean,
I think.
I guess like it depends.
Yeah.
Like there's still like a lot of play here. Like there's no like I haven't played this Ezreal deck to say for
Right.
sure, but he does have a lot of removal. But again, you know what a lot of removal is bad against? An Arise.
The 5 Arise. My green cards
yeah,
are coming back.
Yeah, like if he plays like an equipment here and then another, an equipment, make a unit, and next turn he's gonna play like another. I think I saw a BF sword, play another equipment, and then like this Ezreal is gonna have to keep removing these units. Eventually, like you're gonna like play the singularity, kill 2 things, and he's gonna say, "Arise! I have four dudes again. What are you gonna do?"
Right. Yeah. And like, I mean, usually like a singularity would be good here, but yeah, the Arise is saying no to any aggression from the side of Ezreal here.
Yeah.
To be fair, with his wages, we kind of do say if you ever come to Void Gate. Oh, actually,
Okay,
just going
that's
for this.
yeah,
Aggressive. I like that.
This is understandable. Like I think. Okay, you see like the late game threat of Arise. You see a very big threat in BF Sword. BF Sword is very, very strong here. Like it might be a BF Sword, but I understand an Arise as well. But like even the Desert Skull is making 2 units now.
Yeah, I feel like this Arise is not going to be as good, as impactful as this BF Sword, and getting rid of the BF Sword does kind of weaken the Arise for the future. So I do like getting rid of the BF Sword because it's kind of the next play he's going to do either way. But getting rid of the Arise is still smart.
It makes sense. Like it is like one of those things where it's like, I think the choice is very matchup dependent and very like technology dependent. It's like okay,
right.
If we go on late, who's gonna win late? Oh, but it's like if I'm the Ezreal and I know the game's gonna take like 6-7 more turns, something like that, where it's like, okay, no, I need to take out this Arise because it's not gonna beat me this turn. It's not gonna beat me the next turn. But in 4 turns down the line, I just can't beat this Arise ever. So
and also,
yeah, that's all. Yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry. And this, I mean, this kind of does also turn on our singularity too, because as you said last time, if we do singularity on our turn, our opponent can just play Arise and regain the entire board control.
Yeah.
But now that we know he doesn't have the Arise, a singularity kind of just takes him out. And issue with Azir is kind of making extra tokens because once you run out of equipments, you'll you need to draw into them and then play them. But we do have the Desert Call, so
yeah, Desert Call is like 1 rebuild, but then he has but then the Ezreal has Bellows plus Watcher.
Right.
So you can just wipe again. So you can slowly start like if you took out the biggest rebuild and then you take one that only makes 2, so you can start slowly try to like run him out of cards. This Sacred Shears, I think like a big consideration here is like does he kill the unit with Sacred Shears on it? Like he's gonna draw a card, but at the same time you can't just let Azir score up to 4. Okay, they're not using the Hidden Blade. That's understandable. Like, I don't think he wants to use the power on himself. Plus, he doesn't want to like make the Ezreal draw even more cards. Like the 4th point isn't as important right now.
There's a singularity.
Let's see if there's like a discipline. I think did he draw maybe a discipline to like save one of the units? Yes, that's big. That's big.
Yeah, really huge. But we have a stupefy from the side of this Azir. I mean, you never Bellows Breath to finish it off. I think you already spent enough.
No. I think. Oh, that's a
No.
good. He just drew the Superfly off the top.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, he did. He got it.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
unfortunate if
Yeah.
you're the
Yeah.
player.
Yeah, like and like the Bellows, I think is I am gonna save. I'm gonna save this card for the Watcher. It's one of those. Like I am gonna play this when I play the Watcher. Well, you can still technically kill this. You can kill this Mind Splitter with like Ezir and then accelerated unit.
Right.
But
Yeah.
is it worth it?
I mean, this is exactly where we would have liked to have an Arise too, because we just
just slam it.
Right. Oh, Death Grip here. I actually really like Death Grip in these decks. Getting to double dip on these equipments.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And it's like it comes in from the other sides as well. Sometimes like, I'm gonna attack this, and they're just gonna Death Grip the one at base, buff this. So it's very hard to play around.
Now I do see a Frigid Touch. I actually kind of like Frigid Touch with Bellows here, just to clear out if he ever tries to equip with the 3 costs.
Yeah, but like again, now I think the biggest thought process here is for the Azir is like
Watcher.
Does he want, like, other than the Watchers, like, does he want to go in this turn with the Azir into like just go in and clear this Mind Splitter? Like you lose your Azir, but then you're just gonna get hit by a crackback from like. Yeah, I like this. Just keep building. Yeah. Make your free token every turn. Play your one equipment every turn. Make sure you're maxing out on that value of on Azir, but we are gonna get kind of blasted here by this Watcher, right? Oh wait! He doesn't have the blue. He doesn't have enough blue for it.
We do have 2. I mean, we could go.
Yeah,
Watch. Oh, yeah, single. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like you can't kill the one with the BF sword. Like you can kill the rest, but like at that point you're killing one token. You're killing the other token that's gonna draw him a card, and then like you're not killing the one with the BF sword. Not having like triple blue, like that doesn't even have the mana. He's at 8, so he doesn't even have the mana, but he doesn't have double blue either way. So like that is pretty important. And he did Singularity, right? Or did he not?
He did Singularity last turn. And we do have like a dead card in hand to that Gus. So like, not gonna be seeing much play.
We know that 2 of the blue are at the bottom, right? So it depends. Like I wonder how many blue he's running, how many blue resources he's playing. If he's on 6 and 6, did he use any other blue resources? So like, I want to know if we're gonna have 4 blue next turn. I think it's unlikely we're gonna get 4 blue next turn. Or like it's a 33. I think it's 33% that we don't. Okay, it is because like
we should be seeing.
Yeah, like we're at 8, right? We're at 8 mana. So the top 4 are 2 blue and 2 purple. Yeah. So like you're probably not getting it. Yeah.
Right. And there's the Ezreal. I think we are not seeing him as early as possible, not from before this little patch.
Yeah.
But still a really good card. Does get rid of our repeat cost. So I think we are trying to set up for this Bellows upcoming.
Yeah. It's. Oh yeah, like at least the Ezreal helps pay for the blue. So like now he doesn't need 4 blue. He needs 3 blue to like or like at least if he's not gonna accelerate, he needs only 2, because like you can just do like you don't accelerate. You just play the
minus
the
cost,
thing base. Just give the -3 and then pay 1 extra for the repeat. You pay 1 extra and no power, and then that's just 2 blue. And if you don't have the energy, you play 3 blue and one energy for the Bellows, of course. But the Defy is gonna come here. Defy is gonna be important.
Defy, I think maybe if you're the Ezreal player here, maybe try and bait out this Defy with this Void Gate boosted wages. But definitely want to see how our Ezreal player tries to navigate around.
Honestly, as the Azir player, I'm never casting this Defy on anything that's not named Bellows Breath.
I do agree.
Yeah. Like I agree with your play. Like maybe he should try and bait it out. Like he can't do it here, of course. Like you're not doing it here, but like
because it's 3 damage on the 4.
Yeah, but like on the Void Gate, like if maybe he tries to do it, but as the Azir player, you just say okay, do not take it. Don't take the bait.
Right, but that does give you a gold token, so that's again,
Yeah.
another energy, right? So
Yeah, but like
not the worst.
you can have as many gold tokens as you want as long as you're not resolving this Bellows Breath.
Yeah, yeah. Just any I think battle is just. You're right. Just kind of just really hurts these kind of decks where they do want to play aggressive with these small units. But do we even need the Watcher? You feel with stuff like Fizz, Frigid Touch?
Yeah, and just Watcher's Watcher, like, to be honest.
Right, yeah.
Watcher's just such a strong card. Maybe it's not like lining up perfectly right now, but against so many decks, Watcher's is just so good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like a big point is like a lot of times I've seen people just run cards into nothing. Like oh, my opponent casts a spell that's defiable, I'm gonna defy it. I'm like, no. As a Azir player, think about it. Like, what are you losing to here? You're probably only losing to Bellows Breath plus Watcher combo.
Watcher, yeah, we'll agree.
So yeah, never use this defy on anything that's not Bellows Breath Watcher. Like, unless you're gonna win the game, then that's something else. But just keep this card in your hand. You know what you lose to. You're not gonna lose to anything else. Keep it in your hand.
Right, and we do have the Hidden Blade right on the Trifarian, and that is a draw 3 if we use it on our own unit. One issue is, because we're not on 6 right now, and Arise doesn't just win us the game just yet. We do have to get one more point. Azir definitely one of those decks that just kind of loves living at 6 points because it's just Arise win the game. So it's up to Ezreal now to kind of stop this aggression.
Let's see if the Ezreal player does the Bellows first. Like, you do Bellows first, you force out the Defy now instead of committing the Watcher. Like, you force them to if you had defy now. Okay, if you do it, I'm not gonna play the Watcher. If you do defy, like, because if they don't defy it, then you play the Watcher. They can't defy the Watcher, so then they're absolutely destroyed. So it's just proper sequencing is gonna force an action from the Azir player here, and then you don't commit as much mana.
Definitely, a lot of people just kind of throw down the
Watcher first,
the Watcher first, and then you kind of just get punished for it. So I do want to see this Bellows, and if we do get this Bellows off, we do have again Fizz, Frigid Touch, we do have Watcher, we do have our student, so we can't get over these battlefields. Remember, we just want to stop him from getting to 6, because with this draw 3, we are definitely hitting it in our Rise. Or should be afraid of one at least.
Yeah, it's like, even a Desert's Call at this point is kind of like an Arise, just because you have an Azir in the back. The Azir giving all the tokens Accelerate is very, very real. So I feel like he might be going. Are we going for it? Let's see. And this is a weakness of the Bellows, is having a unit at the battlefield, a unit at each battlefield, and then some more base. So, like, they can't really hit everything. But Minesplitter is good at fighting. It's 7 mites, so it can actually go in there. But with 6 cards in hand and all that mana open, and you saw the Death Grips, you even named it out. Death Grips are going to be very good if you're trying to attack into this guy with a BF sword. Okay.
And there's the Bellows. You kind of have to respect this as the Azir player, but
yeah, I think
this has to be defied.
Yeah.
If you don't defy it, right, you do get.
If you don't defy it, it's like
Watcher.
You have,
right?
you have combos of like maybe like, okay, he has Watcher, and I'm okay with this because he has like the Death Grips, whatever. I'm gonna like after you play it, after you commit your card, I'm gonna do it. But yeah,
I do like this.
Like, yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, that's how I preferred it anyway. But like, if he lets it go, it's not because he doesn't know Watcher exists. It's because like, oh, I want you to commit the mana, and then I'm gonna like play around you, spending your entire turn on this for my counter attack next turn.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. You have 7 runes left,
7.
right? So we can't just we can go for a Fizz. I think Fizz and repeated Frigid Touch to try and get that Azir in the back and maybe some other units on top. But that might be a bit of too big of an investment for runes.
I think it's like he might want to be saving the Fizz for next turn to like do this again next turn.
Actually, do we have enough runes to go for?
Oh, he's going for Fizz. I think like doing the purple, then he's going for Fizz.
Because I don't think we have another battles in hand, so going Watcher
I
and
mean,
Fizz might be
next
too
turn
much.
we had 7. We had 7. We had 8 mana. I mean, we'd be going up to 11. So with the Ezreal discount, we could pay like a blue for the repeat instead of 1. But there he goes again. Okay.
Now going only for the tokens, I still think that was the targets.
I think he went Void Gate, token, and Azir. I think that's
Oh,
what it
okay.
was.
Oh, yeah. I think it's 3. Yeah, it must have been the token on the battlefield. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the strength now because we can kind of just Frigid Touch to get rid of some of these backline
Frigid
units.
Touch like the Azir?
Right, Frigid Touch the Azir. We get our Apprentice up. We can kind of attack into this any one of these battlefields, to be fair. But again, this might just be.
I mean, just don't make the mistake of attacking. Just don't make the mistake of attacking before you do this. Okay.
Right.
Let's see. I think he's like considering between like a repeated Frigid Touch and Stupefy plus a non-repeated one. I mean, if you want to draw a card, I don't know. Like I think you just like repeated
Repeated Frigid Touch does kind of get rid of the BF sword.
No, I think you do it on the Azir. You do it on the Azir. I think
it's double. Wait, hold on, I don't remember.
That's battlefield.
Minus
is Smokescreen at battlefield or is it anywhere?
Let me remember. So it's been a while since I've seen some of these blue cards. Yes, yeah, you do. I think you do double repeater on Azir. Let me remember Smokescreen. Smokescreen is also anywhere.
Okay, sure.
Right, so I think definitely Smokescreening or any -4 towards the Azir. We do get our.
Oh, that's big. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so you just basically wasted a Bellows and a Fizz. Yeah, and like Fizz for nothing. Like because now nothing is gonna kill this Azir base.
I mean, that is the strength of these green decks, right? Having these ways of just saying no to purple. And now you kind of have to think about how am I gonna attack into this without giving this Azir too many resources, but so kind of wishing he holds this Gust. Yeah.
Ugh, this.
Actually, he can't Gust. Sorry, because he didn't.
Yeah, he can't Gust.
Stupefy.
Yeah.
Yep, there's a Stupefy.
What? Why are we stupefying here? Okay.
Ooh, killing that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just recognizing that the Mind Splitter was always going to run over, so trying to force him out of the Void Gate into the Trifarian where he has a bigger advantage.
Yeah. Let's see. Like this feels so doomed for Ezreal. This seems so doomed.
Yeah, we're only going to be up to 7 runes next turn, so we can't even accelerate our Watcher out.
Yeah, this is just so bad. I mean, honestly, I can't construct a scenario where Ezreal ever wins. I mean Ezreal ever wins. This is the Ezreal. This is Ezreal's game. I keep mixing up their names. Yeah,
you're good. Yeah, the as it as. So I don't really blame you for this, but it's just. Really well played. Also, just saying, that like he knows this is a hidden blade, right? And saying the death grip is to force, to force the Mind Splitter over there, but the Mind Splitter just dies to.
I didn't see this properly. Do we know it's hidden blade? It could be guards. No?
We saw it from the Mind Splitter.
Oh, is it the same one?
Yeah.
I thought you played that one. Okay. I thought no. You're right. I thought we played that one for some reason. Okay. I thought.
Right.
Okay.
And this is exactly where you want to be as a Azir. 6 points, Arise, readied up. You have all these tokens
draw
ready.
3.
Draw 3.
You can even score up to 3 if you want. Oh yeah, score up to 3.
Score up to 7. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, score up to 7, and 7 to 3. Your opponent has to answer so many different stuff. Okay.
I do not envy the.
Okay.
The Ezreal on that, but look at this Arise coming up. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tokens. Oh, we still get it right now.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Oh, hold on.
it's just
Yeah. He's just
like
he's showing
you,
off.
no, and you see your opponents like runes. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, how are they gonna answer? Like, how many is this? 1, 2. Like, is this like five equipment? Like, how are you gonna answer all these? You can't. The answer is you cannot. Yeah.
And the next turn he can just play another one, for all we know, because he does run 3. Chances are that probably doesn't have it, but again, you're not scared of the Watcher. You're not scared of many things as the Azir player right now. I think we're just going over the judge.
Do you see that cute little thing? He put the unit at the battlefield with and equipped the Herald.
That's
and then
smart. That's smart.
And went back, making an extra unit. You know, this is why small optimizations.
Yeah,
small optimizations is why you see this guy having back-to-back Azir best ofs and maybe a three-peat of Azir best ofs.
Yeah, I mean, again, this guy, he seems very experienced with this deck. I mean, the strength of having... Yeah, I think going back to the camera booth right now, but I think this is the strength of having a strong deck, such as Azir, not really S tier, maybe A tier, B tier, but just having that experience with it, Again, as you said before, you might, I think as the Azir, you probably go against hundreds of purple decks, but how many of those Ezreal players go against Azir, right?
Yeah, and something that's always in different card games, you're with Azir, you're making 2 pieces of cardboard. Just making an equipment and a token. Both of them are threatening, and against a control deck that doesn't have an answer to both, if they're just killing the tokens every single time. Then they still have to deal with the equipment. If they deal with the equipment, then they still have to deal with the units. So that's why Azir's weakness isn't really just people killing his units. It's more so, people who put something I don't think Draven's a good matchup for him, because Draven used to put I'm gonna put in pressure, plus I have the thermal beams to finish you off. I'm gonna cut off your big end game plans, plus I'm gonna pressure you. If you can't do that as the Azirs, the control decks are always going to struggle in these types of matchups, because the threats are like 2 ways. They're getting hit from 2 directions, and blue purple at least at the current time can't really deal with equipment very well. They have Downwell, but I don't they just put his sideboard up. I don't think he plays a Downwell, right?
We did see the acceptable losses, but that's only 1 gear.
That's only 1,
right? So maybe getting rid of. I think you get to choose too. So
it's not even that good.
Yeah, I think that's more of an Aurora thing, and it's kind of
I agree.
helped out in this. I mean, to be fair, with Azir, if we kind of find a way to just get an aggressive swing on the game, if you kind of just start, we kind of get the early tempo, and we just start getting rid of his units as soon as they're played, we can stop him from making a lot of plays. Because remember, Azir is a deck where you have to play equipment, then you play an exhausted unit, and you only use them next turn. So that kind of slower tempo might just be the that this Ezreal player uses to win this game, but we'll see how these players adapt as we go into the game.
I wonder if Rocklow still has both of his Azir best ofs, because in his Vegas meta, in his Vegas picture, he had both of them in when he took the picture. If he wins it this time, did he sell them, or does he still have them? If he
has all 3, is that right?
and he just poses with all 3 this time,
Right? No, I think that'd be crazy. He might be.
That would be so good.
I mean, these cards are getting rotated, so he might be the only player to actually win every single best of somehow.
They're not rotating the ones that are rotating in a
next set, right?
Yeah, and that's gonna be set 1. Set 1's gonna be rotating with I think set 1, including this. I think the set 1 legends have 4 or 5 more regionals before they rotate it out of best of contention. But look, if you win all 4 in for set 2, all the set 2 ones,
I think you're just on a different level.
That's just you can always flex that. No one's ever gonna take that away from you.
We do see the opening that we do want. Turn turn one with the 3 runes, going the
Yeah,
brutalizer
at least
and the token.
Yeah, Azir has a lot more plays on turn 2. No,
Right.
on 3 mana. You know, he has like at least the brutalizer and like I think he has a 1-off GA. You're probably never equipping the GA to the thing, but it still counts as an equipment for him to go into it.
Now I do want to highlight the Ezreal's hand. We do see 2 acceptable losses, and we also do see the Fizz. So that's 3 equipment that we can't get rid of.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, is it just one? It's just 1 mana, right? Nothing else.
Right, 1 mana, no
Yeah.
power, so we can go kill, and then use the Fizz to kill. So
yeah, but you know, like I do like it with Fizz, but you know, if it's not that it's a bad card, but it's also, you know, it's like you need something else. You can't. Okay, you kill just the equipment. But then you also need to be killing the tokens. So like, it looks like I think he can maybe go like that plus another one, or maybe he opts for the Fizz to like build up some might, and then
I would have
use
liked
this.
the Fizz here,
Yeah, like we'll see. Like it's both understand. Like I can understand both. Like maybe he wants to keep up some interaction for the combat that's about to happen. Like he's gonna run into this Sand Soldier and like. He doesn't want to just lose to like a discipline or something, so he wants to keep up. Let's see, what does he have? He has a Frigid Touch. Yeah,
right. I think any spell here that targets. Oh, just the stack deck is good enough. Raven Bloom, one of the strongest.
Yeah,
Two
Raven
drop
Bloom's
you have
such a strong card. It's such a strong card. Yeah, it's already beating him, but this is like one of the better things about Discipline. You didn't really use a card, you know.
Right,
okay,
you
you use some mana, like you cycled the card at least, like so it's not such a big blowout.
Right. I mean, to be fair, now you're kind of just forced to go into the sigil and recycle one of your runes. But there is that. See, this is the strength of those accepted losses because we do know this Azir does have a rise, and we did kind of get rid of 2 equipments for that. So that's 2 tokens, and we only have a BS sword. Now this upcoming Fizz will be just disgusting.
You can let's see. So this is 5 mines. So if they Frigid Touch, we still lose, right? Because the Sand Soldier is gonna go up to a 3, gonna go up to a 5, down to a 3. This, right? 5 down.
Yeah.
Well, 5 down to the. So they trade. If he just
they trade,
his only play is Frigid Touch. Yeah, then I think we're fine with that as Azir because like we trade and then we tap the guy, make another Sand Soldier at base. Oh, another Discipline. The Discipline is gonna be big.
I think I like this Discipline here, angled here too. But as you're kind of just saying, I just want to get this. Like if you do have Discipline, you have a Defy. I do want to get something out of it. But trying to just play around the Discipline, trying to generate a gold token.
Yeah, but right. So like this is gonna be 6 dam. Yeah, so this is 6 basically because this guy's a 6. 5. Yeah, you Discipline. You go to 7. You're out of range.
Right, yeah, but here I think this kind of this is a little bit better than the Frigid Touch because we do get this gold. So even though we don't win this combat, we
I agree. Because then you just lose because at least you have something. Right. Like it's not good, like it's not great, but you know you have something.
And then tapping the last mana to summon 1 more token. Yeah. Now remember, we do have the Fizz to get rid of that BS sword, and then I'm not sure if we have any more equipments in our hand as
this is what I mean. Yeah, I mean, no, does he? He is shuffling way too fast. He is shuffling his hand way too fast. I can't really see.
He's hiding from us.
Yeah,
like, Singularity is huge.
Yeah, this is what you need. Like you need the acceptable losses plus the singularities.
Mm-hmm. And again, remember, if we didn't have these acceptable losses, we would just play a Rise.
Yeah.
Right, but then our Rise only summons 1. And that's not that big of a deal if you're the Ezreal player. Is it 2 or 1? It's guaranteed 2, right? And then 1 extra.
What do you mean?
I remember where a Rise is ready to, right? No, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, ready to. No. It summons equal to your thing, and then
yeah.
So
there's the Sacred Tears, and would this be an Rise turn? You feel just to try and get on board, or are you trying to play it safe?
I mean, Arise does make 2 units. It scores you up to 4. Yeah, I like this. It scores you up to 4. it scores you up to 4, like, and like, you know, there's like, you see, there's two of them in the trash, like, what do you call it, the acceptable losses, and so you know, like, any fizz is gonna come in again and kill another unit, it can kill another equipment. So like, how much better is this Arise gonna get? Your opponent's gonna untap. He has like hard bargains, you know, at least, you know, you don't know how many, but there's a potential of that. So just score while you can, keep putting the pressure, force your opponent to keep, you know, having to use all their mana to like kill your guys. Like if you know, I'm scoring points and my opponent has to go untap, spend all my things, kill your guys, pass to you without further developing their board, then that's where you want to be as the more aggressive deck.
Right, and this is where we might be seeing the Watcher come out.
Yeah, like I think there has Watcher's Bellow, I think, but
I mean, this is exactly where you want to see Singularity, but he might just be yeah, he does have Watcher's Bellows in hand.
I think I prefer Watchers to Singularity here, just because I want something on board. Like I can't, because you want to score something. You know, we can't just stay here forever. You know, just killing my opponent's things. I want
we are
to.
Going to Fizz.
Yeah, doing what? Another acceptable losses.
Acceptable. Now. Oh, actually, if you clear the board now, you'll be in such a good position.
Yeah, but he has a wages. Okay, he has wages. Oh, okay. I guess makes sense. Like the sword is a bigger might threat, but you know, Sacred Tears draws your cards, and I'll never blame anybody for like picking the draw card option. You know, I am guilty of always picking the more greedy.
Yeah, you have to draw your cards.
Even though I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying I'll always pick it, even though it might not always be right.
Right, and there's our Ezreal coming out. I mean, that is setting up a better Watcher turn next turn. But you're only at 1 point, and this is here. I mean, we've killed 3 of his gears, but we don't have any more, I think, no more fizzes in hand. I mean, he's at 5 points. We can maybe get that 6 points with our Exir accelerated. I'm not sure if you want to do that when we're facing down a Watcher.
Yeah, but like, it's such a hard choice because getting to 6 is so important. Because then you're threatening such a big, you know, you're always threatening to win the game.
Right, but you're threatening to win the game with a Rise, but your Rise is so much weaker now with acceptable losses.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I guess you're right. It's either because like what accelerated units they have? They have the Azir's chosen champion, and then like if you can make a big board a base, I guess that's another like threat. But if you know, there's no real accelerated threats without the chosen champion and an Arise, and like you said, with the acceptable losses, not like killing so many units, maybe we just don't have the threat of being at 6 anymore. Granted, at least from the Azir side, we're not that pressured by our opponent winning the game. We're threatened by our opponent taking control of the game. But it's at 1. We have a bit of time to like, you know, just slow down and think about it.
Straight pass here. I think just recognizing the threat of the upcoming Watcher.
Yeah. So like, as the Ezreal player, like if our Azir opponent just says pass the 6 mana, and not even playing their chosen champion, I think that's telling us like they might have some amount of defies. They might have like a discipline. They might have, or they're just like, I am respecting your Bellows combo. I want to hold like the Desert Calls in my hand, so that I want to accidentally, you know, sneak in the 6th point, and then the turn after that, I'm gonna go like Desert Call, you know, accelerate in the Azir and get like trying double score at that point. That's where like I'm of the opinion usually points don't really matter that much until, you know, sometimes they do, until you get, you know, it doesn't kind of matter until they get to 6. When you get to 6 points, then you gotta they actually matter, because then you're threatening the double conquer. Oh, okay.
Right, there's the
no action, which is kind of big. It's like, it's telling the Ezreal play. I mean, telling Ezreal played a lot of information. It's like there's probably no defies. There's probably no like disciplines. He didn't even try and save the units. So it's probably telling the Ezreal player like, okay, I'm trying to think like there's no even death grips. So what's the Ezreal player's hand? It's probably like the Ezreal player's hand like he didn't play anything. Like he got 6 mana and didn't do anything. That means his hand is like probably like more gear, or Desert Skulls, or an Arise. And that's one of them.
Desert Skull, right? Getting 2 more units. I mean, we definitely want to get the 6 point because we're trying to get this Arise live for a game ender, but I mean, it's so hard. You don't want to spend our Azir on it just to lose it next turn to a Watcher. I mean, this Ezreal kind of regaining control of the board, slowly but surely.
Just responding to people in chat. Yeah, acceptable losses doesn't target. So that's why, like, if he misses an untap, it's because of that. But I'm not sure when exact. Now, this is something I dislike. Is the Ezreal tapped or not?
Oh, I think it's untapped.
It's at a 45-degree angle. Is this tapped or not? I hate when people make it so it's unclear. Like, can you just like fix it, please? You know, especially with legends, people sometimes are lazy with it. Like they're like, just give it a little like a little love tap, and they're like, yeah, it's tapped. Don't worry about it.
Right, these are the bellows. I mean, you should see my runes are always upside down. To be fair, so you'd hate the way I play.
I hate people who stack their land. Oh, see, now it's fully tapped. I hate people who stack their runes, like put their runes in like one big stack.
Oh
so
yeah,
you don't know how much mana they have. I'm like, and every time I'm like, can you please? How much mana? They're like, I'm like, I don't have any ready. I'm like, I want to know how much you have next turn. Please, can you just like fan them out? They're like, okay.
Fan them out, yeah. I mean, I do love.
Look at them, and then they put them back in. Oh, sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. I did the same thing to you. I do love the bigger table now compared to also I think it was Vegas. Yeah.
Like even Vegas and Bologna didn't have like wasn't that big. So okay.
Right. There's the Watcher. I mean, we kind of use our Fizzle ready
or like.
I mean, what do we have here? There's our Death Grip, right?
Yeah, just draw a card, kill this, pump that. Yeah, it makes sense. Just get it out of range.
Right.
Okay.
We're doing 1 rune up.
Did he draw 2 or is he gonna draw 1 from now? Okay, he's gonna draw 1 now.
Yeah. He draws 1 from the Death Grip and he draws 1 from
1 from the Sacred Shears.
Yep.
Okay.
We do see a hard bargain from the side of Ezreal, but we do see a wind wall from the side of Azir. So again, what are you trying to wind wall here in this matchup, you think?
I think it's just like some cards he doesn't like as much, and it's one of those where like it's not like I am bringing this in to beat something specific. It's more like it's one of them. I just need counterspell sometimes. Maybe he's also playing around Downwell. That is a potential thing that you don't know. Like if it's open deckless, then it's you know what you're siding against. But if you don't know, Downwell is kind of a huge card.
Like Downwell, Time Warp, there's definitely hits, but
yeah, I mean it's like one of those like I just want more counterspells and like I want to like I have cards that I don't like in my deck. I want to take out, or like it's in the main deck. There's nothing really I like in the sideboard, so it's fine. But you do want counterspells against this Ezreal deck. You want to hit singularities. You want to hit like
not so fast
Battles of Breath sometimes. Things like that. You just kind of it stops their combos. But it's definitely there usually for thermal beams. It is there as a thermal beam.
It is
card,
the anti-thermal beam, yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes like okay, sometimes I'm just gonna hit a random card, like I hit a 2 cost spell with it, and I'll be okay, I guess.
I mean that's the same thing we're seeing from the side of Ezreal, right? These acceptable losses probably targeted towards Aurora, but
yeah,
kind of getting extra value here.
But they did some work. They did actually do some work here.
Right, yeah. We saw 3 equipments be destroyed. Like imagine this: 3 more equipments. That's the Arise.
This Arise would have been so good.
So strong.
Arise would have been so good.
So we go up to 6. Now we're good.
Yeah, another Desert Skull, I think. Yeah, just build it. Like, don't show the hasty threat of Arise, and again with with Azir, all the tokens have accelerate. It's not just the ones that ready. So just keep building. Yeah,
The
just
one
keep
issue
building.
here is we do have the Mind Splitter from the Ezreal, so we might be able to snipe that Arise, but
Yeah, but
if we do
like,
that, that's most of our interactions is gone.
yeah, and then there's a lot of might on board. Like again, like this Azir's gonna come in accelerated. Like there's a lot of hasty threat. Like, you know, he's gonna put them to one side, and weapons can always cascade. You know, like you put in your the guy with the BF sword to a place, it dies, equip it something else, go in, you know, and you're gonna keep making these recruits. So it's not like, oh, I'm just gonna take a rise and I'm gonna win. It is yeah, and look, like the only thing at the battlefield there is a recruit. So like,
Right. And that's definitely getting hidden bladed also.
Yeah.
It's +2 draw.
Yeah.
So
like, oh, you come in with 2 units, I'm just gonna hit him myself, draw 2 cards.
and I just don't know. We do have the stupefies, but I'm not sure what we can do on the side of defense. We have another Watcher, but if we watch here, I feel like we do just kind of lose to the Rise upcoming.
Yeah, it's like, what, like, you can't even keep up hard bargain for it. Like, Rock Low has like so much mana. Like,
Is that 2 Wind Walls in his hand?
is it like? I know
Can't
there's
tell.
one. I
But
can't.
it's definitely one. That we're sure
Yeah.
of. I mean, if there's ever a time to wish you had Time Warp, it'd be right now. I mean, we are saying it might be a serious game, but again, and within this next rotation of turns, this game's probably over. So
Yeah,
both players
and-
put it on the pressure. There
Yeah,
is the
and I
Mind Splitter.
think- Yeah, I think it's over. Well, oh, he still has 2
Ooh,
mana. He
no,
still has
hold
2 mana.
on.
He still
Yeah,
has
we have
2
2
mana.
mana. There's the
one
Arise.
more.
Ooh.
There's another Desert Skull though.
Right.
Like,
yeah, it's
like how big of a difference is Desert Skull and Arise? Like, okay, obviously, yeah,
Hold on.
they
do
come
we
in ready.
have do we have the might here? So that's +3 with the Brutalizer. That's 3.
Yeah,
3,
like
9.
I didn't even do the math. I'm sure we have it. Just because, like, you're gonna make Desert Skull, like, you can cascade the weapons.
Right. Yeah.
And after cascading the weapons, like Azir can, like, you go to one battlefield, then Azir will just pull them to the other battlefield.
I think this might be going back actually with the Poro.
Oh, fully stacking. That's
Not-
like.
I
yeah,
mean, it's
that's
desperation
17.
right there.
17, get it to 20.
This
Yeah,
is
no,
exactly where
this
Azir
is
thrives.
No, yeah, this is over, I think.
Well, let's see, equipment cascading to its absolute maximum here.
Yeah, like, let's see what else. Yeah, like Desert's Call alone is gonna make it so much might.
So we have Azir Desert Might. That's about what? That's 9 mana in total. And then we have what is it? We're on 11, so that's 3 for. So I think we do have this game probably.
Yeah.
But again, it's two runes up.
Oh,
There's
okay.
our Brutalizer.
No, okay, it is over, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
that is +3. So that takes out. So we can't really we can't really take out the 7 mites with this, right?
Oh, why do you think this was a BF? I thought this was a BF sword.
No, that's the token.
Oh,
The
but still,
token.
okay. No, I thought the Sacred Shears was a BF sword. Okay, still, like, this is how much?
Yeah.
This is
This
6
is
mites.
6. So this is
Yeah, this is 6.
+3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
This is 6. Like,
Can we take
he's
out the
gonna-
Fizz as real?
He's gonna stupefy it, I think.
Yep. So now he only takes out 1 unit. We kind of have to. Do you have a discipline to
just-
get it back?
Yeah, like, I don't think it matters that much, to be honest. Like, kill one of them, then you can re-equip, and then you can Desert's Call. You know, it's just like, I think he has way over. Yeah,
Ooh, Defy.
Yeah, Defy.
So
I think it's all fine.
The issue is right now, right? Is if you could have gotten one of our recruits to 7, we can just kind of hit twice. But I think the biggest we get our recruits to is currently 6.
Yeah, but now like this guy is also a 7. No, is he a 7?
Oh
Or is he
yeah,
gonna be
wait,
no,
that's
he's a
3,
6.
4. You know, it's 7. Yeah. With the token, it is 7.
Yeah, so like you can just run in, but I think you go to sigil. You go to sigil, and then you accelerate the. Yeah, you go to sigil. You then you make the thing. You Desert's Call. We have the mana, right? Yeah, we Desert's Call.
I think we definitely do.
Play,
We definitely do.
as your. It is so much more. It is like this is what I thought. I didn't even count. I'm like, this is
trusted this year.
I'm like, yeah, this is just so much money. This is just so much money.
Hold on, thinking about it. Whoa. Hold on. Calm down.
No. Player Desert Skull first. He definitely had the mana. He definitely had the mana for it.
Right. We're on 3, so it's a single Desert Call. So we're throwing 5, 7, 8. That's what. Oh, wait, 5, 7.
Yeah, just do this. It's gonna be so much.
Yeah. It's 14. I think this is an even trade right now. Yeah, and there's a Hidden Blade.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I think that might be game.
Yeah. It doesn't even matter. Yep.
GG.
So, like, yeah, this is what we talked about. It is an issue of like he spent so much time dealing with the equipment, and even when we thought like, oh, he's kind of making progress, he had to use cards to deal with the equipment, then he had to use cards to deal with the units. Meanwhile, he wasn't really developing much of a board. So like, you know, the Azir kept developing his game plan. He kept going forward, but yeah, so like he kept going forward, and you know, he in the end, like we see, like you can't just I have answers. Like you need threat, you need tempo, you need stuff to do to actually get points to contest the battlefields. You can't just I will infinitely kill everything, especially when it's a multi-pronged threat. Like I have equipment and I have units.
Right, and I feel like this is, I mean, just a true show of strength from our Azir play. But plus, you want to talk about the game? How'd you feel about it?
That was a good game for round 3. That was super clean play on both sides. You could totally see why they were both undefeated, but GG's Rocco getting it done. I was a little bit worried for him in that mid game. Ezreal seemed to kind of turn the corner, kind of stabilize a little bit, but despite having, it only went to game 2, so that was the game 2 where he started acceptable losses, 2 turns later, a Fizz acceptable losses, and Rocco still ended up pulling it out ahead, so that was impressive. Even with your sideboard, you couldn't stop Azir. I don't know, Ezreal looked good, but I don't know. It definitely looked way less powerful than it did in the past. I don't know. What do you think? What's the biggest difference in your guys' eyes from the Ezreal now than the Ezreals before?
I think the combo potentially, yeah.
Yep.
They don't have the combo potential of like, oh, I'm gonna like let's say Alan's version was like, I'm gonna put in Vex into this combat, and if this Vex ever gets into combat, I'm gonna like fire off 2 free called shots. Bellows Breath your board for like 1 mana,
right?
Or like do this, and sometimes sometimes Bellows your Breath for 0 mana, and just like do all of this for like no cost and just like combo off and draw everything. Now it's like I'm not saying Ezra has a bad Azir matchup. I think just the Renektoy's is like at least Renektoy's build is maybe good against other things, but against Azir, I think that specific build was going to struggle.
Right.
And I do want to add, I think one card we're definitely missing out on from this side of Azir is Sneaky Deckhand. One of the strongest ways to kind of regain tempo, we would have definitely wanted 1 or 2 more points to kind of threaten the Azir. Because again, Azir kind of plays slow compared to other decks, having to play your equipment, put the unit on, wait until next turn. We do have ways of accelerating them, but that does mean we kind of play slower than the other fair decks. So not having the Sneaky Deckhand with the kind of new Gust kind of technology they've been doing to score more points does kind of hurt us. But again, this particular bit of Ezreal probably beats other decks, maybe beats Dravens or Aurelias, and we kind of got unlucky with the Azir matchup.
Right, even it didn't seem that powerful against it. I will say on paper, it doesn't seem like it has a horrible matchup simply because you do have the good old faithful Watcher Bellows Breath combo. If you don't have Watcher, you can rely on things like Frigid Touch, like Smokescreen, like Stupefy. So it doesn't seem like a horrible matchup for the Azir or for Ezreal versus the Azir. But it just goes to show this isn't your ordinary Azir player. This is the 2-time Two-time best of
and
winner
maybe,
for Azir. And you could see, like, I never seen an Azir player draw as much as Rocco did in those best of 3 series. Like, Rocco with the Sacred Shears was relentless with the draw.
Yeah.
And let's get a little word from our Rocco player, because he's always a fun interview.
Let's see.
Coming off
3-time upcoming.
Ezreal, you just took down the winning deck from the last RQ. How are you feeling?
Thank you for asking. I'm feeling pretty good. I think the matchup is quite unwinnable for Ezreal, especially after the ban list, because they are not playing the things that, let's say, was collateral damage for the Azir. For example, since no one can change it now, Pickpocket is good. Downwell was really good, because Ezreal always has more runes than Azir, and if you downwell in a turn where you had like some gold gear tokens, you will always win the game. So it's really, really important for Ezreal to know that Azir is a wall that they cannot beat right now.
I love the confidence.
The deck lists are locked, as you said.
Yeah,
you can't make the changes, so we're all good.
And everyone's playing LNZQ's deck list, and I know the deck list. And I think he changed some cards that are like even worse against Azir. I saw what's it called, Sprite Call.
Okay.
The thing is, like, Sprite Call beats 2 drops. My 2 drops have 3 might.
And then you give him a BF sword,
Yeah,
and then you
yeah,
give him all
everything.
these
He's
other...
saying easy.
I feel like in general, matchups
Yeah.
that want to what's it called?
Calling out all the
have a
Ezreal
lot of
players.
removal are really, really bad against Azir right now.
And like,
because they can
if he's
only
like,
decide
what did he
on killing
say?
the
He
gear
said
or killing the
pickpocket.
units.
What does pickpocket
Most
do? It
decks,
kills
or like
a
no deck
gear
has the
and
capability to kill
what?
everything.
Downwell.
And
It
then have
answers
enough
the
runes
units
to do
and the
anything.
gear.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
why
so,
Ezreal
how-
struggles.
how
He
have
can't
the
deal
deck
with both
lists
threats
kind
right
of
now.
changed? I saw your tweet the other day looking for Eye of the
least
Heralds
the
and
builds.
Doran Shields like a day before the tournament. Was that a last-minute thing for you?
No, it was just me picking up high rares.
Okay.
The thing, because of work, I have no time to play Nexus Knights. And in the new Nexus Knight promo packs, there were Eye of the Herald and Doran's Shield with the promo foiling.
Nice.
And the foiling looks great. And I had no time to get them myself, so I just asked on Twitter, and one guy, also called Felix, like my first name, he just gifted them to me, so shout out to him, he's the GOAT. Thank you so much. It won me all the games.
Something lucky there about Felix and that. So, as you said, Nexus Knights, you can get your promos. Thanks for the plug. Great plug there from Rocklow. That's the journey you can begin for, making best of Azir. Although that would mean you're looking for your 3rd best of Azir. You've already locked down Bologna and Las Vegas. Are you confident for today? Surely.
The thing is, I'm always confident, but I'm not delusional. The thing is, Azir is not a consistent deck, so it can just happen that one guy is also like performing great and has like, let's say, 1 or 2 less streaky games than me. So we can just, and the thing with Azir is the deck is so difficult to play. Anyone who will beat me deserved it. Like, it's not luck. If you can play Azir, like, that has nothing to do with luck. It's so difficult to play. If you saw the game with Ezreal, like, I permanently equipped every turn, everything. I did the math on every turn. So there was not a single useless conquer where I went in and he played like, even if he had like 4, 5, 7 runes, I wouldn't care. If I conquer, I win the conquer. That's like the purpose of Azir, and that's what everyone has to keep in mind if you play Azir. So yeah, just keep your runes, man.
Keep your runes. That's some great confidence as well. To be the best Azir, you've got to beat the best of Azir. I'm not going to keep you for any longer. I'm going to let you go off for your next round as we head over to Barcode and get ready for the next round of Riftbound.
Rocco's always a fun interview. He's always kind of funny, right? I didn't know someone gave him, and oh wait, we got another kind of little bit of a legend on our screen. Let's go ahead and turn it back up. Let's see what Randy has to say.
Well, we just had an Ezreal game on stream and it was absolutely amazing. But you on your own, you're not playing Ezreal. What do you play today?
I'm playing Irelia.
Irelia, very interesting choice. We've seen that. I mean, you posted some pictures of some of your cards and everything. Players were like, is he really gonna play Irelia? And finally, you are playing it. Why did you choose Irelia, to be honest?
I figured after baiting everyone for like 2 months straight, I might as well just play it one time and see how people react. No, seriously, I just think the deck is pretty good. I didn't want to take Draven. It would have felt really bad taking a deck that was just hit by the ban is just straight up worse than what it used to be, so I tried to go for Irelia. which got hit by the bandits pretty hard, but not the same, not as bad as Draven, I think.
And for now, it's going pretty well for you because you are at a 3-0 record, so everything is fine for you. You are aiming at the victory, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal for this weekend, trying to win this event.
Finally, because I mean, during the last events, you were always short a little bit with the top cuts and everything. This time, we wish you that it's going to be better, and let's hope that you took the greatest picks. But isn't it hard against Victor with Irelia?
It's pretty hard. Yesterday night at like 11:30, I decided to just say fuck to Victor and not play anything for Victor and just take the L if I face it. Just like, hopefully it goes well. If I face no Victor, maybe I have a way better chance in the rest of the field.
So last minute changes, and sometimes it's for the best, sometimes it's for the worst. For now, it's going pretty well for you. Let's hope that you don't face too many victors. I mean, for now, it's going pretty well. Are you confident that you can win it all?
I think so, yeah. I'm pretty confident.
Are you gonna win it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's doable. I think it's I have a good shot.
Doable? Or will you do it?
I think I'm gonna do it. Let's put it.
Okay, that's some
I love this
very,
confidence
very
from this guy.
confident stays. But guys, back to you. We're done with Randy now.
Bringing the best out of Randy, huh?
Ooh, that's a good match.
Hey, that's the pick I decided on. I said Aurelia, so maybe Randy can prove me right. I don't know. Aurelia seems like a tough deck to pilot sometimes, at least these days post-ban. But I do think it has like the power level, right? When you hit the right cards, if you hit the Stellar Corn early enough, it almost seems unstoppable sometimes. And maybe Randy has kind of wind of that and understands if you just get the right hands at the right time. Or, I mean, he said he posted a little bit. I think he's bringing some kind of spice, Mo or EK. Any ideas what that could be? Because he's saying he's just throwing away the Victor matchup. So not really running the 2-drops that are trying to play against those Call of the Weeks, perhaps?
I'm trying to see. I'm doing a little bit of Twitter stalking to see if
well, we do have the research. If I had to guess, I think maybe going more of the Siren route that the older Aurelias used to go to. Maybe trying to innovate like the Chinese Aurelias did with the Doran's Ring, with the Edge of Night. And that's probably the only kind of spicy things other than adding 2-drops. I'm not sure if we start running Sneaky in Aurelia because we did lose Obelisk.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Sneaky since, and I don't see anything on his Twitter about it. Maybe it's on his guide or something.
Right. So I'm thinking some Sirens, maybe some Sirens, Edge of Night, Doran's Ring. That's probably the spicy picks if I were to add anything.
I can see some Edge of Nights, right? You don't have a lot of hidden cards anymore, so trying to keep your opponent guessing, that could be fun. That could be like a good little card. But yeah, I do think he's running less early game, which is why he's saying he's kind of just throwing away the Victor matchup and just going for the good old reliant on the Fervent, reliant on the Stellar Corn game plan. Not a bad game plan if things go your way, of course, but if he runs into those Rek'Sai / Victor, but funny enough, once you have a winning streak, because obviously he probably won a buy from his scrimmage, so he started XO. Game, round number 2, he won that one. As we just saw from the interview, he's XO still, so undefeated. Maybe not too many Rek'Sai / Victors running around at the top, so he could have a good little matchup spread throughout day number 1. So we'll see. Hopefully we get to see him on stream sooner or later. But I wonder if we're getting a little bit of a backup match, because how late did that game go? The one that we just casted.
What, like, it wasn't close. Good. I think if I had to guess, I think it took like 40 minutes.
Okay.
If I had to guess, because it was like a little slow, but I'm just a quick look at the standings. There's no timer on the standings, but I can see like I don't see any draws yet, and I see like there's still a lot of matches outstanding. But it does seem like the majority of people are done. So if I had to guess, I'd say it just hit time. Like they just hit time. It would be my guess.
Right. And also, I want to add, I mean, looking at the representation of the tournament, this might be a smart idea from Randy, because I'm actually kind of shocked with the low representation of Victor and Rek'Sai kind of combined with each other. Because, if you're giving up on the Victor matchup, you also kind of give up on the Rek'Sai matchup. But I think just kind of doing a meta read saying, you know what, I don't think there's going to be too many. Yeah, it is 121 decks, but that's still not as much as I thought it would be. I thought we would be a bit closer to the Kai'Sa number.
Yeah, I thought it would be higher too.
Yeah, because Victor not losing anything to the bans, kind of getting really strong into Aurelia, and not into Kai'Sa, but also kind of strong into Draven. So I kind of like it. It's like, hey, I'm you know, if I go into a Victor, there's probably not going to be that many in top cut. So I'm just gonna try and fight the people that I'm gonna see the most of in my top cut, which is Aurelia, Draven, Kai'Sa.
And you have a decent matchup
maybe that
against
works
those
out.
top 3 decks represented today. I think someone earlier was saying Kai'Sa feels strong into Aurelia. I always thought it was the other way around because of all the counter capabilities. And I mean, and the deflect alone from Fervent kind of puts such a detriment to Kai'Sa's game plan of trying to ping him in the back line where they can. Falling Stars is going to cost you the double deflect. So things like that are really tough for Kai'Sa to deal with. It's not impossible. We have seen in our tournaments before, Time Warp alone is a heck of a card, so you could always sneak out a win like that. But I like what you're saying, EK. Aurelia in the mirror match, it's just who's more skilled, who has the better sideboard, maybe throwing a couple Vexes in there. Draven, that one's always been a good little 50-50. Draven took down a notch from the bans. Aurelia took down a notch from the battlefield bans. So that one's up in the air. It depends on the pilot as well. So I think it is a good idea to bring out Aurelia for today. As I said, hopefully we get to see Randy along the road. Maybe not this next round, or maybe it was a little preview. The guy saying he interviewed it as a little foreshadowing.
Maybe, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
Like, let's see.
Blevins, our caster out there in awesome Leo, is he about to play a game? Oh, it's like a friendly game. okay, just to fill the air. So they didn't have a backup match, but they have the casters as a bit of a backup match. This is interesting. And let
Now,
me catch
Lothar,
up to the live.
Lothar, I think one of the he's not on Jax anymore, but Lothar used to be one of the
he's
Jax
been on the
innovators.
Rek'Sai train. He's been on the Rek'Sai train for a while, I think. As soon as since the the flicker, like they removed like you can't flicker anymore. I know he's been on the train.
I don't think one of the funniest cutscenes, the thumbnails on YouTube was I want my $300 back, and it's just the affiliates for numbers.
I remember that one.
It was when the Jax rulings did change, and it was 3 overnumbered Aphelios and the overnumbered Jax, and it was like, I want my £300 back, right?
Yeah. Just because like after the change, the Aphelios got a lot worse after they did the they changed the flicker rulings, and so it doesn't work anymore. So it's like, I want my money.
Well,
And apparently my camera, guys, bear with me. Where's my camera at? Is it this one?
Yeah, your camera's froze. I just saw, yeah.
Chat, why is my camera froze? Here, I'll reset it. It froze in the
let me get my
thing.
deck box. Hold on, let me find this card. Let me put it up for sale.
Hopefully it wasn't frozen for too long, but thank you, AB. Thank you, Knight. Thank you guys for letting me know. But I am back alive, not frozen in the Ice Age. But chat, real quick, do you guys want to watch this match? I mean, we don't have really too much to do. I guess we could keep talking about the meta, what we expect going forward. But I don't know how long or how serious of a match this is. Like, do you guys want us to throw it to the feature match and just kind of playfully kind of cast this, I guess, because I don't think it's too much of a serious matchup.
Yeah, I think they're calling it a deck demo. I think on the bottom left, kind of interesting to see. I mean, maybe it's highlighting decks so we won't kind of see in the features matchups, but they are strong. I mean, Rek'Sai Victor definitely 2 of the strongest decks in the meta. Also, guys, I guess I wasted money on this card too, guys. I hate this.
It was good at one point. Maybe it'll be good at
it was really good
going forward. But yeah, we can also answer some questions in chat if you guys have anything you guys want to bring up. AB, my favorite matchup so far, I mean, Rocco's was really good. I think Azir might be pretty underestimated, but as he brought up, it's not the most consistent deck. But once you have those right draws, it almost seems like I was talking about Aurelia. It almost seems unstoppable. It looks like you can almost double conquer every single turn. But besides that, trying to think back at the games we saw an Aurelia Lucian. We saw a Rek'Sai versus, what did the Mange or EK, do you guys remember what Rek'Sai ended up playing? Lux.
Rek'Sai, yeah, Lux. And the Rek'Sai won. The Rek'Sai won that one. Yeah. The Lucian beat the Aurelia.
Darius Yasuo.
Yeah, and then there was the backup match, Darius Yasuo. So out of those, I think Azir was probably the most interesting for me because it was the cleanest play so far. So that would be my pick.
Yeah.
I do agree. I think Azir players always kind of use equipment cascade more than most decks. I kind of also, as a Jax player, I just like the concept of it. So always an interesting thing to me. But I do want to say the most interesting deck I've seen so far in this set was baited Hook Azir. Right, I'm not sure if we're gonna see it. It's the most inconsistent thing, but it is the funnest thing to watch while popping up.
When the spoilers first came out, I was like, first of all, there was the basic Azir, which I built because I love Azir. I just love him in League of Legends. So I was like, I'll try this baited Hook Azir, but I had this issue of like, okay, you have like Harness Dragon, which is big. You have like a couple of like big hits, but other than that, you know, I'm like, I'm gambling way too much for not a big enough hit. I'm like, I need like one or two like big hits, and then I'd be happy playing.
Is that an Unleashed rune I see? How do you get that so quick?
Oh yeah, that is the Unleashed Order rune. Hey, I guess you throw it over the feature match while we just chit chat a little bit about it. But yeah, I think because Lothar, how would you say his name?
Lothar.
Yeah, Lothar was in the Unleashed probably event, the content creator event. So it makes sense to me.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
You know, to piggyback what you were mentioning, do we feel like baited Hook is going to be anywhere to be seen in this Lille Regional? Do you think it feels better post-ban, or is always just a little bit too gambling / inconsistent?
I think it's a bit too inconsistent. It's like, it's good. Like, look, it gives some good high rolls that sometimes, like Fiora, baited Hook, sometimes it gives you some like really strong. But in a 13-round tournament, maybe it's just not consistent enough at the moment, at least in the current time. Like, there's not enough big hits. They're not enough big enough hits. Like, oh, I'm gonna win the game if I hit this. It's like, yeah, I could, or you know, sometimes you do all the baited Hook things, and then Draven just outvalues you anyway. So like, I don't know.
Do we think Fiora baited Hook is the most competitive list, or is there something else? Maybe like a Darius Hook coming back into the swing of things?
Oh, look, Darius had the highest win rate in yesterday's like pre-regional. Like, but to be fair, Darius always
he always does. He always has that.
This like underplayed high win rate, and then just like, oh, super high win rate. Did he top anything? It was like, no, he just has a high win rate. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. But I was excited when I saw 60-something% Darius. I'm like, maybe there's some chefs out here in Lille. They're cooking something that a lot of people have been expecting. We saw a little bit of Darius, so maybe, and he did end up winning, so maybe we'll see a little bit of Darius down the road. If there's an undefeated Darius running around, I would hope they put him on the feature match. But this looks to be, it says a demo deck, but they seem to be pretty competitive decks, right? I'm not seeing anything that's like a beginner style deck. It seems like pretty straightforward meta things, but maybe not the longsword on Rek'Sai, funny enough.
I think we have some cards that like some things you won't see from these decks. As you said, longsword from Rek'Sai, Riptide Rex. I'm not sure if Azir players are playing it, but we have stuff like Mixologist and Xin Zhao. I'm hoping to see. I mean, I do want to highlight, because we haven't seen it yet, I'm not sure, but Ferris Forerunner, probably the unit to beat this this tournament. This card is so strong. I think not only because if you're the Aurelia player, right, you have to go into this thing, beat it once, and then beat it again on his turn.
Like, it's one of those where, like, you know, when I was first talking to people, they told me, oh, yeah, Forerunner is good against Aurelia. I'm like, really? Why? But then I played it. But then I just thought about it. I'm like playing against them. I'm like, okay, no, they have to use a pump spell to kill it, and then, you know, like you said, you get more in the back, and then you attack it, and you just like, this is how you beat Aurelia. It's not like I'm gonna never play into her. Like, no, you gotta check her at some point. Like, and then like she's gonna run out of spells at some point. You know, like she has 7 cards in hand. Yeah, but like maybe 2 of them are like counter spells. 2 of them are nothing, and like 2 of them are pump spells. Like, if you keep forcing the pump spells, you know. Of course, do this responsibly. Don't just throw caution to the wind. But, you know, you're gonna run her out of pump spells eventually. Like, you gotta keep the pressure in. If you just let her go infinitely, like just draw infinitely, then she is gonna have everything. So you just gotta force it. You just gotta force it at points. Again, do this responsibly. Do not blame me if you just do this without even thinking and lose your next game. Okay.
No. Take it from me. Trade aggressively. These Australia players, they have never seen aggressive trades. You know. I think it's one of those things where like, hey, I'm gonna. I think any 6-mite unit does really well into Aurelia because any 5-mite unit, sorry, because on the attack, a 5-mite unit forces Aurelia to use a pump. And think about it, if you're like your smallest pump is what, a +3. So if you're having to buff Aurelia with a +3 pump spell to be a unit that is only 1 mite higher than you, that is a kind of 2 mite that you just kind of throw away. And there's a card that you're not using to its absolute fullest. So taking these really aggressive trades against her is one of the ways to kind of kill her. However, and this is where I think we did say the first Forerunner is 1 card to beat. I think 1 card to kill on the spot is that Stellar Corn Herder. I mean, we've seen it, I think, in the previous Runes Rift tournament, where Kai'Sa, especially in the Kai'Sa Aurelia matchup, if that Celicorn Herder lives, it will draw all the cards that you need to win that matchup on the spot. It just feels impossible, right?
Yeah, for sure. So Celicorn is like, I'm usually like more chill on like wanting to ban cards. So like I wasn't on the camp of like let's ban Celicorn, but Celicorn and Aurora were like, and Bryn here was like probably the next 3 cards people were most talking about banning. I don't think we should ban it just yet, but I'm usually at least softer on bans. But yeah, that said, the ones that got banned, I'm happy with.
50% representation top 8 Aurelia this weekend. Maybe something to bring up to a conversation. I just don't know how I love about just back-to-back bans. Like, oh, this deck is getting too strong. Let's go ahead and ban. So it's a dangerous territory to kind of get into.
And
we are going to set
like,
3.
Yeah, and we're going to set 3. Like China's already on set 3, and we have only like 1 more regional before set 3. So like, I think like if they're never gonna ban anything before set 3 comes out.
Yeah, no.
And like they're probably gonna wait. They're probably gonna wait for set 3. They're gonna see like what's gonna happen then they think about it. But yeah, I don't like. I'm happy with bans when they're needed. Like Called Shot and Friends, they needed to go.
Right.
So like I'm happy with that. But again, I understand, like, let's not be too, just anything that's, it did good in one tournament, ban it. No. Because sometimes you can adjust to it.
Right, definitely. And I feel like, answering some questions in chat, is there a sleeper list? Right now, I'm seeing 2 of my sleeper picks, Rek'Sai and Victor, so happy to see them on board at least. I think the next... Mastery is not a sleeper, people know about him. I feel like Lee Sin.
They know, but they're not truly respecting Master Yi right now. I feel like they feel like, he's a good deck, but they're not considering him as a potential winning the whole event type deck, which I think he actually has the potential to in the right hands.
Right, and he's kind of just relegated in people's minds as just that Aurora deck, so people kind of don't respect him as much. But mid-range Yi has shown off a lot of potential this set. And I just want to see again, there's a bunch of good Yi players. I know the Challenger TCG guys, they love that champ. But again, I want to see what kind of innovations we do see.
Yeah, because like a lot of them are going to be on Aurora. To be fair, I think that's the majority of them.
Right.
But yeah, like some more interesting, let's say, mid-range versions or something like that.
I mean, ramp, Manch. I know you've played against that ramp.
Yeah. I wonder against it, but yeah.
I know little interesting choices. I've seen a little bit more meditations coming around of the mid-range Ys just to have more consistent card draw. So I know that's been teched in here and there. But since we started talking a little bit about looking ahead towards set 3, since we know there's not going to be any bans, how are we feeling? Have you guys done a little bit of set 3 testing yourselves or haven't really dove into it just yet?
Not too much. Like done like some dragon volley, like miracle volley, and look, the deck is actually pretty good when in certain specific things. I don't think it's a top meta deck, but this is actually pretty interesting. And I've seen LeBlanc play. LeBlanc seems very cool and very fun. How about you?
I mean, so me personally, I think I'm always gonna be the Yi guy, so I'm definitely gonna be playing him. Definitely think Yi is I mean, he's probably doing better than he is after this because he does have that Aurora, he does have that Elder Dragon, and we do have better resources for the later game, say for the mid-range builds. And of course, we have also the other Yi, the XP, which is also not as strong, but I feel like it's still pretty strong with higher ceilings. But I feel like in terms of testing, we did have a tournament over here locally with the UAE players at Riftbound UAE, and we did have Pike actually win it all, which is a deck that I would have never expected. Pike beating stuff like the Blanc. We talking about the control Pike, not control. This card, the sprite card, the Bewitching Spirit. I think it's what it's called.
Yeah,
where
sure,
if you play me, discard one card.
Yeah.
Right. I think using that and then using the gold to kind of just lead into Baron was a pretty cool archetype. But so pretty cool archetype. We want to see more of it. But I mean, I'm liking the next set. I think yellow decks are looking really good. We have some good Aurora decks. I think Kai'Sa, and then of course Kai'Sa, Draven, Aurelia, they're always gonna be there. I feel.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Do we feel like things will start to kind of equalize in a sense of like having a good diversity of... I mean, we have good diversity right now, but you know, there's still the big three. Kind of, there's a couple more than that, but as we've seen in today's Lille, Aurelia, Draven, Kai'Sa, do we feel like set 3 is going to give them a bit more things to worry about, or are those guys still going to be decently consistent in set 3 as well? Now I'll go back to the build for now.
Yeah, let me I think some decks are still gonna be good. Like it's like they're never gonna disappear off the meta.
Right.
It's because like card games are very contextual. Like it's not just about are the new legends better than the old legends. It's also like how did the meta shift? Like sometimes you know like, a deck is good, but in this meta then it's actually no, we don't want this anymore. Like let's say mid-range E, it's not a bad deck, but in the specific metas that we're seeing, it's not really good. But in a meta where we had Annies and things like that, where like a bit more aggressive. No, then it was really good. So it's just like, it didn't become worse. It just, against this specific meta, it's not as well positioned.
Right. Yeah, only time will tell. I believe the city challenges over in China start this weekend as well. So we have the regionals over here in the West, but they have their first Unleashed city challenges. So I'll keep you guys updated on those deck lists like I usually do on Twitter. And I'll see if I post them on Discord. I never really post them on Discord, but I'll put them in there if they're interesting enough. So we're gonna get a little bit of feedback unleashed, but I believe the city challenges are best of one, but they're like a pseudo best of one. You can look at the legend, and based off the legend, you can sideboard, and then you play your best of one. So a little bit different than what we're used to. So kind of sideboard, kind of not, but interesting nonetheless, but totally different.
I mean, I think again. Me going with E, I mean, plus Manch, what are you guys going for your set 3 decks if you had to pick?
I personally been I'll take it away real quick, but I personally only been testing Vex and Kha'Zix so far, and I thought Vex was going to be pretty weak originally, as a lot of people anticipated just from the legend ability, but then once Vex Apathetic rolled around, then everyone kind of jumped on the Vex bandwagon and like, oh, Vex is OP, everyone's on it. So now I don't really know if I want to play Vex, because those are the colors I play right now with Aurelia. So I was leaning that way, but we'll see where I go. What about you, Mo?
Yeah, it's like on what he said about Vex. A lot of people they're like, oh, they see the legend, they say, oh, that sounds very good. I'm like, no, you gotta wait till you see the champions and the signature spells, because like if you look at just Lucian, his champion spell, like his legend is not very good, but his signature spell, Lucian, like the orange Lucian, those are very good. Suddenly, like, it went from like, this champion is like probably F tier to like, no, suddenly this champion has some play to it. It's has, for me, I'm a competitive player, so like if I am going to like Utrecht, I don't know, it's probably when it's close to the event, whatever is really good, whatever I think I can win the event with, is what I'll be playing.
Maybe something like LeBlanc, or like Ike was saying, maybe Pike has some merit to it. I could see it. You know, interesting combo that was brought to my attention. Lucian, funny enough, as you brought up, Mo, it gets a bit stronger next set. With cards like Jhin, you don't really consider... Is this a pro player? Should we listen in?
Let's listen in. I'm not sure.
Okay, let's listen in real quick, and then I'll finish my thought.
That not a lot of players are actually with today.
Well, I'm playing Timo right now, and well, I lost one game, I won 2, so I'm trying my best now, and I'll see how it will go.
And yeah, playing Timo, I mean, this is a fan favorite, to be honest. A lot of players like Timo. Why exactly did you pick Timo, and what do you like about this legend?
Well, first I picked Timo because like in my first packs, when I opened them, I opened like 3 Titaners and like the Timo signature spell. So I was like, I have to look into it. And then I started playing it, and it was very, very fun. I just love all the shenanigans you can do, like with the hidden part, and like just act like you're hiding something important. And in the end, you just draw 2, and then you see the face of the opponent being, oh, I should have gone. And then the next turn you hide something important, and they come, and then so yeah, it's all that mind game that's very fun, to be fair.
Yeah, it is really fun, but when you're on the opponent part, I mean, it is very, very scary, to be honest. And I was watching some of your games just a little bit earlier, and I saw your opponent was a little bit lost, to be honest, because I think that they're not used to play against your legend. So that must be absolutely insane to be like that. I see that you came to have a lot of fun, but do you think that you can just go into day 2 with your legend? How do you think that you are positioned in the meta game right now?
Well, day 2 sounds very, very far, to be fair. I played in Bologna, I was like 2 points away from day 2. But in Bologna I was way more confident, like because we had the Fight or Flight and the Dreaming Tree and stuff. Now my list changed a lot since the bans, so I'm not that confident, but I'll try my best and see how it goes.
You'll try your best, and that's the most important thing to do at an international event, basically. So your round is starting really soon. We're gonna let you go. Hope for the best for you. Back to you.
Nice. It looks like that announcement we heard over the intercom might be that round number 4 is looking to get paired as we speak. Yeah. So it's so different than what we've seen in the past, because I really thought, I know EK and Manchkins vouch for it, I really thought we were going to watch a pre-recorded regional today. I wasn't expecting just pure live and a good amount of breaks in between them. But so far for, I believe, closing in on a close to a 2,000 player event, things have gone rather smooth. I think it goes to show not a lot of players are going crazy into overtime. Kind of what we've been experiencing in our own events. No one has really hit overtime with the Spiritforged 2.5, and with Miracle not taking 10-minute turns, things are going a little bit speedier than what we originally were used to from the past. But looking at some bigger names, it looks like on the screen, anyone you guys recognize here besides the obvious, I would guess.
That's the GOAT.
Yamato is
Yamato. That's Yamato's the League of Legends coach.
He's X2, not looking good.
No, it's guys to go. I mean, Rift Buddies. I think I definitely heard of them. Arcanist was the Yasuo we did see on stream.
Is Kiwi Kuvi?
It feels like it's Kuvi, right? Because Kiwi sounds like Kuvi,
I'm not sure.
And they always play Aurelia, so it almost might be. Oh,
I'm
Casanova.
not sure. It sounds like them.
Casanova, a big caster out. He was casting, I believe, Houston and Vegas. So he's X1, not too bad with Lucian.
Okay.
Spessy's back, the Metal Best of Legend Timo. If you guys remember, he had the Timo hat. Little bit of controversy versus Crows, the Best of Legend medal winner, Aurelia. Not too bad.
That's a game with 1 win. That man's going for gold right there. Oh, I want to know the story behind that.
Yeah, I have specimen. I think not specimen. I think he has like 2, if not 3 already.
I think
2 or 3
right?
best of. Yeah.
He won one originally in Houston, and then there was one, I think he took Bologna but then fell short in Vegas.
There is a Garen that is currently 3-0.
No way.
No way.
Yes. Currently,
That's
the
crazy.
only look. This is gonna break the heart of the Silver players, but currently.
Colin!
Mohammed, you spoke it into existence. You said you want to see one of your friends from Challenger TCG. This is maybe the Challenger TCG, Mr. Colin Kaiser. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to the feature match. You guys take it away for the final round together. Round number 4 of today's Lille Regional Qualifier. It looks like an awesome matchup. And he's on Victor, guys. Victor versus Lucian is what we got in store for round number 4.
All right. Now, Victor and Lucian. If I'm the Lucian player here, I think I'm here for a bad time. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. However, we do have some of the same issues of like the might-based stuff. However, but the difference is Victor has clean kills. I am gonna kill your thing. Instead of like, Kaisa or Ezreal, which depended a lot around might-based removal. Victor has kill it, so there's no there's no I'm gonna put so much might and you can't pass it. No. And there's just a salvage. Oh, there's a rocket barrage main.
Right.
Is there a salvage?
I mean, definitely the sideboard.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the main deck.
Yeah.
There's a lot of removal. And Lucian has a specific amount of units, there's like if you get around them all, then maybe you just kind of lose.
I mean, to be fair, this is why I like the Victor against some of the other removal decks. You don't struggle as much into that Rune Runner. You have 3 of Call the Weak, 3 of Imperial's Decree, and the 2 of what's his face? So Watcher. A 5th of your deck can solo handle this card.
Yeah,
I mean,
but to be fair,
you are only running 2.
It's not as annoying, but it's still annoying. It's still good.
Now here's a card you don't see often.
Fair.
The Legion Rearguard. Your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's an hasty accelerated unit. Like it's always gonna be good. Like especially against the control decks. How are you gonna beat a deck that is gonna kill all your units? Have these hasty threats, especially when if you get to a certain life total, not a certain point total, and then you just have the combo at base, then these accelerated units are what's gonna get you to the end. So it doesn't matter if it's 2 points. If it can equip both of them and go in, it's gonna score.
And I think we see Colin going first.
I think so.
So that's that. We do set up our turn 1 Lucian. I mean, even if you're getting Cold Weak, I still think you should play the turn 1 Lucian. How about thoughts on that?
Yeah. I mean, you can't unless you have something else you're gonna do. You can't just give them enough time. You give them enough time, the Victor deck is just gonna score. Okay, Victor deck is a control deck, quote unquote control deck. However, it has units from the legend. That's why Victor has been the go-to control variant of the more full-on control deck, because you can play all spells and all this removal spell, and then your legend just gives you the units to score.
And I do want to say that our Lucian player actually mulliganing away the Rune Runner and going for Ferris instead. I think I do like the Ferris more in this matchup than the Rune Runner, even though at first glance,
respecting Call the Weak. Yeah, because if you get Call the Weak, it's not that Ferris is a bad card, but if it gets Call the Weak and you have no other thing, then you're kind of sad.
Right, yeah. Ruin kind of is losing to the Call the Weak, and you do just lose so much tempo. But at least with Ferris, you do kind of have that guarantee of 2 more tokens at the end at your turn, and then those 2 tokens, they can get assault, they can score your combo with points. So I do kind of like that decision.
Just a quick update while these guys play these early turns. Look, Darius still has the highest win rate in the tournament. It is. Darius has a 60%.
He's a fraud. That deck's fraudulent.
It's the highest win rate so far. It's still, even the first few rounds, it has the highest win rate, followed by Draven. So,
I do agree. I mean, I think Darius is one of those decks where you have to be. It's only a very select few people who are playing it, and those people are pretty good. So,
I'd agree. It's one of those that's why sometimes the low, let's say the low
population
match, the low representation decks don't give you the whole story. Like, yeah, it's because it's 10 guys and they've been playing it the entire time. They've been playing it in set 1. Ooh, it makes it gold.
Yeah, thoughts on
Okay.
that? I usually
mean-
never accept a card sharp deal.
I've changed my mind a bit on it, to be honest. Like, I went from never accepting it to like, maybe I do because I want to hit my, hit my cards and not pay the power costs. But depends. Like, let's see what the Lucian player has in hand. Like, it will tell us why he chose. Oh, I saw Triforce, and what was the other card? Did you see it?
I didn't see it, but we do have the Skyfall in hand, so our combo is ready.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I do like about this gold, the card sharp gold, is that if we have a way of using it immediately, we do get access to it, because we do get access to the gold first, right?
Yeah.
But, okay, so these pores are probably going to be doing a lot in this matchup, actually.
Yeah, you can't even like, you can't even Bellows Breath. Well, you could, but you know,
right, you would not want
them.
to, yeah. We know the Imperial Decree is on there. Now, one thing about the solution, the orange solution is really good, is that he's just so slippery. Being able to just get in and out and dodge stuff like Hidden Blades, dodge stuff like any action speed, like speed battlefield kill cards is really good. But again, we do have our combo coming up from the side of Lucian, but we know there's an Imperial's Decree, so I think it's just go from Colin now.
Yeah, it's like he wants to like make it so that the Lucian isn't scoring points for free, but at the same time, like if he puts in something into the battlefield, they're just kind of dying for free.
I mean, do you
it
even
really
push up
depends on
this
his
extra
hand.
point?
Yeah, I mean, you do like because of the combo. Like, let's say usually in control, if you don't have a combo, like you can have the thought of like, yeah, I'm gonna hold them off, and then they're just never gonna hold ever again. But when they have a combo, getting them to like, getting them to like, allowing them to have turns to like just equip, and if they just need a conquer to win, then it gets a lot more scary to like allow them. And look, Victor is a control deck, but but Riftbound doesn't have like the magic or like whatever games style control decks are like, I'm gonna kill everything and like I'm gonna close out the game. Just because of like how the game works, these control decks want to go like score for like with very free units, with like, this token, this card drop, it already gave me value, force you to use it, and then like they want to go like 2, 4, 6, 8, with the points. Just like remove everything, score. Remove everything, score. Remove everything, score. That's the ideal scenario for it. Like for example, from the Draven side, like if I were to lose to Kaisa, it would be like
so good here.
Yeah. Let's see. Please, at least now we can talk about the hand pro. Okay.
There we go.
The Zinda manufacturer. Okay. So either piece of the combo, Hidden Blade or Singularity. Let's see. What's he taking here?
I mean, I think you want to get rid of the Imperial's Decree here, because you're not too afraid of the Singularity, because either way he hits like a Poro and a Lucian.
I don't think Singularity is too big, but Hidden Blade might be a real, just because Hidden Blade is a cheap interaction your opponent can use to stop the combo on your turn.
Right.
And you don't have to like whatever, like the Hidden Blade, not the Hidden Blade, Imperial Decree Bellows, 7 mana, either on their turn or your turn. But like they can hide the Hidden Blade. Oh, they take Singularity. Okay.
Ooh, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I did like the Hidden Blade because you're not as afraid from the Imperial Decree because you do have the Ferris Forerunner. Going in here with both.
Maybe that's the idea. That's like Singularity is really good against this Ferris Forerunner, and he wants to conquer with the Lucian. Play the Forerunner, pull the Lucian back. Maybe that's the plan.
I think he wants to play Ferris Forerunner right now, and then and then
like,
just
push,
it's such a free
push
turn.
The Lucian there. Yeah, push the Lucian there. Like conquer there. Play the Forerunner. Oh yeah. Well. Okay.
Yeah, we're playing Forerunner here, maybe. Oh, playing it at. I mean, to be fair, I don't think.
Well, yeah,
he knows his hand. He's not gonna.
Yeah, and this Paltipor was gonna die for free, so like might as well put it there. Like,
right, and then it's
so we
okay.
have...
You want to Hidden Blade me? Give me 2 more cards.
But you know what's gonna happen now, right? He's just gonna play Imperial Decree. He's just gonna
Right,
play
but
Imperial Decree.
It's just such a
throw
good
in throw in one token.
Ooh.
Throw in one token on this Forerunner, and then blast everything in the back. He just threw the game.
Right? Yeah. Actually, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so one of the strengths about Forerunner is the fact that you do have to kill it twice, and that's usually once on your turn, once on his turn.
This is like, I don't understand this. Like, what? Like, you saw Imperial Decree Bell's Breath. Why are you allowing allowing yourself to get blown out by this?
It's not respecting the combo as much as he maybe should have.
The issue is it's not about like respecting the combo. You're just allowing yourself to die on board to cards you've seen.
Right, and I think we do see if there is a play from.
Yeah, send in a recruit. Send in a recruit. Well, pop this Forerunner. Like,
and
this is not like.
Right, yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, paid actor, like paid actor.
Paid actor. I mean, what's his face? I think definitely kind of losing some units here for no reason, because we know we do have the Bellows. We're tapped out. I mean, what's our next play from the side of Lucian? Do we have any units in hand?
Even if you do, honestly, like, wait, how did the party part die?
He killed him with token.
Another recruit.
Yeah,
okay.
Recruit,
Yeah, okay.
And we go up to 4.
Yeah, and like.
And we get a really easy conquer with 6 because we have the Victor token being summoned and Xin Zhao being accelerated.
And you have Hidden Blade. And
we have a really, really good position from Colin. Just kind of abusing this misstep from this Lucian.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those like okay, if you want to play it, you either take I think taking the Imperial Decree is probably the best thing, or you just like play the first Forerunner to base.
Right. I did kind of like the idea of getting rid of the Singularity, because if you play Ferris Forerunner, Lucian at base, and you just get Singularity, it kind of is weak.
Then that's fine, I guess.
Playing it in the battlefield is not. I think maybe just not seeing the combo.
It's like if you're gonna take it, you can't play it at base. You can't play it at a battlefield. You just can't play it at battlefield if you're going to keep the Imperial Decree in his hand.
Yep. I think just maybe some bit of nerves from the player. They're all on stream, so can't blame them so far. However, now on the side of Lucian, you kind of need to start getting back into this game. We do have accelerated units, and we do have our combo.
Yeah, but
so
like
we're not out just yet.
It's gonna take 7 mana to play this. To play like Aurelian and like Skyfall and.
Right, there it is.
Yeah. Okay, but Colin's gonna score like
to 5
with a Zin he's gonna score up to 6.
6, right? And he's past his turn, and then Victor at 6. One of the scariest decks in the game, I think.
Yeah, you're just like, I'm not sure exactly what he could have, to be honest. Like Colin's gonna go up to 7 for sure. I mean, he's go up to 6 for sure, and then next turn he has a Hidden Blade on one of these battlefields. It's not like Red Orange has a way to stop a Hidden Blade that's already been set onto the battlefield. Like if if it's in hand, you can always sabotage it. But at least in this set, no. But next set you have Repulse. You have Repulse at least.
We have no Repulse here. And they're still going up to 6.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is it. You can't make these small mistakes against a player like Colin, especially with a deck like Victor. Any small misstep against this deck, and you're kind of just thrown out. You're so far behind on tempo.
I'm going to tell you like the one I think win, like actual way he can win. It's gonna be like Lucian challenge. Yeah, Lucian challenge.
Pursuit.
Lucian challenge the Candlelit, so that he can't Hidden Blade you. Pursuit. Yeah, I think that's the only way I think he wins.
Hey, Pursuit, again, showing itself wide. Oh, yep, there it is. Again, just that one small misstep right then and there, deciding the entire game. And that's why Victor is such a scary deck to play against. You can't be affording to do these like slight little misplays. Something as small as just deciding where this one unit went, decided the entire game right there on the spot.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, look, I don't really. It is. I want to be like totally fair. It is a mistake here. However, it's like I understand why sometimes, especially under pressure, like you make these smaller mistakes when like the camera's on you, you're being live streamed. You know, it's like such a not like the most comfortable place, especially if you've never been there before. However, I am gonna call it out like it is. It is just a very big mistake. It is a very big mistake. But I say this not as, oh, haha, look at this, he's a bad player. It's more like,
no.
Yeah, no, this is a mistake. And if you are this player, I think that what you need to do after this is like, okay, this is my first time on camera. Okay, we got that one out of the way. You know, we got the nerves out. Why did I make this mistake? So why did I think this one was the correct play? Just review your mistakes, and you're just gonna get better. As long as like you don't take this to heart and like, you know, think about this. Just, you know,
think about the next game. I think.
Yeah.
Now I do want to give a suggestion for you.
Yeah.
We didn't see the Vanguard Armory in game 1, and we do know a lot of Victor players do play it inside their decks. Do you get rid of the action now, or do you do you decide on the action now, or do you wait till game 3?
No. I don't think the Victor player is gonna like, even if I didn't see it in game 1. Well, like just looking at the list, Colin does have it, but I wouldn't play it even if I didn't see it, just because I'm like, I don't think Victor is gonna keep it in post game because it's a bit slow. It's more against the control-y decks, the slower decks, the grindy matchups. This is not a grindy matchup.
Rip. I think this do aggressive kind of Victor with all these Xin Zhaos. We didn't see the glass from the side of Colin, I'm pretty sure, but again, just using this early aggression to get to 6 and this exact again, Victor at 6. I've said this since that 1.
Yeah.
Is the scariest deck in the game. Bellows, Watchers, Singularities,
Imperial Decree.
Right. So many ways of just winning the game outright. So I love this little like adaptation to the meta we've seen. And again,
no glass.
Yeah, no glass.
I was looking at the list. No glass.
Right. Now, game 2. What are we trying to see from Side Evolution? Any adaptations that you want to see?
Let me see. Like I think he had a strong game plan. I think he had a strong game plan, but like, I think that one mistake he made was pretty big. Just you know what your game plan is. You want to go in. You want to score. Maybe it's like Faris Forerunners. Maybe it's like the camels. You want to get in, but just take a second to think, because like
there's a combo in hand too, I think. No,
does he have a combo? What else?
That's a Faris.
But what's the card in the middle? There's a card in the.
I think it's first mate. I think that was the Pantheon. The Pantheon spell.
So against the odds?
Lower. Against the odds, that's the one, yeah. Low hand from Evolution.
I'm not convinced about against the odds, to be honest.
Right. So this is also an issue. Yeah.
I get its tokens. Like, oh, Victor has tokens, but like he wasn't committing that much to the board. He has like, two.
I think that was
2 units. But like, why is it still in your deck? Is my question.
You're right. I do agree. Now here is also the big punish from the side of Victor, if we do have it, being able to summon two units right there on your turn 1.
Yeah, this is classic Victor.
Now you don't want to play the Trinity, but you can't afford to playing this Lucian here.
Yeah, imagine now he scores 2 and culls.
Right, and that's just again the strength of these yellow decks.
It's over if he does that. It's just like it's not fully over, but you're just so far behind at that point.
I remember we do get to draw a card here from the Seat of Power, so we're gonna be.
That Seat of Power. Every time I see this, I think it's Zon.
Oh yeah, it's Zon, Treasure Hoard, and Seat of Power. All the same. They all look the same to be fair. Like I think this is draw 1. And then if a Call of the Week here is huge if you have it, but I don't think we do.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Bailed out just for a second now.
Yeah, but yeah, it doesn't mean the Lucian is in an amazing position, but now it's a game. We're gonna play like a game of Riftbound at least.
Right. Again, so we do have the singularity, right? So we might just see the Fairest Foreigner being played this turn, and then it just getting singularity.
Yeah, but at least if there's no follow up, you have the mechs to do something next turn.
Mm-hmm. Now remember, we do have the Imperial Decree in hand, so we are only technically, again, 4 points away from that coveted 6, and we just play Imperial Decree and win the game. And I think this.
Yeah.
And I think our Lucian player has to kind of respect that.
Ooh. Okay, sure. Well,
I think playing
I'm trying to think
around
about
Superfy.
Well, you lose. Like, I don't think he wanted to commit the Bellows, but you do lose to Bellows there.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, but I think it's fine. I think it's a fine play. I was just it's just a thought that came to mind. I don't think Colin wants to commit a Bellows there.
Yeah, I think it's either you lose to Superfy and you give up a draw, or you lose to Bellows and you give up a power.
Yeah, I like the play. It's fine. It's fine. I was just I'm like, oh wait.
Oh, there's a
like,
chance.
A lot of times, a lot of times people like forget that Void Gate is a thing, like the extra damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think people forget the fact also buffs abilities too. That's definitely something people forget about.
Oh, true. That's for sure. It came up like I think once maybe I've seen it come up actually for me when it was like it was like hit me with like a Yasuo on a Void Gate. I'm like, oh wait, I guess this is gonna do like 7 damage now instead of 6. I'm not sure how relevant this is, but I'm like, I guess. Okay, now it's gonna go up to 4.
Yep.
And then like
I think
the question is,
do you singularity?
Maybe not. Maybe you just play the Evangel. Evangel is like 5 mana plus. Well, you have 7. Let's see. Yeah, Evangel plus like a Victor token. There's a card. Is that a broker or is it? Oh.
Oh. If we have a Skyfall.
Skyfall though.
If we have a Skyfall, we are a happy camper if we're the Lucian player.
Yeah, but
nothing just yet.
But do we even have the time for it? Maybe.
Yeah, there's the Evangel. Now remember again, this.
I mean, it is 4 points. It is 4 points next turn if he top decks the. Well, no, he doesn't have the mana for it. He doesn't have the mana for it.
Yet. Like it is something to be afraid of. Again, just Skyfalling and then maybe playing Trinity ahead of time just now. But I do want to say the important part here is this Fairest Forerunner is just so hard to get rid of, and we probably will be. I'm not sure if we have the Imperial's Bellows Breath combo on us right now.
He does.
And so it might just be the same way that it went in game 1. And to be fair, in this case, I think it's more unavoidable, where you're kind of forced to play into it.
Yeah. Again, like the mistake last time wasn't so much as playing into it, is like keeping the Fairest into the battlefield.
Right.
When you know your opponent can just play Decree and then attack into you. I think what my guess would be, it slipped his mind. That Colin can just go Imperial Decree, attack, and then Decree, and then play the Bellows. You know, it's like sometimes you get into these loops in your head where like, oh yeah, I'm gonna Imperial, and then I'm gonna like my opponent's gonna Imperial, and then he's gonna Bellows Breath me. But so I'm gonna do this, so he can't do that. But forgetting that your opponent can just say, okay, attack first, send it back.
Yep.
Send it back. Now I'm gonna Decree.
No, I do like the camel being brought out here because
forgot an untap. He forgot his trigger, missed his trigger.
I mean, that's still. I mean, he was dying either way to the Imperial if it comes up, but now we have a chance of. Yeah, the thought of not doing it.
Yeah, maybe is it just he has Relentless Pursuit.
Oh, I do like this camel here because we just say, hey, you know, if you do the Imperials and Bellows, you still have to deal with this camel next turn, and I do have the Relentless Pursuit to kind of equalize on game points. And I'm not sure if you have enough runes to do Imperial's Bellows into Watcher the next turn after. So this camel kind of threatening a lot just by himself, and mostly due to the fact that we don't have Cull.
Yeah, but like, you know, at some points where like it doesn't really, like, again, he could do Imperials, like he could do like Imperial's Decree, send in a token, send in a token, and then like just blow like the guys at the back.
Right.
Because again, if you get to 8 points and your opponent has a big board and like 10 cards in hand, you still win the game. It doesn't matter.
Right. I'm just worried about this, because if we use this Imperial right now, right, we have no good way of answering this camel the turn after. That's the one big issue.
Yeah, like I just want to see the hand properly. Like you definitely want, like, you'd prefer to Imperial when your opponent commits the camel to the board.
I mean, to be fair, we can also just dodge the Imperial hit right here with because if he does Imperial,
like if he gets he could get blown out, but if he Relentless Pursuits now, but why would you though? Like if he Relentless Pursuits now and you get like Imperial, you'd just be so sick. Like, Also,
I want to add that because that Lucian's at that battlefield, we kind of. Ooh, hold on. This is really good from the side of Victor, kind of saying, "Hey, you know what? You're gonna have to lose some units either way." Yeah, but good on Colin for not falling into the trap of instantly using Imperial's Decree, because that would have just lost to the Relentless Pursuit. And again, that's that experience coming up. Right.
Yeah, it's just like, no, I think you can, like, he's thinking about like, is it worth it to Imperial? Because then he's afraid of like getting comboed. It's like you always think about like, how do I lose this game? You lose this game by getting comboed. You're never gonna lose this game in a way that's not your opponent doing the Trinity combo.
Right.
And you know what's a hard way to stop the combo? If they have a camel, if it's attached to a camel, then it's just so hard to actually stop it, because everything is targeted. Unless if they have a lot of mana and they have holding another Imperial Decree, then that's something else. But right now it's just this, so it's like, okay, we're gonna get to 6.
Now because we had to repeat that here, we actually don't. Yeah, so we had to. Actually, no, we're still good on runes. We're still good on runes for Watcher. Never mind.
We had a gold.
Yeah, we had the gold for this.
Yeah. Okay, how many points does Relentless Pursuit? How many points does a combo score now? 4, right? Still 4 points.
4 points. We're up to 7.
Yeah.
Not enough, but we do have the second.
So but we don't have mana to
we
play.
Don't have runes, like, right?
Yeah, we don't have enough mana to go like double Trinity, Skyfall, attach. Well, you don't need to attach because like
it'd be Trinity, Skyfall, which is 8, and then Pursuit, which is.
You don't need Pursuit. Like Pursuit is gonna push it in, and then Pursuit has move it back. It has when I conquer, move me back.
Actually, I'm thinking about just winning the game with Pursuit on his turn too. But
sure. Yeah.
Okay, this is
huge.
Not
enough mana. Oh, salvage. You got.
Salvage. Okay, salvage. Yeah. But then now look at the side of Colin. What are we doing to kill this thing? We have 8 might.
I mean, the answer is hit it really hard. It's just like
as hard as possible.
It's just like put it. Put as much might as you can. Like you have like these. You have 4 plus a Zin. That's 7. 8. That's 8 a base. When the camel's not attacking, it has a lot of smite on Lucian's side just because it doesn't have the assault.
Right. I think we definitely need to get Trinity.
It's still, let's say, Trinity.
I guess after 9.
Okay, so... Okay, sure. And then we're double equipping.
That's 9 might on that card.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Sure, he's going to 4. Is he gonna relentless the pursuit? If he runs the pursuit, he can't even letting him score to 7 is so. It's not wrong. It's just so scary. Okay, what was that? Please keep your hand open. Oh, he has Skyfall in his hand.
Yeah, so we do have it. Okay, now this might be a game actually.
But Longsword gives 2 points, right? Longsword gives 2 points. So
Trinity goes to 6.
No, he's at 9. He's at 9. Sorry, this
9.
Rune Runner's at 9 might.
Right. We don't have the way to kill Rune right now.
Yeah. So he has 6 runes. So if he untaps, he's gonna go to 6. Yeah, he just equips
Right, could guess a Trinity, and then we can pursue it over. This might actually be Lucian's game here.
Yeah, but let's see if he can beat the Might. Like the issue is, can you beat the Might?
The Skyfall gives you what? Gives you an extra 2, right? So that's 11, and then we're attacking.
Yeah, 2. And
then we're attacking
you have assault.
3.
You have also assault. Yeah. Yeah.
This might be too much. I mean, he has to stack 15 might.
Yeah, he has to stack 15 might. So like,
I don't think stacking the base is gonna win us here. I mean, maybe just saying, hey, he might not have the pursuit, and he's just trying to play with that in mind.
Yeah, no. I think Colin's idea is, I can't beat the combo anyway.
Right.
So why should I try and beat the combo? Like, play to your outs. If he has the combo, I lose.
Yep.
Yeah,
just showing the combo goes, hey, GG.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna go to game 3.
And I love when these two players, I think they just kind of know when the games are over, and they just don't need to waste extra time.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
What?
Colin won?
No.
It's
1-1. It's 1-1.
Yeah,
It's 1-1.
it should be 1-1.
Oh,
maybe
a quick disappear. You know? Yeah. They had the graphics already.
Yeah, for now they already know who's gonna win. Colin's a bit of a personality here. It's maybe a bit pre-recorded, so. Now.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah, there's the 1-1. Okay,
yeah. There we go.
I mean, we will be seeing that soon, so I don't fault the producers team, but come on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think here we did see kind of the strength of this deck when it doesn't face Call of the Week, right?
Yep.
If we had Call of the Week there, I think this game changes entirely.
Yeah. And double sabotage as well, right?
Right.
Was double or was the one?
It was single. I think it was single.
Yeah, I was like, am I confusing the one from the game before? Probably.
Yeah. There's the salvages. Ooh, Shen. That's not a card you see too often in the sideboard.
That's interesting. And the 2 salvages as well. All very
those are
very
going
important cards. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I think only way you lose this, especially going first, is like the combo. Like, you're not gonna lose to, like, sometimes Lucian can beat decks on his normal game plan, not without the combo. Just guys with weapons, they're gonna go in, they're gonna score, and they're gonna beat you. However, I don't think you're gonna beat the deck with infinite removal with this. So hasty guys with the combo, Camel can't be targeted with the combo. Those are the plans.
So both decks here going for the a fully offensive game plan. I think Victor maybe be a bit worse at holding than Lucian because we don't have the Rune Runner, but we have more ways of removing units inside of Victor, and we have the earlier aggression. But Lucian, as we saw, does have that way of just cheating out these points with stuff like the Skyfall Trinity combo.
Yeah, it's like, let's think about it this way. Let's say the game goes infinite turns. Who's gonna win this? It's probably the Lucian, to be honest, because at some point he is going to have the Skyfall, the Trinity, and like something that can't be equipped. So like something that can't be targeted like the Camel or like the hasty guys. So what that means is Oh, we have the arena's greatest. We have the arena's
And we have
greatest.
that's
and
2 Call the
Draven.
Weeks. Hold on a second. This might just be.
All right.
This might just.
So
Yeah,
I
we
think he's
need
considering
units.
taking. Yeah, no, like he needs something. He needs to play something else. So like, what and how does Colin win? Colin wins by killing everything, and so like he wants to like score early, score the points, finish the game so that it doesn't go to that infinite turn where he has, the combo and an untargetable unit and just can just win the game, with no interaction from Colin's side. So like, if it goes infinite turns, the Lucian wins. So with that logic, that means even though it sounds counterintuitive, it means the victor player is the one who has to be a bit more threatening, the one who's pushing the points, trying to end the game before we get to that point.
I do agree. I mean, and we do have that greatest arena just to push us a bit further into that kind of game plan. So we do want to be very aggressive. Now remember that Sunken Temple does now work with the Lucian's Assault.
It does. Right? It changed. It does.
And sad not seeing a 2-drop from the side of Colin, because if we had a 2-drop, we could have maybe dropped the Call the Week just to kill this Lucian, but maybe just saying, you know what, I don't need to do so right now.
It's like, I'm going to score points early. I want to score the points. I want to because I think the issue is if you Call the Week, first of all, you're losing your mana. You're losing you're recycling a rune. And you know what else he has in his hand? A Singularity, which is going to absolutely
huge,
unless there's the Unyielding Spirit. I don't think I saw an Unyielding Spirit in.
I don't think we run in the main board.
No, this is game 3.
I don't think we run in main board and sideboard.
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't think I saw any. Yeah.
Yeah, and just look at the amount of removal from the side of Colin. We have a Singularity here. That's just huge, and then we have another Singularity for next turn if you had to rebuild, and then we have another 2 Call the Weeks. This just might be.
Is this combo? Is that Skyfall? That the card we couldn't see properly? I think that was Skyfall. I think he does have the combo. So yeah,
now,
regarding the assault thing, what you're saying was right, but they changed it recently so that assault falls off at the very end after you get all your conquer triggers. So now assault actually works with Sunken Temple and anything else that cared about having a certain amount of might when you conquer, and unlike before where it was it dropped off after combat and then you conquer without the assault, which I guess was very unintuitive because I got a lot of that question at locals wait, does it work like this? I'm like,
no, it doesn't.
Actually, technically this, but now I'm like, yeah, it works like you think it does, which I'm always happy with.
Good on Riot to make it more clear. Now, I kind of just want to slam this Ferris Forerunner. Maybe back it up with a Sabotage.
Oh, Kaisa.
Go for Kaisa instead.
I think he's just I need to score point. This is not gonna end. Well, I think he has a Sabotage as well.
Right, we do have
I think he has a Sabotage.
We are sabotaging into
a
hand filled with the removals.
Yeah, but at least you take the worst one. The issue is from the victor side, if he didn't do this, and he just went Ferris in the base and pass, Colin untaps to 6, pulls back and says go. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, actually, good point. Not even thinking about that. Colin does go up to 6 to start to get his conquer off, and I mean, look at our hand. We have so many ways of getting this conquer off.
Oh, did we mull both Call the Weeks?
Oh, we did.
One? Oh no,
we mulled both.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
What was it? No, I'm definitely sure there was some Call the Week. Maybe it was a Stupefy and I messed it up, but
I think it was
double Stupefy.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
anyhow,
I think I saw Call the Week. Anyway, yeah.
We do have Xin Zhao here. Xin Zhao, I think, just attacking in.
Yeah, you attack with both just in case it's longsword. Oh, and get blown out by an against the odds.
Against the odds, that's it. That's the card. And this card here, I mean, he said it was. He brought it up earlier.
I mean, it's gonna get
token deck, but
I mean, it's gonna get
+4
hard bargain. No, not hard bargain. Hidden Blade probably.
Hidden Blade, right? But we're giving Lucian 2 more cards to be fair. If we do
but we scored to 8, and Lucian both does not have any units on the board and does not have any equipment on the board.
Right.
And we can make a unit. We have another recruit base, and we have Singularity in our hand.
Right.
And I think we have Imperial Decree as well now, or is it just
we don't?
No decree, no decree.
So what I'm worried about is exactly like Rune Runner and a way of getting Rune Runner onto a battlefield, right? And I think that kind of just swings the entire game to the Lucian's player's hand.
Because like then you go to 4 points. He's only at 4.
4 points, but then that does let us get the. I think we did kind of just. Yeah, we had to do the play.
We're actually back into it. We'd actually like if what your play is like. I think that is the best the Lucian player can hope for, but I think it's like a playable game and not straight winning for Colin,
right?
Which it looks like currently it is
straight
just
winning.
Straight winning.
So we do have. We do have the
Ferris.
Is
it just Ferris?
We are not playing Trinity. It might have to be Ferris, and that's a losing card because we do just lose the Singularity.
Oh, he has rearguard. He has rearguard at least. Maybe rearguard. You can get up.
Oh, we have first mate.
Rearguard and rearguard. Rearguard is like 3 mana with an equipment. He gets up to 5. He needs 2 equipment to actually win. No, that's not good enough.
Yeah, we got the Singularity come up turn. So just looking at our kind of plays here.
Okay, take the sabotage. That's step 1.
So we now can we?
Well,
so that's
or maybe
3. We're threatening 5 damage right now. That's 1 from Stupefy, 2 from Bellows. That's 3, and then 2 from the recruits, right? So if we can get this rearguard to above 5, or maybe just 5 to trade, we could be in a good spot. But we are drawing 2.
Yeah, the issue is like how to get the rearguard onto the battlefield and equip him and get him to 5. You can't really because you don't have assault on your opponent's turn, so it's gonna be a 4 might and which dies to a recruit double okay,
double. Okay, now we can just rear guard and then park inside the Sunken Temple.
Like rear guard and.
Oh, we don't even have enough for Trinity.
First mate, which then just kind of. What did he end up taking? Singularity. Okay, now he just.
Bellows, I think, and it was Singularity. So we do have. So our ways of winning this, right? We do have.
I think he just wins Stupefy. Like just in his hand. Yeah, can you show us? Yeah, he has Bellows. Just Bellows. Ends in Bellows. Yeah, and you win.
Yep, that's the game. GG. There's Colin. I think that's. I mean, again, I think if we see the Rune Runner there, we have a different game. But I mean, so many other cards from side of Colin.
We saw how good it was. We saw how it was in the first round, in the second game. I mean, but yeah, like I think in like the second game and third game, the Lucian player like played well. I'm glad he recovered from that mistake. But it's something that happens. Especially
and there it is.
Now we actually have it, It
was a really good matchup. I mean, this is why I think Victor is one of the candidates for this tournament.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad my boy got a win, and I'm glad that I could commentate on him winning. So.
All right, and then Colin, Colin, really good at playing this deck, but plus, what are your thoughts?
That was a good game. Really super clean play from Colin. A little questionable from our Lucian representative. Even in that game 3 there, I know chat was pointed out, I feel like he had sabotage in his hand one too many turns. I feel like that one turn where he left the rune open, maybe to bluff an unyielding spirit, he didn't have anything else to actually play. Instead of bluffing a little bit, play the sabotage, take the Singularity out, because I think that was the only one in hand on that moment. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. You just didn't know what you had to play around.
I agree.
And Colin getting the dub, moving on forward in an undefeated streak so far. So he's doing well with a Victor. We've been saying how strong Victor is. I mean, I feel like there's two sides, right? There's a lot of Victor believers, And then there's a lot of other side of the community saying Victor's a good fraud deck. Where do you guys lean? Are you guys feeling good about Victor or not so much?
So if I can start.
Go ahead.
So with Victor, right? A lot of people have this notion about Victor because it is kind of a linear deck where if you have the cards, Victor kind of just wins, right? And a lot of people kind of hate that kind of gameplay where it's like, oh, I didn't have the out to Imperials, or I didn't have the way to figure out how to beat your early game aggression, right? But I mean, hate it or not, it's still the deck to beat. It's still a really good deck, even though it's linear, even though some might say it's unskillful. I mean, we saw it from Colin being able to manage our runes, manage our engagements, and just kind of control the board. It just shows how good this deck really is, and some people just don't want to admit it.
Yeah, and like I think some people like throwing out buzzwords or like stuff where I'm like, what you're saying actually doesn't mean anything. Where like I remember like this was a very specific thing I heard a lot when Draven was at the first coming up. Where it's like, oh, Draven's only winning because because players are still bad and nobody knows how to play against them. No.
Right.
Draven's just good. Draven's just good. I mean, it's like understandable. Let's say when the first set comes out, like yeah, decks are gonna be better because like people don't know against them. But people were saying this like deep into the like a week or two before like Bologna. I'm like, no. At this point, people know how to play against it.
Yeah.
Right.
Good. Like at the beginning, I agree. Yeah. But here's like the same thing I've been hearing. Like Victor's like, oh yeah, Victor only beats bad players. I'm like, sure to a degree, but every deck beats bad players. When a deck is played with by a skilled pilot, then you're not gonna beat him just because like not all good players are gonna beat them. No. Bad players are gonna lose to everything. They're not gonna lose to this deck specifically. It's just like sometimes just like kind of filler, you know. It's just like yeah, like if you're good, you don't lose to this deck. It's kind of like not anything constructive or like anything that we can like we can build on this. Why is this way? Why is this way? No. It's just kind of like okay, well, and then what? It loses to bad players. I'm like yeah.
I feel like what no player can take away from Victor is that Victor definitely has the tools, right? He has such great card quality with those Call of the Weeks, with the Bellows Watcher, Imperial Decree, pretty much the game-winning card in most situations. And as I believe EK was mentioning in that game, Victor just oftentimes just wants to go ahead and race up to 6 because you know once you're at 6, you're very certain to close out the game, as Colin did in this best of 3. That was about a 40-minute match, I want to say. So we'll see if we get a bit of a backup match. But as we kind of predicted, these games are kind of rolling by a little quicker than we have in the past.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see here if they did kind of provide a little bit of backup, because it doesn't seem to me that they're doing the classic pre-record as we talked before. But last little point I'll say here, if you guys know Colin, he doesn't just come to compete, have some fun, win some battle metal cards.
He's playing the best deck.
He is coming to win the entire event. So he's saying Victor has what it takes to take it there. So that's something to take as you will. Like, so maybe Victor is being a little bit underestimated currently.
Right. And it's like just going on that point where it's like there is no objective. Sometimes there is, like with Miracle Draven or whatever, but like there's a lot of time there's no objective best deck. It is what is the best deck that gives me the highest opportunity to win in this meta game against the people I play.
Let's get a look Colin interview, guys.
Yeah. Let me see if he says what I'm gonna say about it, because like I have an idea why he played Victor.
With Victor, how do you feel after that match?
Excellent. The deck's been doing well for me so far, so undefeated so far, and hopefully that trend stays.
Yeah, obviously congrats on being undefeated. How do you feel about the Lucian matchup in general?
I think it's very good for Victor, fortunately enough.
The word unlosable comes to mind when I think about that matchup.
I think there are things that Lucian could do to make it a little bit better, but historically Lucians have not boarded a lot of the cards that you need for the Victor matchup, just because it's very hard going into a tournament as big as this one. Even though I believe Victor's like the 4th most played deck or 5th most played deck, it's only about 6% of the field. So dedicating sideboard slots specifically to Victor is difficult. So we see Ruin Runner as their most common card, but Unyielding Spirit would be the best card in this specific matchup, but it's really only good into Victor, which is why I know that they typically don't play it.
It's Ferris Forerunner and Ruin Runner, and we saw you deal with both of those cards quite well. I mean, were you prepared? Obviously, you're prepared, but were you thinking about those cards coming into this tournament?
A little bit. Rune Runner is not something that's quite as common, but Ferris Forerunner is kind of the card of the event,
card, yeah.
Right? Every deck is coming in with a game plan to either play Ferris Forerunner or beat Ferris Forerunner,
right.
I believe, just because it's the most powerful card coming into this current meta. So it's a little bit strange playing Victor into that card, but I find that so long as I have my Decree plus Bellows, they're holding with the Forerunner, then you just do what you saw there in both of those games, where I just come in, I run over the run over it, play the Imperial Decree to kill it. It spawns the tokens in the back, and then I Bellows afterwards.
Yeah, nice, clean, and easy, which makes my heart break as the Lucian player. But obviously, in your seat, that's a pretty good feeling to be able to take it out.
For sure.
Now, you, if I remember correctly, you were not on Victor before this meta, right? You were on the Detonate Draven deck.
I was on Normal Miracle Draven.
Normal Miracle Draven, right?
And
So obviously the bans came, changed things up a lot. What put you on Victor for this event?
Honestly, I was looking for a deck that I think had kind of game into everything. I very much so like playing the style of deck that is a little bit underrepresented, but also has some sort of good plan into pretty much all of the top meta decks. And I believe Victor is at that point. I definitely don't think it's the best deck by any means, but it has potential game into all the top decks, which is what I love to see. So I wanted to try something new. I try to be as wide of a player as possible and not commit myself to any strategy, which is funny because I was a set guy in set one. Everyone still comes up to me today. I can't tell you the number of people that just came up and were like, "Oh, you're the set guy from set one." I'm like, "Yeah."
Ooh, sorry.
I'm hoping to maybe I can become the Victor guy or the Draven guy, whatever it may be.
Yeah, whatever gets you the the top prize. Doesn't really matter what that is.
Exactly. I just want to be the guy. I want to be the Riftbound guy.
The Riftbound guy is one to strive to be for sure. Now, obviously, this is the biggest event that we've had for a regional qualifier yet. It's here in Lille. Did you do any specific prep or anything different for this event compared to the other events?
Honestly, it was very interesting coming into this because of the new ban list. It's shaped up for basically an entirely new format. Me and my team, we're calling it Set 2.5, right? Where it's just a completely different format that we had to test for. Obviously, we still see a lot of the mainstays. Draven is still playable, Aurelia is still playable, but how every matchup plays changes drastically now with the removal of cards like Fight or Flight.
Absolutely.
So, we definitely did a bunch of testing. As soon as the ban list dropped, we were like, oh, well, I guess we have to completely try this new format. And I just kind of gravitated towards Victor pretty early on. For whatever reason, it just did well for me.
Well, there you go. Had to throw all of the testing out, but guess what? It's working so far for Colin. Of course, our winner here. Congrats on the 4-0. Good luck in the rest of the event. But that is going to be it for this one. We'll send it back to the desk.
Thank you so much.
Nice. Colin hopefully keeps that momentum rolling, and we probably will see him in day number 2, maybe even a little bit further. I'm excited to see his run. So we know one of the challenger. I mean, Mo, you would know more than us, but are any of the other challenger boys on Victor as well? They're all kind of
no.
diversifying to get the most metal cards they can.
It is. It's not even Methagard farming. Currently, like, I'm just looking at the standings. I'm seeing
Prisma.
4 of them. Oh, is this? Oh, that's
we got our backup match. It looks like it's game number 3. If you guys want to close it out, and the Prisma is on Annie. Okay, so a previous Best of Metal Draven winner, a big online favorite. I'm a big fan of Prismat. Prismat versus Panda Kona. Or we'll call him Panda.
Pandanaconda? Oh, yeah.
Pandaconda.
Here, we'll go over to that feature match, and I'll let you guys take it away for this final game if you guys are down.
Yeah, sure. Would love to.
Yeah. Just a quick shout out. Like, there's Colin's dad's in chat, Mark. It's like...
Wait, Colin's dad's here? Yo, pick up Colin's dad.
Yeah, Mark. And, like, just to answer, like, Plus's question, it was, like, I'm seeing 6 challenger TCG guys. 4 of them on Draven, 1 on Yi, and 1 on Victor.
Okay. I will say, we have a pretty standard opening for these 2 players. I think going into this...
How classic is this Battlefield? Arena's Greatest into Ash Prince. Just a classical, like, yep, our Battlefields do nothing.
We're playing Riftbound. with no
Yeah, we're just
battlefields today.
blind. It's like it only matters if one of us forgets the start of game
The
trigger.
trigger.
Okay.
No, but I want to
I'm
say
interested in Annie. Okay.
sorry,
Yeah.
Annie too. But I wanted to just point out one thing before we moved on from Colin's Victor
Yeah.
deck. Victor did make it into top 4 of
Yes, with Ghost
Bologna.
Driver.
I think yeah, it was Bologna,
Ghost
right?
Driver, yeah. Yeah.
So
It was
that
Ghost
as
Driver.
was pre-ban, right? And the deck was
Yeah.
untouched. So I don't
Yeah.
think it's too big of a stretch to say we might be seeing that happen again. But
Yeah.
there's Aurelia backed up by GA and being ready. Try and get this tempo lead.
Okay. Should be on like. Did Prismat forget his? Is the overlay not updated, or did Prismat forget his Arena's greatest trigger?
Ooh, probably just that because both. Yeah, I think it was a case of updated. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's just
forget.
most probably because like even Pandacon is just a 1, so maybe they're just assuming that it's to 8 points and not to 9 points.
Or maybe he just forgot his own battlefield. Like, you know what? It is round 4, game 3. So I'm not gonna blame him for getting something small. Now, on the case of this,
is it the camera's frozen, right?
Well, I think we do have a bit
Oh.
of
No, there we go.
No, they were just really, really locked in there.
They were still,
actually,
like,
they were
like,
so
ooh.
still. Wait. That's the kind of concentration you need to have to win these kind of tournaments. To be fair.
Yeah.
But I will say, on the side of this matchup, who do you think is favorite here between Annie and Aurelia?
Who like you need to score early. Like for Annie to do well, you need to score early. You need to score things like that. And there we talked about this one. We talked about Aurelia versus the Forerunner. That's important. You know, and she has boost, right? Like
No,
how
that's
did she
just
gank
VA.
over? How did she gank over? Or did she move back?
She moved back, buff. Yeah, we have
Maybe.
Genki boots in hand. To be fair, too.
Wait, how am I?
No, we accept. So
Wait.
last turn we accelerated.
Oh, was it at base or?
Yeah, at base, yeah.
No, so like okay, we went to aspirants.
Right.
Went to aspirants. How do we go back and go to the other battlefield?
Oh, we never went into aspirants. We got the point from.
I thought I saw her move her twice.
No.
Oh, okay. No, that makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yeah. So I want to add, Annie, I think is so we did talk about how Ferris Forerunner is the card to be in this manner, right? And I think Annie is probably, the best user.
I agree.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this card.
I agree. Just
playing it out, having to,
and just like having, just again, you tap out for 6, and then you hold up 2 for hard bargain. You hold up 2 for rebuke. You hold up 2 for whatever.
No, these players actually play so still. I think the stream's freezing. That is actually insane concentration. There's the boots. We're gonna go up to what is that? 5, 6, 9, man? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've done my Aurelia math.
Yeah, it's like it readied, so it was 6 with the boots. Targeting it goes 7 to 9.
Yeah, so not enough to actually beat that.
Yeah, so that's why we just see that Aurelia is at base, right? I think we're gonna see a judge.
Just go back to
I'm gonna call a judge hand coming in and pulling it a little bit back. They kept doing it to the I think to the first round. I think the Rek'Sai. No, who did we watch first round? I'm already forgetting. Azir versus Ezreal. They kept doing it to the Ezreal. They kept pushing his units back. They're like yeah. You kept seeing like the magic hand come and push like the unit a little bit back.
We do see a lot more in that from the Chinese streams too. Where the judges are kind of more touchy.
Yeah, more like hands-on onto the onto like the actual game. Let's see.
The Shusma.
The Shusma, of course. Yeah.
Now using Kiter there.
Yeah.
I think as a pseudo ganking tool maybe for this Kai'Sa to get another draw.
Yeah, I think he is considering how much he if he should play around Ride the Wind or not, or if it's okay, this doesn't beat Ride the Wind anyway, so like I'm wondering if he was trying to think about, maybe he just wants to keep this
the fairest
keep the
on
Kaisa
would be
safe.
better.
Yeah, and just
Okay.
keep Kaisa safe.
Right. So we do kind of feel like, so with Aurelia, right? You always expect the Aurelia player to at least try and conquer both here, especially with the boots. So it might just be the case of, you know what, I don't want to lose my Kaisa to this kind of low impact play. I can just kind of wait for you to clear the board, and I know you can't defend Battlefield twice at the same time, so I'll just let you have this and keep 2 of my Kaisas alive for a possible draw 2. Do you expect maybe a flash here to save this, or do you think it's just let it go?
I mean, I think you're just letting the Titaner go, surely, right? Or like, I guess Flash can save both. So like, I guess Flash can save both. So like, maybe it's worth it. I was more thinking about fight or flight. Oh, I want to fight or flight my Ferris Forerunner back. But yeah, if it is
no
Flash
fight
and
or
you're saving
flight,
both,
man.
yeah, it's just
Rest in peace.
yeah.
No rest in peace. That thing deserved to go 6 feet under. I'm happy.
Yeah.
But no, I do agree though, because I feel like saving the Type Turner is not that big of an impact play, and the Ferris Forerunner, like using our flash on it, it doesn't really actually save us any might, because the total might on board does say the same.
Yeah.
So we probably will just see a gank over from the side of
yeah, maybe just
Pandana
like
content.
force like the 2 power to be used to like gank over, because now it's beating the Ferris clean, of course.
Right. I remember we do go up to 6 points now, from this next concert, and is that Rengar? No, okay. So I actually want to shout out one of our local players, Ben, for this.
Yeah.
Rengar in Annie decks is really strong. Just because
I like it.
He's
Strong,
playing
yeah.
in base, and now we have this 5-mind attacker that we can use on our turn, and we can just do some shenanigans with him if we start on like 3 mana.
Yeah,
play a 2
and
drop
like
and then Rengar on their turn.
I remember like I played against Annie in Bologna, and he also had Rengar, and it was like sometimes like, oh, that's kind of strong here.
Right on. Ben, if you're hearing this, you cooked. That's all I'm gonna say. But now look at the amount of might. I mean, to be fair, we're not really do we really go? Oh shoot! I'm still forgetting. We are still in a Aspirants game, so we do have to go to 7 here.
Yeah, you're gonna draw 2 here, unless there's a Ride the Wind. Which I doubt he's just running into a Ride the Wind without an answer, or like he probably has like some amount of like I guess Flash is somewhat an answer, but like some amount of long swords, rebukes, and yeah, this is like how I think like Annie's best played is just like you got to make use of that open 2 mana like she gets, and coincidentally almost every single that's a lot of might, almost every single like good removal spell or like good interaction spell in purple costs 2 mana. It's like the rebuke, the hard bargain, the switcheroos,
Flash, everything.
Everything is 2 mana. I'm happy that they're at least like in set 3. A lot of the cards are moving away from like just 2 mana. Some of them are like even like Star-Crossed is 3 mana.
We
like,
have Abandoned, that's also 2.
Yeah. Let's not.
I will say though, because I kind of forgot about it, but our Aurelia would go up to 7 first with this double conquer. So really trying to stop this. Now, it kind of loses to Defy, but do you kind of just want to throw in your token units here, and then you just have Pandana throw out his interaction, and then you just kind of flash everything back?
Yeah, like you want to make him commit a bit. Like, okay, now we do want to try and get to 7 points. Well, I guess wanting and actually doing are 2 very different things. So you want to make him. How big is this Aurelia? This Aurelia is, let's say, 5 when she untaps, and is that 2 boots?
Just 2
so like
boots
that's
and
9, 10. Yeah, that's
5,
10.
10.
Yeah, so like 10, and we have
we have a defined
17
dance,
there.
that's 16. Basically.
Yeah, with 17 over there. 17 over there. So like you can force him to use 2 things, and then you can flash your guys back.
So what are we
Pouty.
considering here?
So we're definitely just flashing our guy back, but we do have the Defy to kind of cancel that out. But we will be going down on so many runes, I feel, this turn.
Yeah.
But then again, it's hard for us to kind of... Yes, we do get out a lot of runes from the side of Aurelia here, because we're going to have to spend one for Defy, spend one for Defy and Dance, spend one to ready Aurelia for the extra +1. But we go up to 7. We have our GA, and if you're Prismat, you can't win next turn, and I don't think you have the tools to just defend against an Aurelia.
I think the point, like the point of this is mostly making spend stuff. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like you gotta check him. Like the point is not like I want to beat Aurelia this turn. I want to beat Aurelia the next turn. Like I want to make sure, like make him use his pump spells. Like look at his hand. It's only 2 pump spells, right? Or I'm seeing Defiant Dance and an On Guard.
Defiant Dance, On Guard.
2 Defies, a Pouty Pour, not a Pouty Pour, like a Lonely Pour, and on 1 card I couldn't really tell.
That was not so fast. I think that was not so fast.
Okay, so it's 3 counters and 2 buff spells. So it's only.
Oh no, 2 Defiant Dance. I think no. He just moved. No, he's just.
Yeah, it's 2 Defies, 2 Defies. Yeah, 2 Defies and not so fast. A Defiant Dance, an On Guard, and a Lonely Pour. So it's 2 buff spells. So like 2 buff spells is not that hard to get against, especially when you're killing this, this Forerunner. You're gonna like get 6 more units, 6 more power at base. So like this Rengar's attacking for 5, plus the 6 from the Forerunner, that's 11. The mech 14, Pouty Pour, that's 15. So like he has to like break this board, which is currently a 17, and then defend against another 15. So it's not that easy. Like you gotta keep forcing the issue.
Right, and also just think about the amount of runes we're going to be playing here, right? So we're
exactly.
So 1 for the Defy to the Flash, that's 1 rune. We're gonna use 1 for Defiant Dance, that's another rune. I think I'm not sure about the math, but you might need to ready up Aurelia, so that's 3 runes.
No, I think you
like you either.
So it's 10. It's 10. Like so it's you need to use both pump spells, I think, because she's
both
10.
pump is 18. Yeah. That's correct,
yeah. She's at 10 with just one of them she's just 16. It's also kind of ridiculous that she gets 6 might from a single pump spell.
Right, with the readying of the ready up Aurelia, that's +5 power and swing, and then +1 from the ready, so that's 6 might power swing just right then and there.
Yeah, and like by the way, it's only technically 16 on attack because next turn it's all of this is gone because of the Defiant Dance. So it's not like you can keep using this. So this is a very hard choice. It's like it's always so scary to attack into the Aurelia. But both my losses were to Aurelia and Bologna. So like after that, I was like kind of like
using the GA aggressively here, and not going for the pump spell. To think, hey, I'm gonna use 1 pump spell here instead of. So we're gonna go down the runes.
Oh, he wants to use the On Guard instead, I guess. On Guard already.
Yeah, going for the double hit here.
Because it's stronger. Because the Defiant Dance is stronger on defense.
Right.
Or like, okay. I like this. It's interesting. Right. We're gonna like probably flash out, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna flash out, have that defied. Have that be defied. Okay. Good. Okay.
We are kind of now at a new problem now. But to be fair, I don't think Prisma, I mean, even if he has the cards, does he feel comfortable with just engaging here? Because he is only going up to 8, but it's probably the most vulnerable this Aurelia is ever going to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those where at some point, it's not a choice of can I engage or not. You have to engage, Right. And like, what are you going to do? You're going to let this Aurelia untap? The question is sometimes I see people like think about it or whatever, like, oh, we'll think about like next turn I want to play around this. I'm like, do you still lose to that card next turn? If the answer is yes, then just go for it. Like, you're gonna lose to that card next turn anyway, right? You can't play around it forever. If you're gonna lose to it anyway, just go for it.
And to be fair, so Prisma does have the rebuke that's gonna be countered by that not so fast, and then we have 2 more runes up for 1 Defiant Dance and 1 Yeah. Defy.
So
If Prisma,
she is. Yeah, go ahead.
we have the might on board
8,
to beat
9.
this.
So it's not. So it's 8 right now. It's 8. When you target it, it's 9. If you're right here, it's 10, and then another. So
We
it's
can't
14.
ready her because we used the rally.
Oh, it's tapped. It's tapped. Okay. So she's 8, right? 8, 9 from 9. Yeah. So she's 14.
Yeah. So yeah, we have to beat her with a 14 because it's
Which is nothing.
Yeah. We have currently on board. We
have
have 14 on board.
5. We have 9, 14. We have 16.
Right. So I think we honestly just send it all.
Yeah. Maybe
Maybe
he's
not
trying
send
to like.
not send the
Maybe
Poro.
maybe he's trying to draw, and then like be equal. Like maybe he send all. It depends on what Prisma's hand is. Like.
I'm not sure if you run any pumps in red purple.
Like maybe long sword. Maybe it's just like I'm doing this to like draw with you. You know, I want to equal might or like slightly ahead, or like
We
if
could
he's
have
like
Rengar.
one. Yeah,
Check
yeah.
the
I mean,
Rengar
or
in
like
hand.
even if it's 1 might ahead, it's like if I'm beating you by 1 might, I'm like, hey Aurelia, show me what you got. You don't have to beat her by that much. After he uses the defiant dance, because
There's the
you know if he
DD.
doesn't, he's gonna lose the game. Then you're like, okay, here's a rebuke, here's a Rengar, here's whatever.
Yep. Now, remember, so we were at 8, now we're up to 13 might. Okay, we're up to, sorry, 11
yeah,
might,
it's up
but it's
11 might, and the Rengars now it's like 6, 8 to 11, right?
Ooh.
8 to 11.
Yeah. Okay, there's the Defy. So we're not trading anymore.
Oh, we are. Oh, Defy. Yeah, okay.
And there's the
I think
Rengar. Yep,
Yep,
it's really strong
that's-
here. This one Rengar on its own, kind of just beating out the Defiant Dance. A 5 might swing to a 5 might swing.
Yeah, and there's a rebuke, right? You said you saw a
We
rebuke,
do
right?
have- we
Yeah,
have
I
the
see a
rebuke
rebuke.
from
Yeah,
Prisma's
yeah,
hand.
yeah. It's
Yep.
over. It's over. It's over. It's over.
I think
Yeah.
it's really well developed from Prisma. I think that's the kind of weakness you kind of get into by using that GA aggressively.
Yeah,
Because on the other hand, imagine if we had the GA defensively here, right? Sure, we had to use both of our pump spells, but at least we have the ability to
actually try and win the game next turn.
try
but
on the
it's-
next draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard from my side, just like because I can't see the hands properly. But sometimes,
Right.
you know, like you just gotta accept the losses. Like, you know, just like I said from Prismat's side, if he has a lot of pump spells, you might lose anyway. So just go for it. It's one of those like, what do I actually beat? If he has like this combination of spells, I'm gonna lose anyway. So like sometimes this is how you win. You don't play to not lose. You play to win. Like, okay, if they have it, they have it. I'm gonna go for the what I think is the highest percentage chance for me to win. And if I get punished for it, then so be it.
Important part is we need to see a purple rune from the
Yeah,
side
like-
of Pandana.
like-
Because if you get one more purple, we can actually do huge Poro incoming.
Yeah, but he has to clear both battlefields.
Yeah, we can. Oh, that's not a pump. That's not what we want to see. Because what we could have done is we could have summoned Poro, readied him,
Equip,
and then
yeah, like
equip.
go and Ash Prince. But then that's not even enough might to like, you know, the Poro gets up to 6. You know,
Right.
gets up to 6. It
Not
can't
enough.
clear the Annie.
Yeah, it was really well played by Prisma here. Just
Yeah,
again,
I mean,
I think excellent use of holding. Which
Yeah,
you
and
don't
like
really see people do.
the way he attacked just shows you that he knows what he's trying to play around. He's not like, I'm gonna send it and math is for blockers, you know, whatever. It's like, no, I want to do this. I want to make him use the thing, and then I'm gonna make him spend the mana, and then I'm gonna force it. Like, always try and force your opponents into plays instead of, you know, giving them the option.
And now we're back onto the booth. I mean, I think that's a guy who just knows his Aurelia math. We've seen him always be 1 might ahead of the Aurelia on defense. It's like, hey, use this. And again, starving the Aurelia off the buffs. We only had 2 buffs there. Plus, what do you think of this matchup?
Prisma doing what he does, right? Brilliant performance. And you know, he's running a build very reminiscent as the second regional out of in season 2 in China. I believe it was the Annie winner who was sponsored by EDG as well. I think there was several there, but it was the second one, second regional. He was also playing Rengar. He was really relying heavily on Ferris Forerunner. Maybe that deck has really come back and come back strong because Prismatic looked good, but more so, in the right hands, like what we saw in Prismat, it looked amazing, right? Because as you mentioned, EK, he knew his Aurelia matchup. He knew exactly the breakpoints to reach and what not to hold on to battlefields and not. That was just awesome, like really well played from Prisma. I can't say anything more than that.
Right, and I just
I agree. Yeah.
I do want to say we were talking about these dark horses like as the years some Lucians might come out, but like Annie, I feel is a deck that has gone completely under everyone's radar. I mean, this deck won a regional, right, in this set, and I mean, yeah, sure, I can go all day about how basically got top 4 and he can do it again, but Annie won, and we just saw what a really good Annie player can do to Aurelia, the most played deck in this tournament. So I probably think we'll be seeing more of Prisma going into the day 2, maybe even top 8.
He's looking good. He's definitely looking good. I mean, no stranger to the top 8. I believe it was back-to-back, one of the few players, I know that there's definitely like a handful of players maybe at best, but right now I know Prismat for sure has back-to-back 2 top 8s. So maybe he can go on a 3-peat perhaps here in Lille Regional. But since that was our backup match, I'm willing to bet the next round is right around the corner. But Mo and EK, stellar job today, guys. You guys killed it.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Hopefully it was fun working with each other. Have you guys casted together in the past?
No.
No, I'll be honest, no. It's just that Middle Eastern kind of synergy that comes out.
Yeah, there we go. A little Middle Eastern vibes here on Riftbound. But I'll go ahead and start signing out. Let's get this interview, though, before we sign out. And then I'm going to go on a little bit of a break while I bring in our next caster. Just because we're right at the midway point. 4 rounds out, and then 4 more rounds. Actually, it's not an interview with our caster.
Oh, it's discussion about Unleashed.
I'll still listen. Let's see what they got.
Listen.
Let's see.
Unleashed. Starting off with the XP mechanic. This is a brand new one. We're having an additional resource here to generate and actually be able to spend and even build up to increase your level here. Amy, what are you thinking about XP?
I think XP is not only a fantastic mechanic moving forward, but also something that allows you to circumvent the style of gameplay that you're forcing your opponent through. You're forcing them through rings that they haven't had to jump through before. You're forcing them to play the game not to lose, because the advantage you gain from gaining XP and the generation of that XP can be so vital and can be crushing if your opponent leaves it unchecked.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I like, it is a mini game, and XP can be its own mini game. Whether you are getting XP to spend with cards like Kha'Zix and legends like Kha'Zix, or if you're trying to get up to a higher level with Master Yi and other cards like that, that is really awesome. Another mechanic in the XP vein, and it's actually one of the premier ways to get XP in Unleashed, is Hunt. So when you're conquering or holding with a Hunt unit, you're going to be getting XP equal to its Hunt value. So,
oh, did they already move to stream number 2?
Nothing.
Is your guys' stream still going? Because they have 2 streams. They're 4 rounds down, 4 rounds left, so they have 2 streams set up. It looks like they might have set up stream number 2 already.
You're conquering or holding with a Hunt unit.
I opened up the Ruza Rift stream. This is not Rift.
Yeah, guys.
I was like, wait, why am I on the official?
We're going to migrate over to the secondary stream. Okay. If anyone's following along on the official cast as well, let's go ahead and click on Riftbound. And they should have stream number 2 up running, I believe, right now.
Yeah. I see
there
it,
you go. Yeah. 5 to 8.
You know how exciting and strong that ability is. If you're playing against that, if your opponent is playing against you, they might not know. They're like, oh, what is this XP thing? I'll just let you have it. And then all of a sudden you're playing a gigantic Master Yi that can't be targeted. And game is over.
You've got this unstoppable movable force of Master Yi in front of you, like, oh, Kikoki.
Weird that they did it like right in the middle of the interview, but I don't think we missed it.
Adds an extra level.
I think it was like a
pre-recorded
interview, that's why.
Which I like. You're kind of using
I think,
that as an extra win condition
Twitch
in that
keeps going,
if
right?
you do make this unstoppable, immovable wall that your opponent get through, then you've essentially won the game because
Well,
you're going
apparently the
to
round
get
5
the points
pairings
you
are
need
up,
to
so you
close
might
it
be
out.
going in
Yeah.
soon.
The biggest thing for me is XP. Even if you're playing the deck, you're planning to play it.
Yeah, let's
when
do
Unleashed
just in case,
releases,
because
if you're
these
building
guys, these
XP
things
decks.
kind of creep
We're
up
not
on
really
us. Let's do
sure
our
at a competitive
sign outs
level.
now. We'll catch that interview. Usually we tune in on the players though, but they're just getting us a little glimpse of what to expect at Unleashed. With a good amount of us know, but we'll talk about it down the road. But as I was saying, EK and Mo, thank you so much for joining on round 3 and round number 4 of today's Lille Regional Qualifier. Hope you boys had a good old time. If you want to say any little shout out / final remarks before we go ahead and move along, I think now would be perfect before this next round.
Right, I think if
After
I can
you.
start. Yeah, so thank you. You know what? I think this is the first time we've had 2 Middle Eastern casters. So I do want to shout out all the boys back in the Middle East. I think the entire region is played out to be so strong. I think one of the hidden gems of Riftbound. I think you will probably be seeing more of them. I know in Utrecht, and definitely in Singapore, I know a lot of the homies back at home getting excited to go there and showcase the strength of this region. Again, shout out to Riftbound UAE as always for kind of supporting its players and letting us kind of have some fun internationally. I know we're having like sponsored flights to Singapore and stuff, so should be good. I know Manch, I can take it over to you.
Yeah, it's like, again, all the guys back home, like both in Kuwait and the UAE. It's just always a pleasure just working with you guys over there. I've made one video so far. It's like the Manch _RB for Riftbound. I am gonna start making.
To be fair.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna make a lot more using this regional, but subscribe, follow me around. I do some cool stuff with Riftbound sometimes, some cool tools, so you'll see them.
There we go, and we'll definitely see more of Manj and EK in the future. But I'll go ahead and let you guys go ahead and sign out. So again, thank you. As I said, hopefully we see each other around a little bit down the road on some future events.
Will do.
I think.
Will do.
I think EK
think you
is
have
coming
me
back tomorrow, right? Well,
Yeah.
I think Manj, no, but all right, we'll figure it
Yeah, I
out.
can't.
But I'll
Yeah,
see
I
when
don't
you
have the time
guys
tomorrow.
sooner
We'll
than
see.
later.
It should be
Hopefully.
good.
Should
Little
be good.
birthday casting should be fun tomorrow.
Yeah. Happy
Oh,
birthday.
Is it
Happy
your
birthday.
tomorrow?
Tomorrow,
Day
on
tomorrow,
day 2,
or you're celebrating it tomorrow?
Yeah. No, so day 2 should be my birthday, but I'm gonna do some casting and then I'm gonna head out, get some some nice birthday dinner. Should be
Nice.
fun.
There we go. We'll go ahead and say happy birthday to you tomorrow, but happy early birthday. But Mo and EK, I'll let you guys go for now. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. See ya.
See ya. All right, guys, I'll go ahead and bring our next caster in. It is Ojama Boy, aka Danny. Some of you guys are familiar. If you guys are in our community Discord, a really great, one of our best ranked judges, and honestly, just a really smart fellow. So we'll go ahead and bring him in here rather shortly. Let me make sure he's popping in here on the camera, which I believe he is soon. But guys, as I keep going back to, we're 6 hours into today's event, 4 rounds in the books, 4 rounds remaining. So this is setting up to be a 12-hour event. Wait. Let me look at the time. We just finished 4 rounds. It took over 6 hours. Oh my goodness. So this will be a 12-hour event. I was not expecting 12 hours. Funny enough, Riftbound's schedule, they thought they could do a round an hour or an hour each round. I don't know where they get this optimism from, but they are going the best they can, right? For the most part, things are going smooth. Yes, we have some downtime, but it is honestly nothing compared to the downtime as we've seen like in the Chinese regional, so I'm okay with it. Like I said, guys, let me take a quick little break here, get some water, go to the bathroom real quick, and then when we come back, me and Ojama Boy will be taking down round number 5, round number 6, and then later on today, Pato and Sasuke will be closing out round number 7 and round number 8 for today. All right, guys, I'll be back. It'll be like 2 minutes because we don't want to miss this next game because these guys are probably starting soon. I'll turn the volume up for you guys.
and this is the most aggro card that we have seen in Riftbound.
Cheap and cheerful is the way to go in Riftbound. We need it. We need that early game, impulsive unit. We want to be able to get into as many battlefields as we can as quickly as possible. Whether you're going first or second, a one-cost unit is impactful. Being able to play multiple units going first or going second, being able to play a one-cost and a two-cost unit is huge, and it's going to change the pace of the game.
Yeah. We're going to see some very aggressive body decks coming up in Unleashed, and I'm very excited to be the one playing those. Let's shift the focus from units and mechanics to new legends. We've got a few here that we're going to talk about. One is, this is maybe the most exciting legend that I've seen in all of Riftbound, and this is LeBlanc. You're getting to make reflection tokens of units. And with her signature spell, you can even make reflection tokens of your opponent's units. What are your initial thoughts on LeBlanc, Amy?
My initial thoughts are the potential feels endless. Your opponent not only needs to be careful that their own units can't be used against them with a copy, but you also have to be knowledgeable in what LeBlanc can copy on their own side and manage those units effectively. It's going to be a lot of mind games with LeBlanc.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of mind games, because not only am I having to make sure that my own units aren't too big so that they can't get copied, so they can't be used against me, but I've also got to be able to score points. So where's the limit?
Right. Yeah. It is going to be a mind game, like you said, when playing against LeBlanc, but something a little bit lighter, maybe some cats and dogs and poros and birds. How about Ivern? We've got our first tag legend. Well, maybe not our first because we had Rumble, but a new tag legend in Ivern. What are your thoughts on Ivern?
I love Ivern. I love Ivern so much. I'm really excited to play. I'm definitely going to be building a deck that cycles around Ivern, bringing extra power to those dogs, cats, birds, and all those lovely critters by replacing the battlefield.
Yeah.
The first time we've had a battlefield manipulation in Riftbound, able to replace it with their own bush.
So good. And I mean, this is definitely the first time we've had battlefield manipulation, and it's definitely the only battlefield manipulation in the whole set, right? There's not a way to make new.
Oh wait, I'm sorry to break it to you. There is Baron Nashor, who can add a third battlefield. So not only do we have the potential of Brush coming in and replacing a battlefield, we also have a third which can enter the fray when Baron Nashor comes to play.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. This is something that I thought of as a random thought many months ago, before set 1 even came out. Like, what could they possibly do that would be unique to Riftbound? That's adding battlefields is such a crazy thing, and what a better, more iconic monster to have that on than Baron Nashor. And Baron Nashor is iconic for that reason in this set, but also is the first card we have seen at the ultimate rarity, which is actually living just a few feet over from us. I need to go check it out after this interview, but
if I disappear suddenly, you know exactly where I am.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I saw that card for the very first time today.
Yeah.
And I was so blown away. You looked at me and went, yeah, I know what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's Baron, isn't it? Baron, right? Yeah.
Blown away. Beautiful artwork, stunning, brand new rarity.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how everyone reacts when they get to pull their first.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping I pull my first and second and third in rapid succession, I'm hoping. That is going to be a fun one to collect for sure. And speaking of collection, we got this is something that we saw teased on the Bone Shiver promos from Bologna. This is a new way to show alternate art cards, or really a new way to show text on alternate cards, or rather a new way to not show text on alternate cards. So we are now on alternate rarity cards. We are no longer seeing the reminder text on these cards. So now it's a cleaner look. We're not seeing all that reminder text saying what Assault does, what Backline does.
All right,
all that
guys, I am back. Let's go ahead and bring in Ojama Boy in here. Let me turn it down as they're just talking about Unleashed. I don't think we're missing too much.
So I'm really excited to see those come into play.
But for anyone joining us here at Runes of Rift co-stream of the Lille Regional Qualifier, welcome on in. Hope you guys are having a good old time. Let me see. Mic check. Danny, can you hear me, sir?
Hello. I can hear you. Plus, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you feeling? Have you been watching a couple of the games?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I've caught a few of them here and there. I've had to pop in and out of the house, so unfortunately haven't managed to catch the whole event. But what I've seen so far has been really interesting.
Yeah, clean play so far. I'm happy that they're kind of staying closer to the top tables as they've been kind of showing us on the first feature match, pretty much just undefeated players. So hopefully they give us a little bit more of that action going forward, because I wouldn't mind seeing an EXO player. What decks are being played that are undefeated currently? We just saw an amazing Annie from Frizmat. I almost want to watch a full game of his, but I don't think they're going to give it to us that easily. So we might be tuning into a game probably we haven't seen. But interesting enough, I feel like we saw a full breadth of so many legends today. What legend? I don't know if Danny's the right person to ask, but I'm trying to think, what legend haven't we seen? For anyone that's been tuning in on today's event, what is left that's up there? Oh, it kind of ring a bell. Kaiser might be in the next round. We'll see. But Danny, I did want to ask you, since you're just joining us here, everyone that we've had online has made their predictions for who's going to be crowned champion. I'll throw it over to you, Danny. Who do you think is going to take it all the way?
Or it is difficult because, of course, with the bans, we've had quite the mix-up. I still do believe, even though in my heart I hope it's not true, that Draven is strong enough to win it all, even following the bans. If I was going to go for something a little bit less expected, I do think that we're seeing a lot of amazing play from Rek'Sai at the moment. And the new Rek'Sai list we've got around would be very much an interesting upset if they could take it all the way.
Oh, that could be good. So 1 vote for Rek'Sai. Let me write that down from Ojama Boy. So guys, for anyone keeping tabs here at Runes of Roof, we have 2 people voting for Draven, 1 for Aurelia, which was myself, 1 for Master Yi, 1 for Kaiser, and now we have 1 Rek'Sai from Ojama Boy. And speaking of the old school menace of the meta, it looks like we're going to have our very first Draven, but this is the newer Draven 2.5. It looks they're going full on the spinning axis as we talked about before, and they're also going all in on the Ferris Forerunner. And because the Executioner isn't around, they're going to do a full set of the Kaiser Survivors as well. And speaking of Kaiser, it looks like that's going to be the opponent. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the feature match as we discuss about these decks here.
I still think it'll be Draven that takes it all the way, don't get me wrong, but Rek'Sai is what I hope to see. Very interesting to see our Queen of Set 1 play against the King of Set 2 in this new meta that we've got.
Oh, wait, Danny, maybe I misunderstood. So your vote is actually for Draven, so 3 Dravens?
No, leave it on Rek'Sai. I don't want to sound too crazy to people at home. I still think Draven might be the one that wins it, but my heart says Rek'Sai. We'll stick with that.
There we go. Got to follow your heart sometimes. But just like that, Ojama, we're jumping straight into the 5th round of the Lille Regional. Looks like Vin ZHS, maybe a previous Hearthstone player, hence the HS there, representing Draven here today. And he looks familiar, but I'm not too sure who our Kaiser player is. But what I do know is that both of these players are on a hot streak, completely undefeated. No one has managed to take them down, but one unfortunately will have to taste defeat here in this 5th round. Who do we got here, Ojama? Are we thinking Draven can handle the Kaiser, or Kaiser has a little bit one too much removal?
I think it's really hard to tell at this stage. I mean, Kaiser, of course, really benefiting from the bans with the weaknesses to Draven and Aurelia. Though without the access to Reaver's Row, the Aurelia matchup does get that little bit harder. So if they run into enough Aurelia, they probably will feel like they did not benefit from the ban. But no, it's very hard to tell at this stage. Very interesting to see Trifarium Warcamp come out for the Draven now. I've clearly not kept up with how they are adapting to these bans.
No, honestly, you and a lot of people at home as well, because Trifarium Warcamp, not the most traditional battlefield selection. I mean, it makes a little bit of sense if we think about the simple fact that they can sometimes spam out a good amount of units, but they're no longer on the good old battering rams. I mean, Noxus Hopeful is a way of kind of getting higher quality units, or a good amount of units in general, develop a little sooner than you would imagine. But I'm not too sure what the war camp is about. Maybe to get out of the range of certain kill spells from Kai'Sa's. Maybe that's what it's about.
Did we see first Forerunner in this list from Draven?
I believe so, full 3.
I believe that's something that would be very beneficial for them there, because being able to put the First Forerunner to 7 to avoid Singularity, and also when the First Forerunner finally does die, having 2 4-might units to push in with after, is something that seems a lot stronger, a good benefit from the war camp.
That does make a lot of sense. So it could be more of a battlefield, as you mentioned, for those breakpoints, but Falling Star coming down. Pretty much the tried and true spell for these Kai'Sa players, taking out both the backline units and just going on and establishing a little Pundering Poro to go ahead and continue on the pressure while developing some gold resources at that. But now, here comes the Ferris Forerunner. See if it can stick around a little bit longer than his previous units. But I want to say, I think Kai'Sa does have a bit too many ways of clearing these units in these backlines / battlefields. I think if there's one matchup that really makes Draven sweat, is this one right here.
Yeah, if the Kai'Sa player can play around combat enough and really keep Draven away from their units, they will be able to siphon a lot of the resources from the Draven player. That's going to be the game plan for the Kai'Sa here, is just deny that draw as much as possible and keep your resources high.
It does look like 2 can play at the Ferris Forerunner game, so going out and playing a little Forerunner of their own while passing it back over to the Draven player. Now let's see what they have up in mind, because right now usually you would play out your chosen champion, but without having any bit of points, that chosen champion is as good as nothing, so just kind of wasting energy. But what is better to do than a secondary Ferris Forerunner? These battlefields are going crazy, and once these Forerunners pop, that's gonna be 4 mech tokens in the back line to continue on the pressure. So a bit of a low scoring game, as the game just got started, of course. But I could see it ending a bit sooner than later, because these guys are putting on a whole lot of pressure early on.
Absolutely. I was not a believer in the Trifarium War Camp at first, but now that I see 2 Ferris Forerunners, where you would normally hate to do that against the possibility of Singularity, it seems very much a case of going around this Kai'Sa and, like you said, breaking those breakpoints.
Yeah, doesn't feel too good, because as you mentioned, the Singularity would be a fantastic option to deal with 2 Ferris Forerunners, but not when you have the War Camp +1. So has to find a kind of a roundabout way. Yes, you do have things like Stupefy, but that's a bit more resources than you would want to spend. And he does have the Singularity, so does go for it. And almost thought they both died just from pure muscle memory. You're like, oh, Singularity, of course my mechs go. But they survived by 1. Interesting enough, you could slam your own Forerunner just to deal 6 damage, but I don't think you kill. Actually, you do, because it's 7. No, actually, you don't, right?
Or whether you would kill both, you would, because they only need 1 damage each with the 6 damage marked from the Singularity. So it would be able to trade here with the 2 Forerunners, putting 2 mechs in the base for Kai'Sa, 4 for the Draven. I think that's not a bad trade for the Draven player. They've got a lot to push in with on the next turn, with only 2 up for the Kai'Sa player, and they've got that Singularity out of hand.
Right, what was confusing me for a little second there was the fact that you have to apply full damage before moving on to the other unit, but you only had to apply 1 more damage because of Singularity. You didn't have to apply the full 7 and then on. So usually you would have to put all the damage on a unit, have that unit effectively die before putting any additional damage on another one, right?
That would be the case, absolutely. The rule is to apply lethal damage. So
Right.
because the Forerunners were only 1 off of lethal damage, applying that 1 is all you need.
That does make a whole lot of sense. So did get rewarded for all those mech tokens in the back line. So has a couple to push on through. But did he fall and start the other two, or did I miss it?
He did. So he used yet another removal spell. But when you're able to clear off 2 Ferris Forerunners from the opponent and not leave them with much mechs in the back, I think that is probably something that the Kai'Sa player is not too unhappy with.
Yeah, and something we haven't really kept eye on, as I don't think the camera has panned over. We don't know exactly what's in the hand of our Draven player, because we did kind of get a little peek at Kai'Sa. I saw a little time warp in the hand that could come to play a little bit down the road if he somehow finds a way of getting onto both of these battlefields just like that in a single turn, or a pseudo 2 turns with the time warp. You could kind of just go ahead and close things out. And as we kind of spoke it here, we do get a little glimpse at the hand. So double Tide Turner, Spinning Axe, a Kai'Sa Survivor, and a good old switcheroo. And I love that switcheroos are pretty much back in the Draven builds.
Yeah, something that when Set 2 came out, people thought was going to be a insane card for hiding. Even something to bring Teemo back into the meta. But it's not really something that we've seen. It's quite easy to play around if you know it's there. So perhaps it's something that will surprise the Kai'Sa player if we haven't seen it for a while.
And did you catch, was that the hidden card there, or did he end up hiding anything else? Because I actually don't know if he even had another hidden card, so I would only be inclined to think that is going to be the switcheroo course. So we'll see, because he didn't have any other hidden, did he?
No, not that I saw. It seems something that's a bit dangerous to hide, especially against the Kai'Sa with your 4 might being a break point that they can access with things like Piercing Light. But with the Spinning Axe in hand and the 4 runes up, they're probably hoping that they can bait out removal here that will not effectively kill the mech.
Right, so a tricky position to put Kai'Sa in. It could pay dividends if he goes ahead and catches them off guard. There's just 2 runes remaining after the Accelerated Survivor. So testing the battlefield first with 2 mech tokens, saying if you want to go ahead and switch your route, that's just 4-4. You can only do it on a single unit. So I should be coming out ahead on this trade. So thinking 1 step ahead, and of course it was the Tide Turner. That was the other hidden cards. There was a total of 3 hiddens. So swapping places with Survivor, and now you have the upper hand, but trying to set things back into the equal might totals. Down the Survivor goes down to 3, so just 7-7 currently on this battlefield.
Well, 8-8, they all benefit from the Triff War Camp, but you're absolutely right, it is a trade at the moment. We know there's the Spinning Axe still, and only 1 rune up for Kai'Sa. So we'll have to see what they can do to break through here.
Yeah, tricky spot. We did see the Spinning Axe. The question is, does he want to go ahead and invest the Spinning Axe? The answer is yes. So putting the Spinning Axe on the Survivor, trying to be one of the only survivors left, but I would imagine that's going to be the likely target to take down. Luckily, it is your turn, so you're able to reattach the Spinning Axe onto that backline Tide Turner if it does come down to it.
It's the Kai'Sa's turn currently. They push the 2 mechs in.
Oh, you're right. He's losing the Spinning Axe, so that's why he was thinking about it a little bit. For some reason, seeing that Tide Turner in the backline ready confused me for a second. But yeah, it does win the combat win, but it does cause you the Spinning Axe. But it seems like he's prioritizing holding these battlefields. He has 2 runes remaining. But the Kai'Sa's considering he can push up the Survivor to any of these battlefields to go ahead and try to conquer, but he has to worry about 2 runes that could almost be another Spinning Axe. Do you take the risk here, Danny?
I think Draven has a lot of tricks, even without Fight or Flight. We know that there's not another Spinning Axe in hand. The trick they would use here would be the Ride the Wind to bring yet another unit into the battle. It seems that the Kai'Sa player does not want to risk it. Happy to get rid of the Kai'Sa Survivor, happy to get rid of Spinning Axe and see what they could do going into the next turn.
Right, and despite having a whole lot of kill potential, as we saw from the Singularity from the Falling Star, Draven just pulling out ahead here in this mid-game double hold point, or double score from these hold on the battlefields from the mech. So feeling decently good. Once you get to that 6-point break point, or threshold, I should say, you are feeling decently good. If you just go ahead and just establish out a couple units in the back line and just try to play around certain things, like those stupefies, like those rays, but a falling star of your own, kind of giving her a little taste of their own medicine, clearing out the survivors. So all they have is the little Poro that can't even contest one of these megs. Draven is looking really good. Maybe I misspoke, Danny. Maybe Draven doesn't have too much of a bad matchup against Kaiser these days.
No, it's definitely seeing a strong show here from Bins HS. Even with the Kaiser being able to deny the glorious execution draws as much as they could, they've managed to get a few, enough to get the answers they need. And we're seeing the second Kaiser survivor land on the battlefield now, not the battlefield, so the board, to apply more pressure next turn.
And yeah, looks like that's where it'll stay, and does decide to hide things. So we do know there was 2 Titans and a switcheroo, so hides one of those, and I think he still has a decent amount of cards in hand, about 2 or 3 it looks like. But with the black sleeves, it's always a little hard to make out. But passing it back over to Kaiser, only just a sad. This should be the sad Poro here, the lonely Poro left in the base. Luckily, Kaiser does have some accelerate potential with the survivor, with the Darius. Is it? No, I was thinking, I said Executioner, but it was Vanquisher, the Dravens. Darius Executioner is what a lot of Kaisers tend to run to kind of get off and get into a battlefield pretty much as soon as he comes down, but just doesn't have it in the hand. So plays a Euro, plays a Pouty Poro, and most likely looking like a pass, and that's Draven most likely going up to 6, but not if a Falling Star have something to say about it.
Falling Star very powerful here to be able to clear off this battlefield. If it is the Tide Turner, we might still see control of the Trifarian War Camp maintained. We'll have to see what's played. I believe it's Darius Trifarian, isn't it? Executioner would be the yellow one. So
right.
For those of you who at home who have forgotten your Origins cards, we haven't seen Darius Trifarian used too much in modern Draven lists or modern Kaiser lists. You can ready it and give it an extra 2 might once you've played your second card in a turn. So a very good way to accelerate it in and gain control of the battlefield.
Brian, a little side note here from chat. Thank you so much, man. And we're getting an update on win percentage after round number 4. So heading into this 5th round, the Dravens as a collective whole have a win percentage of 61%. I'm getting little flashbacks to the China National, where even though Aurelia ended up winning, Draven still had an overwhelming dominant performance in terms of just the amount of Dravens that made it into day 2 and into those top cuts. I'm smelling a heavy Draven day 2. What about you, Danny?
I mean, like I said, they've still got the power there. That 61% is only versus Kaiser, as Manch said.
Versus Kaiser, gotcha.
That's what Manch said. Yeah, I'm happy to believe him. He knows what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably just the amount of pressure they can provide, especially with these first forerunners. The removal from Kaiser hardly being able to keep up by the looks of it. And here we go, seeing the new chosen champion of Draven Showboat hitting the board as well. Now this is exciting. What might is he entering on? Is that 10?
Yeah, a whopping 10 total might. And funny enough, Draven Showboat was actually used as a sideboard piece when Annie was reigning supreme out in Houston. Watcher is a good tool to try to bring these units down to size, but of course the Showboat is just 1 too tall. You bring them down to just 7 might. But what I was getting at, Showboat used to be a sideboard tech to deal with Kaiser, because Kaiser had traditionally a really hard time of taking down really tall units. Their spells, you have to invest way too much, like double Falling Star. That's way too much runes expended. And then if you back that up with a Singularity, you still sometimes don't get it done. So I like it. Similar to how we saw Teemo in the past with their Dr. Mundo. A little bit similar in the case of the Showboat. He saw enough though, Draven sticking around to see Draven getting it done, I want to say, in that game number 1. Pretty impressive by him.
Very impressive indeed. And that's a very interesting point with the Showboat. You can imagine why that would make the matchup even harder for Kaiser now that it is the more popular pick. Have you seen this up-to-date statistic the match has given us?
Yeah, so I wasn't too far off. I said 61% as a collective whole. I was wrong by 1%. Thank you so much, Manj in chat, saying 60% win rate against the rest of the field. And man, since you're hitting us with all the stats here, what is that the highest win rate among the legends right now? Or is there anyone a little bit higher? Because we were discussing, I think Darius somehow had a higher win rate, but 60% is very impressive. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see if that was actually the highest win rate so far on the field.
Yeah, highest or so he says. That is very impressive indeed. Shut me up saying that it was just against the Kaiser. It seems that Draven is, in fact, still being able to be rather dominant out there.
Oh, and of course, Darv letting us know 100% win rate for the Garen players out here. I believe it. I can see it. Garen, the newest tech. But yeah, man's just saying that Draven is looking like the #1 leader in terms of that win percentage. So nice little stuff to keep track on. We'll try to keep our eye on those statistics as this tournament keeps on rolling through. But for now, we are jumping into this game number 2 as these players go ahead and sideboard. We caught a little peek at what these sideboards were included. I think I saw a couple thermal beams in there, but I didn't get a full picture. Did you, Danny?
No, I didn't. I imagine that if Kaiser knows, this is going to be a difficult matchup with Shobo being in the champion zone now, they would have to make sure that they've got some slots there ready for him. What would you side in against Draven? Have you got anything in mind?
Yeah, against Draven, it seems like a tough time, right? I would just try to side in more removal, which seems crazy because Kaiser should technically have enough removal, but if you don't have enough piercing lights in there, go ahead and put another piercing light. Falling stars, you probably are running a full set. Singularity doesn't feel all that bad as long as you're able to kind of maintain it. The one downside is those Ferris Forerunners, as we saw, give them such a problem in that game number 1. You thought you dealt with them, but they're always just there lingering, causing problems, and that they did. So we'll see. I think thinking about it now, the way Draven's playing, he's looking like he's very experienced in this matchup. So I don't know if there's any like pure cards that would just completely win Kaiser over, but it might be more of a play style. Try to not give him any combat wins. Plays super slow on trying to conquer, or selective, I should say, on where you're trying to conquer. Because we saw some Kaisers versus Dravens in the past where he let the Draven gain a whole lot of points, and then at one point he just completely reversed it and controlled it from there. Maybe you just have to play a little bit more patiently, I would imagine.
Certainly a possibility, but with the Showboat in the champion zone, then you're giving it a lot of might.
True.
Nothing I can think of that would just make a complete swing, but maybe siding in a Cathian range just as something to deal with all the small units you sometimes get, those tide turners that can be a trouble, or even that big Showboat if he gets up to 10 might again.
Yeah, we just see at least one Acathian Rain in the sideboard, so most likely bringing that in. And the only counter potential is something like a hard bargain from these Dravens, so very unlikely, as I don't know too many Dravens mainboarding hard bargain, and I have to rewind the VOD or something. Maybe you guys at home can rewind it. I don't think he had a hard bargain in the side. And we're gonna ask who won the dice roll. I think the Draven started first, so I would imagine he was the winner of the dice roll.
I imagine so. I'd be very interested to find out if we have hard bargains inside, because I would imagine them certainly coming in if they were, things like Time Warp and the aforementioned Caffeine Rain, Singularity, all these things that you would want to stop that cost a lot of wounds.
Right, we'll see. And he has quite a good start, I feel like, just in the hand. Pouty Pour alone has always been quite the problem card for Kaiser decks, right? Just a nice little 2-drop, doesn't cost any power, but it does cost some power to your opponent who tries to remove it. But prioritizing getting some gold generation as early as possible. And you even have something like a Treasure Hoard Battlefield as well. So we went Trifluent War Camp, and then the Treasure Hoard Battlefield. This is definitely a little bit of a different Draven build. I'm pretty curious what he has remaining. Maybe we get a game 3 out of him.
Interesting indeed. Treasure Hunter is something I thought would drop off a little bit with the loss of Reaver's Row, not being able to bounce it back and forth and keep it alive. But perhaps he, knows that with his spinning axes and things like Falling Star that we saw in game 1, he wants that gold to keep his rune count high.
Right, I think it's exactly as you said, because you're playing cards like those Falling Stars, you want to make sure you try to play them as efficient as possible, since you're not doing what Kaiser tends to do and getting free power off your legend ability. But don't get me wrong, Draven has another incredible legend ability, as we all love or hate it. has almost an impressively too much draw, I would want to say, but it didn't get too out of hand in that game number 1. Let's see how it does progress in this game number 2. But as you mentioned, Treasure Hunter just goes ahead, pushes the battlefield, gets a nice little gold for his troubles, and now with 5 runes, I would imagine nice little Kaiser Survivor developed out in the back line. If he has it. If not, we know the Pouty Portal. I think he had at least 2 drops. A nice little 2 drops couldn't be too bad as well.
Well, he's chosen not to spend an energy on the treasure hoard, so I imagine he's got something he wants to use them all on. Oh, or he has done it in the end, so I think I'm a little bit behind. He took a while to decide.
Yeah, I did decide on that. So it has 4 runes remaining, saying, what do you got open? You got a Hextech Ray. Can't accelerate anything. I mean, the ideal play would be something like a Pouty Portal into a Noxus Hopeful. Just get the full value, full rune usage on this turn. Wouldn't be all that bad. And we do see the Ray, so something to be pretty mindful of going forward. But just taking his time, trying to see what he wants to go ahead and play towards. Because if he develops out some units that are lower than 3, you always run the risk of something like that falling star coming down. So being particular and just playing one and hiding another. Interesting enough.
Yeah, keeping those runes open to threaten things on the opposing turn. I don't remember what we saw in his hand he could be very reactive with. We saw the switcheroo, but with only 1 purple rune open, he's definitely not using that from hand. Probably his hidden card. Did you see anything to use in the opponent's turn?
I believe we did see what we saw in that game number 1. A spinning axe should have been in the hand, but real quick proactively uses the Hextech Ray to try to kind of get that hidden card revealed sooner than later. Is it going to be something like a switcheroo that effectively does nothing in this situation? If it's something like a Tide Turner, it still doesn't do all that much. So I think this was a good little Hextech Ray before pushing in your Yordle, as it will give you the upper hand. You just conquered a 2, or rather you held to 2, looking to conquer up to 3, and it was a switcheroo. So kind of devastating for such a cheap spell from Kaiser.
Choosing not to drop the spinning axe to keep his unit alive, which is definitely the smart decision. The opponent will be fairly happy just running the Yordle in, making the trade to still clear as much as they could off the board.
And Kaiser looking in a lot better position than she was in that game number 1. Plays out the chosen champion, forgoes the conquer, which is going back to exactly what we mentioned before. Doesn't want to give your opponent any free combat wins, any free draws, I should say. So playing a whole lot smarter, or not a whole lot smarter than game 1, but playing it smart this time around to try to prevent any more card advantage from Draven. And that's how you kind of want to play around Draven. You want to star them as much as possible, conquer very intentionally, and then go from there as things kind of progress on through. But now is Vin Z a bit on the back seat. What does he want to do? Because this is the time, this is the energy to get your Ferris Forerunner out. But it doesn't seem all that amazing. But I just don't know what more can you do than something like that.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that he's really not happy with the patient gameplay of the Kaiser player, not being able to force draws from his legend ability. Something we've seen a lot in set 2 is that Kaisers have moved to this much more patient gameplay style. As opposed to the aggro style that we saw in set 1. So instead just going for the chosen champion, making use of the runes where he can, even though it's only coming in as a 4-might unit.
Right, and whoa, an extraordinary 4-might Draven Showboat hitting the board. Hey, it is what it is. If you don't have a good unit in your hand, might as well play it out of the champion zone. As long as you're able to sit there in the back line, just gaining more might every single conquer, you should be a-okay when everything's said and done. But that's the hard part, is making it to the end game. You're at 4. Something like a double up falling star will get you a singularity, even though it's a little expensive from that deflect. It will be taking down both of these units. A singularity here would almost, in my opinion, seal the deal. I think it would be a worthy investment for the deflect, especially because you have the gold, but goes for the falling star for now.
Yeah, as much as possible, starving the Draven player of resources. I believe he's still got another Hextech Ray in hand that he kept there from the Candlelit Sanctum. So even though he can't move his Kai'Sa back, still hopefully able to deny any combat win from the Draven on the next turn. It's looking quite strong from the Kai'Sa player.
Oh, and it goes a bit on the defense. He's saying, I won't double conquer here, but I'm going to make sure it's extremely difficult for you to take away this battlefield. So most likely looking for a hold up to 4, and little by little, Kai'Sa just kind of running away with this game, not giving any kind of opportunity for Draven to kind of swing things back. He tried it. You know, we already saw a bit of a desperate play from the Draven player, getting out this showboat way earlier than expected, but the rebuke coming down as Kai'Sa's completely tapped out, sending the Fair's Forerunner back. On top of that, goes in with the spinning axe. That is 5-4. Does get the combat win regardless. Rebuke is a heck of a card.
Doing everything he can to regain his resources and get back into this game. It's very much a strong play there. With 4 runes remaining up as well, there's a lot that the Draven player can do to maintain on top here.
Yeah, not too shabby, because now it's Draven finally getting a draw he's been desperately searching for, as I believe he doesn't have too many in hand. 4 left to work with. Has 2 to look at from the Candlelight Sanctum. Leaves both of them at the top, if I'm not wrong. I didn't think I saw any card get recycled.
No, it looked like he kept them both on top as well. A really interesting thing from a rules perspective as well for players at home. Kai'Sa Survivor, of course, being able to make use of the Candlekeep Sanctum first, Candlelit sign, and then get the draw. Not something that Draven is able to do, as you win the combat before you conquer. So the Draven would trigger, you would draw, and then you get to look at the top 2. So not as good for the Draven there as it was for the Kai'Sa, but with the Kai'Sa Survivor now in the trash, it's not something that the Draven player has to worry about anymore.
Right, pretty synergistic with those survivors, as you mentioned, but starting on the turn with a get excited, has to pay the deflect cost to even target it, but doesn't have to decide on what they're getting discarded just yet, but discarding the Forerunner that got rebuked back to hand. So making use of it, knowing that it's a little bit expensive to go ahead and play out, and this does allow a double conquer opportunity on this turn. But just like he's been doing, just slow and steady kind of wins the race. So keeps it on the even tempo, just goes up to 4, and more than likely is gonna forego conquering with the Yordle, just in case there's another accelerated unit on Vin's side, because he could deal with it, as you mentioned before, with the simple Hex Tech race. So I don't think he's too worried about it. I just don't think he could deal with both battlefields. And they're doing the math if they went ahead and whoa, okay, he had 2 in hand. Interesting.
Yeah, here we go. I like that play. I think that's pretty good. I mean, you get rid of the spinning axe as well. It was an expensive play, but you 2 for 2, and you're maintaining this slow game plan of, I'm still ahead on points. I'm going to try and deny your draws and just see what answers you've got for it.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like he has a good amount of a good little card quality in hand. He had the Mind Split of the spinning axe to ride the win, but without the rebuke, those Fair's Forerunners, that Fair's Forerunner will be sticking around a little bit too long, a little bit longer than Vin would have hoped for, but trying to play out his own Forerunner for the time being, and leaving the 2 up, so it could kind of be indicative, as we said before, the ride the win. I don't believe there was another spinning axe in hand. Did you catch that, Ojama?
There was another spinning axe in hand, along with the Mind Splitter and Ride the Wind. I believe it's just those 3 cards for the moment.
Okay. So trying to leave some nice little opportunity to go ahead and catch your opponent off guard, but there's a big old caveat in the hand of Kai'Sa. The Bring Your Thunder Song can kind of make sure you effectively close out the game. If he wants to go ahead and play it out here, you just want to make sure you get up to 6, and on your 6th point, on that final push, you can go ahead and play out the Thunder Song, but doesn't, yep, I think he's setting it up. Oh, is he setting up a time warp turn, maybe?
I can certainly see that being a possibility here. The Bryn here, perhaps not as effective in that situation, because it just forces the Draven player to play the spinning axe early, but it would still be 5 might versus 3. So, very smart play there to wait until he's got more units on the board before using the Bryn here, or like you said, the time warp instead.
Yeah, because all you need to do is get up to 7 So Ferris Forerunner can trade for Ferris Forerunner. Those mech tokens are only able to be played out in the base. So goes for the Conqueror. Vin goes up to 5 off the hold, off the Conqueror. So effectively has tied things 5-5. But right now it still feels like Kaiser is indeed in that driver's seat as he has one too many units developed in the back line. Though there is a good amount of units, they're not the biggest might in terms of might units. So maybe Vin isn't completely out of it, because right now I would only imagine our Kaiser player does have that time warp in mind to try to just sneak under. Because right now Draven is saying, oh, you're at 5, you can't win the next turn. But everything kind of changes when you include that little, oh, but this card definitely changes that.
Oh, there it is. I didn't see it come down just yet, but Mind Splitter definitely big. I feel like obviously both of those are very big problems for the Draven. I'm more scared of the Bryn here. I feel like there's just enough might to cause a lot of problems for the Draven player with Bryn here available. It's a difficult choice either way.
It is a little bit difficult, but without, I mean, with the simple fact that he only has a single card in hand, you could only conquer one of these battlefields as you don't have enough. I mean, we could do the math 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 6. So you could trade if you just go Ferris, and then all your little guys versus Mind Splitter. So Vin might have just turned things around with that single Mind Splitter. Very impressive stuff to do. And interesting enough, he was trying to starve Draven this whole time, but little did he know he was actually, not intentionally, but somehow found himself starving of card economy currently. 1 card, drew 1, so 2 cards in hand. I don't know what other card could kind of get him out of this predicament. Maybe a Stupefy. You lower the 7 so your little guys could conquer, as well as drawing an additional card. That wouldn't be too bad as a good step forward.
I think that would certainly help. If I've done the math right, I believe what he's got on the field here perfectly ties with what the Draven's got on the battlefield. You count for the spinning axe as well, to put the extra 3 on the board. So we'll have to see how this works out for the Kaiser player. Tapping a lot for a 1,000-tail Watcher.
That definitely changes a whole lot of the math. Accelerated 1,000-tail Watchers at that. And Ojama, I think you could press on the lower left corner the little live button. It'll bring you back up to speed.
Am I behind?
Yeah, you're a little behind. I'm usually the one behind because I'm doing the whole live streaming on my side of things. So sometimes it just naturally lags as I'm taking up a lot of bandwidth. But you should be caught up as a good amount of units are pushed onto Canalit trade, so the Watcher survives, and I think that's enough units to go ahead and conquer the Mind Splitter. And if you take down the Mind Splitter, that's going to be, yes, 2 tokens in the back line. Actually, I was going to say there's no way for Draven to conquer on the follow-up turn, but I think that's just enough might, right? 6, 7, 8. That's at least better than the Watcher currently. So I wouldn't blame him for holding off for the time being, because we know for sure Draven doesn't have anything similar to Time Warp. The most points he could get is 7. If you do set up for that final push, it wouldn't be too bad of a consideration for Kaiser.
But remember here, the Draven would have to double conquer to stop the Kaiser player winning the game if they control both battlefields. They will be on 7 points. A very tricky situation indeed for the Draven player.
It is. I like this, right? Just saying, you know what? I don't think you have enough might to take down both of these battlefields, especially because I have another little Yordle add-on to one of these battlefields. Let's see what survives. So 7 to, I believe, 10. So he could take down the mech, but the mechs get played in the base, so not the best. Especially when we think about, as we said before, he can't win on the next turn, so that's just more gas for Kaiser to deal with, or for Kaiser to play with on their closing turn. So tricky spot. I do feel like we might be getting ourselves into a game 3 here in round number 5.
Could Rebuke be the play here to return the Ferris Forerunner and trade with the 2 other units?
Yeah, it would be a fantastic play, but I think that Rebuke you're catching is a Ride the Wind.
A Ride the Wind. Oh, yes, it is. It would be amazing if it worked.
Oh, yeah. It might even be a game-winning play, funny enough. But yeah, not liking the hand, but goes for the ride, the win regardless, trying to save the Mind Splitter, try to deal with these units on the follow-up turn. So saves the Mind Splitter for down the road, could try to trade 1-for-1 on the Watcher. But how are we taking both of these units down? Is the Spinning Axe enough? Because it was 10. You know, Danny, I think he could not lose, but it's tough to win from this position unless he has a little bit more of a might increase in hand. Because I know the Spinning Axe, so that could be 10-10 on the Mind Splitter. Then it does have... Oh, no, he has 8. He has 8 with the mechs and the Poro.
Is it not 10 with the mechs and the Poro? The 2 Poros is 4 plus the 6. Or have I missed something?
Well, the 2 mechs
is 6,
the Draven
right? Player does. No, the Draven player does. I was looking at the 2 plunging Poros and the Ferris Forerunner.
No, yeah, Kaiser's defending for 10, 1 at the top and then 7 at the bottom. I'm saying a splitter can trade, can go 10 for 10, and then the bottom units go ahead and go 8-7. But there is 2 energy at the ready for a Kaiser player, and they just have to hold for 1. So if they deal with one of these mechs, that will be 7-5. So you got to tread very carefully and make sure you're taking everything into account, because actually you are taking a good amount into account, because you just Mind Splitter just the previous turn and there was no Hex Tech raise to be found. So you might be feeling good that this is a bit of a calculated risk, especially with the cleave in mind.
I think the issue of trading here on that top battlefield is that if you leave that battlefield open, you know that the opponent has Time Warp in hand and they can just walk that
True.
that Yordle in the back in and then hold for their 8th point.
That does make sense. So trying to find a line where he kind of survives his attack, a Spinning Axe plus... I mean, he already went ahead and played the cleave. We just don't have a clear picture on exactly what's in the hand for Vin. I mean, he just drew another card off this combat win. He's looking... And you can't candle it before Draven, right? Or you have...
You cannot, no.
No, Draven's combat, right? That does make sense.
Yeah, after the units die, you then decide the winner of the combat and resolve any triggers there, and then you conquer and resolve any triggers there afterwards.
Right, so already drew, now deciding on the candlelit and thinking about leaving 1 at the top, doing the quick maths. As we said before, these players are undefeated, so they know exactly how to approach every single... I would imagine they know how to approach pretty much every single matchups. Leaves both one more time at the top, so he's liking his draws. He's saying, let's just leave these cards as they were meant to be, and sends in 10-10 as it stands. But we do know there is a Spinning Axe currently, so there might have been a way for Draven to sneak this back in. But with the mechs and the Yordle in the back line, isn't that a conquer down below into a Time Warp?
Yeah, the Draven player certainly needs another answer, having to use the Spinning Axe here. But, you know, like you said, deciding that they like both of those candlelit triggers on the top. He is going to get another draw now, so he is going to get one of the cards that he saw, which is, yeah, I imagine, an answer available. Oh, but the 2 mechs coming in as well is going to make it very difficult to defend on this bottom battlefield. I completely forgot that Ferris Forerunner works both ways.
It definitely does. So the most you could defend, even if you just go ahead and draw another Spinning Axe, you're defending for 5, but the mechs alone are going to be swinging in for 6. I think Kaiser might have locked this in. The question is, do you have enough energy? But who says you don't have the cards? That might have been the exact card he left. He said mechs. What mechs are we talking about, Danny?
If you can use Ferris Forerunner like I can use Falling Star like you can. Definitely something that's going to help the Draven out in this situation.
And oh my goodness, we weren't giving enough credit for our Draven player. Wait, did he just play the Watcher from the deck? It looks like he knew, I guess, from Candlelight Sanctum exactly what he was going to draw.
I've been using Candlelit a bit with my Fiora hook deck, so I've been doing similar things when it goes to my turn. I'm like, well, I know that I'm going to play this card. I can show you what I'm drawing.
Yeah, look a little suspect, but regardless, he knew exactly what he had in mind. Goes for the stack deck, praying for something like an additional spinning axe, as it's just 3 to 7. A spinning axe doesn't even get you out of the situation. And just like that, off the back of a 1,000 tail watcher, we are finding ourselves in a game 3 here in this 5th round of day number 1. Nice little matchup we had there.
Definitely so. Kaiser can be a very entertaining one to watch with its, slow and methodical play style. Always makes games look close. Not that it wasn't close. The Draven player certainly was able to take a lot of that early control back from the Kaiser player, especially with the lack of resources the Kaiser was able to draw.
Definitely. And we did see that early game get approached slightly different, but we do get a little glimpse at the sideboards now. We'll pay a little bit more attention. So there was indeed a hard bargain, as I believe it was sided in, because I did catch a hard bargain in the hand of Falling Star, most likely got added into, and then those Mind Splitters as well, as we did see take the Bring Your Thunder Song away, because it would have gotten a little more difficult for the Draven player to deal with Kaiser. And now on the other hand, we did see the Gate excited, do a little bit of something with that Ferris Forerunner pitch. The Piercing Light, as we mentioned before, just effectively more removal. But I think the biggest card here might have to be that Thunder Song, right? To just make sure once you have a closing opportunity, that it goes through with 100% certainty with something like a Thunder Song. So we'll see what happens.
Being able to force out any reactions from Draven ahead of when it would want to stop any tricks and stop just especially stopping the tricks happening in combat to get the draw from the Draven is very powerful, even if you're not using it to get blowout.
Right. And real quick, side note, Jonah, deck lists are not going to be published just yet. They actually won't even be published tomorrow. They're going to be published the next day because the whole event has to finish, as regionals are ran on a closed deck list. I will say, I think top 8 is open deck list these days. It wasn't supposed to be in Houston. It became open deck list, if you guys are familiar with the situation. Danny, do you remember how it was in Bologna/Vegas? Did they do open deck list for top 8?
I believe, was it Bologna the one that was open deck list because some of the deck lists were leaked, or was that one
was
of
Houston?
the
Yeah,
Houston
I was there. But
So maybe
actually,
they
you know,
just
if
fuck
memory
around
serves
with
me
that.
right, I remember these players reading the paper before top 8, so they might have been open deck lists. Either way, Jonah, deck lists will be posted after the event. So you got a day or two. I wish we could give it to you now, but sooner than later, you guys should get it.
Looking at the battlefields remaining, then we've got Targon's Peak versus Valmor's Lair. So two very interesting ones. Targon's one I can imagine being very useful for both players. And Valmor, of course, so that the Kaiser can lock in the Draven's units for those tricky removal spells that can only hit the battlefields.
Right, not too bad. I think it's a good battlefield overall, especially against the likes of Aurelia decks as well. Even though they do have those boosted swiftness, even though purple as a whole does have things like Ride the Wind, it's still a pretty good battlefield nonetheless. So this is it, Danny. Game number 3 coming down to the wire. 16 minutes remaining. Who will pull out ahead and remain undefeated in today's event? Draven versus Kaiser is our current matchup. We just saw Draven do really good stuff in game number 1, but Kaiser slowed down the game just enough to get it under her control in that game number 2. Can we see a little bit of what we saw in these previous games in this final game? A little overzealous fan to start things off. A nice little curve out for Kaiser as well with the Sentry for now.
Very exciting, but the only thing that I can concentrate on is the Draven player having the wrong way around for their Legend and Champion. My local players will know that that is going to trigger me until it gets fixed.
Right. You're saying the Chosen Champion, the Legend, right? Flip those around?
Yeah, you're supposed to have the Chosen Champion off to the side as to not create any confusion. Perhaps, after 5 or 6 turns have gone by, the players have been concentrating too hard. Hard to tell whether that Draven showboat has been played and is now at Valmor's, or whether it's sat in the Chosen Champion zone. I suppose on maps this big, not too much of a problem. Oh, something's happened.
Right, since we all keeping tabs on it, and it looks like there might have been a bit of a judge call potentially, or just trying to get some idea. But no, just like that, as I hit the live button, we are back in with the action. Little side note, as these guys are just starting their early game turns, or maybe they're waiting on a resolution. No, it looks like Kaiser's doing something Warren Grail asking in chat, does anyone know what the winner mat and card is going for? I don't know what the recent ones are going for, but for the winner card from the first ever Houston Regional, I don't know if you heard this, Danny, but it was sold, officially sold, not rumored or anything, officially sold for $100,000. That's USD,
Wow.
guys.
I've not heard that. That is amazing. Quite the windfall for the winner there.
Yeah, for Diwali. Sean Diwali taking down a pretty penny. Of course, there's some commissions involved in there. Of course, there's taxes and stuff like that. But still, a single card being the game breaker, being a record-breaking card. A lot of people were best of metal card chasing because of the value. Now, everyone desperately wants to go ahead and win that coveted first play prize. But you have to be the very best out of 2,000 players. So it is going to be an uphill climb for most. But one of these players will be that lucky one this weekend as we see a singularity come out for Kaiser.
A good start here to be able to clear off the Tygon's Peak if there's no response from the Draven. We got those 2 runes up, so you never know. We might see something, a hard bargain that we saw coming from the side. Very strong in this situation.
Yeah, pretty fortuitous to have a hard bargain. If that was your only hard bargain in the whole deck to have it this early on, that is a heck of a card to have in hand. I would imagine he has one in the main, one in the side, so at least 2 in the total deck makes a little bit more sense to me. But this is exactly why you're running that card, to stop cards and spells like Singularity in this position.
Like Singularity, like Time Warp, like a Caffeine Rain, there's lots of these big blowout spells that Kaisers like to use alongside their smaller removal pieces. So definitely a really strong card in this matchup.
Right, and trying to capitalize on Kaiser effectively being tapped out in this situation. Rise the win, sends the Forerunner over to the Survivor. And even though you're locked in, this is a unit you don't mind being locked in because of the Death Nail ability. So Draven just going on the offensive, all gas, what seems like no break so far. And Kaiser kind of getting smothered so far. I think it was that one hard bargain turn really gave him the upper hand.
I think so. A lot of people in the chat are calling out GG at this point because of that hard bargain, and it is looking like it's going to be an uphill battle for the Kaiser. It's a hard deck to ever put out of the matchup, but this is going to be very difficult for them at this point.
It really feels that way. I mean, it honestly does depend. There are some good things if you can somehow contest the Ferris Forerunner, trigger the mechs, and then deal with the back line. But of course, as I'm always saying, a whole lot easier said than done, because that's just one too many units. You don't have, I guess you do technically have your Bellows Breath combo with Watcher, but taking a look at the total rune economy there, I'm only seeing a single Mind Rune, so can't even repeated Bellows Breath if you wanted to so far. So yeah, this is quite the tough position to be in for our Kaiser player. Let's see what he does. He's maneuvered it so well so far, played it clean in this best of 3 series. Can he continue to do so? Or has the card just not lined up? Because I think from his little breath there, he's not feeling too comfortable in this position. I don't think anyone would.
No, this is a tricky one. He could repeat Bellows Breath because of the Kaiser Legend, but not at the same time as dropping out a Watcher.
Right, wouldn't have enough energy to get the full combo off.
So seven Fury Rings we're seeing at the moment. Is that the normal split for Kaiser? 7 Fury, 5 blue?
I would imagine somewhere in that neighborhood, right? Because Falling Star, Hextech Ray, some people running Void Seeker, Bears Forerunner, Cost of Fury. So you are predominantly Fury. But when you're running things like Singularity, some people running Rocket Barrage as well, it's something to consider, maybe an even 6-6 split. But I think Fury is a priority. As we're seeing here, the Falling Star does come down. It doesn't feel that good here, does it, right? Both of these guys are over the 3 might, so you have to at least double in. And he might be trying to deprive a little bit more of card draws. So thinking about heading it towards the Survivor, interesting enough.
Yeah, the double hit on the Survivor there, so not even a Falling Star into a Stupefy or anything like that. A very big cost to just to deny a draw from the Draven.
Yeah, it seems like a kind of heavy investment to do so, but sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. But now Draven holding up to 4 has the potential of conquering with the Hunter up to 5. And just like that, it is a 4-point deficit. Draven in the driver's seat, as we mentioned before, plenty of rooms to work with. What seems like a good amount of cards in hand, as he does have a hard bargain, does have the second Fierce Forerunner. Man, these cards are going crazy for Draven. I think we see exactly why we said before. This is the card of the event. This is the card of Spiritforged 2.5, if you will. Fierce Forerunner is no joke anymore without the likes of Fighter Flight.
Absolutely, and also just with the cool shot being gone, it's harder for decks like Miracle Draven or Ezreal to run lots of different answers. We would often see Rebuke coming down whenever the enemy needed it because they could cycle through the deck so much. Without that consistency, cards like Fierce Foreigners are able to get their full advantage a lot more often.
You know, he does have some good cards in hand. He does have the Watcher. He does have Piercing Light, but I just don't think that's enough. Because, I mean, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 total runes. So you have the option of accelerating and then playing one spell. As you mentioned before, you do have... Actually, no, not enough energy for a repeated Bellows. So yeah, this is just so tricky. Goes for the Accelerator Watcher regardless, trying to do what you can possibly do. So you are able to take down either battlefield you choose. But keep in mind, ability we haven't seen all series long is a simple Overzealous Fan ability. So even if you want to take the higher might battlefield, the Zealous Fan would just push the Watcher back. And he's sending it all. This is interesting.
So it's enough to trade with without the 1000 Tel Watcher, of course, the first being on free here. But that does put the 2 mechs rather in the back for the Draven player. So it's a difficult situation altogether, yeah, and he knows it. There goes the scoop.
Right, doesn't like what he saw, and that is a GG. Draven continuing on that undefeated streak, and exactly what we mentioned in game number 1, currently is holding the highest win percentage at 60% win rate against the field. Vin ZHS, you guys let me know at home, might be a former Hearthstone player / pro. Either way, doing fantastic in today's day 1 Lille Regional. Let's go ahead and find ourselves back in the commentary booth, and we'll see if these guys want to go ahead and bring us towards a backup match. But Danny, how much time did we see was left in that round? I didn't get to see it.
Well, for a 3-round game, it did not seem like it was very long. We had about 8 minutes left in the round by the looks of it.
Oh, that was actually one of our longer games, but I'm right there with you. Somehow it didn't feel that long, but maybe because we're all in the heat of casting, it doesn't feel too long. But either way, because sometimes we end the game, I believe it was the Lucian versus... It wasn't Rek'Sai. It was Victor. Lucian versus Victor. That game ended with like 20 minutes remaining, and somehow that game felt longer than this one. So pretty impressive stuff. I really thought Kaiser could get it done. But Draven has the best win rate for a reason, it seems like.
Absolutely. Yeah. It might just be the sheer amount of control that we saw in that last game from the Draven player, making it look very clean, very clinical, perhaps making it feel like a faster matchup than it was. But we did have a lot of back and forth in games 1 and 2, so perhaps that is what is causing a strange time distortion for us.
Right, I think you're onto something, right? I think in that game number 2, it was really much slower pace than we saw in game number 1, especially in this game number 3, which kind of closed the curtain on that game. Super speedy. And we're getting word from chat saying he's a previous Yu-Gi-Oh! And Hearthstone pro player. It makes sense. He played really cleanly, played very cleverly, and got the job done. So good stuff for him. Maybe we'll see him in day 2. I mean, if you're undefeated at this point in the tournament, you know what you're doing, right? To go XO 5-0, you're more than likely will be finding yourself at the minimum in a day 2 situation. It's so tough, though, how they make Top Cut these days, aren't they, Danny? Because out of 2,000 players, you have to be the final 8 remaining. Have you ever been in a situation like that, or been in an event of that scale where players have to be the last 8 out of 2K? It seems crazy sometimes, doesn't it?
It does seem very crazy. When we had that change going into Bologna, it felt like it's probably very impossible for a lot of players. But when you think about it, you know, rather than getting to top 64 being easier, you still have that same difficulty of getting to top 8. You still have to win just as many rounds. It's just perhaps you more able to afford a loss at the later stages if you go so undefeated at the start. So perhaps it just feels a lot harsher than it is.
Right. I mean, you bring up a good point. At the end of the day, you're still playing rounds. After everything's said and done, it does come down to a single thing, is just win your games, whether they're in the Swiss rounds or in the top 128, top 64. I guess the only thing I would say about that, if it was a top cut where you had open deck lists, you could have a little bit more insight. But either way,
true.
So it doesn't make the biggest of a difference. You still have to go ahead and rely on your expertise, your skill expression, that and all, to make sure you try to find yourself in that championship position. So do you want to retract your Rek'Sai pick, Danny? Do you want to go ahead and lean on that Draven, or still feeling good? Before you answer, though, it looks like we have our interview with the Hearthstone pro players. So let's see what he's talking about.
I feel
Gives you some time to think it over.
The best choice when you play against a lot of decks, because before the banned cards, the people were like building their deck to not go in battlefield in the showdown, but now it's not the case anymore because there is less Draven. So I feel like when you play against like 5, 6, 7 legends in a tournament, it's good to pick it because you will be nice. The problem is Irelia is the best legend in my opinion, so so yeah, I just took the comfort pick and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so you played mid-range Draven before the bans as well?
Miracle.
Miracle, okay, so same as me, anyway. Yeah, I love that Miracle deck, but it is now the mid-range Draven. I wanted to ask you one thing. Since the ban of Vanquisher got in, how did you solve it in your deck? What do you do typically on round 2, on turn 2?
Oh, I choose to play more 2 mana cost because I was like, okay, the 4 mana champion is gone. You can't play Rel because it's not that good. I feel like Rek'Sai is not that good, and I don't like also the Rumble. Also, some people do that. So I just play 11 turn 2 instead of 9. So I hope to do like turn 2 and then turn 2 plus up 4 Noxus.
Yeah.
And that's how I play. But yeah, we just have Kaisa now as a focus.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, so in this iteration of the metagame, what do you think is your worst possible matchup?
I feel like I'm okay against everything. There is like some matchups that are dice roll dependent. Like Irelia, if I lose the dice, I always lose 2-1.
Okay.
Mirror match is also dice roll dependent, I feel like, because when you stack the battlefield in like the first game, it's very hard for your opponent to push. So I would say Irelia. I don't want to play against Irelia.
That is interesting because before the bans, it felt like Irelia's worst matchup was actually mid-range Draven. So what do you think that is now that is different?
The big difference is Raven's Row, because with mid-range Draven, before the bans, you were able to protect your units by like putting back the base, but now you can't. So if you want to go to like 3-4 points, 5-6, you have to put some units, but Irelia will value trade them, and it's not that easy to go to the classic Brainier and Rebuke. It's not that easy, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for the interview. Hope you're gonna win your next rounds. You have still 3 to go, so still longer road ahead of us. And thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
And we're gonna go back to the casters.
Nice. Best of luck to our undefeated Draven player. Hopefully we can keep that momentum going on into these last 3 rounds, as Lothar said. But I believe, let's go ahead and see if we could tune in onto the bracket side of things. So guys, if you just joined us, you can find it on your side by !bracket. Let me pull it up. Have you been able to keep tabs or keep eye on some of this, Danny?
On what side? I didn't quite hear you.
On the bracket yourself.
Oh, I see. No, not a massive look. I have seen the position of a few of my local players in terms of the best ofs. I've got someone from my locals who is currently in position to get, currently the top of the set players. So that'd be very exciting if I could see a metal card in person through him.
Yeah,
quite the way to live
that'd be
vicariously.
sweet. You know, I'm not full screening it only because I'm seeing, just in case they get started with the round. So we'll try to see it like this. So chat, let us know if you guys recognize it. Off the rip, I recognize King Louis. We hung out a little bit out in Houston. It looked like he took a L versus Draven. You know, Draven saying they don't want to verse Aurelia. Seems like a coin flip matchup, but looks like Draven's still getting results against the likes of Aurelia. So feeling good. Let's go down the road, see if you guys recognize anyone. We can also see the standings. So who is our undefeated going into round 5? Aurelia, Draven, Victor from Colin, as we saw on stream recently. Renata, whoa, Danny,
wow.
what is this guy cooking? Chat, Tracor doing the unthinkable. I believe Renata was bottom of the barrel pretty much. I think bottom 3, and one of them is undefeated. What are we seeing?
Clearly being slept on as a champion. Yeah, no, it was second last, wasn't it? We had Severe was the only one able to claim below it.
Yeah, you know, interesting enough, we still have a undefeated Darius as well. Please give us some Darius on stream. And ooh, I see something you would love to see, Danny. We have an undefeated Fiora.
Oh, amazing. Well, you never know. Hopefully they've won their game 5-1 as well. Could we see in the matchups above? Is he on there?
Yeah, let's go ahead and find out Azarim. We can go to page 2 and see if we see Azarim. So Vinges won. Colin continues. Oh wait, no, that's not Colin. That's Alan. Why does CTG? I thought that was, oh no, Challenger TCG. What's Challenger's tag? I saw, wait, let me go back real quick. Did Alan join Challenger? No, I thought he was sponsored by, he just posted he was sponsored by Citadel. No, okay, CTCG is Challenger TCG. Apparently super close tag, but CTG, thank you, man. Thank you, Corey. So yeah, it's Citadel, which makes sense. So congrats to Alan ZZ by getting sponsors, showing that some big players are looking to sponsor. New Rolf, our 2-time champion here at Runes and Rift, catching a L in round number 5. Draven versus Kaiser. So a little bit of a flip-flop story that what we saw in our feature match. I want to find the Fiora player, though. I'm right there with you, Danny, so let's keep searching for him.
There was a Jax player there that unfortunately took a 2-1 loss on table 19, so even following the rules changes, still trying their best to make top 8 there.
And real quick, I saw what guys, Trey Core is cooking like no one else has cooked before. He is undefeated and continues undefeated going into round 6. Guys, pray with me. Hands up in the air. Can we please have this undefeated Renata player on the feature match? The fact that we haven't even had him on the feature match, I feel it tells me that he's denied it. There's no way production would have asked him to be on the stream to see an undefeated Renata. I just don't think he wants to be on stream, guys. What do you think about that, Dan? Do you think he's just denied it every time?
Yeah, certainly a possibility. I mean, we know the difficulty of being on a feature match. If it's not something you're comfortable with, you wouldn't want to do it. But perhaps there's a difference between being 4-0 and 5-0. Maybe they just didn't believe in him on the 4-0. Looks like he's got it for a bit of luck, but there's no way that they could ignore 5-0 Renata.
Right. And our online favorite, I say online only because he started off in the online scene with the Rift Lab circuits, with the Runes and Rift tournaments we host. Prismaticism catching his very first loss in round number 5, and I recognize his name. I think this was a prominent Lorcana player. Let me know at home if you guys recognize it. I won't even try to say his name, but I think it's somewhere like Nujok. I recognize him from Lorcana, very high level. So not a bad opponent to lose to, but guys, I'll close this out as soon as we find our Fiora player. We have to know if they're still undefeated.
We gotta keep searching.
Ooh, I found him. Table 44, Danny. Fiora remains undefeated. So looking good, guys. We're praying. Can we get the Fiora? Can we get the Renata? I want to see one of these undefeated decks that isn't as expected as what we've seen traditionally. Draven, Aurelia. Victor, not too traditional, but either or. Like, I would love to see one of those. And Danny, I know you're with me. You would want to see this Fiora, wouldn't you?
Well, imagine the Fiora versus Renata game.
Okay, now we're dreaming, but I like it. I like what you're saying. Hopefully we get something like that. But yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I wouldn't ever have expected when you talked to me about this weekend that there was going to be an undefeated Renata. I mean, do we think it's something like the good old Renatas we saw in the past, like the time warp strategy? Or do you think he's just bringing something crazier like Renata Swarm with little minions and the yellow champion that their tokens in are ready? I mean, what comes to mind when you think about an undefeated Renata?
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine. I mean, I know, of course, we've got the like you said, the classic Renata. I think that it is very strong. I think the fact that we see it so low in the choices is a little bit of it being slept on. It's certainly not a top tier deck, but I think you can do some really cool things with Renata. I have seen a Renata hook deck that makes really brilliant use out of Karthus and, like you said, the enters ready champion. But I can't imagine it being stronger than what we've seen through them before with Time Warp.
Right. I mean, I don't think we could actually think about what to expect from these players. Oh no, John, I see what you messaged me. You can even watch what I have the live stream pulled up on the Discord one as well if you want to see exactly what I'm watching.
Oh yeah, I could do that. I mean, I was watching it live through the stream at the end there.
I know what you mean, yeah. So yeah, either through the Discord one or if you want to watch it live on the Riftbound channel as well. But I think this is Danny. I think this is Danny from our Discord, guys.
Basically,
yeah, I think it is.
A big Kai'Sa player.
I know that he's on the feature matches. He's one of the feature match judges.
And Rumble is pretty similar, of course. The same.
Wait, no, I don't know if it is. Are we sure it's him? It looks like him.
Like Falling Star, like Singularity.
Oh no, he's not wearing a judge shirt though. I think he would be dressed for the part.
True.
Actually, Rumble, of course, is not like the best legends. Of course, the metal card factor is still there. But I think
we
like,
did see him on stream
round.
Was it round 4?
I saw him. Yeah, he had the blue shirt. I definitely saw him, which he looks similar to this guy, which is why I thought that.
That gives shield +1. Your Ferrous Forerunner is 7 on the defense, and like if people can't like.
No, I missed the intro. I don't know who we're talking to here.
It's like pretty good for Rumble. And I'm also experienced with the deck. I played it as well in Bologna. I made day 2 with Rumble there as well, so hopefully I can finish well on this tournament as well.
It actually makes a lot of sense.
He's a fellow Rumble player, looks like.
And I mean, you explained it very well. The question is, where do you think you can just, what do you think you can just do with the deck, basically? Do you think that you can win it all? Do you think that you can expect a top 8, or day 2 would be very good indeed?
Yeah, so as I said, I already made day 2 in Bologna, so I'm hungry for more than that. But I don't think that yet we have everything in the deck that the deck can top 8, but I think the top 64 and the qualification for the regionals is like in the reach, so maybe I'm hoping for that. Like maybe in like some next set we will get some more mechs, and then the Rumble will be time to shine.
I mean, this is actually so cool to see you with such a big smile playing your favorite legend. That's actually so good. Wish you the best for the next rounds, but for now, we're going to jump to some more content.
I got sad news for our Rummer player. There is no additional mech coming in set 3, so maybe being hopeful for set 4 Vendetta. And guys, for those on YouTube, ! bracket, so you guys can pull up exactly what we were seeing. Actually on YouTube and on Twitch, wherever you guys are tuning in. First things first, thank you so much for tuning in and watching the co-stream of the Lille Regional Qualifier. We're happy to have you guys here and excited to get things moving along, as I believe round number 6 is right around the corner. We're getting little teases, little glimpse of an undefeated Renata, Fiora, Darius. I would be a happy man if I could get any of those decks on the feature match. If you were on production, are we picking Fiora, Danny, or are you more looking to see that Renata one?
Or if I had a say in it, my heart, of course, says Fiora, but if I had to choose for the people, it would have to be the Renata. I think we need to know what he's cooking. If he's on 5-0, we need to know. We need to know now.
It has to be something that we've never seen before, because we literally never seen a good Renata. I mean, that could be a little harsh. I mean, like, I should say an undefeated Renata. Yes, there's been some decently good Renatas, more so in the Chinese region, but we definitely never seen an undefeated at a major event like this one. You know, Renata could go undefeated at your locals, maybe a little summer scrimmage, but an undefeated Renata this deep, you know, we're only 3 rounds left. He's looking like a Renata that not only will make day 2, or I should say not only will get the best of metal Renata, but could be making a good push in that day 2. Could be a thing where he has good matchup RNG, hasn't versed too many Aurelia's Dravens, but at this point undefeated, you definitely played Draven, Aurelia, Kaiser's Victor, so I kind of take that back actually.
No, I'm with you there. I mean, you could definitely imagine the world where they've had just the dream run, but being 5-0 in a regional qualifier, they've had to struggle to get there. You know,
yeah, they've earned it. You can't go undefeated. Definitely. You definitely earned that. And guys, you know I'm not making fun of anyone at the local levels.
People are playing more for fun at the local levels, you know. And you can do really well and have a bit of fun at the local levels. Here is where we are quite serious.
Right. And wait, Crayon, is that true? Is that true? You're gonna give me to shed a little tear. Apparently, she hasn't played any of the meta decks. Wait, no, Crayon, you're trolling, right? There's no way there was an undefeated Rek'Sai Saber Yasuo Volibear for her to run into. Let me know, Crayon. Were you messing with this, or did you actually see it in the bracket there?
I was gonna say, can we see in the bracket who they've played?
Yeah, I guess you can see if we type in the players. So let me pull it up here. 100% true. Oh my goodness. So we could be getting hyped up for not the biggest recent Trey Core. I believe we're able to spectate his matches here. So Trey Core just got done playing a Volibear. And round number 4... he just beat a Yasuo, so oh my goodness, Crayon, you were messing around. Silver. And then round number 2, he played a Rek'Sai. Oh my goodness. You know, sometimes to be undefeated, you do have to have a little bit of that matchup RNG going your way. So hey, he still gets the credit where credit's due. He's still undefeated, had to take down, I mean, Rek'Sai is pretty meta, but still yet to face the Dravens, Aurelia, Kaisers of the world. I think round 6 it might be about time. It's a little bit overdue for this Renata player.
Yeah, especially where he is in the rankings. Even if he does, manage to avoid those decks at this point, he's going against other decks that have gone 5-0. And, like you say, at this stage, it is where the uphill battle's got to begin, surely.
Nice. And we're saying, oh, Sebastian, is round 6 already paired? Okay, so it looks like round 6 is already paired, so it should be momentarily. If you guys weren't keeping tabs, today's event, contrary to what we've had in Bologna and Vegas, it is live, so it's not pre-recorded matches. I think that I was going to show up the statistics today, but it looks like we have a Alan ZQ interview. Let's go ahead and see what he has to say.
Good travel, no jet lag. Playing on the European soil is just something else.
Oh, great. So you are coming here as the returning champion from Bologna. Does that add any extra pressure on your shoulders?
Definitely, a lot of people rooting for me, and there is no failure that's accepted.
I mean, for now, it's going pretty well for you. How is going your tournament?
So far, yesterday was a 5-0 split, today it's 4-0, so it goes as well as it can. Had a nice various matchups so far. Last round was Darius that was pretty close in one of the games, but ended up pulling it through.
So that's pretty cool. So you're still playing Ezreal, which is your favorite legend by far. You've been playing it since the beginning of the set too, and you're pretty good at it, let's face it, you know. The question I have to ask you is, do you think that the control version is still untouched, or do you think that the tempo version that we've seen recently is better than this version?
I mean, I'm playing technically the tempo or control based on my card draws. I can play both game plans based on what I draw. And the problem with the tempo is it has a lot of bad top decks if it doesn't draw well, and it has way more polarized matchups where good matchups become even better and the worst matchups become worse. So I'd rather put myself in the middle where I can just skill gap people instead of relying on my card draws.
It kind of makes sense, to be honest. And I've got a question for you, a personal question, and I think that at home a lot of you have literally the same question. You always look so confident when you are playing. You look like you just find always the right move. Is there something that you can just give as an advice for people who want to do literally the same thing at home?
I mean, I just don't have a job. I play Riftbound for a living, so definitely that helps. Don't take this as advice, absolutely not. Don't quit your job to play Riftbound, but just make sure you enjoy the game. Don't be result-oriented and make sure you play the best game every time you can.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Another question about that, but do you feel some pressure sometimes, or are you always very relaxed?
Between the rounds, maybe a bit, but like when I'm in the game, there is absolutely no pressure. There is just me and cards and opponent.
Finally, are you ready to win it all?
Oh, absolutely. Gonna run it back. Gonna double it down.
Okay, that was Alan ZQ, the returning champion for Bologna.
I
the
normally
next
skip the
champion.
interview, so
Who
I don't
knows?
think I've
Back to
heard
you
Alan
guys.
ZQ speak before, but he's very entertaining to listen to.
Yeah, I actually met him out in Houston, hung out a little bit. Really, really nice guy, and obviously a brilliant mind as well. So we'll see, can he bring Ezreal for a back-to-back victory over there in the EU regional scene? Tall task, but not impossible at the hands of Alan. So we'll see. Something that he brought up, why is he always so confident? I think it comes down to when you practice something as much as you would imagine a player like Alan ZQ, that is pretty much where your confidence comes from. Now, handling the nerves and stuff like that, that's a little bit different story, but at least confident in your game plan, confident in what you can get done. I feel like that all comes down to how practiced you are as a player. Do you agree with that statement, Danny, or do you feel like it comes from somewhere else?
No, I do agree. Confidence certainly comes from, like you say, repetition, but also, not just a repetition of playing the game and practicing, but going to these events, being on the feature table, have even things like public speaking, right? You've got those transferable skills of not letting pressure get to you as you're trying to think through what you're doing. When you've got those other, extraneous variables going on, and that's taking over what you're thinking, it can really hurt your confidence. But if you're able to keep it cool, keep your composure, and you've got that experience with public speaking, being on camera, things like that, I feel like anything that lets you stay in the zone is something that's going to help your confidence.
Right, and no stranger to the biggest of stages. He's actually a world champion of Legends in Runeterra, the predecessor, if you will, of Riftbound. And we're getting a little bit of a glimpse of the full field. So Riftbound Report, aka Marshall, still hanging strong with his Rek'Sai. So X1 so far. And then as expected, Alex ZQ still XO. A couple XO. Randy having a little bit of one loss so far. Interesting enough, Spessy and Timo. Timo is not positioned too well. I don't think he's going to be doing too good. And then our best of winner for Garen is X3. Technically done for shooting for the stars on day number 2. But you never know, a X3, a X5 might be exactly what you need to still win the medal card for Garen. Funny enough. So we'll see. And VB still saying how many regional qualifiers / tournaments has he been on. He's been to all of them. Any major event that he can attend, he has attended. And Ehrlich, oh, that's a pro Magic player. Do you recognize that name?
I don't. I mean, I recognize the MTG at the end, so...
No, he's from Poland as well. He's from Poland, and he was out in Houston as well. I saw him play a couple of games. I know I butchered that name. I know it's not Ehrlich. I think Ehrlich, or you guys let me know how to say it, but either way, I know him by face, not by name. But Tracor in the mix there, and whoa. Do you see that Diggy down in the middle? That's an undefeated Jinx, an undefeated Yasuo, and an undefeated Azir. So we have quite the spread of undefeated players. I love what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, of course. And Renata that we were talking about at length earlier, there's some legends that we don't normally expect to see at this stage of the table, but definitely doing very well there.
Right, and something to point out, that's not just one undefeated Azir, that's double the trouble, 2 undefeated Azirs. I think they know what they're doing. I think Azir might have been slightly slept on. Not a lot of people have considered him as a big winner from the bans, but he was effectively untouched. I don't think any kind of downside occurred from the bans on Azir, just the kind of indirect upside of not having to deal with the crazy formidable foes like those Miracle decks, like those Reaver's Row / Dreaming Tree / all those power decks. So it makes sense why we're seeing a good amount of success from Azir. But man, I cannot wait. And man, Diggy's the best of winner from Bologna for Jinx. Oh, man, I would love to see Jinx, because old school Jinx, or I don't want to say old school Jinx, but Jinx from Bologna was most likely playing the Miracle package, right? Danny, what would you think they're playing these days to go undefeated? Is it just like I don't even know where to start with Jinx.
Absolutely. I remember I played a bit of Jinx in set 1, not very well, but you know, we all got to start somewhere. I quite like what Jinx is capable of in terms of being able to get a lot of units on the board quickly and being able to empty their hand and start gaining that advantage for the legend. But what they're trying to do is just a little too fair, you know, being able to blurt out lots of units at a 3-4 might in those early turns and then being able to accrue advantage from the legend just doesn't quite cut it compared to what the likes of Draven or the likes of Aurelia is able to produce at the same speed. So I imagine it's something very interesting the Diggy's cooked up, and I'd be interested to see how it differs from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, come on, Riftbound production team, put on Diggy on the next feature match for this round number 6. But in all honesty, they are the Chaos domains, they are the Fury domains, 2 of the most powerful domains in the entire game. So I would imagine he has the fairest Forerunners in there. And forget what I'm saying, it looks like we have round number 6 looking to get things started. A Kaiser versus a Master Yi, a matchup, as I said before, as old as time. This was the back-to-back Chinese regionals, the first ever regionals back in set 1. So a little bit reminiscent, a little nostalgic as we go ahead and tune into this feature match.
Very exciting indeed, and exciting to see this legend spotlight going on here. A little write-up of the legend. I didn't see that pop up before. Did I just miss it in the earlier rounds?
No, I think that was the first time that came up. I actually didn't see what it was saying though. What was it kind of bringing up? I was looking away.
It feels a little reminiscent of those little inserts you get in the starter decks that tell you how your legend is supposed to function. You know, they tell you a bit of key cards, they're telling you what the game plan is and what they're trying to achieve. I think that's quite interesting to have just from a player view experience.
Okay, pretty cool. Taking a look at the deck, guys are running something that we don't see too often, and I'm specifically pointing out the Red Rumble. So are you trying to hold and then bring back your fairest Forerunner? Because remind me what that card reads, or I could pull it up here as well. Isn't it when you hold, you can bring back a mech?
When you hold, you recycle a unit. Does it have to be a mech you recycle, or is it just any unit? Regardless, you recycle it, and you can play back a mech from grave, reducing its cost by, I believe, the energy, or sorry, the power of the unit that you recycled.
Okay, we'll pull it up here officially, but I think you're exactly right. And if you caught glimpse, guys, we're already in the Unleashed meta. It was XP Yi. XP Yi is what we have on round 6. But all jokes aside, it looks like a nice traditional mid-range Master Yi. Funny enough, only has 1 Trinity Force, so not going in completely on the game plan, but did have a couple of Ruin Runners. Did you manage to see how many Ruin Runners? I would imagine at minimum 2.
In the Kaiser list, I was too distracted, I think, by just the slurry of other mechs that are being included. You know, we've got the Forecasters as the early play. There was 1 of Gem Jammer, so quite a few mechs. Kind of the deck that people thought we would see a lot of Kaiser for in set 2, but instead, of course, we got a lot more of the control variant Kaiser instead.
Right, so I noticed this matchup, it tends to kind of swing both ways, because on one hand, for Kaiser players, they have enough removals where they don't have to contest the battlefields and give the benefit for Master Yi getting that additional +2 every time they defend alone. But then Master Yi on the other side of the board, having access to those calm counters like Defies, like Not So Fast, and even things in the body domain as well as Unyielding Spirit, really allows him to kind of maneuver around from these kill spells. So it's like, do they have the cards in hand? Do they not? So this is a truly back and forth matchup. I could only expect to see a really awesome game in this round 6, as both of these players are indeed undefeated in impressive enough.
Absolutely, it's like you said before, an homage to what we had in the Origins meta, having Kai'Sa versus Master Yi. It will be interesting to see them go back and forth with this new updated style with the mechs from the side of Kai'Sa.
I will add, I feel like there is one true counter to Kai'Sa right now, and that is the Camel. If there was a full set of Camel, you would try to develop that unit as soon as possible. But another card that's a bit of a nightmare situation for a Kai'Sa player is the Fervent, as we've seen Aurelias of the past do. Might as well play Fervent in Master Yi. Makes a whole lot of sense. You still have buff spells like a Punch First. Punch First is actually a +6 on the Fervent, so not too shabby. And naturally, you still run the On Guard. You still run the Discipline. So I like Fervent in Master Yi decks. What about you?
I do like Aurelia Fervent as just a little splashes in it. I was running it in Jax just as a bit of fun, just a one-off. Being able to target her and just get her to buff so much is something the Master Yi is of course trying to do anyway, get those big units to defend with. So I definitely like it as a choice here.
Yep, we'll see exactly how it comes into play. But now we see how this mech red champ, as we said before, is coming into play. So trying to set up a bit of a hold turn. I just don't know how likely it is for him to actually defend when we're talking about a Fervent around the on the other side of the board. So already Rays go up to 5, so effectively has enough HP. Kai'Sa would have to rely on something like a smoke screen most likely, but you have to pay the deflect cost. I'm just not seeing it. You played out the rumble, but I don't think he's too long for the world currently.
Yeah, we saw that On Guard in hand as well. A Discipline there as well, so there's a lot just to buff this Aurelia far and above what the Kill Today's spells can produce.
Decides to go for a nice little straightforward Hextech Ray. Plays the deflect cost with the Legend ability. Now giving his opponent the option, do you want to go ahead and play out your On Guard / Discipline? Because is it just one On Guard to get him out of the range? Because it's technically, 7 might on total, if you will.
Yeah, it'll be 8 in total, right? He's currently on 5. It'll gain 2 from the On Guard for being alone, and then the +1 for being targeted.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to spend too much. It does make a whole lot of sense if you go ahead and just play your On Guard. It does allow you to stay alive, even despite the combat damage after everything's said and done, unless there's an option again from the Kai'Sa player. Something like a Stupefy will go ahead and trade 1 for 1, unless you have an additional Hextech Raid, double the deflect cost. But taking down a Fervent is probably a big priority for you as a Kai'Sa player, so I won't blame him for trying his hardest to try to take it down.
Not at all. It definitely looked like a losing fight for the Rumble there. Thankfully, they haven't had to pay too much in the way of the deflect cost there. It could have been quite difficult for them if they put more into it and just fell to the Discipline.
And speaking of the Camel coming down pretty much as soon as possible. Once he hit that 6 energy, he has 7, but basically 6 energy. And I just don't know how Kai'Sa's decks are supposed to deal with it. The only thing that comes to mind is Watcher. But when you're able to kind of pump things up out of Watcher range, it almost seems impossible. But down the Fervent goes, but you still have a little bit of that saving grace in the back line. Do we feel like this climb or this disparity being displayed from Kai'Sa 4-1 is able to get closed in on from the Yi player with this Camel? Or is Kai'Sa moving a little too fast here?
I think being 3 points up now for Kai'Sa is very strong. It's going to be rather difficult. Even if the Master Yi can gain control of a battlefield, they would need a second Rune Runner to stop a hold, and a hold would lead quite nicely into a Time Warp if the Kai'Sa player is able to find one.
Right, I feel like what he would need in this exact position is something like a Trinity Force to try to equalize things out. Because yes, you could hold, but unlike Lucians of the world, unlike of course Chaos decks, you have a tough time kind of getting onto the other battlefield, but capitalizing on the fact that Kai'Sa's completely tapped out. Chosen Champion comes down, and that is the 1-2 conquer right here, right now. I think Master Yi completely taken over this game. A double conquer, or double conquer, and then a potential double hold. At the minimum, most likely will be able to hold, as I don't even think a Watcher gets rid. Actually, he is tapped out, so technically a Watcher would have got rid of the Rune Runner, but running out of runes to do so.
Yeah, the chosen champion there coming in clutch, something that I always fail to take into account there, being off to the side, easily being able to stop the Kaiser from having a battlefield to hold. It seems like the uphill battle has been turned on its head, and it's now the Kaiser that is in a situation where they've got to regain some control.
Right, and these are the matchups we love to see, a little backwards and forwards from both of these players. Kaza had the upper hand early on, but just in a single turn, flipping it on his head, as you mentioned before, and trying to do a little bit of pick me up, trying to get back into this, just going on and developing as much units as possible. But now this is the room he needed. He was a little bit in that danger zone, being completely exhausted out of runes. Now you untap. Now you make sure you don't pass the turn without, with enough runes that you need to defend both of these units. And if he has a punch first, I would imagine he's trying to save that. But funny enough, I'm not seeing a punch first. I don't even know if he has any might combat tricks like that.
Yeah, we saw some might tricks from the discipline and the on guard, of course. I think it'd be very strange if he isn't running punch first at all. I see another discipline in hand that's going to help out.
Okay,
and of course, that second rune runner is quite strong as well.
Yeah, and of course, in general, we know he has them, but I meant currently in hand. But yeah, we do see the discipline there. Has a guardian angel to make sure that rune runner will be sticking around in case the worms comes to it. But I think he read your mind. He said, what's more troubling than one rune runner? Make that times 2. So back-to-back rune runners to try to hold down these battlefields. And yeah, this is probably Kaiser's worst nightmare right now.
Yeah, very difficult situation. I mean, I believe I saw a second watcher in the hand of the Kaiser player, so that could help out here. To an extent, of course, the Yi legend ability makes it a bit difficult. And speaking of the Yi legend ability, being able to use the second one granted by Forge of the Fluff to save some of their runes is very strong as well.
Right, might as well make good use of your battlefield, as you most likely had Forge of the Fluff, which is an interesting thing to consider, right? Master Yi playing Forge of the Fluff, I would imagine it's for things like those Trinity Force, as we discussed before, as the Guardian Angels, as we just saw right now, play just a single energy to go ahead and play it out onto the Rune Runner. And now Kaiser has a tricky puzzle to solve. As you said, does have the second Thousand Tail Watcher, so both these Rune Runners defending for 3 and 2 respectively. And is there a world where 2 runes saves both of these Rune Runners? Or at minimum one of these? Because maybe this is exactly what he needed. Perhaps Master Yi wasn't playing around the second Watcher.
Yeah, well, Guardian Angel helps a little bit. We know there's also the Discipline in hand as well. They will be 5 and 4 when they are defending. So depending on how the Kaiser player chooses to split the might, a surprise discipline might help. But these players are undefeated. The Kaiser knows that 2 runes up in a green deck is something to consider, and probably isn't going to allow a single discipline to blow them out.
So I like how he's positioning his cards. You're saying the Watcher has to go over the Forge of the Fluff, but thinking about the other way around. So going for the 7. Because as you mentioned, the Rune Runner went down to 2, but on defense, you will be going up to 4. So Discipline brings that up to 6. So you still have enough might with the Watcher, but I think he's committing to this play down below. So 4, 6, 8 total might going in versus the Camel down there. And defending for 5, as you mentioned, right? So Discipline brings it up to 7. So picture perfect breakpoints. It looks like trying to play around everything except a punch first. He's just risking it here, saying if you have a punch first, you win this either way. So just trying to play around things he can control right now, and saying if you have it, you have it. But if you have a discipline, I will be conquering not just one of these battlefields, but both of these battlefields.
Yeah, very great might calculation from the Kaiser player here. Just being perfectly won over the discipline either way. Punch first, of course, is a problem no matter what situation you're in. So what's the chances they've got 2, eh? Maybe that's what he was thinking.
True. Maybe just expecting to defend one of these, saying, all right, go ahead and use your punch first. But the Guardian Angel does proc that as a conquer up to 5. And now, even with that discipline, as you mentioned, won't be able to hold off Kaiser, conquering up to 6. So in a tough position, but you have some strong backline presence in the Yi Chosen Champion, in the Rune Runner, and with Kaiser only having 2 runes available and one of those units being completely untargetable, I think it could be very easy for Yi to get back in control of these battlefields. So I think these guys are just truly going back and forth. Who controls these battlefields? It all matters who controls them at the very end. And okay, a nice little other fervent. I gotta look back at the deck list. Is he running all 3 fervents? Because that'll be impressive if he is.
Yeah, I consider there potential for a one-off tech, but definitely in Master Yi and what they're trying to achieve, it's a very strong card for it, no matter how many you're running.
Yeah, I think it's just one of the strongest comm units in general, if not honestly the strongest comm unit coming out of Spiritforged, and maybe in the game. I mean, I think Stellarcorn might have something to say about that, but does play a nice little card draw from the Clockwork just to see more available options, and does pick up the Trinity Force that can make things a whole lot easier. You double conquer here, and then if you go hold with the Trinity Force unit, that is all you actually... you only need to conquer the one, right? So yeah, holding in general would have got you the win, but Trinity Force, we'll see if it makes it just that much easier.
We're seeing in the Kaiser player's hand here as well, the only answer they've really got is a retreat, allowing them to keep that Thousand Tail Watcher to accelerate in again on the next turn. So very potential for them to be able to go to 7 as well. How they're going to stop the Master Yi holding to 8 though is a difficult one.
Right, so first things first, pushes the Yi over the Forge of Fluff, trying to contest the 4 might from the Hopeful Stupefied down to 5. Is going to take a little bit more than that. It looks like it was for a simple draw, trying to find some more answers on the clapback, but now the Thousand Tail Watcher seemingly a bit exposed. You do have the option to tie it 7-7 currently.
A little bit of a premature fist bump there coming in from the Master Yi player as well, did you see, on the discipline drop?
No, I think he was hovering over his deck, but I know what you mean. It almost looked like he was going for the fist bump, but discipline plus the Trinity Force getting the job done, and as predicted, that is a 1-2 conquer up to 7. He doesn't even need to rely on that Trinity Force. Just a single conquer from any of these units will be enough to get the job done and get this game number 1 under Master Yi's belt. Granted, he is getting the Thousand Tail Watcher back, but he can't go ahead and split down the middle. He has to decide on one of these battlefields. I guess if he has a removal spell for the Master Yi, that would be the only out in this position.
Yeah, something like a Falling Star perhaps to take it out is cheap enough to be able to go alongside the Accelerated Watcher. He's on is it 9 runes at the moment?
Yeah, so going up to 11, or we'll count 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yep, you're exactly right. So going up to 11, so 8 for the Watcher, has 3 remaining. I mean, we haven't seen it all series long. Something like a Void Seeker would technically be enough to take down, but I think in this position, you're probably praying you have something like a Falling Star. So Watcher deals with the Void Seeker one, or for the Void Gate battlefield, and then you just try to deny the win with something like a Falling Star, says Void Seeker, and he's kind of shaking his head. Oh, he drew the Falling Star unless he had it in his hand all along.
Yeah, very potential. We saw it as he flicked through his hand, didn't we? So definitely got that availability there, but only 1 rune to stop the Master Yi player being able to take over the battlefield on top.
And making it rather straightforward for our Kaiser player, as he doesn't have a single energy available. Goes for a Hextech Ray. Wait a second. Oh, it was 3. It was 3, and then takes everything in the back line. Those Lonely Portals are not dying alone, so there's no additional card draw. And now, just a little Clockwork and a Trinity Force and a Dream. Did Kaiser close things out? Because if there wasn't any combat tricks for him to hold up with any runes, because he played the Lonely Portal instead of leaving 2 energy up, he has to top deck enough combat damage to get over this. Funny enough, he hasn't seen a punch first this whole game. A punch first on top of the Trinity Force technically gets taken care of by takes care of the Watcher.
could definitely help, or potentially looking for a first mate as well as another option to accelerate the fervent we know they have in hand.
True.
Lots of potential options here for Master Yi, but it doesn't. If he had one, I feel like he would have played it by now. With the Kaiser being tapped out, he's thinking if there's anything he's missed.
Yeah, I like what you're saying though. Something like a fervent attached to Trinity Force. So he goes up to 5. Trinity Force goes up to 7. First mate readies her. Goes up to 8.
9.
9 because you choose her, right? So 9. So that's exactly what you need. Is it first mate / fervent GG, or you're saying you didn't see the first mate yet?
Oh, I didn't see the first mate. No, I think
okay.
Happy was looking for answers.
Oh, and it doesn't look to be the case. He has a fervent, a twonk, a charm, and then I can't make out that last card. So going for the hold. Wait. Kaiser's at 7.
Charm is the play.
Charm's the play, yeah. Sometimes you just got to do these kind of roundabout ways and just try to do the best you can. And honestly, this is pretty much the only out. Without the presence of something like a first mate in hand, he does have the charm. You can't charm a unit to your base, so you have to play it out to the battlefield. So does go ahead and play out the charm. The charm going to go on this battlefield. You don't get the additional +2 from Yi as it isn't alone, but you do deny the victory. And man, Danny, what a heck of a game it's been so far. And it's just game number 1.
Yeah, going on to 18 minutes now. What a slog it's been, especially if the Kaiser is able to clear this battlefield. It's just going to be a lot of back and forth punches from the players trying to get this last point. But with the Sea Monkey on top, it's gonna require a few answers, I think, from the Kaiser player with only 2 cards in hand.
Right, quite the fortunate draws recently for Kaiser, right? Had the Thousand Tail Watcher, had the retreat to effectively play out 3,000 Tail Watchers in this game number 1 on top of getting the Fallen Star, but doesn't have any units to contest. A Rocket Barrage, a Smokescreen that only clears no units as those units aren't in the base. An incredible game number 1. Master Yi locking it in and sealing the deal on that first game of this round 6.
Just about, yeah. It seems that the Kaiser had the potential there, could do what they could. I mean, being able to clear out, effectively 3 Ruin Runners with the GA on one of them. Looking at the sideboard now, I think Bryn here is definitely a card that might go quite well into this. And seeing Forge of the Fluffed in game 1, you might consider Thermo Beam as a way to deal with the equipment that the Master Yi is clearly relying on. What about on the Master Yi side? What are we siding in here? The Unyielding Spirit, of course.
Yeah, I think so. Unyielding Spirit is definitely going into the main. Sabotage. Honestly, all these counters are feeling good. Defies for your Hextech Raise, the not so fast for the Falling Stars, and then Unyielding Spirits for everything in between. I am liking the sideboard options for Master Yi. That gives him just slight more edge than he did in game number 1. So I just have to favor Master Yi, but let's not jinx anything. I want to see a competitive back and forth like we saw in that game number 1. And yeah, Deja Vu saying that was a pretty good game. That was an awesome game if you ask me. You can't ask too much more. If there was a meter of who was going to win the game, it was swinging from the left to the right, from the left to the right, at least 3 or 4 times in that match.
Very back and forth indeed. And yeah, I like what you're saying about these counter spells, especially seeing Rocket Barrage in the hand of the Kaiser slots being in the main deck.
What were you saying?
Just saying that with the counter spells, I agree with you that the counter is going to be very impactful in this match, especially seeing Rocket Barrage in the hand of the Kaiser. Have you ever seen someone defy repeated Rocket Barrage?
I don't know if I've seen it, but we did see the winning Kaiser player from our most recent weekly tournament last weekend was running, I believe, 2 Rocket Barrages in the main. I don't remember if he got defined, but I definitely seen Rocket Barrages being played more and more in Kaiser builds, as we're seeing here in this round number 6 from an undefeated Kaiser player at that. But why do you bring it up? Have you seen it before? It's like the most juiciest defy ever.
I haven't seen it before, but I had a conversation about it the other day, and if I personally paid 8 energy and 2 power just to be defied, I think I might go home there.
No, yeah, that is a scoop. GG, wrap it up, cry in the corner. And yeah, like you said, just pack it up and go home. But yeah, that is way too much runes to spend on. To just get countered by a 1 energy, 1 power, I don't think there's a much more bigger feels bad moment than that. So maybe it happens in this game, but I don't know if he needs to go for something like a repeated Rocket Barrage. But maybe there's a time where you have to go for the play. So we'll see. Game number 2 should be starting shortly. It was Fluff and the Gate to start things. Game number 1. I would imagine there's somewhere in the neighborhood of a Valmon's lair for both of these guys. But we just see the Kaiser previously play Candlelit, so it does make sense with survivors running around.
We are seeing a Candlelit here, it seems, as well, from the Kaiser side, trying the similar things. And a Valmont, just as you called it. Am I behind, or you just know exactly what's going to come up?
No, I know Master Yi runs Valmont, but you might be a second behind. I always just press the live as many chances as I can, so feel free to press the live thing to catch up, because I just pressed it in between the breaks, so it should be pretty fresh live feed right now.
Yeah, no, I'm up to date. I just exciting to see you call the Valmors.
Nice. And Kazo will be on the play. We see that she did have some nice little early game. A little bit not traditional. Some people running the sentries, running those Pundering Poros, but going a bit more on the mech side of things, the Vision mechs. And then as we saw early on in that game number 1, I should probably know the official name of it, but the red chosen champion for Rumble.
Hot-headed?
I'll take your word for it. Hot-headed it is.
Just throw anything out there. Or is hot-headed the new Vi? It sounds more like a Vi name.
You know, I do have the card gallery. Might as well educate myself as well as the folks at home. It is indeed the Rumble hot-headed. And why is this up? Okay, that was weird. I like a button press that shouldn't be pressed. Either way, back to action. A nice little Guardian Angel and then Fervent. Wait, are we sure we're watching Master Yi, or is this Aurelia here, Danny?
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Turn to Aurelia is what we like to see.
Right, little Aurelia cosplay here, but sometimes has better tools than Aurelia decks. Yes, Chaos gives you access to a lot of great cards like Flash, like Ride the Wind, but as we pointed out before, Body also gives you access to a whole lot of great cards like those Punch First, like the Unyielding Spirit, and whoa, Rocket Barrage trying to take down the Queen as soon as it comes out, taking full advantage of a tap board state for Master Yi. That's the perfect opportunity to take her down.
Definitely so, and we did see the second Aurelia come into play in the second game, so the Kaiser does know that there's potentially more on the way. Perhaps doesn't want to be facing out 2 Aurelias being readied and being targeted at the same time.
And there goes the Punch First that he was desperately searching for early on in that game number 1, so we'll see if he holds on. But what I didn't see in the hand currently for a Master Yi player, I'm not seeing many units. So I saw a Trinity Force, I saw a couple combat tricks. Is this a little bit of an Aurelia problem, as we've seen a lot in the case for Aurelia decks? At the minimum, he still has a chosen champion, which I believe he's developing out as we speak. So does come in readied, and Kaiser's tapped out. So that's just 8 defending might, but doesn't want to go ahead, or actually doesn't even have enough might to contest. So just goes ahead and conquers to try to draw into some potential units.
And we see that Moon Run on top, which of course has been quite impactful so far. Choosing to keep that and the charm going to the bottom,
right?
You know, knowing that he does need those units.
Yeah, makes sense to me. If you're lacking units, might as well put the best unit you can for this matchup at the top. I say best, but it is a bit slow, especially when we take into consideration that Kaiser's already at 4 points. If they're able to get this Yi off of the battlefield, that's him going up to 5 total points. So gets the Vision Mech, or actually Rocket Barrage, into something like a Falling Star would be absolutely brutal in this position. Kaiser looking to close things very expeditiously in this game too.
This one is looking definitely a lot more into the control of the Kaiser compared to what we're seeing in game 1. I think it's been very difficult for Master Yi to be able to get the units on board fast enough to break the point deficit that they made much easier last game.
Right. It was a point deficit that was manageable in game number one, right? We were saying 4-1, 5-1.
4-1.
But in this situation, as you top deck the Rune Runner, you're allowing Kaiser to hold up to 7 points. Yes, they can't deal with your Rune Runner, but they technically only have to hold your chosen champions in the trash. This is looking highly favored in the direction for Kaiser. Who would have thought those rocket barrages put in so much work in this game number 2, took down the Fervent, took down the Guardian Angel that allowed him to take down the Yi Champ. I think every Kaiser deck should probably be running 1 or 2 rocket barrage these days.
Just to be able to deal with a unit and a gear at the same time, I think is very powerful. And hold that your opponent back from being able to push units forward every turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's looking good. And to make matters worse for our Master Yi player, the Ferris Forerunner has been played out onto the battlefield. So saying pick your poison. I know you could only conquer one of these battlefields as you don't have something like a relentless pursuit, right? The win and find yourself on both of these battlefields. And with no accelerated pressure, yes, you have first mate, but you can't gank. You need one too many pieces, and they're not even in your domain colors right now. I think this is all said and done, and I can't believe the game 1 took about 20-something minutes, and this one took about 5 minutes, funny enough.
Yeah, what a showing from the Kaiser here. A little disappointed to see the first Forerunner come down on that last turn when we saw the Mundo in hand. I want to see more representation of Mundo in these games, but I can understand the Forerunner definitely being the more powerful player if the Master Yi player has the ability to clear the battlefields here. The 2 mechs being able to have the retake is what the Kaiser player will need.
Yeah, I agree. As well as being the stronger card, I think you are also kind of hiding some knowledge, right? Because we haven't seen the Dr. Mundo all series long. Dr. Mundo, I believe, was in the sideboard. So just trying to conceal as much information from your opponent as long as possible. So was a better play, maybe not super better play, but good play regardless. And as predicted, he was able to conquer 1, but how in the world will Master Yi find his way over to the Valmon's lair? I'm just not seeing it. Double first mate might be the only out. First mate, return it back to base. First mate again.
We see, is it Confront in hand, the one that allows your units to enter already? He's definitely thinking of playing that and something else. So he's got some kind of accelerated presence coming in. Oh no, they're on top of the deck even from Candlelit. So it's not cards he's choosing to play now, cards he can't even access yet.
Unless he has something like a Discipline to access it right now. So looking to tap 2, Discipline does come down. So Confront most likely will be the pickup. But what can come down for 3 energy that contests his battlefield? I'm just not seeing the bigger vision. Confront gets played out, but all you're left with is 3 energy and a dream. And so a little bit of hope and a prayer perhaps. But I'm just not seeing 8 might getting taken over with single 3 energy remaining. I think that's a concession.
Yeah, it looks like it. He was able to produce 7 there with the Punch Fist on top of the Lonely Poro. The opponent revealing even had a Stupefy in hand to push that Might 1 away from where it needs to be. So yeah, a win for Kaiser to take us to a game 3.
Right, that was actually close that you're bringing that up, right? Poro? Wait, Poro plus the first punch goes up to 7. So 7 was just right below the 8. So interesting enough, was a lot closer than it seemed. But the Stupefy would have brought it down to 6. So regardless, Kaiser had it locked in. And I love to say it, we are finding ourselves in that game 3 situation. Who's going to be walking out ahead? It almost seems like who was on the play/draw. But I can't remember. Can you remember, Danny? Was Yi starting the playoff? Or was Kaiser last one in game 1?
No, I don't remember. Of course, it's our second Kaiser that we've seen now, isn't it? So I do feel like I remember there being a game where Kaiser came down for 4 energy, choosing not to play it accelerated. I don't remember if that was in this series or the one before. So no, it could be either way.
Right, you know, if memory serves me right, I believe there was a turn 2 mech getting played for the 4 energy, so that would make sense that Kaiser started first, missed a 2-drop, and then played the 4 on their second turn. Unless they had some rain energy. Chat, let us know if we're just going crazy after watching one too many Riftbound games, but we wouldn't have it any other way. We're about to close out the 6th round, which means there is just 2 more rounds remaining. We'll go ahead and get the full picture after this round. Who has remained undefeated? I believe, shout out to the Mange one more time, giving us some more insight. We could talk a little bit about now. Let me see what Danny, have you seen what he posted on the Discord for us? Let me see.
I've not seen now. What have we got?
He said meta representation best of leaders shows best player with every deck and how many players have the record. Okay, we could look at some of the statistics, but first things first, we got to get through this 3rd game of this awesome round number 6 so far. It hasn't disappointed, and it looks like a Grove. Okay, makes a whole lot of sense. Is that usual? I'm trying to think back why I can't remember players, or Master Yi players I should say, running Grove with the God Willow, because it makes a whole lot of sense. Similar to Ori, similar like set 3 Vex. You get so much card advantage as your general game plan is to hold on to these battlefields rather than conquer.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes a lot of sense as your turn 1 pick. You don't want to give it to your opponent, so you don't want to risk it for your game 1. But, you know, when you're going first and you can get there and you can you consistently produce 2 might more than your opponent can on curve, I think it's something that will give you a lot of power in the early game.
Yeah, and it could be exactly what you need, because I don't think it was necessarily like he was running out of options, but more draw means more combat tricks, means more answers like the punch first when exactly when you need it, like the unyielding spirit that he most likely has sided in. And just going through the mulligan so far, having a tough decision, sending one back, it looks like. And it looks like these players are looking to get the final game number 3 underway. Does he have a nice little 2-drop? And no, we see a nice card that we haven't seen all series long. Did you see the card he picked up? I believe it was a Stellarcorn there.
Oh, I didn't catch the Stellarcorn now. So something that perhaps they develop now on their turn 2 play. Especially now that the Lonely Poyo has died to this Hex Tech Ray, it will stop the Grave of the God Widow having any early advantage for the Master Yi. Or potentially died, you know, the Master Yi player still thinking.
Hey, let me hit the... Oh, I am live. How did you know it was a Hex Tech Ray? Are you... Let me see if you're a little ahead of me. Or you just anticipated it?
No, I think I'm a little ahead of you.
Wait, I hit live. I didn't see the... Okay. We'll let it be. We'll let it ride for the time being. But trying to decide if he wants to go ahead and try to get him out of the range of the Hex Tech Ray with something like a reaction speed on guard. Decides I'll take the draw regardless. But this is the tricky situation. Yes, you could play the Stellarcorn Herder, but I don't think there's a legend that has an easier time of picking off Stellarcorn Herders unprotected than a Kai'Sa legend. So this is risky territory, and we see the answers already in hand.
Yeah, perhaps making the decision now of whether they respect the Stellarcorn enough to get rid of it right here and now. It looks like they do, so not waiting for the Master Yi to develop another unit, just trying to deny as much draw as they can while they've got this early advantage. Very similar to what we were seeing in Game 2, just keeping as many units off the field for Master Yi as possible, just so that you can continue to take this game away.
And I will say, I think that is the correct play there, because it is Stellarcorn Herder. If there's one unit you want to overreach and overuse that spell, it has to be on that unit. Might as well play it on something like that, then not being able to target anything with the camel that just got played out. And that is the soonest camel could have been established onto the board state as possible, as you just reach the 6 energy mark. So this could be exactly what Master Yi needs, because recently the camel wasn't played until Kai'Sa had like 4 points, 5 points. Kai'Sa's only at 2 points, so you don't have to do too much catching up currently. So this might not be all that bad so far.
Yeah, certainly not a terrible situation for the Master Yi player with the Kai'Sa tapped out. I mean, if you can get over this 8 might barrier that the Kai'Sa has produced, you can, keep their units as low as possible, start taking control of the Grove to draw more cards and catch up on the card advantage that Kai'Sa has been able to develop. It sounds good. I don't see a punch first in hand though. How they're going to get over it, we'll have to leave to them.
All right, we'll have to see exactly where the cards in hand will lay out. We do see the on guard that will be bringing it up to 7, but as you said, that's just 1 might shy of the 8 total collective might on the Grove currently. he needs to double combat trick, a on guard, a discipline, or of course the easy way out would be something like the punch first. I think he's considering looking at more additional draws off the top. The confront just to draw one doesn't feel the worst. Also has to consider he could go ahead and play out the fervent just to have more forward pressure going forward. But man, he really, because this is the opportunity of a lifetime, right? You want to make sure you try to deal with a Kaiser board while they're completely tapped out.
He has the potential here to completely tap out himself, play the confront, the fervent, and the on guard to bring it to 8. But that would just trade, so even then the might is not perfectly where he wants it to be.
Yeah, one little bit out of range. And real quick, Danny, let me get some water real quick.
You're all good. So instead of challenging that Grave of the God Willow, choosing to go to the Zormorns instead, perhaps seeing that the might threshold is a little too high, I think it's a sensible decision, but it does allow the Kaiser to keep the board presence. It does allow them to get the draw from the Grove as well if that battlefield goes unchecked. Seems to be just making the decision now on what he is going to lose to Zormorns. I think we saw 2 confront in hand, whether he needs both of them. He does seem to have plans for them.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like at the minimum he could get a nice little draw one, as we mentioned before, but 4 goes the Conquer, as he doesn't really want to take any risks of not drawing into those combat tricks, so at least putting points up on the board. But now that the Camel's on a battlefield, it makes it that much harder for a unit to contest these battlefields. I would only signal to me that he most likely will be playing out the Aurelia Fervent this turn to try to contest the battlefield on the following turn, and he taps 5, most likely should be playing it out as we're speaking. Thinking about it, being slightly hesitant of the play, considering anything else, but I think you have to play out a unit in the back line. He's just saying, does he have anything to defend against there's something like a rocket barrage previously, maybe even a second falling star as we saw before?
Yeah, I think the flashbacks to the rocket barrage is probably what gave him pulse there. But with the on guard in hand at reaction speed, it is going to allow him to bump the Aurelia to 7. So a good situation there, a good break point.
I think as well. I believe there might have been a Defy in hand, so at the minimum you could Defy. But things are not looking too good for a Master Yi player. That is double Ferris Forerunner already on the Grove, and that's every time you hold, you get an additional card, so your battlefield getting used against you. But the only thing that is going in the favor of Master Yi is one more time, Kaiser has completely tapped out. He's saying, take my battlefield. I'm getting rewarded with 4 3 might mechs in the next turn. So I think she's okay tapping out here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too scared of the situation. Even an out like Charm to push one back to deny the mech creation still puts that extra 6 might into the back line. So it is a situation that Master Yi does need to puzzle through. So +3 going onto the Fervent, going to 8. And then that and the Master Yi swinging in here. So is choosing to give those 4 mechs into the back line of the Kaiser.
Right, without anything like a rebuke or anything to put these mechs back in hand / the base, you just have to deal with them one way or the other, and decides to do it with brute force, pushing on into these battlefields. Now the question is, can you defend from the onslaught of units coming down? That's gonna be 6 total units on the clapback. And if we do the math, I mean, alone, that's 12 again, plus the 214, 16 total might incoming that direction with just 2 energy available. I don't know if you could hold, you definitely won't hold both of these battlefields, but can he at least hold one of these battlefields? Because if he can't and both of these units get cleared, I don't see a way of Master Yi getting back into this game, because he just went ahead and utilized that Chosen Champ.
Very tricky one indeed. I mean, with the without any spell help in hand from the Master Yi, I believe he's got a total of it's 7 might on the top battlefield, 8 on the bottom, so that's 15 might. So more on the board from the Kaiser, and the ability to split it correctly as well. It's only really the counter spells that we saw in the hand of Master Yi, wasn't it?
Very true. He's trying to say, does the Stupefy resolve? He puts it on the board, taps the energy. Most likely, I mean, the only legal target would be the Master Yi down at the Grove. He's saying, is there going to be something like a straightforward Defy for my Stupefy, denying me that card draw? And there is a Defy. Decides is a worthy card to counter. So no -1, no additional draw. is there any more answers? Because something like a falling star wouldn't be all that bad. You just go ahead and clear it out. There's no energy for a not so fast, so super straightforward. Goes for a hex tech ray and might be inclined to just send in a single might, but honestly I think you have to send in 2 mites to try to play around a simple on guard.
Well, you have to start with 2 due to the Master Yi ability as well. Very easy to forget.
Oh, true.
Catches a lot of players off. But even then, it's a very interesting point. Like you say, you can't even really just send in 2. You know, instead, you've got to do something like this and clear it with your spells, just in case they've got that dreaded punch first, that dreaded on guard to keep the game going.
Yeah, so effectively defending for 5 total, and even though there's nothing on the back line for Master Yi, you could still just target a single unit because it's on the base, or because it's on the battlefield, right? It just doesn't work the other way around?
No, I don't think you can. I don't think that was a legal playing of the card. I'm gonna have to pull up the wording.
Yeah, I thought both units had to be available. I mean, it doesn't make the biggest of a difference as we see the unyielding spirit neglecting any kind of damage being brought out onto any of your units this turn. Because I know of your units in base, you can't play a piercing light, of course. I just didn't know if it was the other way around.
Well, I've just had a quick look just to double check, and it says up to 1 other unit. So no, it's perfectly legal to have only 1 legal target for your piercing light, as long as it is at a battlefield.
Right. That does make a whole lot of sense. So piercing light, regardless of the unyielding spirit, or not what I was getting at, regardless of the unyielding spirit, the mech's getting it done on the Grove, and now trying to see if he wants to try to clear both of these battlefields to make sure Master Yi has no available options on the follow-up turn. That is a double conquer turn for Kaiser. And man, what has gone wrong for Master Yi here? He has the cyborg tech. He has some good units. The camel on curve. The fervent had it a little bit after that. Just couldn't really put the pieces together, or was it more so Kaiser just having what seems like all the answers this game?
I think the answers have definitely been there, but also how the Kaiser have played it has been very strong. I think the Defy and the Unyielding Spear, even though they were able to stop what the spells was doing, was completely unimpactful. I mean, the Kaiser player was able to do exactly what they wanted to do there, force the Master Yi to tap out because they already had everything they needed on the board to be able to conquer.
Right, on top of that, I think it is the MVP of the current 2.5 meta, the fairest Forerunner, as we keep going back to not just 1, but it was 2. I mean, what other card could go ahead and play out 12 total might in the back line while trading for 12 total might? It's a ridiculous card. You know, at one point, Danny, the card was going for $1. Did you realize that? I couldn't believe that card was just $1. I would imagine it's gone up since then. But maybe it's honestly not that expensive because I believe it's just a rare.
It's also available in the Rumble Precon as well. I think that does wonders for keeping its price down.
True. Yeah, that's probably like the most powerful / cheap card you can find. For the most bang for your buck, if you will. But Master Yi's trying to hang in there, plays the Stellicorn, plays the Sea Monkey, but Kaiser holding up to 7, I think is just a little bit too late. Of course, Kaiser only having 3 total cards left, so it's not an impossible task currently. It just seems highly unlikely. Like, one watcher would completely seal the deal. We're seeing a rocket barrage for the Stellicorn, most likely. If there's not another Defy, that probably seals the deal as well. So many answers from this Kaiser deck. Truly impressive.
Very impressive indeed, and this double Yordle coming down as well just to hold up that battlefield. Being on 7 points, you only have to hold 1, so presenting as much of a problem on 1 battlefield as you can, saying, "Here, come here, use all your resources," is going to keep the Master Yi thinking at the very least. I don't see a world, but that's why they're at the table and I'm not.
Right, and he did have the rocket barrage, but didn't want to fall victim to something like a Defy as he did previously before on that stupid Defy. So goes for a bit of a different game plan, tries to stack up one of these battlefields, saying you need to take down both of these battlefields. You're so much stronger at defending, not so much at pushing. I say that with a big nuance there. If you have a punch first, you might be able to break through these battlefields, but you need a little bit more than that, as you need to crack both of these battlefields. Can he get it done? Looks at the card, keeps his composure, hasn't done the fist bump just yet. So maybe he has a game plan, Danny. Let's see. Can he go ahead? Kaiser just has a single energy. So let's do the math there. How much might do we have down there? I believe the UI might have it for us.
Yeah, 8 on the bottom. Oh yeah, you're right. It's on the... That would have saved me a lot of time. I was sat here doing the maths. 8 on the bottom. So just enough for a punch first to be able to trade that bottom one. And then, of course, the Sea Monkey being on 3 allows you to trade on the top one as well. So you can keep yourself in the game with just a punch first. The Master Yi player is probably looking for a little more than just clearing the board and staying in the game at this stage.
Right? I mean, if there's a world, if he has a punch first, then he's definitely in it, because completely board wiping, there's no additional card advantage. There's no sentries going to the trash from this combat. But I don't think he has it. That is an Unyielding Spirit, a Not So Fast, and a Charm currently in hand. So you could charm the mech to the other battlefield. Are you praying that the Stellar Cord Herder draws you the punch first? I mean, you got to play towards your out. So Stellar Cord Herder going towards the zone. You have a double draw here. You have one for the Stellar Cord and one for the zone. 2 looks at a punch first. Oh, but forget about conquering. Oh, no. Nice little Not So Fast.
Enough to keep yourself in the game, definitely. But even with that, even with the Not So Fast on the spell, you still are top decking for that card that you need. Is that another shake of the head?
He needs the punch first. That is his only way still in this game. And yeah, I like what you said. You're slightly behind. He shook his head. Oh, he's digging. He's digging. Can he find the punch first? There's 3 in the deck. He hasn't seen a single punch first all game 3 long. He's shaking his head one more time. Digging. Playing the Guardian Angel. Is that game?
This is 6 might he's got currently trying to push into 8. And an on guard as well is enough to tie. It seems to be all he's going to be playing for at the moment. So he's done it. He's managed to clear both battlefields. He has kept himself in the game for now, but he doesn't look entirely happy as he passes his turn to the Kaiser. What has the Kaiser got to close this game out here?
Oh my goodness. Something like a 1,000 Tail Watcher off the top, if it's not already in hand, will completely close out this best of 3. 11 minutes left. Plenty time to do it all. Has a Piercing Light, but you need double conquer. That's going to be an additional draw unless there's a Kaiser Survivor out the Champion Zone. Accelerated speed to double conquer, and just like that, our Kaiser player remains undefeated, but well earned. Extremely well played in that best of 3 there.
Extremely well played as well. I see a little confusion in the chat. Oh, they've figured it out between them about the math on the monkey. It was definitely on 8 might. So enough to clear the battlefield, not enough to win in the game with that Kaiser waiting out in the backline until its moment was right. You don't often see a Kaiser Survivor come in at the last minute to win the game, do you? It's normally something that you gain a lot of advantage off early.
Right.
But interesting to see that modality from it.
It was funny because I think even on the camera, the chosen champion was off the screen, so we didn't even know it was in the champ zone. So catching all of us by surprise, but nonetheless continuing the hot streak. And yeah, Bistio, I believe that technically locked him in for day number 2, as he only has 2 more rounds left, even if he lost 2 rounds. But locking day 2, when you're an undefeated player this deep into day number 1, you have that competitive mindset, right? You don't want to just make day 2. You want to make it as far as possible. So you want to try as hard as you can and make sure, might as well, you've been all defeated all day long. Might as well try to keep that momentum and just go undefeated for the entire day number 1. Because if you're XO into day number 2, that's the highest odds you can of actually making it into a top 8.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of the players that we're looking at in these feature matches, that is their goal at the end of the day, isn't it? Like we discussed earlier, the first place prize is going for just a life-changing sum of money, really, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Riftbound has been doing incredible stuff. I mean, a lot of people have been able to go, quote unquote, unemployed to pursue Riftbound. I mean, if you're a competitive player, and guys, this is not financial advice. I'm not telling you guys to quit your jobs, but some players, even more than a handful of players, through things like Metafy, through things like the winnings from these prizing, it's starting to catch up to a lot of other big TCGs. I know One Piece recently has been notorious for allowing people to buy houses, getting married, and things like that. I feel like Riftbound for a year one is slowly but surely catching up, because I'm impressed. Like, how did that MF sell for 100K? Isn't that ridiculous, Danny? Like, who buys that card?
Absolutely ridiculous. I can't imagine what drives someone to spend that money on it. Obviously someone who's got a lot of love for the game and a lot of love for the collectability side of the game.
Right. I mean, they're just speculating at this point. They're saying Riftbound is here to stay. If we learn a thing or two about Pokemon, if we learn a thing or two about One Piece, and even I guess Yu-Gi-Oh for like the set 1 stuff, this was the first ever regional prizing in English, right? So there's only one ever first. And that was it. So I don't know if these next regional prizing will get that high of a prize, but it kind of sets a good little foundation what could be, right? So 100K for the very first one. Half of that is already pretty good if you ask me. So yeah, Dummy's saying the collector computer is bigger than you guys think. There are millionaires collecting everything. Yeah, Dummy, for sure. For sure. I mean, kind of like in the stock market, people play cards, right? So they try to buy low, sell high kind of thing. And they do it over and over again to where they amass a good amount of money that they were to put forth that kind of money. And in a couple years, who knows where that card can be. You go ahead and grade it if it wasn't graded already. And the $100,000 card could eventually be a $250,000 card in the future, if not a little bit more.
Yeah, we see this time and time again, don't we, with these other big TCGs, and with the production quality we get for events, and also just generally the size of the community we've developed in less than a year. I can see Riftbound being a game to stay. I can imagine a lot of these other players, a lot of these collectors are thinking it as well.
Yeah, exactly. So not a bad little hobby to get into. Be very mindful. A lot of it could be, I mean, the things that hold their value. Set one traditionally across all TCGs tend to hold their value. But you want to be careful, right? You don't want to go ahead and be like, I'm going all in on these cards, just, complete buyout of them. And then things like a ban happen, or you guys never know. So, of course, not little financial advice, but seems to be doing pretty good for a handful of players, as I said here. But I believe that was it for our round number 6. Let's go ahead and hear the winner's interview. And let's pick the brain of this undefeated Kaiser player.
I'm obsessed. Where did you start?
I technically started with just normal Kaiser after all the bannings because I wanted to play something else, but I figured Kaiser lost nothing. I started with what is Kaiser bet against? All the green decks, Irelia, Yi, which I somehow managed to win because I figured out the only way you actually lose against them is if you try to fight their counter spells.
Yeah, that totally makes a lot of sense.
So I saw all the online lists. I played like Get Excited, even more spells, everything for the sideboard, also only spells. I was like, but the best part is just more might.
More might.
And when we went through a lot of things, figured out Forerunner's the best unit in red. And then we joked about playing more for cost cards, like more Kaisers or anything. But when we tested with a lot of friends who also had a problem in red, with Ani or else, they can play more than 3 Kaiser.
Yeah.
So we needed a 5th or 4th 4-drop, and we figured out Rumble is the best one left.
Yeah, and then you're giving your mechs more advantage.
Yeah, and when I figured out, okay, Forerunner's good, it beats everything in the mirror because every other Forerunner is 6 might. I have 7 on attack. I get my Forerunners back. And when I just looked at all the 2-drops and was like, we can also play the Vision mech.
Yeah.
And so I had 7 mechs, needed a 7th 2-drop, and was like, but we also have Gem Jammer.
Yeah,
because if you only stack one battlefield with a lot of might, sometimes you need ganking.
Exactly, and then you can just
and we have
I didn't even notice
and then just have, you stack all the Forerunners in one.
Yeah.
Be like, okay, I go to the other one my opponent says. And it's like, no, just gank over.
It's genius,
And
honestly.
that's how it went. And that's how all of my matches went today. It's like all of my opponents expect a lot of spells.
Yeah.
And just go with might. Don't play a spell until turn 5 or so when it matters. And then I just blow them out.
I love it. I love it. I think it's absolutely genius, and you've shown through your straight in the tournament so far that tactic is working. Are you ready to go all the way?
I hope so. I also managed shoutouts to a lot of friends of mine who tested with me, because the mech idea was mine.
Oh, okay. I
But
get
in
you.
the end, I was the one just saying, okay, let's do
I'm
it.
gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yes, you say that's good. I trust you. Up. Let's do it.
Are any of your friends here playing it too?
My girlfriend is here.
Oh, amazing!
She's right now. I hope she's 4-2 now with Ari, trying
come
for
on.
Metal Card. And a lot of friends from Berlin, like 20 people from our town.
That's absolutely incredible. The Riftbound love is definitely with you guys in Poland. Thank you so much for giving us a really brief catch-up on the inspiration behind your deck and how it works and how it fixes those awkward matchups. We're going to throw it back to the casters for some more action.
Okay.
Not too shabby. So innovating a little bit, we rarely see things like those vision mechs, like the 4-drop mech. I wonder if he's actually gotten it off before, like hold to bring back another mech. I'm interested to see if he has, but maybe we'll see him a little bit down the road. Burner, what's the lady's name? Oh, guys, what is her name? It's in the promotion. Go to the Riftbound Twitter. Do you know her name, Danny? Or anyone in chat know her name?
I don't know, unfortunately not.
I should know. Shame on me, guys. Shame on me. I should know. I just can't remember. I've been live closing in on 9 hours. I started 3 a.m. my time. My mind's not working the best, as I believe we get ourselves a nice little backup match.
Oh, exciting.
You down to do this one, Danny?
Yeah, absolutely happy to. I was just taking a moment to check in with our Renat Glass player and our Fiora player that we were discussing at the end of round 5. Fiora, what are your guesses for their performance, especially knowing that Renata had Aurelia to face in round 6?
Well, I'm a cheater, and chat kind of spoiled it for us.
Oh, no.
I heard the Renata player fell a little bit short to Aurelia, didn't she?
2-1, yeah. So going down to a very respectable 5-1, but no longer undefeated.
That's right, but on the plus side, I heard Fiora is still doing quite well. Is it the same Fiora that's still undefeated?
Yeah, I believe so. Azurim is now 6-1, so not bad at all.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going a little bit down the table, as both of these players are X2, so not really in too much of a contention, but are still fighting for a day 2 opportunity, because you never know. You make day 2 and you have an incredible run in that day 2 and you go undefeated. Maybe there's just some world you kind of inch your way into that top 8 position, or at the minimum, try to get your best position possible for those best of metal cards. Because, you know, speaking of big bucks and big money in Riftbound, Ori has been known in the past to sell for the single highest dollar amount from the best of legend cards. Have you heard a little bit of those sell points, Danny, yourself?
I've not heard the numbers, but I would believe it. Ari is one of those legends. In fact, I think I have heard it. I don't remember the numbers, but it's something that I've heard a lot of discussion about. So an Ari best of did sell, didn't it?
Yeah, it was confirmed to sell at least a month or two ago, I believe, from the ones from Houston. I don't know if the ones from Bologna or from Vegas have sold. Chat, let us know if they have been sold. But I believe the one from Houston sold for 40,000. Like, where are these numbers coming from, right? So yeah, quite a good amount of chunk, quite a chunk of change if you ask me. Like 40K for a single card. You can buy a good amount of stuff. That pretty much funds your entire year for Riftbound. So not too shabby, as we see the Blitzcrank coming down, moving the Tri-Turner into the battlefield. If we see a Ori take down a Draven on a feature match, I feel like my tournament, at least for day 1, has been completed. But trying to go with a little ride the wind to scurry the Tri-Turn out of there, met with the Defy. So having to go ahead and take the loss. Tri-Turner hitting the bin, and that is a double conquer turn for Ori. She's looking good so far, looking in a good position for this game too.
It definitely is something special if we do see the Eye take down the Draven here. And sometimes the most interesting games to watch, isn't it, when the players are hanging on for their tournament life, knowing that they've got quite the run in front of them, but wanting it more than anything. So hopefully we do see a really good game as we follow them on their game too.
Yeah, not too bad, because they usually start us in like a game 3, but because this is a backup match, I feel like we're going into a game 3 because they started us off on a game 2, so I could only imagine that's the way they're leaning, but I don't want to spoil any results as I'm only speculating here, but looking good. Let's see if there's a unit that can be played out for this turn. Of course, Ferris Forerunner wouldn't feel all that bad as we see so many Dravens tap it at 6, but going for the Falling Star just to get the Blitzcrank away, because every time you hold, the Blitzcrank does indeed go back to hand. So wants to go ahead and deny that as soon as possible, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a unit with a lot of recursion, and especially with Draven not having too much in the ways of accelerate, you know, outside of Kaiser Survivor, having to, and Draven as well, as we see in hand, but having to consistently put units onto the back line just to get swept away by a Blitzcrank probably doesn't feel too nice.
Yeah, it's like relentless pressure, right? You just go ahead and try to play something, but a little deja vu, the Blitzcrank number 2 doing the exact same thing. And I think Ahri is the one legend that could get away with multiple Blitzcrank. Do we think she's running the full set here?
Or why stop at 2, I suppose. I mean, relentless is the word for it with how these Blitzcranks are coming out here.
Right, might as well. But as we thought the previous turn, goes for the Ferris Forerunner this time around. So Blitzcrank isn't big enough, or tall enough, I should say, to take that unit down. But it does technically trade because of the tank.
Oh, you trade, yeah.
Yeah, you at least trade, so you could do it. But maybe there's something else you can do as well, because Blitzcrank could come down. You could buff it with something like a on guard / discipline, but I can't see exactly how much energy. 2, 4, 6, 7 currently.
6, 7, yeah. The one short of being able to develop the Ahri champion, which would give you more than enough might swing with the Blitzcrank as well.
Yeah, that would probably be the most optimal play, but goes for the Blitzcrank one more time for the 3rd turn in a row. Triple Blitzcrank. Of course, it's the same one, but technically triple Blitzcrank. Brings in the Forerunner in and goes for the simple discipline, bringing it up to 7 with the tank, not allowing that little Sand Soldier to, allowing the Sand Soldier to stick around. But now 2 mechs get developed out. And he still has tanks, so it's going to take 2 mechs to get over the Blitzcrank. So most likely should be able to hold with the Grove of the God Willow that's been earning him cards every single hold. I believe that's 3 cards since we started this game.
It must have been. I mean, for as long as I remember, that Sand Soldier's been holding it down. And alone, the mechs won't be enough. They will both experience the -1 from the Legend of Nine-Tailed Fox. So a Spinning Axe would also need to be developed as well if they want to clear the Blitzcrank.
Very true. So it's every single unit that comes Ahri's direction. So they'll be swinging it just for 4. So has to go ahead and play out and use the Spinning Axe as Danny has pointed out. So goes for a different game plan so far. It looks like an accelerated unit, pseudo accelerated with the I'll call him Darius. What was the official name again?
Trifarian,
right.
So 10 might swing, and it goes down to 9 because of the Nine-Tailed Fox, but only 7 defending on the side of the Ahri player. Not enough to keep it.
Not enough whatsoever, and Draven getting a glimmer of hope in this game number 2, gets to pick up that combat win, and that's a tapped out Ahri, and now your mechs are going to be enough for the Sand Soldier and full battlefield control. This is not a comfortable situation for Ahri whatsoever. As similarly as we saw in Master Yi's predicament, so much more effective at defending battlefields rather than conquering them, right? When Draven has control of them, yes, he's tapped out, but I don't think Ahri's running things like Sprite Mother, Sprite Call. There's not these Sprite tokens that can come in at accelerated. I mean, granted, there's this one big card called Thousand Tail Watcher that could do something similar, but I don't know how it's going to pan out. So we'll see. It looks like even though you're ahead, might have kind of turned it around here in that one turn for Draven.
Yeah, absolutely not the situation you want to be in as an ally player. Doesn't matter how many points you've got on the advantage. If you can't get onto the battlefield, you're not going to win the game. So preparing themselves for a future turn, like you say, probably something like a watch is going to help out a lot here. But allowing the Draven to untap, not being able to make use of that turn when they had no runes available, does make it quite a scary situation on this retake.
Yeah, didn't have runes available last turn, but plenty of runes to work with this turn around. Luckily or unluckily, depending on who you're rooting for, you're not really using those runes for anything, as you're not necessarily defending a battlefield. You just have a unit in the back line. And yes, that's singular unit, so not really threatening out most of these battlefields, or I should say both of these battlefields. So Draven feeling pretty good in the dominant position so far. Plays out the fan just to reinforce and back up the little mech token. And look what he has in hand. He has so many little tricks to work with. Has the Gus, has the spinning axe, and I believe 2 other little units. So kind of just keeping a whole lot of energy. Dravens tend to play a little different these days, right? Leaving more energy than they've done in the past.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what I was pointing out before. Sorry, not the Ari side having runes available, but the fact that the Draven was tapped out on the Ari's turn, but now on Ari's turn has 5 available to be able to defend what's going on. Not much you could do against a Singularity, though, in terms of defending it.
Yeah, definitely. There's no such thing as a hard bargain currently in hand, but he does have, it looks to be double Darius Triferian. If he has 10 runes, he would be able to go ahead and double conquer one more time, but the spinning axe technically works the same, keeping the Darius out of the 6 might mark damage range, and doesn't want to trade the Raven Bloom, so goes for the mech instead. But that does allow Draven to go ahead up to 6 points. And if he has that Darius, as we mentioned before, with Ari being completely tapped out, I think this is the opportunity, exactly what he needs to just kind of close the chapter on this round. That's a hold for 6, most likely will be a conquer to 7, and then Ari in a similar position as before, forced to conquer not just one of these battlefields, but both of them. I thought Ari had it, but just like that, Draven looking like he's still a super big threat in the current format. And it is the Triferian there.
Yeah, easily able to regain control here. With the second Darius, even if they didn't have it, being able to pull back the first Darius and play 2 cards to pseudo gank into the other battlefield, it's going to nicely put them onto 7. But yeah, definitely having 2 is where they want to be, because how the Eye players going to find themselves taking out both is going to be a tricky one.
Definitely tricky. I mean, Thousand Tail Watcher, as we discussed before, takes one of these battlefields down, but now Draven find themselves at 7 points, one away. A single hold will be holding it down, and that is most likely what should be, I mean, I guess a Singularity number 2 might have to do the job, but that's just 6 damage, right? I'm wondering here, because right now Darius is defending for 8.
Yeah, they will need some other spell to follow it up. Using it against the odds, rather defensively here, but not going to do a lot when there's no enemy units there. Of course, a card that gives your unit 2 might for every enemy unit at that location.
So a bit of a desperation play, a charm just to deny the victory score for his opponent. He's saying, let me just go ahead and get 1 additional turn. But if memory serves me right, I think he had another Draven in hand, did he not? Because I swear there was a point where he had 3, and yes, he does. But the only other card being a rebuke, but you could technically rebuke your own card. So play the Darius and then rebuke the one that conquered, and that is a double conquer opportunity on your turn. And Draven does get the success in game number 2. I was tricked. I thought with the time frame Ari was going to get number 2, but no, it looks like Draven will.
Yeah, just about closing it down at the end there with 27 minutes remaining on the round, so we've managed to get through 2 quite quick ones, haven't we? Quite a funny moment as the players realise that the against the odds doesn't save the Draven on the Grave of the God Willow.
Yeah, let me look at the card while we go ahead back to the commentary booth. I believe it says just +2 for every enemy unit, so I think he was thinking you get a +2 regardless.
Yeah, he must have thought so. They had a little discussion about it, and he had a nice smile as he realised, actually, no, that doesn't work. It doesn't
Yeah.
save my unit.
Doesn't work. And guys, I believe round number 7 should be right around the corner. Danny, if you have the bracket on your side, do you know if they're starting the pairings just yet, or we have some time?
I can have a look. Yeah, I've got it in front of me. Time remaining on around 17 minutes. It doesn't seem like we've got pairings yet for round 7.
Okay,
Might have a little
it's
time
just
ahead
at
of us.
17 minutes. Man, so this is pretty close to live. Wait, no, there's no way it's 17 minutes because didn't that timer
17
say
minutes,
24?
over. 17 minutes over. Sorry.
Oh, 17 minutes over. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, so a bit of an overtime.
Okay, thank you, Manj. But guys, let's go on a short little break as I try to figure out, because guys, we had, unfortunately, one of our casters that was supposed to cast these next couple rounds cancel. So let me figure things out. If anything, I'm feeling in chat, so I'll be in, even though I'm like really exhausted. What's 2 more rounds, right, Danny? But Danny, I will go ahead and let's go ahead and sign off for now as I kind of figure things out in the back end. And then we'll try to close the show for the folks at home. Final round 7, round 8 should be right around as we mentioned before. But Danny, you killed it today. Thank you so very much. If you have any little shout outs / remarks you want to leave us on and let these folks at home know.
Oh, thank you very much for saying so. It's very kind of you. I've had an absolute blast. So yeah, just biggest shout out, of course, being to Runes and Rift for putting on the show today, for Plus for going the extra mile and putting it on. Big shout out to my my local community who I know is watching. Absolutely love you guys, and love you too, Manch, as well. You killed it as well. You can find me on Twitter. I don't post anything, but you know, maybe I will. I say that every time, it doesn't happen. But yeah, thank you very much.
Either way, I put it there. For some reason, I thought your command was Danny, but no, it's Ojama. Maybe I should change it to Danny. But guys, much love to Danny for holding it down for this round 4 and round 5. Or no, other way around. Round 5 and round 6 together was a blast to do. I don't know. I'm gonna let you know because you said you were free tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. I'll let you know if because maybe I don't do, after I'm doing these additional rounds, maybe I don't do all those crazy rounds tomorrows. I don't know if you're still interested in doing tomorrow.
If you need me, my man, I'm here.
Okay, we'll be in touch. Probably like 3 or 4 or we'll figure it out. I'll message you after this if you're still up.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you so much, Danny. I'll see you around. All right, guys, I will be taking a short little break. Let me go ahead and get the volume here. Let me figure things out. I wasn't expecting to cast these next 2 rounds, but that's life sometimes. You got to play with the unexpected, and I'm here for it. I mean, I'm always excited to cast a little bit more Riftbound, but just got to mentally prepare. So let me go ahead and run, get some water, use the bathroom, and hopefully we come back. We should have at least Sasuke join us. If you guys are familiar with Charlie's Collect, and let me turn this down while I talk. If you guys are familiar with Charlie's Collectible Show, they host awesome Riftbound events. Sasuke is a resident caster over there, but oftentimes helps us out here at Runes and Rift. So let me go ahead and tag him on Discord if he wants to hop in, because I think we're still a bit earlier on schedule than I originally anticipated. Which, big credit to Riftbound. They've still been doing a fantastic job despite us being live. And I don't mean like the stream live. I mean like usually if you guys have been paying attention to the previous regionals, they've been pre-recorded. So they show us one pre-recorded match and then they jump right into a pre-recorded backup match. Today has been feature match 1 is live, which is a little different than what I expected. Let me see how much earlier are we currently than what I told them.
You're gonna do your best, and I know that you're gonna do very
okay, not too crazy. I think we're just like an hour ahead. But guys, I will be right back. I'll make sure I will come back before the next round starts. We've seen so many good games, and these are the best of the best. They've been going on the trend of showing us the undefeated player. Apparently, there's still an undefeated Fiora. We haven't seen a Fiora yet. I'm itching to see her. Apparently, there's still an undefeated Yasuo. Can we get a little glimpse of that? I am down to see more undefeated. Maybe was his name Dubby? It wasn't Dubby, it was Dabby, right? Dabby, the undefeated Jinx player. Maybe we could get him on the feature match. I am down. As long as they're undefeated, we know we're in for a treat. So chat, I will be right back. Hopefully pretty soon, because these guys are looking to start soon. 2 minutes, chat.
That is Amy. We're here on the precipice of round number 7, which is crazy to say. We were talking backstage about how it's got to be, what, like noon now? Maybe it's, what, round 3 or 4? It's round 7. The day has absolutely flown.
I feel like I've just kind of lost it. I don't know where the day has gone. I need to find it because we've been having so much fun that it's flown by. And I'm certain you guys at home have been having a similar experience.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of different types of decks. Even, we saw a Kai'Sa.
Thank you, Plus. Good luck with the rest of the casting.
There was a Kai'Sa that was
See you, Denny.
Have a good one.
I haven't seen that since before Spiritforged was released. Like, people were brewing that deck.
Yeah.
So really awesome to see all these different types of decks do well. We're seeing a lot of players rise to the top, and a lot of these other decks. I did a little walk of the top tables in between, or while the last round was going on, and I saw a lot of different decks.
What did you see?
I saw Draven. I saw Irelia.
Like
I mean, we saw the things that you would expect, but I also saw we saw Victor. I saw a lot of Rek'Sai, actually. A lot more Rek'Sai than I was expecting.
I like that.
Decent number of Fioras. There was a Darius up at the top, and when I'm talking top tables, I'm imagining that whole row is EXO, and probably the first few rows are EXO. I did, of course, see Alan playing Ezreal with the full head cam on, and I'm like, I wanted to get down and ruin his shot, but I'm like, oh, he's playing a very important match right now. I should probably not tamper with this, even though I wanted to. But yeah, just really diverse up at the top tables. And of course, once you start going back, you can see literally anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what it's all about. And you can see that people really have brought their best. They've gone, this is my favorite legend. Here I am to show that I am the best.
Yeah.
And that's why we've got these, even what some might call unusual decks up on those top tables, because they're proving it.
Yeah. Well, I've talked about it publicly a lot, that my absolute favorite thing, and the thing that has gotten me way more interested in competitive Riftbound from a player perspective, is the best of
100%.
Rising. It's such a
100%.
cool thing to have that amazing commemorative trophy, for lack of a better word, but also I can play the trophy as my legend, which is amazing. And, players are coming out in droves trying to get, maybe they really love that legend. They, we talked to the Lucian player from round 1, and they're like, I finally get to play my main in League, which is awesome. So going for a best of, having that awesome piece of Riftbound history is amazing, and we're seeing players have their own little sub-tournament in. If you're playing for a best of, if you're Lucian, you're not playing necessarily in the field of almost 2,000 players that everyone else is. You're trying to win this little tournament of about 50 people, and that's way more palatable for a player like me.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And even though that's still a huge feat and it's going to take a lot of doing, there's a lot of players that are looking right at their way into day 2 of this event with those legends, with those champions that are less conventional, with the ones that have more to prove, because people go, you're playing what?
Yeah. No, literally, I need to read the games for 20 years.
All right, chat. I am back figuring things out on my end. But just saying, who's Diggy? Guys, Diggy is the undefeated Jinx player. So maybe we see Diggy on stream. That would be awesome. But I think Sasuke is in the voice chat here with me. I have your camera set up. Let me know if you can hear me, Sasuke.
Mic was muted. That's what the issue is. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm here.
Nice, nice. Welcome on in. Let me go ahead and bring your camera in. But how are you doing this morning / afternoon?
I'm doing great, man. Excited to be here, and yeah, just excited to cast some Riftbound as always.
Yeah, it should be a good time. The level competition has not disappointed. Have you been able to catch a couple of these matches here and there?
I did watch the Yi versus the Jinx. I was rooting for the Yi, but I guess to no avail.
Right, right. I was kind of rooting for the Yi as well. I thought they had it at one point, but hey, Kazu's doing really good things. I mean, the player alone was a really impressive player. But Sasuke, since you're just joining in on the commentary team here, we've been doing predictions all day long, so it is your turn, Sasuke. First, feel free to introduce yourself for anyone here that might not know you. Of course, we all know you here at Runes of Rift, but maybe someone new tuning in. And then let us know, what champion do you think will be taking it all the way this weekend?
So for me, guys, I mostly just do casting stuff. I've been doing it with Runes of Rift, 20 lore, on with Charlie's Collectible Show. I believe in July I'll also be doing it with PPG, which will be exciting to do that.
Nice.
And then just been a competitive player pretty much my whole life since I was like 17, and that was half my life ago. Yeah, so just kind of that. And then in terms of predictions, I think right now the strongest decks that I've been seeing since the ban list is still Draven, which just goes to show how important that ban, all those bans were. The fact that Draven's still kind of at the top of the table really shows you just how overpowered that deck really was. And then besides that, it's for me, I think it's Draven or Kai'Sa. I think that's going to be the one to take it. I know Aurelia is still in a good place. But for me, I think those are the two decks that are that I'm keeping my eye out.
If you had to go for one of those, just to count up the total votes from like Runes of Rift cast / co-stream this weekend, Draven or Kai'Sa?
I'll just say Kai'Sa, even though I feel like Draven is the overall stronger deck.
Okay,
but I think Kai'Sa is gonna eke it out.
Bandit would love to hear it, because Bandit early on, he started a couple rounds early this morning with us. He said Kai'Sa as well. He was kind of shading Aurelia, saying Aurelia can't hang anymore. But I still think Aurelia, as you mentioned before, is still a strong deck. Nowhere near as strong as she was before without the sneaky deckhand strategies, but still decently strong. I mean, we still have the Stellar Corn Herder. So that's going to be 2 votes for Draven, 2 votes with Sasuke coming in for Kai'Sa. 1 Aurelia, 1 Master Yi, and then Danny just said Rek'Sai. So we'll see who was right all along. But I believe, guys, as we said, we had a little bit of a pivot. It was supposed to be Pado Riftbound. He had a little bit of a family emergency. I don't know if he let you know, Sasuke, but he messaged me. So it won't be Pado helping us out here for these closing rounds. It will be the Mange coming in for round 7, just to give me a little bit of a break for round 7. But then, Sasuke, I'll be joining you back in for round number 8. Until Mange gets in here, Muhammad, have you met him, Sasuke, before?
I have not, but I'm excited. It's always great to cast with new casters. It's a big help for me, and then I always just get to meet somebody new, and then that's always great. So yeah, I'm excited to cast with him. I do believe I just heard him enter the chat here, so I think he's just getting himself all set up. But in the meantime, though, what was your vote for who you thought was going to take it?
I went for Aurelia. So I thought Aurelia was still good. I've been testing her here and there. I still think Draven is nothing to sneeze at. I think he still gives Aurelia some trouble. Gives him quite the trouble matchup. But I still think she's strong. She's just a whole lot slower. So has a tougher matchup against the Victors and the Rek'Sais of the world. But I still feel like she maybe has what it takes. But we haven't seen too much great stuff from Aurelia. But interesting enough, looking at the screen, Alan is still completely undefeated with his Ezreal list. How are you feeling about Ezreal these days, despite the ban, Sasuke?
Really, the only thing that kind of hit Ezreal was Called Shot, and I mean that was a big hit. But it's not out of the woods just yet. So I'm excited to see how Aurelia still does, or Ezreal still does. And I mean, it's Alan ZQ. I'd argue he's the best player in the world currently. I mean, he's just an incredible player. I don't think it matters what deck he's on. He's just going to be 6-0 regardless right now. And it's really going to take him, take players like Colin, maybe just some incredibly talented players really just to be able to take on his level of skill. And that's kind of where I feel. So, if there's a deck that I don't think is the best in the meta right now that's going to be able to take it, it would be Alan's deck. That's just my vote.
Right, and we're seeing all the undefeated players, so a couple of good, I'm recognizing so many people from our tournaments. That is so crazy. The number 2 seed, funny enough, is our first ever invitational champion, J-Chan. He's rocking with a Rek'Sai. Maybe Ojama Boy wasn't too far off the Rek'Sai pick. Man, I did know J-Chan was out there, but I didn't know J-Chan was on Rek'Sai. So guys, give a little bit of energy to our invitational champion. Hopefully they keep things rolling. Maybe, just maybe, we see him on the feature match. But first things first, Manj, can you hear me, sir, as I bring you in here?
Yep, I can.
Nice, and hopefully you got a little bit of food. How are we doing again?
Doing good, doing good.
And real quick before I throw you guys over to the feature match for round number 7, chat, speaking of previous Runes and Rift champion, we have a nice little treat. I already know this is an Aurelia player because he was the Cash Cup $1,000 champion. The most recent one we had, it was the Aurelia champion. It looks like it's going to be the undefeated Fiora versus the undefeated Aurelia. So Sasuke and Mo, I'll let you guys take it from here as we head over to that feature match. Let us know what we can expect with this one.
I'm excited to see how this goes. Yeah, Mo, any of these 2 decks that you've been particularly on, and if so, can you give us a little bit of insight here?
Like, I haven't played Fiora much. I've played Aurelia just a bit to help my friends test for some events. And I think this might be a bit close, depending on, just because Aurelia has to keep spending her buffs to get the Aurelia or whatever unit above the Fioras, when Fiora just needs to equip, a BF sword, another equip. Now this thing is kind of huge, and the Aurelia player has to keep answering with actual cards and not just, I'm gonna keep equipping. But it'll be interesting to see if it's a hook or just a normal or more traditional deck.
Yeah, I mean, the Aurelia hook deck did end up doing quite well in a few of the tournaments here, but I mean, as you alluded to it, this Aurelia is known for being an equipment deck, and as we see here, that Unsung Hero is going to be the very first card that drops down, which leads me to believe that he does have something like a BF Sword here to follow it up, and on the Aurelia side, it is going to be a Lonely Poro to follow it up, and I mean, there is a Trifarian War Camp, which tells me that maybe it's not even that, maybe it's just like a Doran Shield. He's going to go into that Trifarian War Camp. I'm really excited to see how this Fiora player does. I think Fiora is one of those decks that hasn't seen a lot of love, but I think it's seen quite a bit of success for how little it's been played.
Yeah, and it's definitely, I think, a fan favorite. A lot of, even if it hasn't really, it's had like middling results, at least here. Like it's done decently in China, but even then, like I see it represented a lot. People like Fiora, the character from League of Legends, and they just want to play big equipments that make our guys mighty, and just look, we have a 2-drop that draws us 2 cards. I'm already in.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think this is a really cool use of the Fiora Victorious here. Just because it's in that Trifarian War Camp, it does have access to that ganking. It has Deflect right now, and so he is considering using this Defiant Dance to try and overtake this battlefield. That Unsung Hero is also at 3, so Ali does have to get over 8 might already, and it might just be that he's going to go ahead and take it patiently here, go into that Zon Warrens, wait a turn or two to try and develop something a little bit more impactful on his turn. But I mean, in the meantime, he does have to do something like develop a Guardian Angel to be able to protect this Fury if it does come down, because there are cards like Challenge, there are cards like Hidden Blade that can really just easily answer this Fiora, Aurelia Fervent. And for the time being, I mean, being behind on tempo is kind of an issue here, so might just go ahead and do everything that he can. And I mean, a Heart of Dark Ice is definitely a good start.
Yeah, and Fiora does have shield here, so the Fiora player has 8 might, I think, on the 9 might on that battlefield, so it's not a small amount at all. So let's see how big can you get this? You can get this pour to a 5, a 6. You can, okay, with Divine Dance you can get it over there, but it does require kind of a steep investment, but it might be worth it, just because you are killing a Fiora, and they're not drawing off of this. Oh, he has to pay the deflect. Did he pay the deflect for it? Okay. I think if our Aurelia player defined danced the 2-drop, we would have been the same result. I'm not sure why we paid the extra rune for this.
Yeah, that definitely feels like a small misstep there.
Because I get it.
You are right.
They want to turn off they want to turn off shield. But did we need to? How much might does this thing?
Oh,
give?
actually, no, that is a good point there. Yeah. So the shield there does actually put the Fiora back up to that even point threshold, as far as I understand it there, because
so it's like,
it would be 5 minus 2.
Then doesn't have shield anymore. But does
6,
how much might does
7.
how much hard might so hard die Icarus gives +3, right? So
Yeah,
the
5,
would have
7,
been
and then the Trifarian would put it. Yeah, so it kind of was a
I
little
think,
bit of a.
I think they didn't need to.
An
Right?
overshot.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, the math is hard
done
there.
Yeah,
Maybe he just wanted to do it to be safe. I mean, he's been playing for 6
Yeah,
hours
it's,
plus at this point.
you know,
He's probably getting a little bit dizzy.
Yeah, like 7
But
rounds.
besides
7
that-
rounds on camera. 7 rounds on camera. It's like it's not the like the most comfortable position to be in. You're tired. Have you played these long days in a regional or in either Riftbound or any other game?
I have before. It was actually all the way back in the days of Artifact when that game was getting released online.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was 9 rounds. It was all one day, and I went fully undefeated, meaning 2-0 every single round. And that was
Nice.
exhausting. Yeah.
Yep. So in these deep runs how tiresome this actually is. It's just it is exhausting, and you make some very simple mistakes when that you normally wouldn't when you're fully fresh and can think with all your energy.
Absolutely. So on the side of the Fiora here, this set is definitely an interesting pick. I mean, he does have the buff, so he could do something like just spend the buff. He is going to get that Conquer effect, which will allow him to regain that buff back. So
and
we'll have to see exactly what he does with this set. Yep, ramp
and
for free as well.
You do it, use the buff, ramp, for set zone ability, tap the Fiora, get a rune, attack, get the buff back. You're fine. And can you please? I want to show us the hand and not keep his cards so close to his chest. I wanna take a gander. I wanna know.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what's going on the side of the set here, but exactly like we had alluded to, he's just going to go ahead and spend that buff, allow himself to ramp one with this Fiora Legend, bring himself into the Zon Warrens, which tells me he has a couple of cards that he just doesn't want to see right now. So he's going to go ahead and just dig a little bit further, hopefully find something a little bit more useful. And a card like Pit Rookie, definitely not a card you want to see right now, as the set just, again, he buffs himself. So that Pit Rookie isn't going to be doing any services right now. Finds himself a different card and is going to go ahead and spend himself 3 more runes. Potentially drop down that yellow Fiora. I forget the name of it, but
Fiora
looks like it's going to be
victorious or worthy. I can't. I think I'm
worthy.
slightly behind I'm slightly behind, I think. Yeah. Let me just do this. But yeah, the new one is Fiora worthy.
Oh, and he actually is on that baited hook. So it is going to be a baited hook variant of this Fiora. So I'm excited to see if he's running cards like Harness Dragon, because Set is going to be a very, very good card in enabling that effect here. And the fact that the second Unsung Hero comes down, we'll have to see if he has some sort of ways to get it up to that 5-might threshold, then be able to utilize it with that baited hook, and then hopefully find himself something like that Harness Dragon. So on the side of Fiora here, definitely not doing bad, is still at that 2-point threshold as well. And definitely not out of the woods, but needs to find a way to be able to develop this Aurelia Fervent and just kind of start to pressure off this Fiora player who's really kind of relying pretty heavily on this set right now. I mean, he does have access rather to that first mate as well as that Unsung Hero. So has a lot of units on board and is definitely going to be able to find that value from that Trifarian War Camp. And on the side of the Fiora, going to go ahead and get rid of Defy. So might have a couple of defies in hand and just doesn't want to use it right now.
There's a small thing that the Fiora player has been doing. I don't know if you realize he keeps tapping the Heart of Dark Ice at the end of his turn, just for nothing. But it's not just for nothing. Because the card does not have reaction or action, he's doing it so that if the opponent has an Akshan and steals the heart, the opponent can't use the heart on the same turn. It's just a very small, minor thing that I just realized he was doing. I thought about it, like, why is he doing this? It's just a small optimization that costs him nothing, but I love these optimizations.
I like it a lot. So here is that BF sword here on the side of animation module. It's going to go ahead and drop it down, probably attach that to that unsung hero, and then utilize this baited hook. And he's going to be able to also ramp again with that Fiora. Going to go ahead and bring himself right in into that Zon Warren, see what his opponent has, and then worst case scenario, just gives, draws 2 cards. So definitely a very, very strong position. Ali here doesn't really want to exhaust any cards here right now. He did have a Defiant Dance, but a Defiant Dance on an unsung hero definitely does not feel good. So just going to go ahead and let that happen.
You need ways to protect this Aurelia in the future. Like, you're going to draw a card off of this Poro anyway. And it's not like our opponent does not have ways to just come back and kill this Poro anyway. Like, they have set in the back. They're just going to come in and kill it. So just let it go. Save this Defiant Dance for when you actually need to fight on the next turn.
Absolutely. So first mate is going to go ahead and hit the bin here with that Zon Warren's effect. And so Aurelia is going to go ahead and draw himself an additional card. And now we'll have to see if he... no, how is he going to draw 2?
Off of the unsung hero?
No. He didn't sack the unsung hero. The Zon Warren's triggered here. And
No,
so
but
now
he's about
I
to,
think this... Yeah.
This is what I mean. He's about to do this and just draw 2. Let's see if there's a Harness Dragon like you guessed, because a Harness Dragon is going to be so big here.
Yeah, being able to get rid of that that Guardian Angel, and we did see a challenge in hand. So just being able to get rid of that Guardian Angel and then go ahead as well to get that challenge off, get rid of that Aurelia Fervent, might just be the game even. It'll definitely be a very difficult position here for this Aurelia to get out of if there is that Harness Dragon off the top. We'll have to see what this card is.
Let's see. They're just discussing about it.
Off the hand.
Yeah, did he draw the 2? Okay. He got an unsung off of he got an unsung hero off of the baited hook.
So finds himself his final unsung hero. Definitely not happy about that here, but we'll just go ahead and use this set to give himself that buff, bring himself into that Trifarian War Camp, rebuff up. And it seems like that's kind of all he really wants to do for this turn here. Definitely doesn't want to use that challenge on a Guardian Angel. So I'm going to go ahead and, just pass the turn for the time being. It feels like might have a couple of units he just wants to bolster his backline with. But with this Heart of Dark Ice, this Aurelia Fervent is going to be pretty much impossible to stop. So definitely doesn't want to move any units onto either of these battlefields, but just is considering what he can do. He might have drawn himself a second challenge, and if that is the case here, Ali is definitely going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and we discarded the Defy like a turn or 2 ago. So, if not this challenge, maybe the one after is going to kill this Aurelia. And now this set is becoming even larger, so like no amount of buffs is gonna get this Aurelia to a point where she actually beats him in might.
Yeah, it's a 13 might set right now, and we'll see exactly what can be done here. 1 rune and 1.
Yeah, and I just even realized like the Aurelia doesn't even have a green rune. If he were to have a Defy, doesn't even have a green rune to stop it.
So that might have been the reason for discarding this.
Yeah,
oh, and there
probably.
is the double challenge here. An absolute nightmare here for the Aurelia. He does have himself access to that Stellacorn herder, but Ali's
Yeah,
shaking his head here. He
it's
knows
just a
that hurt
blowout.
a lot.
Yeah.
All right, and so now for this
see.
Aurelia player,
It has Stellacorn, which is something, I suppose, but there's just so much might on the side of the Fiora. But I suppose the sword is already equipped, so he can't really like unequip it to put it on like one of the base units if Ali is to go into like the zones and try and hold up something there. But still, like I want like he must have a lot of things, and he's gonna have a look with baited hook, so it's gonna be an uphill battle to say the least for our Aurelia player.
Yep, I mean, you know, he is going to be able to utilize this Stellacorn herder for the time being. He's going to go ahead and exhaust a rune, or recycle a rune rather, just to ready the Stellacorn herder. And he does have quite a bit of might here, so going to go ahead and get that move trigger. Does have access to cards like Defiant Dance still, so it's going to go ahead and use that Defiant Dance.
Yeah,
so that's
Heart of Dark
now
Eyes is definitely doing a lot. So it's a 6 plus like a
2,
4,
will bring it up to
yeah.
8, and then 1
Yeah.
from that Trifarian Work Camp, which will mean that it actually will be 9. And you could look here on that bottom left, get to see those total
Oh, yeah.
mites, and so it is going to be 7 to 9 here, and it's going to be up to Animation Module here just to really respond properly. But there is access to Defiant Dance as well as Hard Bargain, so Punch First going to be the answer. And well, there is that Hard Bargain as well as that Not So Fast, so Hard Bargain going to be the response, and Punch First not going to be doing anything.
It's just let's see. Okay, that's not bad. Okay. And like Punch First costs us a lot just in terms of rune economy. You know, but the Aurelia player is now tapped out. It's like, how do we stop him? Like, how do you stop Fiora just equipping a sword and just walking in?
Well, the short answer is you don't. So that's definitely a disappointing situation to be in here. But I mean, there is that BF sword, like you said, so that unsung hero is going to be able to trigger. And I think at this point, this baited hook really isn't going to be finding any value. So I'm just going to go ahead and probably utilize that BF sword while he has access to it to just overtake the Stellacorn herder, get rid of that draw engine while he has that capability. And it really feels like, I mean, that double challenge was just as strong of a blowout as we thought it was going to be here. So BF Sword going to be the card that is recycled, or it's going to be the card that Unsung Hero is attached to. And we'll have to see if he goes right into that Trifarian Work Camp.
Yep, he's going to get a point. He's going to probably then play the baited hook, you know, on the Unsung, draw 2, play a bigger unit, like conquer the other side. It's going to be, like, he's going to draw so many cards and have so much to play with here. Let's see.
So now I think right now he is deciding whether or not he wants to go into this Zone Warrens. He knows that this Aurelia has the capabilities to just go right into any of these battlefields. And if he does find himself a second Stellacorn herder, he has to be afraid of that third and final Defiant Dance. But for the time being, just getting rid of a pit rookie because it's not really doing much again. I mean, these units aren't.
And he just wants to get to 6 points. Yeah, he just wants to get to 6 points so that, you know, now like he'll play like maybe play a unit at base and baited hook, have 2 units at base, and then just tell the Aurelia player, all right, good luck. I have 2 big units at base. I'm gonna start coming in next turn. Can you stop both conquers?
Yeah, it really feels like that is the situation here. So Animation Module, I would like to see his hand here to see what options he has available to him, but he does have 5 runes available as the time, or for the time being. He's going to go ahead and exhaust 1 additional rune and keep that 1 floating. So there it is, like you had alluded to. And I like this line a lot because it just allows you to essentially bring back your unit and not really be afraid of it being exhausted here. So gonna go ahead and get that buff. Draw
Oh,
2
Set's
cards from that
huge as
Unsung
well.
Hero. And he still has 4 more runes to work with.
Let's see. He's considering something like. This is why sometimes I prefer like just like casting the online tournaments, just because you get to like have a very comfortable, very easy view of their hands. I'm like, oh, and not speculate and look like I don't know what I'm talking about when they do something that I said they should. But when I have full information, I can see it seems so smart. See, guys, I told you he should do this. Oh, Spectral Matron. Oh, and he readies and goes back. Oh, that's big.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a Spectral Matron as well.
Yeah,
Yep, there it is. And I expect him to get back this first mate just to go ahead and bring it back to base, and there it is. So I think at this point it's going to be incredibly difficult for this Fiora to be able to hold either one of these battlefields, and even if he does, it really does feel like it is a pretty doomed to scenario here. I think he has something like a tie turner. So you could tie turner, use that Heart of Dark Eyes skill into probably the Zon Warrens, because you don't want to give him that opportunity to get as many buffs as possible. And with what he has in hand, he's going to go ahead and scoop it up and bring it right to game 2.
There's
this
just
Fiora player definitely on a tear here in game number 1.
Yeah, there's just too much might for you to be able to deal with. And it's not just one unit; it's a couple units, all of them very big, which is the strength of having equipment. You can just keep re-equipping. Oh, you killed this one. I'm gonna re-equip it to the next guy. I'm gonna send that guy in. You dealt with this one. I'm gonna put it on the next guy. So it's just very, very big. Yeah. So it's exciting seeing Fiora do well, and I know there's a lot of big Fiora fans. I think so far, last I checked, there were 3 undefeated Fioras so far who are 6-0. So Fiora fans eating good today. Hopefully they can keep that up, and at least three Fioras are making day 2, because you need 6 wins to make day 2, and they are 6-0. But I want to see at least one of them end up 8-0, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, for this side of the Fiora players here, I'd be excited to see what he brings into the sideboard. We did see 2 Harness Dragons as well as a Fiora Worthy, which tells me that he sometimes wants to swap to that Fiora Worthy. And on the side of the Aurelia, we did see 2 Adaptatrons as well as a Factory Recall, which is definitely not a card you see too often in these Aurelia builds, as you do have access to that Adaptatron, which you can just use to conquer 2 battlefields on either player's turn. But I do think that this Factory Recall will be interesting, as it does allow you to just return that BF sword and just kind of give yourself an additional 3 runes or 3 might, kind of unexpectedly, if you will. So we'll have to see exactly what this Fiora decides to bring, or Aurelia rather decides to bring in. But for me here, I feel I think I'd feel a little bit more confident just bringing in those Adaptatrons. And then on the side of the Fiora player, I think your deck kind of already does what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
Maybe put in
maybe
Harness Dragons, kind of
auction, maybe like an auction or salvage, just to steal those GAs, because the GAs can be a little bit annoying for you to deal with. Like, you don't have, okay, he had the double challenge there, but they don't always have them. Like, it is a bit of a struggle for an orange deck to deal with them. So like having just an extra thing, I'm gonna steal your GA. I'm gonna equip it to this auction, and then you have to kill the auction, and then you have to kill him again. So it's just a nice little bonus. But I do agree the Harness Dragon is also really good.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what these players decided to bring in here. And then the Trifarian War Camp I thought was very interesting. The fact that you're kind of able to bring in your Fiora duelist, Victorious into that Trifarian War Camp and immediately trigger her mighty effect is definitely very interesting. So on the side of animation module, I definitely feel like this Fiora build is definitely very, very favored into this matchup. And we did see the Adaptatron here on the side of Ali G or Ali Ju, Ali, I don't know. I'm just gonna say Ali.
Yeah.
When he was shuffling there, so we saw it kind of cut towards that middle there. So we do know he did bring in the Adaptatrons. We'll have to see exactly what animation brought in. And then for for these battlefields here, I didn't get to see what either of these players were playing in terms of the battlefield. So, did you get it? Did you get a chance to look there, Mitch?
I saw like I think animation had Hirana and Candlelit. I'm trying to remember what the Aurelia had. So I'm guessing it's gonna be Candlelit from the Fiora side, but I'm trying to remember what the other guy had. So Sunken Temple probably. There I found it. Let me see. What could he have? Either way, like I think this matchup. I was like looking at the record so far. Has been dead even. We've had 38 matches, Aurelia versus Fiora. It's been 19-19. So, it's been competitive. Let's see who can make their team win more. Okay, it's Sunken Temple, Aspirants Climbs, on Warrens on the Aurelia side. So, going first is probably Sunken Temple. Oh.
Interesting, actually.
Aurelia, Aspirants Climb going first.
Okay. So definitely wants to be able to extend this game here. I feel maybe he felt like the game was just a little bit too short here. And then on the side of the Fiora, he actually did end up swapping the Fioras out. Is on the Fiora worthy now. So just wants to be able to trigger as much movement as possible, which definitely makes a lot of sense here. And then the Monastery of Hirana, to me, makes a lot more sense. I think I want to have that Candlelit Sanctum going first. And then, going second. I just want to give my opponent as little as possible. And so
I agree.
Hirana makes a lot of sense on the draw here. Yeah.
I'm also guessing like maybe Fiora Worthy. Fiora Worthy comes in a lot more maybe when you're going second, just because you have a guaranteed turn 1 play always.
That actually makes a lot of sense here. And it could just also be that it's a games 2 and 3.
No, I agree. I definitely agree with you. Like the movement is going to be super relevant here, but on top of that, like maybe it's like something that almost regardless of whether it's good or not, you want to go in second. But maybe I haven't played Fiora that much, but I'm just
that's what I was
trying to make
it makes a lot of sense to just be a always game 2 card. It could also just like going second card. It could also just be a always I'm playing this going go in games 2 and 3. We really don't know. We'd have to interview Animation Module to get an understanding of what the choice was here. But for me, it definitely makes the most amount of sense that, hey, when I'm going second, I'm always on Fiora Worthy. I guarantee myself a turn 1 play, as well as just an incredibly strong and effective unit going first. We'll have to see if he has that set here because he will have to recycle 2. Essentially just recycle 1 because he will get one of those runes back with that legend.
He gets 1 back. Then like on the next turn you use the buff and is he there he is. There is the set. So now again, it's free this turn and it ramps you on next turn. I love sets so much in this Fiora deck, and respecting the Aurelia a lot here does not send in this Fiora at all. I think he just wants to make sure that this Aurelia does not die. Like he knows that this is going to be a very important card for him. Just because like you want the haste, not the haste, the ready, and you want to keep sending your units in ready every single turn. And the 1 point here isn't going to be so relevant that if you keep her in the battlefield, the Fiora is just going to equip this GA and come in and kill her. Is that something you want? Is that Fiora worth a point? I think probably not.
So we do see a charm here on the side of the Aurelia. So it might just be that he wants to get rid of this set. Just being able to deny himself a draw, as well as just kind of get rid of one of his really biggest threats, might just be the answer here. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to do, but it definitely does feel a little risky. He's got a handful of interaction, but just not a lot of runes to work with here. So we'll have to see exactly what Ali decides to do with this turn. But I do expect him to at least develop the Aurelia Fervent and then probably attach it to that GA, just kind of give himself that little bit of reprieve. And if these are open deck lists, he does have to be worried about that auction coming down and being that answer. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do. So here we are. It is going to start with this Aurelia Fervent. He is going to go ahead and attach with this GA, and then we'll have to see if he decides to ready the Aurelia or not, and that looks like it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, and this turn is an open deck list, but there are cards that you always try and assume that your opponent has. Personally, I am a fan of open deck lists. I prefer that format, but yeah, it's something like with orange deck. Like I don't think the Fiora had an Akshan main deck. I didn't check, but the fact that he kept tapping his Heart of Dark Ice even when he didn't need to is just he has like his strategies set. It's an orange deck. Why not use it? So it seems like Ali has a lot of experience with this deck. It just feels like he knows what he's doing, and so I love when I see a player who plays, let's say, not a top deck, a more niche pick, but he knows all the matchups, all the niche interactions. It's always very exciting for me to see them do their thing.
So he's going to go ahead and get a double conquer here, and then with this Aurelia, Worthy is going to be able to utilize the set, spending the buff with that Monastery of Hirana, and just bring it right back to base. So he kind of got himself a free first mate here. So definitely in a very, very good position.
And first mate if you're back. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely in a very good position. Going to be able to bolster that back line even further. And we'll have to see if he decides to exhaust the rest of his runes here, because it will leave him vulnerable. And so I think he really wants to be able to hold up potentially something like that Riposte, if there is something like a charm here, but instead just going to go ahead and exhaust 3. Leave himself that little bit of vulnerability.
Yeah, I think maybe it's like he thinks maybe he's too weak to what are you afraid of on your opponent's turn? Charm. And it's, I think, probably only charm. He's like, I'm okay getting charmed. I just want to build up a bigger board. If he charms me, that's, one less rune, which matters a lot in the long game for these Aurelia decks. And then I have a lot of might back at home with at least, one weapon. So he can start doing the cascade again. From the Aurelia side, I don't think it's that bad. Your opponent's only at 2 points. We're on an Aspirants games. There's a lot of Riftbound left to be played, and if we go long, you're gonna have all the answers for your opponent's stuff. So like, he doesn't have to panic right now. But yeah, deal with the bigger unit first. Deal with the set. The set is gonna keep ramping. It's gonna get huge if you let it. And yeah, now you can't now as the Fiora player, how do you attack into an Aurelia with how much mana is it? 6 mana up? It feels like almost an impossible task. Yeah. Oh, salvage.
Looks like it is a salvage here. They're going to go ahead and be that start. So it will be up to Ali to have something like a not so fast defy, because right now Hard Bargain isn't going to be doing anything. And so yeah, we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do. But yeah, I mean, definitely just going to go ahead and I would assume just let this happen. He does lose 1 might, but again, I mean, he's got that full grip of cards. He's got 2 Defiant Dances, a Discipline, as well as a Hard Bargain to be able to fight off pretty much everything that this Fiora player wants to kind of put out here. And so, I mean, I think this is really, really intelligent play here from Animation Module, just trying to sniff out what his opponent has. And I think if you are the Aurelia player here, you kind of are forced to use that Defy. So I think if you're Fiora here, you can kind of make that read that, look, my opponent doesn't have Defy. He might still have something like Hard Bargain. And doing the salvage first kind of plays around that Hard Bargain very effectively. So really intelligent play here from the Fiora. We'll have to see if he decides to try and fight this Aurelia for the time being. But I think if you are this Fiora player, you kind of don't want to do that. So
yeah, it's like, because if you start showing your opponent, of course you never Hard Bargaining. You can't really do that right now. But if you pay for 4 for Hard Bargain, your opponent's just gonna say, okay, I'm not gonna pay for it. Now I know you have nothing. I'm gonna go in. But you have to start chipping in, trying to get some answers. Maybe he wants to go into Aspirants first, score a point. That's not too bad. Okay, he's paying 4. What's the 4 for? Is it
actually
an auction?
Auction, the one of auction in that sideboard there.
Didn't
I think he was
even.
expecting that Defy to come out
Oh.
there, and instead that wasn't the
Okay.
case. So
Yeah,
just gonna
like
go ahead and
no
utilize that
no
Weapon
GA anymore.
Master. Yeah, so gonna go ahead and utilize the Weapon Master on that auction, and ramp 1.
Yeah, it's just like probably like baiting. This is like you said, like part of the baiting is like, does he have a ride the wind? Am I trying to do that? I'm like, okay. The opponent did not like the Aurelia player did not use a single mana, or like he has like 6 mana up. You know what? Let's not fight it this turn. Fine, burn your mana, pass. Good luck. Next, I'm gonna try this again next turn, when I have my mana up again. Okay, a GA.
So Hidden Blade is going to be the card here to be the response, but we do know there is that hard bargain available. And I think if I am the Aurelia player here, I definitely want to be able to get that second point. I want to stay on that odd point threshold, so that Hidden Blade is not going to work. And I mean, that is 2 runes just down.
Yeah, the Hidden Blade was targeting his own unit, but I think the Aurelia player just did not want him to draw the 2 cards. I think it was like the Fiora probably thought it was too risky to go for it on Aurelia herself, because you have to pay for the deflect, and then like there's not so fast, there's defy, there's hard bargain. Like you add not so fast on top of your other counters. It's like, I'm fine drawing 2, and I'll have a lot of might at home. I'm gonna contest this Fiora next turn anyway. Oh, is that another auction? Oh my god.
It is, yes. Yep. So he must be running auctions here into that main board. And that is a pretty devastating scenario to be in here. He's going to be able to trigger both the Fiora Worthy as well as that Fiora Grand Duelist Legend. So we'll have to see if he decides to do something with that here. And, well, he is going to go ahead and ready this auction, and going to go ahead and ramp up as well. And now,
I mean, this probably tells your opponent that you don't have a not so fast. Because if you had the not so fast, you'd probably use it here, right?
You would have had to, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So like, what is it? I see like 2. I think 2 Divine Dances. I think I saw Heart of Dark Ice. What else did he have?
Yeah, 2 Defiant Dances, a Discipline,
and On Guard.
No, Discipline for sure. It might also be a Heart of Dark Ice, but yeah, I mean, this is
maybe I thought it was
nearly enough.
Oh, math is for blockers. Send it. Just send it. Let them deal with it. Like sometimes I'm like, can I actually do this? How much money is this? This is like 5, 10, 13, 16 might. Funny enough, like, there you go. Math is for blockers. Just send it. I mean,
all right.
Funny,
so what is
like,
that?
if he doesn't have anything, this is 16
11, 17
right?
might here versus the 4 from the Fiora here.
Oh,
that's definitely not enough. Yep, he does have an on guard as well as 2 Defiant Dances.
2 Defiant Dances and on guard. That's 17. And if he readies, that's it. Oh, he doesn't have. He can't ready it. But that's 17. Yeah, that's 17. From the 2 Defiant Dances. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think he can draw if the Fiora player has literally nothing. But the Fiora player has to have
player
literally
is sitting
nothing.
on a punch first as well as a riposte here, so you might go ahead and riposte this Defiant Dance.
Yeah, he's probably gonna do it on the second one. I think he'll do it on the second one.
Well, that is 8 might there.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll probably wait for the second one. Let's see.
Says okay. It's not stopping anything yet, so he still has to have one more trick up his sleeve, and we do know he does. So there is that Heart of Dark Ice like you were talking about.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just I think he just drew the Heart of Dark Ice. I thought the Discipline. I saw the blue and black, and I thought that was the Heart of Dark Ice. But as you said, that was a Discipline. Now he's gonna have to like. Oh, what? Are we saying? Oh, are we just going to combat damage? Okay, he didn't want to commit. I think the Fiora player, like the early players, understood that if he were to commit one more dance and then the Fiora player punches first, he loses everything. So he's like, you know what? I'm okay with this trade. It's not a good trade. This is absolutely abysmal. However, if he committed one more Defiant Dance, that's one less pump spell, one less power, and then he'll never be able to come back. I think it's one of those where it feels so horrible, but you just have to do it. You just gotta eat your vegetables. Like, my Fiora is dead. I'm just gonna try and come back after that. It's not easy, but I think that's just what you have to do. But it's okay. Okay, I think I see. I think I saw. Yeah, that's a Salcorn. That's a possible way back into this game. Again, it is a huge mountain to climb. But it is, you know, we're still only on 4 points. The Fiora's only on 4 points. It is Aspirin's climb. There's a lot of time left.
Yeah, I think right now, if I am this Aurelia player here, I think I just go ahead and play this Swiftfoot Boots. I don't want to be able to... I don't want to play this Stellacorn Herder until I'm ready to go in combat. So he's just going to go ahead and exhaust that Heart of Dark Eyes, kind of disable, like you had talked about, that Auction capabilities. Doesn't want to give him the ability to do something like an Aurelia, or like that Pure Legend activation. So just going to go ahead and pass the turn here, and then it is going to be up to this or Fiora player, rather, to kind of find some more ways to get points. Because right now all he has is access to this Auction. We know that 2 of his cards in hand of the 3 are that Riposte as well as that Punch First. So does find himself a Spectral Matron off the top there.
Yeah, Spectral Matron. Yeah, it just
huge card.
He's gonna draw, but no, okay. At least there's no buffs from on the Auction for him to draw cards. But you know he's gonna get a point. But I'm trying to think how big of a difference 5 or 6 points is. Okay, but it has the GA on it. So like I was thinking, like, do you want to sacrifice this Auction? Well, we're not sacrificing the Auction. It has a GA on it.
Oh, and the final card in hand is a Salvage. Okay, so considering possibly salvaging one of these 2 items, I would like to see him salvage.
Okay, Punch
that
First,
Swiftness.
Salvage, and a Riposte. Okay, great cards. All 3 very good. All 3 very good.
And he finds himself with an Adaptatron off the top there. So this Aurelia player definitely has a lot of options available, but definitely doesn't like the position that they're in, and it makes a lot of sense here. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do, but I feel like if I am the Aurelia player, I kind of am forced almost to play this Adaptatron. I think I have to go ahead and utilize it, go on to this Aspirant's Climb, get rid of that Guardian Angel first, and then kind of make this Auction a little bit more vulnerable than he otherwise should be.
It's like, how much do you value card draw versus killing this GA or the straight Dirk or whatever, Doran's Blade or whatever the other weapon is?
Doran's Blade.
Yeah, it is very hard because, like, you know, drawing cards versus dealing with answers. Like, the problem is, like, the only reason you consider drawing cards is your hand is not good enough to beat the board. Like he was playing around Punch First or Riposte like a few turns ago. If you were playing around them then, they still have the cards. They still have the things you were playing around. They didn't use them. So, like, it's not like you're out of the water. But it's like, you have one more turn. The Adaptatron, I think it's just so bad. It's just such a hard situation for the Fiora player. Not the Fiora player, the Aurelia player.
Absolutely. I mean, like I had alluded to last game, it really does feel like this Fiora is very well equipped to deal with these Aurelia players. It might have tacked his deck a little bit to be able to favor this matchup, expecting a lot of Aurelia players. And I think it's really being showcased here in this matchup. Has the salvages, has been able to utilize that salvage to get rid of that first Guardian Angel, played himself an Auction to kind of give his opponent a false sense of security, developed that second Guardian Angel, and then had that punish with that other Auction. So now this Adaptatron is going to come in here with the utilization of that Heart of Dark Ice.
You can salvage the boots here and just let this Adaptatron get stuck in Aspirants, and you no longer have a way to target it.
I think that's got to be the situation here if I am if you're a player here, you know, he does have access to that Boots of Swiftness, and it might just be like he wants to wait for him to go into the Akshan so that he can also utilize that punch first. So we'll have to see if he decides to do that here, because, I mean, you can exhaust one energy, ready the Aurelia Blade Dancer, then attach that Boots of Swiftness, then go ahead and recycle once again, ready that Adaptatron, and then be able to move into that Monastery of Hirana. But that said, he will still have access to 3 energy, and that is a bit of a risk. So we'll have to see exactly what happens here. But
like, I definitely do it if it was a Stellacorn, just to deny a draw fully. But it's since it is Adaptatron, then it's not that bad letting it move, like force the Aurelia to actually use the power to ready to equip if that's what he wants to do. If it was Telecorn, then I think I would salvage just to deny the card draw. But yeah, you can bait him into this and then you salvage. I like it then more for sure. Yeah, if it was Telecorn, I'd do it before. If it's not, I like just let him come in, make him spend the power, force him to do your ramp. Yeah.
So that is going to be the case here. This Boost of Swiftness is going to go ahead and move him right in as well. I think he missed 1 recycle, but obviously this isn't our responsibility.
I wasn't paying full attention, to be honest, to the runes. Let me see.
So punch first is going to be the card. Defiant Dance is going to be the response. So he does have access to a riposte.
Okay.
I think if I am this Aurelia player, I kind of want to riposte everything that he's doing here. So let's see. He's going to
if you're winning with
1 might.
Yeah, if you're winning with salvage, then you don't do it. Then you just salvage. If you need, you riposte if salvage is not enough. Or I guess maybe you don't want to lose to like a not so fast, so you don't want to risk letting this resolve and then doing the salvage. It's definitely
The not so fast is definitely a great response. Definitely a great response to the salvage, but the salvage does allow you to riposte the not so fast and then get that +2 right back. So
you can just riposte the not so fast. Yeah. You can just riposte the not so fast. So I think you just let this resolve and then just salvage the boots.
So there it is. There's that salvage. Going to go ahead and try and make the tie happen here. So that salvage is going to go ahead and potentially get rid of the boots, and then he is going to be able to draw an additional card as well. So now it is 9-9, and Unguard is going to be the response.
This new graphic with the might has been very, very helpful. I think I've been really liking it.
It's very, very helpful. I get really dizzy with the math. So just having a visual representation has made things a lot easier for me. So yeah, I mean, this Unguard might be too much to deal with here. We'll have to see exactly if Animation Module wants to use his riposte now, because he is down to just exactly 1 card in hand, and we do know that if there is he needs to find himself exactly another punch first to be able to kind of respond in kind here. So
yeah, I think he's considering whether his opponent has 1 more on guard or 1 more like riposte here, or no, not riposte, 1 more on guard or 1 more defiant dance. Maybe the worry is like if you riposte, he's gonna defiant dance and then you lose a lot, like you lose a lot of runes for it. But I think it's very unlikely that your opponent has. I think how many defiant dance have we seen this game? Is it 2? Or
that
was
is the
it
second
just
defiant
1?
dance, yes. So looks like there is that riposte.
Okay. Yeah, I like riposting here.
So I believe that last card in hand might actually still be that Unguard. To see exactly if that is the case. Oh no, it's the Stelcorn Herder, which we do know.
Yeah. Okay, it's just 1 card in hand. Yeah, it's over. It's over. Yeah. There's just. Oh, and it's 10-9. your opponent, like yeah, like the Fiora is gonna score to 8. We're at 4 with basically no runes. It's such a miserable spot for the Aurelia.
Absolutely. So I think Ali did actually make a minor misstep. So with that ordering there, I think he should have let the unguard or the punch first resolve and then use that Defiant Dance, because it did actually reduce the Akshan down to 4 and allow that Fiora actually to utilize things. And so Ali G a little bit frustrated here. He
Okay.
understands that this game is pretty much over here because there's just going to be absolutely no way to overtake both of these battlefields here, especially with how much might is available on that Monastery of Hirana. And even though there is a Heart of Darkgeist, I mean, he's only got 2 runes to work with, and he has to figure out a way to get on the other side of the field here. So just gonna go ahead and draw a card and hope that he can find a way out of it, and
maybe ride the wind. Ride the wind. I don't think that's even enough, but like
ride the wind will not be enough, as there's just not enough might here.
We can pray. Maybe we manifest a new card in our hand. You know, that wins us the game. Manifest like an
Defiant Dance for 0.
Yeah. Maybe 3 of them somehow. Okay. No
3
way.
of them somehow.
Okay, and not like a Fiora 7-0. I know a lot of people like this deck. They're gonna be very excited.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this Fiora player continues to do. I think he played that incredibly well. So far, one of the strongest Fiora players I've ever gotten to see on screen there. Just very patient play. Pretty much every single prediction you and I made, because you and I have kind of full knowledge of what's going on, he did. And I mean, it really just goes to show how much foresight this player has. He's able to think about pretty much every possibility his opponent could have, and was just able to make the right predictions because of it. And then obviously was able to win because of that here 2-0 into a 6-0 Aurelia player. And I mean, the Ali was getting a little bit frustrated at the end there, because I mean, the Fiora player just had everything, it felt like, and he was just navigating each one of those games masterfully. So it
is like one of those where it's like sometimes you just lose and you feel like there's nothing you could have done. Like your opponent had everything, you know, like whether that is true or not, the feeling is still real either way, and it's just hard to take, especially when it's like very late into the tournament. It's one of those where like, okay, I just lost pretty badly even on stream. I need to go out, take a deep breath, you know, get some fresh air, and then try to come back and finish the day 7-1. 7-1 and 6-2 are huge. 6-2 is gonna struggle to make top 8, if that. 7-1, you still have a very real chance at making top 8. You need to win 5 rounds, but that's better than not being able to make top 8 at all.
Right, and tomorrow's a new day, so you can always get things rolling after, you know, if you get a little teed, hopefully you get this last game under your belt. But, you know, man, you brought it to our attention. Fiora and Aurelia have been 50-50%. 19 wins Fiora in the matchup, 19 wins Aurelia, which now makes it 20-19. So does Fiora have a bit of a favorable matchup against Aurelia? Because it seemed that way in the 2-0.
Yeah. Look, maybe it is how the decks are built, because from what we saw, like, it did seem like Fiora was very dominant. Like, it had the answers to everything. However, maybe it's just it's very build dependent. We'll see after this round's done. I'll update you so that you know if people are interested, they'll see what the matchup is after this round as well. What about Team Aurelia? Maybe some other matches made up for this loss.
True.
But it's like, yeah, I'm not sure how it's 50%, because again, that one seemed very, very dominant. Like Fiora seemed very, very dominant there.
I'm trying to think
back. I mean, again, I really did feel like he was just teched for that matchup, and incredibly well so. So
yeah, like maybe the other ones aren't as well teched. Maybe they don't have like the auctions. Maybe they don't have like salvages. Those make a huge difference.
Right, I think that's the difference makers, right? Salvage alone is an incredible card. Not only do you draw, but is that action speed, so can do it during a showdown. And then Action leaving it up to the hands. Do you have a not so fast or do you not have a not so fast? That is a free GA for me. Thank you. I mean, it costs 2 order runes, so not, or two body runes, so not super free. Yeah. But still free enough. And I think Fiora looking decently good. I wouldn't be surprised to see multiple Fioras, obviously in day 2, but man, are we thinking if Fiora can sneak their way into top 8? Because we haven't seen that ever since, I believe, the second Chinese regional. And that was a totally different meta. We're in the new post-ban meta. How do you guys feel about her chances of a top 8 finish?
I'll be bad cop. I'll say no. I think like they'll have a good run. They'll have a good run, but I don't think it'll top 8. But I do think they'll have a deep run. But I'm being bad cop. If you want to be good cop, Sasuke.
I mean, I will be a good cop here. I think if animation continues to play like he was here in this series, with that dominant of a fashion, with just that well of foresight, being able to predict really what his opponent had access to, I think that he's kind of in for a very dominant run and could even make it as far as the finals if he continues to play like he does. I mean, he has the potential to win it, but he has to continue to play at this peak level like he is here in day number 1.
Yep, luckily he only has 1 round left to play at his peak performance, and then you get a nice little rest, which I'm also looking forward to as well. And then we head ourselves into tomorrow's day 2, which would be awesome as well. But we do have 1 final round. Let's get a little word from our Fiora player, because he's doing things that a lot of people weren't expecting and really bringing to a lot of people's attention how good Fiora is currently.
Fiora, how was the game for you?
The game is the most tense I had for today, and even including yesterday. Okay, and it's hard to believe that you can win the combat from Fiona.
Yeah, you made the comeback happen with Fiora.
Yeah.
Why did you pick Fiora for this tournament? What makes her good?
Because there was one big reason. I think most of the people don't understand how this deck works. And that is a huge advantage for me. Also, it's closed deck list, so I have some spicy sideboard cards, which can be very good. And also, I think this deck has a good meta against. How can I say? Has a good matchup against the meta decks.
Okay. Okay. Which decks do you think is good for Fiora about the meta?
Yeah, I think in main deck is for sure it's Draven, because I can dodge the combat very much by first mate or hook, so we're just accumulating the power on board, on the base, and apparently I'm doing that better than Draven.
Nice. I mean, that's the way to win right now
exactly.
in the meta. Congratulations on your win. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Great.
We're going to send it over to Barcode.
Thank you.
That was a quick interview. I feel like they didn't really ask them too much, right?
Yeah.
Oh, real quick, it looks like a fan favorite caster, Casanova, with some thoughts. Let's go ahead and tune in there.
So I was like, well, let's try. Didn't have much time to prep, and after playing like 1 or 2 games on Lucian, I fell in love with the deck, and I was like, why have I not been playing this before? Like, why did no one tell me this deck is fun? Like, nobody told me this deck was fun at all. Blevins definitely never said that it was a fun deck, I promise.
No,
yeah.
Never, ever. You hear that, Blev?
Yeah, absolutely.
But not only the deck is very cool to play, but it's also very strong indeed. I mean, it is not a tier 1, but I think the deck can sneak into the top 8 probably, or maybe in the day 2. How would you rate the deck right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like probably like a high B tier. It's like right under all the top decks, but it attacks the meta in a pretty decent way. It's pretty good into Aurelia, it's pretty good into Draven. And then I think you kind of struggle with some of the spell decks, but you have all of these tools at your disposal to still get around it. And because it's a combo deck, like sometimes you just draw it and you have it, and you just you could beat anything when you find the combo. So, yeah.
Exactly. And speaking about beating everything, how is your tournament going so far?
Yeah, it's been going pretty well. You caught me right after a loss, so kind of horrible timing. I don't know why you guys would do this to me, but no, it's been a lot of fun.
We tried our best.
I'm 5-2 right now, so I'm about to go play a win and in to see if I can make it to day 2. Overall, it's been great. I've been beating the matchups I expect to win. I actually lost the matchups I expected to lose, so it's really gone as I anticipated with Lucian. And from here, I just feel like I need to lock in and win one more. I think I'm playing pretty well, so I'm excited.
So the next round will be pretty intense for you because you have to win it. But on the other hand, I mean, of course, it is cool to perform well. But speaking about the atmosphere in general, how do you find the atmosphere here in the venue in Lille?
It's been amazing. I've loved Lille. I had a nice little walk over here in the morning, and there's like a nice little cafe by where I'm staying. And I mean, it's been just incredible being out here. But also, just in the venue, plenty of people coming up to me, talking about, you know, letting me know they love the content, or even just wanting to talk about Riftbound with me has been so much fun. I absolutely love it. There's nothing I like more than talking about Riftbound, and I think people could guess that from how much I yap when I'm on the desk or how much I yap in my content. So I love it. I love being here with everybody, and it's just great that I get to experience the full event, whereas oftentimes when we're working, you know how it is. Like you kind of get stuck just doing all the work, and you don't get to fully embrace it all and enjoy it. So.
Exactly, and that's absolutely cool to see you. I mean, this smile and this experience that you have, it's absolutely insane. But for now, we are going to let you rest a little bit and to prepare yourself for the next round because it is just around the corner. Don't go anywhere and get ready for the last round.
Right, the last round is right around to go ahead and bless us with these final conclusion of day number 1. And it's so cool to see Casanova playing for once, right? We're always used to seeing him on the commentary side of things, and he doesn't look like he's doing half bad, representing or using Lucian as his legend of choice for day number 1 or for his Lille Regional run, and not doing half bad, right? Do we think he makes day 2? I hope he makes day 2.
I think so. I hope so.
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible.
Yeah, so sorry because I do have one piece of like historic news right now.
Okay.
We do have a Garen making day 2 of the event.
Nice. So guaranteed.
There is a Garen
does that
that
mean
is 6-1.
He's how many wins is that to guarantee
6-1.
before the last round?
6. Yeah, I'm just making sure. I think I just want to double check that I'm not lying to you. He is currently 6-1.
What in the world? A 6-1 Garen when there's so many Dravens and the Relias that have already been eliminated. He must be doing something a little bit different. It's not T, right? It's not the previous Garen winner from before.
No.
It's a new Garen.
His name is Noob Vengader, something like that.
Wow,
Yeah,
I would
I
love
don't
to
know
see him
who
on the
this person
feature
is.
match. It looks like, I mean, you're allowed to ID, but I don't think it's smart to ID with 5
Yeah,
more rounds
nobody-
of Swiss
yeah,
still
yeah.
left tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there's no such thing as IDing, even though it's technically the last round of Swiss for today. So yeah, throw a Garen on the feature match. I love to see it. I also saw, man, you posted all the 6-0 Fioras have remained undefeated. I think there's a chance, guys. I think there's something that Fiora's bringing to the table that a lot of people weren't anticipating it. I'm wondering if all the lists are baited hook lists, or is there anyone running more of a more the mid-range package we've seen before too?
Yeah, no clue. I can't. That's not something. I can only see the what legend they're playing.
Yeah, I know. We're just curious, and just kind of to piggyback off that, guys, there's no deck list available publicly. This event is closed deck list, so the deck list will be posted after the event is all said and done. So that's not tonight, that's not tomorrow, that's the next day, because you got to get through Sunday, and then the deck list will get revealed. That way, to keep it nice and fair for all the competitors. I do remember, I believe top 8 is open deck list, so maybe top 8 will be published at the end of the day tomorrow, depending where you are around the world. That's going to be like my afternoon / maybe your guys' nighttime. But yeah, coming soon. I know we'll post them on Twitter and our Discord, as well as a lot of other fantastic websites should have them up ASAP. But man, awesome to help us out to close out that 7th round. I know a little bit of impromptu, but hopefully that was a good matchup for you. Fiora doing what a lot of people didn't expect.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Like, and of course, no worries. Absolutely no worries. I'm happy to help.
Thank you, man. I'll go ahead and let you enjoy the rest of your day. What time is it anyway out there in Kuwait?
It's 9 p.m. So it's not too late.
Yeah, not too late, not too early.
Yeah.
There we go. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening. I know you said it a little bit earlier, but for anyone that's just tuning in now, just in case they weren't here earlier, if you have any little shout outs, anyone you want to give a little credit to / anything you want to say as we head out.
Again, I'll just do it. Like, shout out everybody back home. That's all. You guys got one long shout out. This is a short one. And it was a pleasure casting with you, Sasuke. Hope we can do this again. And of course, Plus, thank you for having me.
For sure. Thank you so much, Mohammed. I'll go ahead and let
All
you
right.
go.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, guys, it's me and Sasuke to close out the 8th and final round for today. I'll ask you one question, Sasuke. Who do we want to see close out the show? Is it the Garen 6-1, or is there anything else you want to see?
Definitely the Garen 6-1. I don't think we've ever gotten a chance to see a Garen on a feature match. And honestly, for good reason. I think that his kit is pretty bad. But there are so many Garen lovers here in both the League of Legends game itself, as well as here in Riftbound. I think he's just such a cool cool champion in League of Legends. He's like a really fun champion to learn how to play the game with. And then, he's had some success in the pro play scene. So, I'm excited to see potentially a Garen player. But what I do expect to see more realistically is probably something like an Azir, potentially even a Victor.
Yeah, we saw the two-time Best of Azir winner recently. I think it was round 3, maybe round 4. And he did awesome. I was super impressed. I believe just going into round 6, there was 3 undefeated Azirs, maybe even more. But maybe these guys are going to talk a little bit about Unleash. Let me tune in a little bit because it doesn't look like it's a player's interview. But let's go ahead and turn up the sound.
And it's a very aggressive start. Do you want to give me a bit of an overview about how you see Body employing in the game?
Yeah, so Body as a domain has a lot of late game power, especially when we look at kind of like set brawler. These
interesting. Okay. So just like buying some time, right? Doing some domain profiles.
Everybody in set 1 is very familiar with this card. Can really close out games with immense impact.
Really quickly, have you ever heard of this card called Dazzling Aurora?
Right.
Very, very fringe card.
Yeah, no idea. I don't think it's going to be any kind of in anyone's deck coming next set. We'll see. We'll see. But actually, real quick, Sasuke, I'm going to run to the bathroom. Do you need to take a quick little break as well, Sasuke, before we finish out this 8th round? Or are we good here? Or you're good here?
Yeah. You know what? I could use the time to go grab myself a drink real quick.
Okay, sounds good. Let's take a quick little 2-5-minute break, and then we'll be right back.
Only when utilized well, and that's exactly what units like Set Brawler do.
All right, chat, be right back. Let these guys know, or let us know what you guys want to see for that 8th final round. My brain is not working all the same as it was in that initial round, but I am still trying to hold on for you guys here at home. But I'll turn up the sound for you guys, and I'll be right back. 2 minutes, guys.
And one of my favorite cards, I am a degenerate Dazzling Aurora player. Dazzling Aurora kind of helps you just, cheat that out. Like, how do I get a high-cost unit on the board really easily? Well, I'll just play it basically for free. You get that Dazzling Aurora. It is obviously high cost to get to Dazzling Aurora, but once it's on the board, once you're able to get that trigger to pull creatures and units from your deck, you just get to kind of, as you say, build a giant wall of units and just stand there steadfast and basically assume your opponent can't get through you.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's exactly what Body's trying to achieve. It's not necessarily the most aggressive in the early game, but in the late game, that's when you kind of make that comeback. So it's okay to have that slow start. You allow your opponent to do their thing, and you're kind of doing your own thing in the meantime. You're kind of like, oh yeah, don't look at what I'm doing for a minute, la-di-da, and then all of a sudden, your board state's just out of control.
Yes, but you got to get there, and one of the ways of getting there, you mentioned letting your opponent do their thing, and I'm a player that doesn't love letting my opponent do their own thing. One of my other favorite cards is from Body, is Sabotage.
Yes.
It's an early game card. It does, of course, make you recycle one, but what you get for that is you get to view the opponent's hand, you get to pick a non-unit card and say, no, you're going to discard that. Get that out of the game. I don't want you using that early.
I don't want to see that anytime soon. that's so right, and that's the thing. You do have a little bit of control. Not a lot, but enough just to allow you to keep ticking over.
Yeah, it tends to be just enough to last through that early game. I think for me, Body also is one of the most, not undiscovered, but I think there's a lot of flavor in the units from Body, especially for like kitchen table Riftbound is the way that I would say of like jamming games with friends, 1v1, like free-for-alls and 2v2s. There's some interesting units in there from Origins, from Spiritforged, where I'm like, try some stuff out. Yeah, okay, a lot of body cards aren't necessarily in the meta right now, but there's some fun stuff to play around with.
There really are, and there are a lot as well that have deflect as well. We can utilize that, and that then kind of slows down our spell slinger decks in the format. So that kind of gives you another element of controlling what your opponent can achieve based on your units.
So we've talked about slowing people down. I think that is probably where we need to look at our second domain for our discussion. We're looking at Calm.
We are.
Calm is a domain that is a lot more about controlling your opponent, and whether that's through slowing them down with counter spells and things like Not So Fast, which of course was brought in with Spiritforged, or just spells in general, really spell heavy in the Calm domain.
Yeah, Calm, quite the opposite of Body, seeks to have balance, hold positions, and use defensive tricks and disruption to bring that game to a close. Kind of not letting your opponent achieve what they're trying to by using these kind of combat tricks like On Guard, and then holding. We're using Stun to prevent damage going through, and then obviously lots of action and reaction cards which help it just to function freely.
Yeah, I will say Calm as a domain, I think, is probably one of the domains that relies on your experience with Riftbound being a part of what factors into the cards you choose.
Yeah.
That sounds really strange, and for those of you that maybe are newer to TCG players, when you're playing a deck that contains counter spells, you need to know what is the worst thing my opponent is going to do to me and hold my counter spell and stop that. Because if you use it on just a card that's going to draw one or something like that, that's not good. If your opponent has a Rebuke in hand, for instance, that's what you want to Not So Fast, because that's the big game-ending play. So it's difficult because you need to be able to balance what's coming next while playing Calm decks. So I think that's something that newer players definitely need to dig into, is hey, you got to know what your opponent's running to.
And I think in that respect, the domain is very aptly named.
Yeah, you gotta be calm.
Down. Don't play everything right away. You need to almost envelop that element of calm yourself and think, okay, what's the strategy I need to employ? What are the potential cards, you're so right, that my opponent could bring against me that's really going to mess up what I'm trying to achieve? And that's why Calm, I think, quite often is the domain that relies a lot on your own knowledge.
Yes.
Your knowledge of the game, your knowledge of the cards and what people can achieve. Whereas we just looked at Body, that is a lot more free in that you can probably deal with anything that comes your way. You don't really mind what it is.
Yeah. I'll say it as the Aurora player. Everybody always says, well, Aurora players don't win the games, the deck wins the game. And I'm like, no, I win the game. I get to play cards too. I'm all right. But I will say, compared to playing something like an Aurelia who leans into Calm, one of the second card we had there, Discipline, or we had On Guard, but Discipline is the same principle where you have to think, okay, well, if I'm using this spell and I'm getting a target, okay, I can untap. Now I've got to think 2 more game actions down the road in order to decide, okay, is that enough to win the game this turn? And for me, as an Aurora player, I'm not in that mentality. I'm just like, let's wing it off the top of the deck.
Yeah, you have to be a lot more methodical. You have to, like you say, it's like a game of mental chess, but just for yourself. You're playing the mini game there, and really successful players that are coming with Calm into an event are just that. They are coming in with that methodical, meditated approach, and they know that they can take their time and they're just going to react to what their opponent is doing and then kind of play this almost protect the princess strategy of, I've got a few units, they're the kind of core of this, and then I'm going to use these spells and actions to really put the pressure on my opponent.
Yeah, it's exactly that, where you're like, you have a lot of spells, a lot of actions that you can utilize in order to keep something safe, but it's understanding that game plan around it. And one thing that I think players are going to have to understand as we go towards Unleashed a little bit more is the stun mechanic, which has been pretty much within the Calm domain for now. We know Vex, of course, is going to have that coming into the game with Unleashed. I'm expecting to see it a lot more. We had Rune Prison already as a card as one option for stunning, but that ability to say, okay, no, you're not really going to be able to participate in this combat. I will correct myself slightly. We, of course, had Leona from previous sets, which relied heavily on stun. But it is within the Calm domain. We'll see more of it within the Calm domain. People got to get used to saying, okay, I'm going into a showdown, but maybe I'm not going to be able to survive through it because all that might's going to go away.
And that's what it's all about. It's about managing the damage that's coming your way and thinking about how you're going to reduce that or stop that entirely, so that then you are swinging the advantage back into your court. And that's what Calm's all about.
All right, chat. I am back. I believe Sasuke is in here as well. Go ahead and bring his camera back in. But nice and refreshed as much as we can be to try and look to close out today's Lille day number 1. We're talking a little bit what we want to see going forward. I hope to get our answer rather soon, but Sasuke, did you end up saying besides the Garen, what else do we want to see going for this round 8?
I mean, you know I'm an Ornn fan, so definitely want to see some Ornn. I don't think any of them are undefeated, so I mean, I doubt we're gonna see that, but here's to hoping.
Yeah, you know, that's one statistic we haven't heard all day. I don't even know what the Ornn representation was in this day 1 Lille event. I would have to look back. I mean, maybe we could open it up real quick. How many Ornns came out to play? Okay, 36. Not the worst. It wasn't all the way at the bottom. Sivir with only 16 players bringing her out. So almost double that. So not too bad. But yeah, I tend to agree with you, Sasuke. I don't think we're going to see too many undefeated Ornns, if any Ornns. But that would be a pretty hype match to end off today's event. But if I'm being realistic, I feel like we're overdue for another Azir because we haven't doubled up on any legends besides Draven and Aurelia. I think we're overdue for a double up Rek'Sai or an Azir. But I would love to see the undefeated Jinx as well, because I think we'll have to check on the statistics. They might still be undefeated going into this final round.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx would be an exciting matchup to watch as well. I know that Colin's been on that Victor, and I think he's still undefeated. So I would like to see potentially just Colin on Victor, not because it's a Victor deck, but because it's Colin playing it. I think he's a really talented player, and just watching a player of that caliber perform is always really exciting and fun to watch.
Yeah, it was actually, and you know, we got the pleasure of spectating Colin. I believe it might have been round 3, if I remember right. It was Victor versus, oh man, we've seen so many games. It was Victor versus what, chat? It was Victor versus Lucian. That's what it was. So he took down the Lucian in a nice little epic game 3. And Mark Collins still 7-0, so killing it as he tends to do. So we're definitely seeing him tomorrow. Hopefully more on the feature table as well, like Sasuke is saying. But other than that, man, what haven't we seen? I think this Lille event couldn't have gone any better from our side of things in terms of, like, we had, for a live event, we're used to having a little bit more break. I think this round from round 7 to round 8 has probably been the longest break all day. So I can't be too upset. It's been for the most part smooth sailing despite being super live, unlike what we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm glad that, you know, Riot Games has been doing a good job of just kind of locking things down. I don't know a better word to express that. Just doing a better job of making sure that everything is maintained better so that the rounds don't go over time. And then if they do, it's usually not too long. But I think it makes sense here that this has been the longest round. We got to see a 2-0 and a pretty swift 2-0 at that.
Right.
I think really just the Aspirant's Climb made the turn go one extra turn longer than it should have. But yeah, I mean, this that Fiora player was playing incredibly well. So I hope that maybe if you know it's not any of those, that we do get to see him again, because I think he was the strongest Fiora player I've seen to date.
Oh yeah, he looked incredible. Knew exactly what to get done. Knew exactly what he wanted to do with the deck, and really caught his opponent, because his opponent was a really strong Aurelia player, as I mentioned before, a previous Cash Cup champion from our Runes and Rift event. But for those who are wondering, where can you find the event locator link, guys, on YouTube or on Twitch, !bracket, and it'll get you exactly what you saw. And right off the get-go, Table 1, an incredible matchup. Alan ZQ, our undefeated Ezreal player, finally tasting a little bit of defeat at the hands of an undefeated Azir player. I would love to spectate this Squirtle. I think similar to how Fiora's coming into this bracket or coming into this event swinging. Same goes with Azir. I think none of these people were giving enough credit to both of these decks, and they are shining really brightly so far. So I'm impressed that they were able to take down an Ezreal. Let's scroll down a little bit, see if anything else stands out so far.
I see that the Darius player is still undefeated.
Is he? What was his name? And real quick, who are they interviewing? I don't recognize him, but let's tune in either way. Let's see if what he has to say.
When I'm the best, because at least now I am 7-0, so it seems that I'm in good condition finally. For
Okay,
the
he's
moment,
undefeated.
The tournament goes well, obviously, but I didn't expect to be that far in the tournament. I'm pretty surprised, and I think it's mainly because my opponents are doing mistakes other me being strong, but I'll take it.
Okay, I think that you are actually very strong. This is always the good, the bright side that you have to choose. But yeah, speaking about your preparation in general, how did you prepare for this tournament? Because there was a ban list recently, so everything got just shaken a little bit. How did you choose your deck, and how did you approach the preparation in general?
Honestly, here I'm playing Aurelia today, and I was playing Aurelia since the beginning of the set 2. So even if the ban list hits her a bit with Dreaming Tree, obviously, or maybe Foth.
Always on power as well.
Yeah. But to switch, I was playing firstly President Aurelia, and I switched to an aggro-ish version, which is not rely to protect the queen. And I think the deck is very more versatile, and with the ban list, it's only it was only a matter of because we are losing drawing power with Dreaming Tree and Scrap Heap that I was playing in the first version, and we were with a friend of mine, we were building the deck list with some training. And today it seems that the new deck list work well.
I mean, actually, it seems to work very well. We wish you the best of luck, because there is still one round before tomorrow, but at least you are ensured that you are going to be there tomorrow. We wish you the best of luck to be in the top 8, and seeing your smile is very good as well, considering the fact that you are not expecting that at all.
Nice, guys. So we still have an undefeated Aurelia. I believe he shouldn't be alone. We should have a handful of undefeated Aurelia still. Probably a handful of undefeated Dravens. So we'll see. Hopefully they show us a little bit of a list of the undefeated players so far that are completely 7 wins, 0 losses. Because I remember there was at least 20, 25 players still undefeated. I would imagine that list kind of got divided in half. So maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of like 10, 15-ish players are still remaining undefeated. Or how many would you imagine, Sasuke?
I'd have to know how many players there are total, and then I could do like the math for that, because
it was 1,900, a little bit over 1,900.
1,900? So 1,900 divided by 2 would be 850, divided by 2 would be 425, divided by 2 would be 263, 120, we'll just say 128, 64, 48, about 24 players.
Nice. So it makes about sense. About 24 players probably still remaining undefeated. And hey, Jachito, giving us some nice statistics over there on YouTube, saying 6+ conversions before round 8. So any converting at the highest so far maybe has something to do with Prismat being on Annie. Not too shabby. And what's 18R7? Oh, nice. Thank you, Mark Kaiser. I think it really is awesome if you're calling Kaiser's dad, which makes sense. Unless you're trolling us a little bit, but maybe you are his dad, which is really cool. I would be super proud of your son, or super proud of my son to have Colin Kaiser being one. But 7-0, not the 7-0, 18 players being 7-0, not too shabby. We saw some of them, at least 3 of them are Fioras, at least 2 to 3 of them are Azir. So a bit more diversity than I was expecting. I was a little bit nervous after hearing Draven wasn't actually dead, that we'll see a lot of representation just being singled in on Draven, but it seems to be pretty diversified.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this conversion rate here. I mean, I'm glad that there's still Master U players in here. There's Fiora players that are doing well, Lucian players as well. So a lot of these players are just doing great. And like you said, it is a bit surprising to see Annie doing so well. I thought that early on in the meta that Annie was going to be a pretty dominant legend. I thought that she was going to be overall better than Draven. And I think with all the Draven bans, Annie might be back to being at the top of the meta, so we'll have to see exactly if that is going to be the case. Prismat obviously feeling fairly confident that it is, but I don't think he's undefeated. So
yeah, I
we'll
think he did lose one of these games, but it looks strong. We got the pleasure of spectating Prismat, I believe, in a backup feature match. And it was taking advantage of course, Annie readying at the end of the turn and then having things like Rengar pouncing to make use of those runes. Of course, it's not exactly 2, but it gives you a lot more wiggle room. And here we go, guys. So at the top of the leaderboard, it looks like they're starting at 17, so they might have skipped ahead a little bit, but still an Azir, an Ezreal, actually only 19 players undefeated. So right about what Mark was saying, 18 and 19 players still 7-0. We see a Yasuo down there, Bonky still X1, a Darius still X1, and then everything else to be expected, Aurelia, Kaiser, but I want to see that first page. Production team, roll it back a little bit.
I mean, there actually is still quite a few other undefeated players, right? There's those 6-0-1 players, the ones that drew. So, look, not to toot my own horn, but I did say 24.
You did say which one?
I said 24 players.
Oh, true. That's
Undefeated.
exactly 24. Technically undefeated. Haven't tasted a single loss. And thank you, Manj, over here saying these are the undefeated decks. But we get it here as well. Squirtle, which managed to take down Alan ZQ just last round. The Azir being #1 seed so far on day #1. Can he keep that momentum rolling to the final round? I'm seeing a couple familiar names as well. Azrim, as we saw the Fiora that we pointed out was undefeated, remaining undefeated. A little bit down, I definitely recognize Natural. Natural has played in our events quite often, as well as I believe in that German event we covered. He's completely undefeated with Aurelia. And I think there was a Fiora there as well. And then Ezreal. So as we were kind of pointing out, Sasuke, a whole lot of diversity being undefeated.
Absolutely, and then look at this. Very few Annie players came to the tournament here, but they're still making that conversion rate. And I think one thing that is a little bit surprising to me is to see these Ahri and Yasuo players being able to make it here to the day 2. So that's definitely very interesting. I mean, I wouldn't have expected Ahri to make it that far. I know that there's a lot of Ahri fans out there in the League of Legends universe, but I just think her legend still needs a little bit more work, or at least a little bit more support to kind of push her over that edge.
Yeah, maybe set 3 will provide that little bit of an edge. But real quick, guys, we got the full breakdown thanks to Man/Muhammad, which we just saw here last round. But to give you guys the full spread of all the undefeated champions, there's 5 Aurelias undefeated. That's the most so far. 2 Draven, 3 Kaisers, 1 Victor, 1 Master Yi, 1 Rek'Sai, 3 Fiora, 1 Ezreal, and then 2 Azir. Those are all the undefeated players left going into the final round of Swiss. And speaking of the final round of Swiss for day 1, Sasuke, if you're ready, let's go ahead and join these players. We said we wanted a bit of a spicy matchup. I say we're overdue for a repeat Azir. We're overdue for a repeat Rek'Sai. And I think the production has overheard. And they said, why not Los Dos? So let's go ahead on to the feature match. Azir versus Rek'Sai. It looks like that's what we have.
Absolutely. So The Azir player on a couple of the Sacred Shears here, which I think is a really good draw engine in a deck like this. We'll have to see exactly how he's able to utilize it best, but definitely a good card to see here. I think a little bit interesting of a choice here is this Face Breaker, and then Death Grip, I think, has been a card that kind of started as like a 1 or a 2 off card, and well, and now we see this undefeated Azir on 3 of them. And then here for the Rek'Sai player, we're going to be able to see 3 Under Titans, which I think is not something that a lot of players would have expected, including myself. And then also another card that isn't as expected is this Battering Ram. So definitely a couple of interesting choices here from both of these players. We'll have to see exactly how they best get to utilize them. And then I think another interesting choice here is that Blood Rush.
Right.
I don't think I've seen any Rek'Sai players in the past running that card.
Yeah, bringing something a little bit different to the table. What I will note, there is very few Fury power costing cards in that deck. Could virtually be a mono order deck. So we'll see. The only Fury power costing card will be the Accelerate cost from the Rek'Sai Chosen Champion. So we've seen in the past those mono yellow Rek'Sais, and it seems to be the case. If this is an undefeated Rek'Sai, I have to agree with these Rek'Sai players that has to most likely be the more powerful legend, or the powerful variant of running Rek'Sai, I should say, at least these days post-ban, as opposed to the contrary one that was the Phoenix reanimate the Phoenix. So yeah, I think it's kind of set in stone with these guys finding so much success with this variant. Have you seen it before, Sasuke? Like just purely more so on the order domain?
I have seen that before, but I will say I'm pretty sure I saw Darius in that Rek'Sai list there.
Oh
so.
yeah, I did see it too. You're totally right. So maybe something like 4 Fury and then the rest order, or maybe I wouldn't dare go as low as 3 Fury if you're running Darius. So maybe less Fury. Not as crazy going in on the whole order game plan, but definitely different. I like what you said, the Battering Ram, the Under Titans in the main board to act as a bit of a grand strategy and to close things out, on top of providing the energy from the Rek'Sai Legend ability. So it's kind of Swarm versus Swarm, but one of them has options to remove, or at least traditionally they had options to remove. Did we see any kill spells from Rek'Sai? I can't remember.
To me, it looked like a full-on aggro build, which,
Okay.
is definitely a very interesting take on the Rek'Sai list. I think it makes a lot of sense, though. You do have access essentially to every time you conquer, you get to look at 2, draw 1, if you so choose. And then with that Arena's Greatest being one of those battlefields, it definitely makes a lot of sense that he's on this very heavy aggro variant. And then both of these players are on this Drafarian War Camp, which I think is very interesting as well. And then the Azir player obviously on that Hall of Legends, being able to pay 1, basically get yourself another unit with that Conqueror. Makes a lot of sense here. And so obviously this Azir player kind of says, look, I kind of want to open with this just because into this Rek'Sai is not going to be able to get nearly as much value as me.
Right, we see some interesting battlefield selections to start off this game number 1 of the final 8th round of day number 1, Hall of Legends. So most likely indicative of the seals being played out from Rek'Sai. You're able to ready your seals, getting those online, or getting power resources, kind of a bit of a double dip, if you will. So we'll see that, because I believe that's the battlefield you can exhaust your legend to ready a gear, or am I thinking of a different one?
You're thinking of a different one. Hall of Legends is the one where when you conquer, you can pay 1 to ready your legend.
Okay. So to double dip on the legend ability. Okay, I see where it's going with that.
Yeah, so actually, if you look under the names, it shows you which one they decided to choose. And so the Rek'Sai player here is on this Drafarian War Camp to start, and the Azir player is on this Hall of Legends, which makes a lot of sense to me. Just being able to get yourself an additional unit each turn seems very, very impactful here. So going to go ahead and get himself a Doran's Shield, going to use that Hall of Legends, ready it right up, and then bring himself another unit as well, kind of start develop that Swarm as much as possible, and then going to go ahead and attach it to that Doran's Shield.
Right, to gain some insight from previous TCGs, when it comes down to like aggro versus aggro matchup, it tends to be who gets on the play first, who gets onto the scoreboard first, and so far Azir has been the player so far to do that. So I'm wondering, do you think that's kind of going to be the tail to take, kind of just lead us, you know, the kind of be pretty much the picture going into this game 1 as well as these next couple games? Or is there anything Rek'Sai could do to kind of slow down Azir? Because it's just units versus units at the end of the day, no?
All right, we'll have to see exactly what happens here, but now this Void Hatchling does get to trigger, so every time he looks, he gets to look at 1, and then now this Rek'Sai is going to go ahead and trigger right off the top. That Under Titan going to be revealed as well, which means that he's going to get a little bit of extra energy to work with this turn, and will very likely just opt to choose neither of them, because I don't think you want to recycle 2 runes, and I don't think you have enough energy to play that Under Titan. So, yep, going to be able to utilize one of those energies right now. Go ahead and bring himself a unit, and then a Noxus Hopeful as well. So an incredibly strong backline here going to be the response from this Rek'Sai. And now the Azir is going to have to kind of figure a way to get himself enough energy, or enough might really, to kind of overtake what this Rek'Sai player is doing right now, because very likely will he be able to overtake both of these battlefields on the following turn.
Right, and we were just discussing what can Rek'Sai do is just over swarm the bit of a swarm deck, because in actuality, Azir is a bit of an aggro deck, but is only developing out 1 Sand Soldier at a time. Of course, the big thing being is something like an Arise, that it does get a Sand Soldier for every single gear that you have online. So that could make up for a little bit later down the road, but for the time being, without the Hall of Legends, that's just a single unit. On the contrary, we just saw 4 units essentially get developed out on a Rek'Sai's turn, and with the lack of things, I mean, he does have a Hidden Blade, but with the lack of backline interaction, that base is really going to amount to something incredible. I think this might be one of those rounds where we see like a crazy big base from a Rek'Sai player, from any player, maybe the biggest base we've seen so far, because Azir doesn't have anything I could really think about that could interfere the game plan, or just kind of develop on the base and then swing when you need to.
Yep, so this Brutalizer is going to go ahead and get himself attached to this Rek'Sai, which means that he's going to be able to get that Hall of Legends trigger once more, and so now he'll be able to pay 1 and then pay an additional 1 to make that Sand Soldier. So going to continue to bolster his back line here, continue to make 2 units each turn, and really for the time being just staving off enough aggression that he's going to be able to hold on to the battlefield, at least for now. And he is considering going ahead and getting onto that Trifarian War Camp just to be able to get an extra point. Opts not to do so, and well, we know he has a Hidden Blade, so we have to assume that that is the card that he decided to hide. And on this Rek'Sai side, I feel like that's a card you just have to expect is that face down there on the side of the Azir.
Right, well, keep in mind, I believe we might have saw a guards as well, which would make a little bit of sense as well, because you have the Brutalizer already on that Halls of Legends, so you could flip the guards, switch the Brutalizer over to guards, getting the activated +2 additional effect from the Brutalizer. But I'm there with you, it could be the Hidden Blade just for some nice little card draw for Azir. But the fact that he has it on a Sand Soldier with all those equipments already available to him, I almost feel more inclined that it's going to be something like a guards. If I did see it right, I'm pretty sure there was a guards and a Hidden Blade in hand, but I'm sure we'll be finding out rather shortly. But as you point out, very interesting decision to keep it on the even tempo, because he could have conquered Trifarian War Camp, because he hadn't scored on that battlefield just yet that turn, no?
You are absolutely right. Yeah, that Trifarian War Camp has not been conquered actually by either player this entire game. And it really feels like just both player wants to be able to get that point parity for the time being. And I think right now it is going on Pedro's side, especially with the fact that he's able to develop so many Sand Soldiers with this Hall of Legend. 2, in fact, have been made already just in these first 3 turns. So really kind of, it's felt like every single turn he's been able to trigger this Hall of Legends is getting a ton of value off of it. And so on this side of the Rek'Sai here, he has to figure out a way to kind of overtake this battlefield. He's going to go ahead and send this Noxus Hopeful really just to try and see exactly what his opponent has available, and hopefully just get rid of at least one of these units. And well, you called it. It is that guards, in fact. So we'll likely go ahead and attach that Brutalizer, and now has a 5 might as well as a 3 might unit on that battlefield. And while there is that Doran's Shield, which means that he does have to kill that that challenged unit. So just going to go ahead and put this Blood Rush and try and make the trade available. Looks like it's going to be 8 might total. So it triggers the Blood Rush, get that accelerate, and yep.
Not too bad. Effectively knowing all along that it was going to be a trade 1-for-1 or 1-for-2 here. But if you add, I mean, the gears don't go away. So just a 2-for-1 doesn't feel that bad, as this 8-8 and Azir have nowhere to run, nowhere to go. So those are going to be seeing the bin for now. And now you have 3 units available. I'm wondering if it's going to be a similar game plan from this Rek'Sai player. Does he want to keep it on that even tempo, or more points the better is what he has in mind? Because right now I can respect what Azir has, because Azir, you do want to set up a good amount of Sand Soldiers in the back line for some kind of closing push from your Azir chosen champion. But Rek'Sai doesn't really have that kind of capabilities towards the end game. So I feel like he can throw away units as long as you're able to put down a bit more units to follow things up, and develops out a Captain Vanguard. That Trifarian War Camp is going to be decently tough to crack down, because every single one of these recruit tokens is coming in with an additional +1. And luckily with the graphic down below, it looks like 10 total might to defend Trifarian so far.
That is a lot of might to just get off the top there. And then so now this faithful manufacturer is going to go ahead and get himself a point, and at least for the time being, he is going to be able to break point parity. And now it is going to be on Pedro's side here, really to just be able to break both of these battlefields. But for now, it is definitely in the favor of this Rek'Sai. Managing to pull ahead here is going to go ahead and hide a card. We have to assume that it is a hidden blade. I saw it earlier. It was 2 energy and 1 order rune, so I'm just going to assume that that is a hidden blade. And with how many recruit tokens there are available, definitely going to feel pretty good just being able to at least get rid of a recruit if there is nothing that his opponent can do to overtake the battlefield. But if there is, still is able to draw 2 or even be able to use it offensively. So very, very good card to have hidden here. And then on the side of the Azir player, look, there's still 3 Sand Soldiers ready. He does have this Azir. He can accelerate if he so chooses. So definitely a couple of options available to him. And right now, Pedro has to figure out a way into this game, as again, these that faithful manufacturer is a little bit annoying, as it is at 2 might exactly, and these Sand Soldiers only have 2 might, which means that he has to recycle 1 rune if he wants to be able to overtake that faithful manufacturer.
And he looks to be doing just that. So recycles that Calm Rune to go ahead and apply that Brutalizer onto the Sand Soldier so that he's able to overtake that Hall of Legends battlefield. But funny enough, I don't think Rek'Sai is feeling all that bad about it. But ooh, going for the Trifarian War Camp just to kind of dwindle down those numbers. So swinging in for, I believe, 6 total might. That's effectively every single recruit there. And does trade 3, leaving behind the Captain Vanguard, and cascading a bit of that, cascading the gear might be the game plan he has so far. So you're able to swing in for another 6. Captain Vanguard only defending for 4 currently. So trying to bait out the hidden card is most likely what he has in mind. But I think, as you mentioned before, that should be most likely like 90+% a hidden blade, just to get some more card draw available for him in the next turn. So does attach the Brutalizer one more time, and a little deja vu trying to find out what this hidden card is.
Yep, so gonna go ahead and hidden blade exactly his own recruit there. His opponent was able to overtake this Trifarian War Camp, which means that for the time being, you will not be able to overtake this Hall of Legends. But there is that BF sword. So as soon as I say that, immediately he has the answer for that. So he's going to be able to get that point parity right back. And then for the time being, this Rek'Sai player is definitely going to be struggling here. He's going to have to figure out a way to bolster his backline enough to overtake this battlefield, or both battlefields, on this next turn, as the Azir player is at 4 points, will be able to hold himself up to 6. And then once that is done, he can just go ahead and bring himself right to base here. So going to go ahead and play a recruit here as well, and just attach it to that Doran's blade. or Dorn's shield rather. And so now on the side of the Rek'Sai, there is 2 battering rams, but just not enough cards to play for the time being. So, I mean, he's kind of stuck with these 5 might units in hand, just doing nothing. And it doesn't feel good at all. He does have this Honest Broker. It's going to go ahead and develop a second Honest Broker at that, and then just use both of these small mighted units to just at least take one of these battlefields and at least maintain that point parity. And kind of keep himself within arm's reach, and does manage to find himself a Void Rush off the top here. So definitely a huge pickup, in fact, and will indeed cast it right now. We'll have to see exactly what he gets off the top, but definitely managing to kind of bring himself back into this game.
And finding 2 off the top of the 4 cards on the top of the deck. So it doesn't decide to go for the Void Rush. Actually does decide it only costs a power, as he does get 2 energy from the Void Rush. So digging a little bit deeper, Under Time providing an additional +2 energy. 5 runes to work with. We know the Captain Vanguard is in the hand, so he can play one for effectively free, because he got 2 energy from the Void Rush and 2 more energy from Undertime. Wait, how much energy is he floating right now?
He's floating 4 here, and he's going to go ahead and develop a Darius as well. And then I believe that is 4 cards played this turn. So while those battering rams were doing nothing for forever, he will be able to play both of them out this turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And yep, there it is. These battering rams are going to come right down. And this backline, which was once doing nothing, is going to be an incredibly powerful backline. And it is going to be up to this Azir player to figure out how he's supposed to be able to respond in kind, as there's just an incredible amount of might on the side of this Rek'Sai player. Finding both of those Void Rushes off the top was an incredibly impactful turn here. And now this Azir player has to figure out how he's supposed to be able to get himself not only to 6 points, but to that 8-point threshold with just how much might is available. So just gonna go ahead and start off here by taking off this Trifarian War Camp. Is gonna be able to bring himself up to this 6-point threshold now. And we'll have to see exactly if he's gonna go ahead and bring back that BF sorted unit. As it is 5 might, so we'll kind of intentionally almost force a trade or force that Darius to go into that Hall of Legends.
Ryan, that's going to be the biggest thing in this matchup, because right now both decks are so much better at conquering these battlefields rather than defending. But because of the sheer amount of might currently sitting in the base for the side of Rek'Sai, they're going to have a lot more chances at defending these battlefields. But with strategies as we saw before, like cascading the Brutalizer, it might not be too advantageous to do so. So goes ahead and recalls it back. You're at 6. All you need to do is set up for a final closing push. You know Rek'Sai could only get up to 6 points as well as the next turn. So if there's any time to just play out some gears, play out some Sand Soldiers, and then try to think one step ahead. How can your Azir chosen champion trying to close things out? Because that is a good amount of might in the back line, right? 10 from the Battering Rams, 7 potential from Darius, and then the 2 from the Honest Broker, right around 19 total might. Not considering things like the Blood Rush as we saw before, but decides to go ahead and efficiently spend the runes now, knowing that there's hoping that there's nothing like a falling star in the deck for Rek'Sai, and then trying to do things like maybe a rise on the following turn to capitalize on the movement ability for Azir as well. Because all he has to do is a double conquer. Can he get it done is the question. This is coming down to the wire. But Azir not looking all that bad, depending on what he has in hand.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how he decides to do it here. I feel like it does just start off with this Honest Broker going into this Hall of Legends, enabling that that Rek'Sai Conqueror, and then on the side of Xtakio, I feel like you just kind of send everything into that Trifarian War Camp on this turn here. There's only 1 rune available for your opponent, but you do have to worry about a card like Arise, and I think with this Azir coming down right now, you kind of are incredibly worried. There's 3 more Sand Soldiers potentially coming out here, almost all of whom are coming in with 5 might or more. So it is going to be very difficult to defend here. If you are Xtakio, you have to figure out a way to get over all of this power, and the fact that you are behind on point parity is not a good sign at all. And you know, you did not manage to find yourself that Call of the Week. You had to send it to the bottom, so kind of limited on your removal tools as well. We'll have to see exactly how he decides to navigate this turn, but definitely not in a great position.
Yeah, not feeling comfortable whatsoever. At this point, he would need something like a double call of the week, swing in on the Trifarian, and then try to pick apart the back line, but not looking too likely. As you mentioned, he did go ahead and sent one already to the bottom of the deck, so trying to find the outs, trying to find the sequence of cards that gets him the most likelihood of guaranteeing him not losing on the next turn, because I think we are down to the final moments of this game number 1. So does decide to conquer, go up to 5, and see was the top 2 cards of the deck thanks to the Rek'Sai legend ability. I don't think those are going to be too helpful. I would imagine he was praying for something like a spell, but I think the only spell we've seen, of course, is the Void Rush and then Call of the Week. Do you remember anything else we've seen so far, Sasuke?
We did see a Hidden Blade as well, but honestly, I do think this Vanguard captain's not bad here. It will allow you to kind of bolster the front line here in this Trifarian work camp, and I think that's what he is considering. Look, 3 units on a battlefield is nothing to scoff at here.
Right.
So just kind of considering all his options available, this Under Titan not going to be doing too much, and in fact, actually, he's going to go ahead and bring himself a daring Poro into this back line, which I think is a bit shocking here over that that Vanguard captain.
I think the key thing there was that he hadn't played anything, so I don't think the Captain Vanguard Legion ability was already online, right? Because he just pushed in. That would have been his first card played, so pretty much same thing. Vanguard pays 1 energy for 1 might, so paying 1 less energy for 1 less might, not too shabby. But now I don't see a world where he can set up a good enough defensive front to defend both of these battlefields. If there is something along the lines of an Arise, there's going to be 1, 2, 3 Sand Soldiers developed out. 2 of them will enter ready, and technically almost all of them can effectively be readied with that chosen champion sitting pretty in the back line. You could try to conquer the smaller battlefield and then send every single else remaining unit over to the other side. Even if you have a Hidden Blade in hand, which I believe he still does. Or I'm trying to look now as he flips through them. I actually don't know if he actually, I think he already used the Hidden Blade, funny enough.
Yeah, he used that Hidden Blade on his own Vanguard captain earlier, and he's going to go ahead and exhaust an additional 3 runes, might have himself another Vanguard captain, so we'll at least be able to ready this Darius, bring it back to the base if he so chooses. We have to assume that that is going to be the case, and there we go. So definitely in a pretty decent position, definitely not in the strongest position. There's 23 might available that his opponent has to be able to get over, and with 3 Sand Soldiers coming out from this Arise, potentially that might not be enough. Look, what is that? That's 5 plus 5 plus 3 plus 2. 5 plus 5 plus 3 plus 2.
Sasuke, we got the UI down below to save us the whole mental effort. It looks to be 23, but hopefully they did the math correct.
No. I'm not talking on the side of the Rek'Sai. I'm talking on the
for
side of the
Azir.
Azir.
I
If
got
the
you.
Arise comes out, yeah, because there's going to be 3 Sand Soldiers that come through. So it's an additional 15 might, plus the Azir is 4, and then what is that? That's 5 units. So we'll exactly be at 24, but does have to also conquer this Hall of Legends. So we'll have to see exactly if his opponent has that capability, and on the side of the, on this side of the Azir.
Right, well, in that case, you could always send in your Sand Soldier, you conquer up to 7, and then go ahead and play out a Rise, and then send in the Azir with every single unit as well as that, and it looks like we got a little bit of a bathroom break. It looks to be the case, right, because he kind of signaled to the judge he had to go, but we'll head back to a bit of the commentary booth as well while these guys sort it out. Because it didn't look to me that it was a judge call, right? He kind of said, like, I need a little bit of a break. Maybe he just really had to go there.
You know, I've had those bathroom breaks where just like randomly I'm like, dude, I have to go.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what it was.
You know, in those situations, I know a lot of people at home could probably resonate with it. It's incredibly difficult to even think of the right play when you're just thinking about, man, I'm about to just piss myself, or even worse, the other way around. So you just want to make sure you kind of close this round 8, the final round for those actually in chat. as cleanly as possible. So yeah, I can respect them taking a little bit of a judge call there, saying, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Hopefully it's not too long until we get the finishing moments of this game one.
So basically what I'm hearing from you, Plus, is the meta is bring a diaper.
No, not bring. You don't want to get to that point, of course, but it looks like he's back. Maybe he was just getting something from his friend, unless we're pre-recorded slightly and they kind of just fast forward it for us. But going on the offensive, doesn't seem to be trying to conquer the Hall of Legends first. I think he's trying to dwindle some of that power level from that Trifarian War Camp first, and then Arise, one of the ready tokens over to Hall Legend, and then a Azir champion to close out the final battlefield down below. Might be something of the game plan he has in mind. So trying to cascade as much equipment as possible to try to make it as easy as possible for him. But no, interesting enough, going for the Hall of Legends regardless. Okay, I wonder what he's up to here.
So actually, I saw the line here. He's going to go ahead and use this Death Grip here just to draw himself a card, hopefully find himself something a little bit more useful, and then trigger that Guardian Angel, allow him to get all the might of that unit on that battlefield there. And then with this, he will be able to make himself a unit and then just send that Azir with all of the units and hopefully have enough might here to just take game number one. As guys, this is still just game number one. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, that is going to be game number one. In fact, as there's 25 might. So wow, I actually just kind of had the answer in fact, and just wanted to double check that. I have to assume that he just wanted to double check that the Death Grip worked the way that he was intending it to work with that Guardian Angel. So manages to get himself that game number one with just that Death Grip line, and really showcasing exactly how this Azir is it's kind of able to play from the back foot.
You know, it's super impressive stuff there at the bottom, or at the end there, because I don't think he had an Arise in hand, so he kind of did the second best. He conquered the Hall of Legends to make sure you can go ahead and develop out 2 Sand Soldiers on that turn, and more importantly, you try to stack up almost like if you had a whole bunch of Sand Soldier tokens with your Azir champion. So I don't know how much might he added. It was 2 for the Sand Soldier, and then probably 2 for up to 6. And then maybe a little bit more. I don't know exactly how much might was added, as I mentioned, but a good amount of might. And apparently it was just enough, as it was 25 to 23. Really impressive stuff. Doing things that we haven't seen normally. I mean, it seems like it's just standard Azir play, but his sequencing is what separated him. I could totally understand why he is undefeated currently, because he's playing super sharp so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So here in game number 2, I did manage to see that there's 2 piercing light. Words are hard. 2 piercing lights, as well as 2 salvages on the side of the Rek'Sai player.
Nice.
So I have to expect that both of these cards are going to come in, as these piercing lights are incredibly effective at dealing with these Sand Soldiers. You can use that double piercing light to get rid of 2 backline Sand Soldiers that might not have any equipment attached to them, as well as just use it to get rid of that frontline Sand Soldier that very likely does. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to sideboard in, but I felt like those 4 cards really feel like an effective tool against this Azir matchup. And I feel like as a Rek'Sai player, it's just not a matchup you're kind of used to. Azir is definitely a very fringe deck, so it could be one of those things that is kind of giving this Azir player the edge, especially here in game number 1, where he was just kind of able to overtake it with that Death Grip line.
Right, Rex as the one used to being on the front foot, saying, I'm the aggressor. How am I getting out aggressed? I mean, I'm the swarm deck. But it is what it is. Both of these guys having a similar game plan as we go into this game number 2. And real quick, guys, I believe we have some awesome judges in the chat letting us know, was that line possible? Because I think there was a GA on the Death Grip target. You still give all the might over to the chosen champion, but just the unit doesn't die. Wait, are we saying anything happened that shouldn't happen, or are you guys just correcting someone in chat? I might have missed it.
You know what? I'm gonna trust the judges, because this, Pedro did go off on the side there. Wanted to
Right.
ask a question, make sure that he was able to do exactly what he did do. So, I mean,
Oh, we're getting here a little bit of a controversy, not actual controversy, but a little lighthearted controversy saying the ruling on stream was incorrect. Man, you're gonna have to take that up with Danny because Danny is gonna be one of the judges here on the feature table, and you guys know him from the Discord as well. But let's just go ahead and focus on this game number 2 final round. Can Azir go ahead and close things out in that 2-0 fashion as he most likely has been doing all tournament long, or can Rek'Sai, as we kind of speculated at the beginning of the game, saying, does it kind of favor the deck that goes first when it's aggro versus aggro? We might get our answer here in the second game.
wow, and an incredible start here. Look, this Noxus Hopeful had to come out on turn 2. This Rek'Sai player missed his turn 1, and so just tried to overtake this arena's greatest. But because of this, it did enable this on guard line, which kind of forced this trade here, I think, much more prematurely than his opponent was ready for. And it's definitely a bit of a punish, so we'll have to see exactly how he decides to navigate this turn. The Azir does come down here on turn number 2, but this BF Sword does allow the Sand Soldier to come out as well, and we'll have to see exactly if this Azir just decides to take a turn off, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Does not want to lose this Azir this early on.
Yeah, but a unit that Rek'Sai wouldn't mind losing will be that Ferris Forerunner, so most likely should be pushing it over to Arena's Greatest. And a card we didn't get to see in that game number 1, something like Rally the Troops, so everything that comes down gets an additional buff. And a Cyborg Tech already coming into play, but meeting its match with the Defy coming down, no additional draw, and the BF Sword is safe for the remaining of game number 2, at least for the time being, of course. But the card I was getting at is Rally the Troops. Every card you play comes in at above, and we've seen just how capable this Rek'Sai legend is able of developing units in one turn. I think the most units he did was 4, maybe a little bit more on that Banner Ram turn. Imagine all those units coming down with an additional buff as we're seeing the Rally the Troops get deployed as we speak.
So there's that Rally the Troops coming down like you had mentioned, and so now he's just going to use it to draw a card and a Void Rush. Going to be right off the top there. Definitely the card that you want to see if you are Takio here. He is considering putting out this Battering Ram, but I don't think he has enough runes to do so as of yet. Did play himself a Salvage, but it was defied, which means that there is just one less card that was played, but instead going to send both of them to the bottom. Does not want to use that Void Rush as of yet. So instead just going to go ahead and put down a Vanguard Soldier or Vanguard Captain, go ahead and bolster that backline and allow this Ferris Forerunner to die if he so chooses. 3 units going to hit the field here, which means that 3 buffs, in fact, going to hit the field as well. So kind of its own Trifarian war camp, if you will. And I mean, definitely the position you want to be in here if you are Takio.
Right, that is a whole lot of value from a single card that didn't cost any power. So I see the synergy here. Rally the Troops works so fantastically with the Captain Vanguard, which I believe we saw Darius decks as well use a similar strategy. But now over to the Azir deck, trying to go ahead and take down the Forerunner with the Brutalizer, with the BF Sword attached, and does just that. So 3 points, gets the slight upper hand despite Rek'Sai starting things off in this game number 2. Has the option of keep it on that even tempo as he did in game number 1 with conquering with the Azir champ, but that's leaving your chosen champ quite exposed. So goes for another route, and a card we haven't seen all series long, Arise coming in. 2 units developed from the gears, and they both happen to enter ready. So you could go ahead and conquer unless you're prioritizing having a bit more Sand Soldiers down the road. But I kind of like conquering up to 4. What are we thinking?
I really like the Conqueror. Make sure you stay on that even point threshold here. You do also get to draw an additional card with that Seat of Power. So he's considering moving over the Brutalizer or potentially even that BF Sword, just kind of expecting this unit to die here. So instead, just going to keep things as they are, force that Arena's Greatest to really be that big commitment that that he needs it to be here. And then again, this Azir just kind of sitting, chilling, very pretty here in this back line, is going to be able to be utilized very effectively in these later turns. And really, Xtakio has to figure out a way to kind of break this point parity, get that point lead, and for the time being, he just has not been able to. So this Brutalizer and this BF Sword going to be an additional +4 stats, which means he has to go in with at least 7 might.
Right, it almost seems to me whoever starts getting that early game upper hand, it's so incredibly hard to kind of slow them down, because right now what we're asking from our Rek'Sai player, in order to break that point parity, as you keep discussing, you're going to be forced to hold one of these battlefields. And I don't know if these decks have the potential to hold as effective as some of the decks we've seen previously in the tournament. We have things like Blood Rush, but that only works on offensive cores. We have things like Hidden Blade, yes, but you're giving your opponent more card advantage. So it's a tricky situation. I say that, but the only way around it is you have to put enough units on these battlefields. And I think the units so far already established could go a long way because of the additional buff that we've seen from the Rally the Troops. So let's see how he plays out this turn, because it's not impossible. It's just not the most comfortable thing these decks like to do. They want to go on the offensive, conquer after conquer. But in order to stop your opponent, one of these turns, you're going to have to hold and stop your opponent from continuing that double conquer game plan. Will it be this very next turn as he puts up a Daring Poro and a Blood Rush? Could go ahead and play out a nice little cheap Poro just to play out more units. I don't think right now is any time for a Blood Rush, so let's see what he decides to do, because I believe there's just 2, 4, 6, 7 runes available to work with this turn.
Yeah, I think this is one of the issues that this Rek'Sai player is kind of running into here, is that once you lose point parity against another aggro deck, you kind of stay behind on point parity, which means that eventually you do lose this game. But yeah, I mean, he's going to go ahead and develop that Daring Poro like you had mentioned, and going to go ahead and send himself that mech, be able to draw himself an additional card with that Seed of Power. So is at 4 points, does find himself a Noxus Opal off the top as well. And will hopefully be able to find something a little bit stronger to do with his turn rather than just this Daring Poro.
Yeah, let's see, because now he's faced with the decision, as we were discussing before. Does he want to go ahead and stack one of these battlefields at the minimum, or try to defend and deny your opponent from getting up to 6 points? Because we saw how brutal and how beneficial it was for our Azir player to get up to 6 points. Can he do that right here? It looks extremely likely, and this is a big danger zone moment for our Rek'Sai player. You're pretty much allowing Azir to get up to 6. Yes, you have a big back line, but we saw how that went in game number 1. You thought 23 might was enough, but somehow Azir, whether legal play or not legal play, I'll let you guys discuss it in chat. Either way, as ruled on today's regional stream, it wasn't enough to get the job done. And it looks to me he has a little bit less units than he did in that opening game. But maybe the hands are different, of course, for the side of Azir as well. So tries to conquer arenas and does pay off. So does go up to 5. And now with a little mech left at Seed of Power, most likely should be able to conquer up to 6. It all depends what's in the hand for Pedro. Because if it's something like another Arise, it might things make increasingly difficult for a Rek'Sai player.
Yeah, and we actually did see that, or we did actually see an Arise in that Rek'Sai's, or Azir's hand. So Desert's Call is going to be the card that comes down as well, and we'll have to see if he decides instead to just kind of move over each of these equipment, decides not to do so, says, look, you have to get rid of this 6 might Sand Soldier, as well as this 4 might Azir if you want to take the Seed of Power. Not to mention there is 3 might, which means that this Noxus Opal has to be the card that goes on to this arena's greatest for the time being. And again, this Azir's already at 6 points. He is not feeling bad about his position at all. And with this Arise coming down on the following turn, it's going to be very difficult to stop everything that the Azir has coming forward.
Right, he does have 2 runes available, so kind of indicating that he might have something like a nice Hidden Blade. A card that would be super good in this position would be something like an Emperor's Divide. If he had it, I would only imagine he would elect to hide it. which you might not even be running it thinking about it in the Azir deck when they were showing the deck list earlier on, just to bring that Chosen Champion and the Sand Soldier back to safety, just to have a little bit more push for that closing 6th to 8th push. But let's see, first things first, Rek'Sai has to get over their turn, so plays out a Darius for the time being. And he should be able to get this Conquer on Arena's Greatest. And heck, he should even be able to get the Conquer on Seat of Power. But more importantly, can he stop the double Conquer for Azir? And, oh, this is a little different. It looks like he's going a bit more on the defensive with that discipline there.
So 2 runes going to be exhausted. It's going to be a double Blood Rush, in fact. So 1 blood Rush is going to be used onto that Darius, as well 1 Blood Rush is going to be used onto that batting ram to overtake that Arena's Greatest, get himself up to that 5-point threshold, as well as eat that discipline. So that Darius is already at that 4 might threshold. I would have liked to have seen him just use that Noxus Hopeful, especially if he had that Blood Rush available. We'll have to see if he decides to go for something like this Rek'Sai off the top, just to see if he can get himself something like an Under Titan to give himself an additional little bit of energy to work with here. We'll have to see exactly if that is going to be the case, but for the time being, it really does feel like this Azir player is just not in a bad position at all.
Yeah, granted, if he clears out the Seat of Power, he's only going to have, I believe, 4 units total, taking into account the Arise. And looking at the hand, the Arise might be the 1 or 2nd to last card left in the hand. So it doesn't have too much gas on top of the Arise. So 4 Sand Soldiers, 3 equipments. I say 4 because 2 are ready, so those are the only ones going to be able to push onto these battlefields. But man, with 2 runes available and are left on this closing turn for Rek'Sai, I just don't know how much might you can actually put out onto these battlefields. But maybe Void Rush is a step in the right direction, adding 2 energy. But you have to pay 2 energy to get 2 energy, so effectively not net 0. So this is tricky. I don't know if Rek'Sai can actually hang in here. Did he play the last rush? Yeah, he did. But now he's for sure 100% tapped out. Doesn't even have anything like a hidden blade on defense, unless of course he hides it, which is most likely what you would want to do, as I believe that last rush did reveal the hidden blade. So, final moments of this game number 2. Is there anything Rek'Sai could do to try to defend for dear life and deny the victory and maybe give us a nice little decisive game 3? But we get a bit of a judge call on Rek'Sai's side of thing. The judge is picking up the entire deck, saying, are you sure you're putting these cards at the bottom? That's interesting. We haven't seen that all tournament long. And Sasuke, whenever you're in here, I think you're still muted. I know you muted it, but I don't know if you're unmuted.
Yeah.
I figured you just forgot to unmute it.
Yeah, I had to cough. So
yeah, no worries, no worries.
I'm still getting over a little bit of a cold, but yeah, I mean, the judge just wanted to make sure that his opponent, or that Xtakio, was discarding the Void Rush rather than recycling it after playing it, which makes perfect sense here. And then on the side of Xtakio, he's going to go ahead and hide 2 cards. We do know that one of them is very likely a Hidden Blade. And the fact that he's going to go ahead and split both of the powers on each of these sides of the field here is going to make things very difficult here for Pedro. But on the side of Xtakio, if he's able to overtake at least one of these battlefields, it's going to be very difficult to at least defend and protect himself from that same battlefield on the following turn. So definitely not in a bad position is Pedro. We'll have to see if he does something like an Arise here, go ahead and get himself a bunch of extra might on that following turn, or on this same turn. Gonna go ahead and put both this BF Sword and this Brutalizer on that same unit. I like this a lot here. He's gonna go ahead and try and take, very likely, this Arena's Greatest. Instead, actually, he's gonna go ahead and try and take the Seat of Power. But even if these units die here, he can just go ahead and recycle, and then it looks like that is going to be that Hidden Blade.
You know, if that's going to be a hidden blade on Arena's Greatest as well, he might not actually have enough Sand Soldiers to do so, because a Rise comes down, and the whole strategy here is you're trying to cascade all your equipments, or the majority of your equipments. The only one being out is being that Doran shield. But if you kill it with the hidden blade, then a Rise attached to one, that one trades out. If it doesn't trade out, you're stuck with the equipment on that one Sand Soldier. So the one Sand Soldier that comes in can't come in to conquer the other one. I think it comes down, this is awfully close, but if that's another hidden blade, which I believe that's the only hidden card we've seen coming out from this Rek'Sai player, I don't think there's a way interesting enough. So we might be finding ourselves in a game 3, but I could be misseeing it. How are you seeing it, Sasuke?
I think you're absolutely right here. Look, he's got 8 might on the seat of power. He just wants to be able to clear it out as best as possible. And with the fact that this brutalizer has to come in, try and overtake the seat of power first, then he can go ahead and try and bring himself into that Arena's Greatest. It's going to be very difficult to do so. He's got exactly 2 attacks to do so. And if that face down card is that hidden blade, he can only really take that seat of power. So we'll have to see exactly what he decides to do with this rest of the turn, and he's going to have to recycle pretty much every single rune to do this as well. This Azir is definitely becoming, definitely getting into a very difficult position, but if he's at least able to defend one of them here, then he'll be fine. So just going to go ahead and bring them both into this Arena's Greatest. Both this Brutalizer and this BF Sword into this Arena's Greatest. And now Xtaki has to decide if he wants to use that hidden card. And it looks like it's going to be a Hidden Blade. And Death Grip is going to be the card that's used to just try and overtake this Arena's Greatest yet again. And I think with this Death Grip, that is going to be game here.
Right.
As he's going to be able to get 8 might, overtake this Arena's Greatest, and then use both this BF Sword and this Brutalizer yet again and overtake the Seat of Power.
Yep, that Death Grip, the final nail in the coffin. We did not account that in our calculations, so just enough might to take down not just one battlefield, but both battlefields. The double conquer push. I believe he double conquered virtually every turn that game. It was a little bit slower towards the end, but Pedro B taking it down, remains undefeated. One of the only undefeated Azirs. I believe there was 2 of them, and he's remaining undefeated. Can we see an Azir in top 8? I'm trying to think back. Let me know, Sasuke, if you remember. Have we seen an Azir in top 8 in one of these regionals?
I think there was an Azir that got second in one of the regionals. But I think it was China.
No, you're right. It was. I remember exactly the face of the player. Of course, I don't remember the name, but I definitely remember the face. It was an Azir player versus, I believe, Draven, and Draven just kind of worked them in the finals, or it might have been Annie. Actually, it was Annie. That was the tournament Annie won. Either way, I don't think Azir has placed top 8 in a Western regional. So maybe right now in this Lille event, it might be Azir's time to shine, because every time they put him on the feature match, I am so impressed. I think it goes to show with the post-bans, the meta has definitely slowed down a bit. I know Aurelia has taken quite the slow. You can no longer start that turn 0 sneaky deckhand. The Marigold decks, which used to be pretty speedy, I say speedy, but of course they would take the whole entire turn doing things. Either way, overall, the meta as a whole has kind of slowed down a bit, which maybe has allowed these more aggressive strategies like Azir, like Rek'Sai, to really kind of get under the majority of these decks and do it pretty convincingly, it seems like.
I think one of the issues, right, that we saw with the Miracle decks is like, I remember it was a Jinx Miracle. I was casting it. He had about 5 runes or so, no cards in hand, manages to find himself 3 called shots, and then somehow ekes out 30 might in a single turn with no cards in hand. So really just showcased exactly how powerful these Miracle decks can be. And the fact that you're able to do that on 5 runes kind of made things just incredibly imbalanced. And yes, Miracle wasn't winning every tournament, but it really felt unfun to play against because of turns like that alone. And then also, like you had mentioned, it was just a slow deck. I mean, you had so many decisions you had to make. You got to see so many cards out of your deck that it just really, really slowed down the cases of the tournament. And I think this is a great showcase for why Miracle needed to have been banned here in Lille. We've had nothing really take more time than it needed to. Except for, I guess, round 7 where there was an additional 22 minutes. But besides that, nothing has gone so far over time. I remember last night you told me it's going to start an hour earlier, and then we were at round 7. I was here an hour early.
Right, it was just it didn't go any overtime. I kind of was attributing to like the previous regionals, but maybe I'll adjust it for day 2. I'll post it in the Discord after this. But it looks like we started around earlier, and we're pretty much ending an hour earlier than expected, right? I'll take a look at the times, but it seems to be the case. I don't know if we have a backup match or anything, or if that was it for day number 1. I don't know. We'll pay a little bit of attention. I wouldn't be too surprised if that was it. I just don't know if we should start closing out the event, or we should wait a little bit to see if we have a backup match. What do we think, Sasuke?
Me personally, I think that, you know, you've been here for over 11 hours. We should give you a little bit of a break, and then just bring it back for tomorrow.
Okay, well, let's give it like 1 or 2 minutes, because I don't want to miss any bit of the action, because I would imagine they start to close things out themselves if we see them kind of head over to maybe the host or something. Because how many minutes was left? Because that was a 2-0.
But I will say they were pretty long games. I mean, game number 1 was probably about a 30-minute game, and even though they were both aggro decks, both of these players were taking their time, really trying to figure out how they're supposed to overtake both these battlefields, and then in that following turn, still overtake both those battlefields again. And I mean, really, it came down to just the fact that the Azir had that death grip available both games, and really was able to close it out because of it. I think Death Grip is a card that you'll see, at least as a foil, start to spike a little bit in price just because of this game alone.
Yeah, it seems to be doing quite impressive stuff here in the Lille Regional, and I think that should have been it. Let's get the final winners interview of the day number 1. And let's see what he says about Azir. If he feels like he has what it takes to take it all the way into a top 8 position.
With Azir, how are you feeling right now?
I like it. I think Azir is a very good deck. Of course, I didn't expect to be 8-0, but I had good hopes for the tournament.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, you know, Azir is a deck that has been on the fringe, to say the least, before the bans, but we've seen a lot more Azir and a lot more of these order decks. What were your thoughts picking Azir for this event?
Well, Azir got a big problem against Draven, because Azir is made so you need to give combats and stuff.
Yeah.
But the main problem was that you couldn't get the last points because of fight or flight.
Right.
So now that fight or flight is gone, you know you can end with Arise, you can end with the accelerated Azir.
Yeah.
So that's the big game changer, I think.
Well, another way to end a game is the way that you ended that first game in absolutely spectacular fashion with that death grip with the Guardian Angel. Talk to me about that. I mean, you even had to call a judge and be like, hey, does this work the way that I think it does?
They're getting into it.
I was pretty sure it worked like that, but didn't want it to mess up the camera. So, but yeah, that's the power of Azir. It can break holes of 30 might. So that's one of the main reasons to play it, because you force the opponent to waste their tricks on attack your soldier. That doesn't matter because you will re-equip.
Yeah.
And that's the main power of it.
Yeah, so you've obviously done very well so far. You said that your matchup against Draven has been better. Are there any matchups that you're maybe not wanting to see going into tomorrow?
I'm comfortable against everything. It's true, Draven is not perfect. It's better by the heart. But I feel good about the list.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you are in the best possible position you could be in this event. I mean, you said you weren't expecting to be 8-0, but how do you feel right now, having actually achieved this monumental thing in this tournament right here? The biggest RQ that we've ever had, by the way.
Yeah, I want it to be tomorrow. I want to keep going.
Yeah.
I like how I have been playing. I like the deck. In fact, Rek'Sai was my first option, Azir was my second.
Really?
So I knew how he could attack me. But yeah, both were close, and finally I decided with Azir.
Yeah, well, talk to me a little bit about that. You know, you were between Azir and Rek'Sai. I've actually, been talking to a lot of players who are in that same boat, and I've actually seen a lot more people go towards Rek'Sai. So what made you lean towards that Azir?
It's mostly what I talked about Azir being able to break holes of a lot of mine. Like Rek'Sai got a problem. It is very good attacking. It's not good at holding. And cards like Ferrose, you waste everything to attack, and then they are to make us ready to get the battlegrounds back. With Azir, you attack, and then you have a 6/6 defending, so you make it waste extra cards to retake the battlefield.
Absolutely. One other thing I want to talk about, because this was another crazy play, actually from your opponent into that game, where they had almost nothing on the battlefield. I was watching in the backstage going, oh, well, this game is over. And then they conquer, they get the Void Mother, they get a Void Rush into a Void Rush into a Under Titan into a Darius. How are you feeling going from basically nothing on the battlefield for your opponent to, I think it was 23 might on a battlefield?
Yeah. To be honest, I laughed, but it wasn't that scary in my side because I got a fear in my background. I was only caring about Falling Star or Pull the Wake. Those were the cards that destroyed my plan. I knew I could get through any might.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, ideally he didn't get that, but happens sometimes.
So, absolutely. I mean, that is really crazy. So, obviously, when you're 8-0 in a tournament, obviously you're on the top. You're thinking, oh, you know, what are we going to do going into tomorrow? But take a step back. What are your thoughts here on this event itself? I mean, being in this gigantic floor, obviously it being the biggest RQ, what has been your experience with this event as a whole so far?
It's very nice. I'm also with friends, so it's also
awesome.
a very good experience. I was also in Bologna, and I like a lot these events. Yes.
Yeah.
They are very good. People are friendly everywhere. And, you know, competing with the friends, seeing what your friend has done in each round, congratulations. It's not an individual experience only, but you have a people with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, really, really fantastic performance so far. Now, answer me this. You know, you're obviously playing Azir at a very high level. Have you thought about the medal card, the best of card? Has it come into your mind yet? Or am I cursing you right now?
Yes, of course I have thought about it.
Yeah.
Like, I made top 22 in Bologna.
Yeah.
So the goal to qualify for the European Championship was already made.
Okay.
So I wanted to compete, but also have chances with a metal card.
Yeah.
So Azir was a very good option for that. I think Rek'Sai was too.
Yeah.
The friend I beat was 7-0 with Azir. So yes, of course, it's something everyone takes into account. The metagame is super varied because of that.
Yeah.
So it's a very good incentive.
Yeah, absolutely. I love, I mean, it's one of my favorite things about competitive Riftbound in general. Of course, we get to see all of that so far. Now, I don't want you to spoil anything, obviously, for the event, so I won't ask you more about that. But have you looked at Unleashed at all? Have you thought about any of the set 3 cards? Anything exciting for you?
I am not sure because, to be honest, not gonna lie, I haven't checked much Unleashed because I wanted to.
Because you're testing for this event,
But for now, I like LeBlanc, I like Pike. But only because I have seen them, I have no idea in truth.
Absolutely. No, not a problem at all. I did the same thing. I'm like, this is the event for to focus on for sure. Now, if you had to pick your path to a potential top 8 or to play through to tomorrow, what would you want to see? What would you want to face going into tomorrow?
You know, I didn't want to see Irelia, but I saw 3 and won them. So I believe I like the 3 meta decks, Kai'Sa, Irelia,
I think
and
Azir is
Draven.
a good position.
I think
here in
Draven
the
is a bad
meta.
matchup, but I'm comfortable because it's the one I have targeted the most.
Right.
So even if it is still bad, I feel confident about it. But I think if I had to choose one of them, I think I want to see Kai'Sa.
Absolutely. Well, makes a lot of sense. And again, congratulations, Pedro, on an 8-0. An absolutely spectacular run, and good luck tomorrow. But with that, we're going to...
And there we go, guys. That is the conclusion for the Day 1 Lille Regional Qualifier. What an awesome event, right? We had to see a breath of legends, so much diversity, so many undefeated players, a lot of undefeated players that we did not expect. I think they're going to... Oh, we do have a bit of a backup match. It looks like a game 3. Sasuke, should we just finish it out for the folks at home? Chat, do you guys want to see Volibear versus Annie, or are we calling it a day here?
I mean, obviously, I'm down to cast some Volibear versus Annie. I think both of us here are going to be in for a bit of a treat. I think neither one of us is going to be understanding what's going on, especially with cards like or battlefields like Minefield to start it off here. I do expect this Volibear though to be a oh my gosh, Dazzling Aurora deck.
Yeah, I believe so as well. And they're doing pretty good. I believe we have a friend out there, NA45. You guys remember him from our Runes and Rift cast. Awesome person. He is striving for that Volibear Best of Legend card. So I'm surprised to see more people running Volibear, but I don't know if he's running Aurora. But because, as you mentioned, he does have that Aspirant Climb, most likely leaning towards that Dazzling Aurora. Has the Stormbringer, that is a heck of a card. But I feel like Annie should be a bit of aggressive enough, especially when we take a look at the sneaky deckhand alone to kind of get under this Volibear player, right? I don't see a world where Annie does not win this, especially with the double sneaky deckhand opening like we're seeing from Annie.
Yep, and we do see a Dazzling Aurora in this Volibear player's hand, but I mean, look, this double sneaky deckhand is definitely a very, very good position to be in here. He will be at 5 points already, and this Volibear player will still not have access to this Dazzling Aurora. He'll only be at 6 at this next turn. He'll have to get, his opponent will be at 7 on that following turn, and well, he's going to go ahead and bring it right back just to be able to trigger this Minefield yet again, which I do think is a little bit surprising here. But yeah, again, still nothing to do from this Volibear player. He's laughing it off. He's having a good time, but definitely in a struggling position. Being able to get himself to the game 3 was nice, but it does look like with what he has in hand, there's just not anything in the gas tank here. So only 6 runes available. This Annie player is going to be at 5 points already.
Sasuke, we were excited to catch this game number 3, but it seems to be almost over as soon as we're hopping into this game. His opponent's laughing because he has the heaviest hand known to man. 3 Stormbringers, a Dazzling Aurora, and then too many big units at that. Can't play anything with 6 little runes. And going up to only 8 runes, you can't even go ahead and develop out your Dazzling Aurora. You have a challenge, you have a punch first, but you literally have no units to make use of these cards. And that's one more time. You're up at 4. You're up at 5 for Annie. You hold up to 7. I don't see a world where Annie can't go ahead and conquer/hold one more turn. But this is what Aurora decks do, right? They get down to the bitter end and somehow find a way to stabilize. Is that too tall of a task? I mean, granted, it is Aspirant Climb, so they need to get up to 9 this time around.
So Flash is going to go ahead and bring both these units back to base. I think I would have liked to have seen him try and bait out some sort of removal spell and then use that Flash, but just going to go ahead and play it patiently for now and allow this Flash to kind of trigger for the time being, and he's going to go ahead and bolster his backline, allow himself the opportunity to trigger that Minefield yet again. And with this Deadbloom Predator in hand, he's just still going to continue to do nothing. And yeah, he's kind of shaking his head. He understands that there is absolutely nothing for him to be able to do. He will be able to get to 7 points on this following turn, but then his opponent will be able to potentially respond in kind. And so now he's going to go ahead and play this Deadbloom Predator. Kind of understands that he just doesn't have the time to develop this Dazzling Aurora. We'll use this Volibear to trigger and then only recycle 1 rune rather than that 2 runes. So definitely not in the worst position, but not happy about his position overall.
Right, for the first time in this game number 3, it will be 9 runes the next turn, so finally able to go ahead and play out the Dazzling Aurora. Can that be his saving, or can I say his blessing for this game number 3? Because right now, Annie posed to go ahead and double conquer up to 7, meaning just 1 more double conquer opportunity is left for him to close out these final moments of the Lille Regional event. But the simple fact that there's still 1 more turn after this, if Dazzling Aurora is something like another Deadbloom Predator, what else can it be off the Dazzling Aurora proc that could kind of hold it down I think it has to be a Devlin Predator.
He does have access to that Stormbringer though, so you can just at least
True.
get rid of one of these units, even though the Devlin Predator will not be able to rather take both battlefields. So definitely not in the worst position. He does develop himself a traveling merchant, and the fact that this any player still doesn't have enough might to be able to deal with any of these Stormbringers for the time being means that at least he has that bit of reprieve and has a ton of removal tools available to him.
Yeah, let's see. We haven't even seen what's left in the hand for any player, as he's just moments away to trying to close out this game number 3. As we were anticipating, plays out a nice little merchant. Looks like he has another pouncing, a Rangar pouncing in hand, but pays another 2. So flashbacks, trying to deny any kind of Stormbringer / Devlin Predator shenanigans coming down. Just saying, you know what? I'll go ahead and try to let you conquer one of these battlefields, but I don't think you're going to be able to conquer both of these battlefields. And I'm getting a little bit of flashbacks of the Origins meta. Is this good old faithful Vi ride the wind potentially?
You have to assume so here. And one thing that a lot of players don't realize is that you can actually ride the wind as soon as that combat starts. And wow, he finally finds his ramp as of, the turn where he's going to play this Dazzling Aurora anyways. And, well, he kind of shaking his head a little bit, understands that this is not the position he wants to be in here. Does have access to a challenge, but that does mean that he's not able to play that Dazzling Aurora if that is the case. So I think if I am Atsu here, I kind of want to go into this Aspirant's Climb, still develop that Dazzling Aurora, and just pray and hope that my opponent doesn't have enough in the tank to be able to overtake that Aspirant's Climb. Because if he does, this game is just outright over. And although there is a few cards into that discard pile with that Minefield, there is just not enough, I feel, for this Vi to be able to overtake a Devlin Predator, let's say, plus a one of those 12 energy Volibears. 13 might is a lot to deal with.
It is a lot, but there seems to be a good amount in the trash as he's kind of flicking through the trash. I would imagine he has that ride the wind combo, but he also has a decent amount of might in the back line, right? So he does have some couple options if he tries to go ahead and set up a good 8 might unit, and then Dazzling Aurora at most hits a 10 might unit like the Volibear. So defending with a potential 18 total, I think there's a world where he can still get the job done. Unless Sky Splitter is in hand, it's going to be free, right? Because Sky Splitter gets reduced by your biggest might unit. That does 5 damage. If there's multiple Sky Splitters in hand, I like this play. Challenge coming down, trying to eliminate the Vi. So wait a minute, are we about to see the comeback of the tournament? Because I don't think we've ever seen a 7-1 deficit today.
This would be the comeback of the tournament here. We'll have to see exactly if he manages to get himself out of this hole that he found himself in. He really didn't dig this hole. He just kind of found himself in this position. So going to go ahead and use this ambush Rangar while he has the opportunity with this challenge on the stack. So going to allow himself that Vi to go ahead and get stripped away. But the fact that there is just still an infinite amount of cards available for this Volibear player means he's not out of the game just yet. So we'll go ahead and use this mobilize while he has the time to do so. But the fact of the matter remains, there is still just an incredible amount of power available for this Annie player, and the fact that this Yone got stripped away means that he just kind of has even less tools to work with.
Right, and foregoes that Dazzling Aurora says is a little bit too late. Let me go ahead and try a different game plan. The challenge bearing a little bit of fruit by allowing him to take down the Vi, of course, but now has to try to go ahead and defend. I will go back to the card I mentioned before. Sky Splitter could be that game-winning card or game-saving card, because I don't think after iCarly, funny enough, I just realized his name, I don't think he, after playing 2 sets with this Volibear player, he knows he has the signature spell in that main deck or in the deck in general. The usual strategy of filling up the battlefield and just putting all your chips on the table onto that one battlefield, I don't think it's going to be paying off because of that Stormbringer. That would actually be the game losing play, but okay, Annie Stubber coming down. and looking to grab a falling star. So I don't think he minds playing as many runes as possible as long as you don't go into a showdown. But I think you always have to go into a showdown because it's only going to be able to do 6 mark damage onto the Dead Bloom.
We'll have to see if he has himself another removal tool, because 6 damage right now is not enough to kill this Dead Bloom Predator. 6 damage is marked here. And so now if he's a little bit risky here and doesn't send at least 4 units to be able to deal with this Dead Bloom Predator, Atsu has the time, and I believe he has 3 Sky Splitters as well. So we'll have to see exactly if he has that available to him.
Wait, did you really see 3 Sky Splitters? I think we saw 3
I think it was 3.
But maybe so. Maybe that's why it was this heavy hand. He couldn't play those without any units. But thinking about what he wants to do first, you want to make sure you don't go into showdown. Actually, it's an unoccupied showdown, so I don't think combat cleanup occurs, right? If I remember the rules right.
Correct. Cleanup will not occur for that Dead Bloom Predator. It will occur on that left-hand battlefield, but not on the one with the Dead Bloom Predator. So, going to go ahead and use a cleave to try and protect himself from this, and then just send all of the removal tools that he can with it. Going to go ahead and trigger the Traveling Merchant, because he must. And with 1 card in hand, or no cards in hand, he just draws a card off that Traveling Merchant. So now Atsu has to figure out how he's supposed to navigate this turn. 3 Sky Splitters is not enough to be able to defend himself here, but he will be able to fire them off if he so chooses. Problem is I believe he also has Punch First.
Oh, interesting. I think with that collective cards in hand, he might be able to hold off or at the minimum trade 1 for 1. But that's kind of what he wants, right? Trading 1 for 1. You have 2 ready units in the back line. Sneaky Deckhand conquer number 1. Second Sneaky Deckhand conquer number 2. So Sky Splitter, as we were anticipating, taking down one of the Rain Guard. And now has 1 left with the cleave. The Punch First, bringing it up to 12 total, or 13 total might. Does that get him out of the Conquer? Because it's 5, 8, 10 plus the 6 damage. Okay, this will get there. Hello. So 10 total might increase. I think despite the falling stars, this Dead Bloom Predator might be surviving. And if he survives, a cleanup happens. That's going to be 18 total might defending. Is there a world, Sasuke? Is this the defensive front he needed to stay in this game? Because it looks to be the case so far.
I think so, and I think with the fact that he has access to the those Stormbringers, he's going to be able to move around both these battlefields pretty effectively here. So Dead Bloom Predator will be able to get himself up to 2 points on this following turn. Carly is going to be stuck in this position for the time being, and well, Atsu is going to be stuck at 6 runes for the foreseeable future, as the Stormbringer does cost a lot to put down. So 2 Fury runes going to be revealed off the top, which I think is very important here for Atsu. But the fact that he is going to be tapped out on this following turn is not something you want to see. So he has to bring this Dead Bloom Predator back and use the Stormbringer in order to get onto that other side of the field here. So going to recycle 2 Fury runes. Would rather recycle the Fury runes than these body runes. Just be able, in case he finds himself that Punch First off the top there. So
Right, just a Dead Bloom Predator and a Dream and a couple of Stormbringers trying to get the job done. So you do conquer up to 7, but the ride the win on defense, catching his opponent off guard. And that is what Annie has been known to do ever since the very beginning of Riftbound, or maybe I'll say the midpoint of that Origins meta, because Annie was a little bit unexplored early on. But yeah, getting it done. You conquer up to 8, hold over to 9, and just like that, I do believe that is actually the full-on conclusion for today's Lille Regional Qualifier. Man, Sasuke, how did you feel about those last couple games there?
Honestly, I was much much more a fan of that Azir Rek'Sai matchup. I think it's a matchup that you and I both have not seen very often, if at all. And then not to mention both of those players were playing exceptionally well. I think that Azir player was definitely the slightly better player. I think he was more tact to be able to beat that kind of the meta decks. And that's why he is that 8-0 position that he's at. The Rek'Sai player obviously playing incredibly well himself. I mean, there's a reason why he's 7-1 and really just wasn't able to take a game off that Azir player. So yeah, I mean, both players played exceptionally well. And again, I mean, I'm really happy to have seen an Azir player here in Lille, undefeated so far, 8-0. And these Fiora players have also just been absolutely dominant. And yeah, I mean, this has been an incredible day so far. I'm excited to see what comes on tomorrow.
Yeah, just like Sasuke alluded to, we will be back on it and back at it again for day 2, 5 rounds of Swiss, so round 9 through 13. And I hope I did my math right. You guys know, first 5 rounds of Swiss, and then top 8, and then top 4, and then